5,000 years ago, with the help of beast taming, humanity caught a glimpse of the rough outline of the universe. 2,000 years ago, the first emperor communed with divinity through a black dragon and swept across the 8 directions of the cosmos by his own power alone. 1,000 years ago, the empire faded and the Federation was born. 6 years ago, spatial rifts appeared out of nowhere and were named spirit realms by the Federation. Many years later, one man and one dog fought their way through the myriad heavens and worlds, leaving all living beings in the cosmos remembering only one sentence. Better to see a true dragon than to see Yazi. The story begins. Human Federation, Chong City No. 11 High School. Ding sat by the window, staring blankly outside, his eyes filled with thoughts he could not untangle. 18 years ago, he had transmigrated into this world in the womb. In his previous life, he had no father and no mother. In this life, he had gained a father's love and a mother's love. Born with awareness, he treasured this heaven-sent chance all the more. He treated this bond like a priceless treasure. But who knew if all so-called transmigrators had to lose their parents? 6 years ago, this world full of spiritual energy had suddenly seen the appearance of a mysterious kind of secret realm, throwing off the world's original rhythm. Beyond the secret realms lay new lands and new worlds called spirit realms. His parents had been members of a security company, entrusted by a friend. They had gone into a spirit realm to explore, and then they disappeared. At that thought, the sorrow in Ding's eyes deepened, mixed with a trace of hatred. Spirit realms. Right then, Wang Chuanfa, the homeroom teacher who had been sitting on the platform checking messages on his phone, stood up, hat-balled on top. He subconsciously scratched his head. You're already 18? It's been 3 months since school started. According to the day-night cultivation method, those who have successfully cultivated spiritual power and reached first rank, making you able to contract a spirit beast, raise your hand so I can see. The moment he said that, the classroom, which had still held a few faint sounds, instantly fell into complete silence. It became so quiet a pin drop could be heard. Ding came back to himself and decisively raised his hand. Wang Chuanfa swept his gaze over the students below who were raising their hands one after another. He counted them, and when he found there were only a little over 30, a trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. In a classroom of 100, only 31 had successfully cultivated to first rank and could become beast tamers. Teacher, I feel like I'm about to touch the threshold of first rank. Teacher Wang, me too. I feel like it'll happen in the next few days. Teacher, listening to the overlapping voices of the students, all carrying pleading and hopeful tones, Wang Chuanfa lowered his eyes slightly, his heart full of helplessness. How could becoming a beast tamer be something he got to decide? In the end, it all came down to personal talent. Not to mention that the spiritual power cultivation method had already changed 5 years ago. From the most basic one to what was now the Federation's strongest method, the day-night visualization method. How could he not know what the students were thinking? However, Wang Chuanfa seriously adjusted his glasses and swept a sharp gaze over the students below, one by one, all craning their necks with hopeful expressions. In 1 week, the list has to be submitted. Those of you who still haven't succeeded, hurry up. And those whose spiritual power hasn't successfully reached first rank, don't be discouraged. Academic study is also a path forward. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. After all, beast tamer instruction only begins after the list is submitted. Before that, we've all just been studying math, language, and science like normal, haven't we? As the homeroom teacher, Wang Chuanfa very responsibly explained the pros and cons clearly, while also comforting those students who believed they no longer had a chance. Ding sat below and listened steadily to Wang Chuanfa's words. This world was very similar to his previous one, but it was not the same. First, the planet's area was 20 times that of the blue planet from his previous life. Second, the current population had already exceeded 100 billion. The greatest difference, though, was that the first emperor of this world had not swept through 6 kingdoms. Instead, with the help of his own beast, he had swept across the entire world by his own strength alone. He had planted the banner of Great Qin in every corner of the world. In history, the title given to that past era was only one word: slaughter. It had been rule carried out through absolute brutality. At the same time, the evaluation of that first emperor was also only 2 words: invincible. This was also a required course for every Federation citizen, because the Federation as predecessor had been the Great Qin Empire, which had evolved over more than 1,000 years after that overwhelmingly powerful first emperor, whose might had cast the whole world in Qin color, went missing. As for firearms, the rest of technology was more or less similar, but firearms did not exist. Or perhaps they existed, but people simply looked down on developing them. After all, the path of beast tamers had taken root first, and beast tamers from 2,000 years ago had already been able to travel through space. Humans could also easily gain power enough to split mountains and sever chasms because of it, so attack-oriented technology was not taken seriously. Speaking of the first emperor, Ding remembered that he had created a new contract system called a life-death contract. It was a contract system that inspired fear, yet was incomparably powerful. Still, within the Federation, those who used this kind of contract were probably pitifully few. As Qin Ding thought to himself in silence, an obscure and unreadable light flickered in his eyes. The life-death contract was not the same as the mainstream master-servant contract. As the name implied, the life-death contract was a contract signed with a spirit beast to share life and death together. If the beast died, the human died. If the human died, the beast died. And once the contract was formed, both sides would share life and death, advance together, and it could never be undone. The mainstream master-servant contract did not have these troubles. But those were only the drawbacks of the life-death contract, and its only fatal drawback. As for why the life-death contract was called the strongest contract system, it was because the feedback a beast tamer received from a contracted beast for the life-death contract was twice that of a master-servant contract user. For example, if a master under a master-servant contract gained 5% of the beast's physical strength and elemental abilities through the contract every time his spiritual power rose by 1 rank, then a life-death contract master would gain 10%. And it was said that if a life-death contract master's spiritual power was high enough, he could even obtain the beast's exclusive ability. But Qin Ding had only seen sparse descriptions of such things online, let alone witnessed them for himself. Still, the life-death contract seemed to have other drawbacks as well. The internet had not gone into much detail, perhaps because no one wanted to use that kind of contract system, avoiding if possible. Thinking about it, that made sense. For an ordinary person, if they could live properly as a beast tamer, why would they stake their life on it? The thinking of a normal person would probably be that if one beast died, they could just use the master-servant contract method to contract another one. The reason he had gone to learn about the life-death contract, though, was because 6 years ago, the same year the Spirit Realms appeared, a book called The Record of Living Beings had suddenly appeared in his mind. And from that very day on, the thought of finding his parents had expanded endlessly in his mind and become his only obsession. There was a saying that put it well. The reason people have no memories from before the age of 3 is because if they did, they would be completely unable to accept the departure of their parents, especially their mother. Perhaps this was how life found a way out for itself, making the brain underdeveloped during that period. At that moment, a shadow slanted across Qin Ding's desk and the open history book on it. Qin Ding, HM. Coming back to himself, Qin Ding looked up. The girl's figure was slender and straight, like fresh bamboo after rain. Her ink-black hair was tied behind her neck with a plain black hair tie, making that stretch of neck look even fairer, especially her eyes. When she looked at someone, they were like a deep pool hidden behind a thin mist. There was no warmth in them, yet they were fixed on him without blinking. Qin Ding, by Mushiwe. Only then did he realize that Wang Chuanfa had announced class was over and left several minutes ago. It was just that he had been so lost in thought that he had not noticed. Seeing Qin Ding come back to himself and look over, by Mushiwe's brows curved for an instant. My mom got off work early today. She already made dinner at home and told me to let you know. At this, Qin Ding's heart stirred slightly. He stared at Bai Mushiwe's cold, pale face for a moment, but did not refuse. All right, Bai Mushiwe. Her father was that friend of his parents, Bai Qinxiu. Like his parents, Bai Qinxiu had disappeared 6 years ago in the spirit realm outside Chong City. As for something like a spirit realm, calling it missing was one thing, but based on how all kinds of channels describe it nowadays, if you disappeared inside a spirit realm, everyone knew what that really meant. Dead. After all, a spirit realm was not necessarily permanent. It could disappear. And in this world, no two spirit realms were exactly the same. At most, they were only similar. That spirit realm in Chong City back then had appeared and vanished in less than a day. It was the fastest disappearing spirit realm in the world. At the same time, it was also the world's first spirit realm. Without packing anything, Qin Ding stood up and called out, "Let us go. We're going home." Inside the classroom, most of the classmates who had yet to leave turned to look their way. There was envy, curiosity, jealousy, but among those who knew them or understood their situation, there was only pity. Only after the two of them left the classroom did a few voices of discussion finally rise. You've got to admit, one cold and handsome, one icy and beautiful. They really do look like a golden couple. Honestly kinda zealous. Jealous? Do you have Qin Ding's physical talent? Or Bai Mushiwe's nurturing talent? Not to mention they got where they are through hard work too. Hey, weren't the physical test results from a few days ago supposed to come out soon? Probably. But I saw Qin Ding's performance during the test. If I had his ability, what would I even need to be jealous for? Sigh enough. Qin Ding and Bai Mushiwe weren't like this before. They were both pretty proactive back then. They were all students from the same city, and they were even in the same class. Naturally, there were people who had known them since childhood. Now that both Qin Ding and Bai Mushiwe had become the type who didn't like talking, whenever other classmates asked about them, someone would naturally explain, "A spirit realm? Is it what I'm thinking?" That's right. Qin Ding's parents and Bai Mushiwe's father all disappeared in that secret realm 6 years ago. And with something like a spirit realm, sure, people say disappeared, but everyone knows what that means. I see. Both families were just shattered like that. Especially Qin Ding. No wonder his personality changed so much. Just like you said, If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even have known. No wonder when I asked Ding to go play ball with me a while ago, he just shook his head at me and didn't say a word. So that's the kind of past he has. This kind of thing is actually pretty common. There are probably around 20 people in our class whose parents are the same. Outside the school gates, the two of them did not live far from the school, and they had always gone home together. On the way, Mushu saw that Ding seemed distracted even while walking. After thinking for a moment, she said meaningfully, Ding, your spiritual power should have reached the first rank by now, right? When are you planning to form a contract with Ding had just been thinking that after going back and finishing dinner at Mushu's house, he would form the contract. Being directly asked about what was on his mind made him freeze for a moment. Maybe it was because he had lived through 2 lifetimes. But his spiritual power had grown very quickly. He had just turned 18 at the start of the semester, and after 3 months of cultivation, his spiritual power had already reached the first rank a month and a half ago. In other words, he had reached the stage where he could form a contract with a spirit beast. As for Ding, it was the puppy born from his parents' beast companions. It had lived with him for 6 years and was level 6. Whenever Ding thought of Ding's aptitude rating on the spirit creature record, he felt both helpless and amused. Today, hearing that, Mushu silently nodded. After glancing at Ding's expression, a trace of conflict flashed through her eyes. But in the end, she still said nothing. If I'm not wrong, Ding will definitely form a life and death contract with Ding, right? He wants so badly to find a way to see Uncle and Auntie again. But am I really any different? How could Ding not understand Mushu's inner struggle? It was just one of those things. If she didn't ask, he wouldn't say. More than 10 minutes later, Ding took out the key to Mushu's house and skillfully opened the front door. After the incident 6 years ago, Aunt Zhao, Mushu's mother, had given him a key to their house. Likewise, Aunt Zhao had a key to his house, and Mushu had one too. The moment the door opened, a rich aroma of food immediately reached Ding's nose. But before he and Mushu could even finish changing their shoes, Ding spotted at a glance the black dog in the living room, currently drooling all over the place. Ding, woof, woof, as if sensing a familiar presence. Ding suddenly dashed toward Ding and Mushu. Ding's barking immediately let the woman busy in the kitchen understand what had happened. Shouting and Mushu are back. Go wash your hands. The soup will be ready in a moment. The gentle voice of the woman drifted out from the kitchen, looking slightly impatient. Ding used his foot to push away Ding, who was pawing at him. Move aside. Got it, Aunt Zhao. Spirit beast, black dog. Aptitude, inferior. Element, none. Level, 6, low rank. Ability, holds grudges. Bloodline, K9, 95, Wolf, for 99, Dragon 001. Dragon Evolution Path, requires completion of the Wolf Evolution Path. Wolf Evolution Path, requires Wolf Bloodline Purity to reach 10. K9 Evolution Path, requires reaching level 11. Aptitude Improvement, at level 10, consuming a blood spirit fruit has a certain probability of triggering a rebound from rock bottom, directly raising aptitude to good. Description, a common meat dog breed. Special individuals possess a certain nurturing value. Spirit beast levels went up to 100 in total, with every 10 levels forming one major rank. 1 to 10 low rank, 11 to 20 high rank, 21 to 30 elite, 31 to 40 commander, 41 to 50 overlord, 51 to 60 king, 61 to 70 legend, 71 to 80 calamity, 81 to 90th. As for anything higher, level 91 and above, there had only ever been one case in human history, that mysterious first emperor who had vanished strangely. Even among the current 12 highest counselors of the Human Federation, the strongest beast companion was only level 90. No level 91 existed. As for aptitude, there were 7 ranks in total. Ordinary, good, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, immortal. Inferior was an aptitude outside the standard aptitude ranking. It belonged to the kind that, even if you gave it away, the only thing it was fit for was being thrown into the pot. In other words, its only value was to be slaughtered for meat. It was absurdly low. That was also the part Ding could not understand. He did not know what aptitude his parents' beast companions had, but he remembered that his parents' beast companions had both been in their 20s, so they should have both been ordinary aptitude, and somehow hit the hard pity. As for element, that was an attribute awakened after reaching level 11 and completing evolution. Right now, Ding had none. Combined with that aptitude, it was truly a dirt dog in the purest sense. Good boy, Ding. We'll eat in a bit. Ding's affection made Mushu's eyes soften for an instant. After patting Ding on the head, she quickly walked toward the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you. After changing his shoes, Ding glanced at Mushu's disappearing figure, then helplessly knocked Ding on the head. Can you stop acting like you've never seen the world before? It's not like I've been starving you, right? You get meat every meal, don't you? The two of them had not formed a contract, so Ding could only roughly understand the meaning. It immediately stopped drooling and looked at Ding with wide, eager eyes. Even though it could not speak human language, those dog eyes carried a faint trace of grievance. Ding, Auntie Zhao was afraid you'd go hungry, so she brought you over to eat with her. In the end, you drooled all over her floor. And now you're the one feeling wronged? Old Lu, the physical test results are out, right? How'd that kid Qingding do? Inside the spacious office, Wang Chuanfa headed straight for a burly bald man the moment he walked in, asking as he went. Lu Jun rubbed his chin, looked up, and swept Wang Chuanfa with a complicated expression. Come see for yourself. HM, what kind of look is that? Seeing Lu Jun acting all complicated and speechless, Wang Chuanfa couldn't make sense of it. He thought to himself that Qingding's results couldn't possibly be that bad, right? That shouldn't be the case. But when Wang Chuanfa walked closer and his gaze landed on the computer screen, his body froze. Name, Qingding. 10-minute long-distance run, 3,012 meters. Chosen weapon, staff, exceptional. The evaluation S, that high, exceptional? If I remember right, doesn't T-weapon class only happen once a week? As a Beastmaster high school, the student's main training direction was naturally still the Beastmaster path. As for physical fitness, Beastmaster high schools had always been strict about it, starting from first year. The reason Wang Chuanfa was so shocked was because weapon class was a third-year course. By third year, everyone was already an adult and could begin cultivating a spiritual meditation method. At that point, learning how to use weapons became much easier. Of course, learning other things also became easier, but only on the premise that your spiritual power had at least reached first rank. As for first and second year, the main focus was teaching students theoretical knowledge and basic physical training. After all, once you left the city and went into the wilderness or spirit realm, if you couldn't beat a spirit beast or another beastmaster, then being able to run fast really could save your life. And when dealing with spirit beasts, there was naturally no way you could fight barehanded. Otherwise, the moment a spirit beast bit you, the intense pain would make your body lose strength right away. If you were a bit weaker, you just start scrambling away on all fours. How many people could really explode with bloody courage and suddenly break out in a desperate counterkill? Most of it was just self-indulgent bragging. Did people really think the tens of millions of beastmasters who died every year were some kind of joke? Lu Jun stayed silent and casually lit a cigarette for himself, taking 2 drags. If I remember right, that kid Qingding and Bai Muxiue are complete opposites, right? Yeah, looking at it now, Qingding is going to be outstanding on the Beastmaster side. As for Bai Muxiue, her theory knowledge and breeding type studies is extremely good. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Muxiue is probably planning to become a breeder. Wang Chuanfa didn't stand on ceremony. He directly pulled one out of Lu Jun's cigarette pack and lit it in silence. As the homeroom teacher, he naturally knew his students well. There were quite a few in his class with family situations like Qingding and Bai Muxiue's. Close to 30 students were in that kind of situation. Who would be thought? Lu Jun waved a hand indifferently. The breeder path ISNT under me. Leave Qingding to me. I got a feeling the weapon he really wants to train in ISNT the staff. Right now he is just building a foundation. Not many young people have both ideas and a clear train of thought these days. At that, Wang Chuanfa was overjoyed. Something is good? Then great. Maybe our Chong City can even produce a martial champion? Hearing that, Lu Jun said nothing. He only stared steadily at Wang Chuanfa. So hard that Wang Chuanfa's smile stiffened on his face, and his excitement quickly faded. He had almost forgotten. Ever since 6 years ago, every time the second semester of third year came around, there would be a large batch of transferred down students. Hearing that, Lu Jun withdrew his gaze and looked back at Qingding's results on the computer. He could more or less guess why Qingding worked so hard. He was probably trying to find his parents or revive them. But there were too many people with that same thought, and not a single one had succeeded. Even the 12 counselors couldn't bring their dead or missing loved ones back into the world. If people standing at the very top of the world couldn't do it, then how could ordinary nobodies like them possibly have that kind of chance? After dinner, shouting, I remember you and Muxiue had a physical test a while back. Are the results out yet? Qingding, who was correcting Dahe's table manners while it ate, paused for a moment. Not yet. Probably soon. Maybe in the next couple of days? At that moment, Bai Muxiue, who had been watching the dog eat, lifted her head and looked at her mother. Mom, unless something unexpected happened, Qingding's results should be first in the whole grade. Hasn't it been like that every year? Even with the added weapon assessment. Hearing her daughter's words, Xiaomin showed a relieved smile. That's true. I was overthinking it. Then, as if hinting at something, Xiaomin said, Muxiue, didn't you say you were helping Xiao Ding collect some materials? Have you gathered everything? Collect materials for me? Puzzled, Qingding instinctively raised his head and looked at Bai Muxiue. Bai Muxiue's expression stiffened for a moment. She had never expected that what she was doing had been discovered by her own mother. Oh, pretty much. I'll go look for the notebook. Qingding, wait a second. With that, Bai Muxiue got up and quickly walked toward her room. Qingding's gaze followed her the whole way, fixed on her straight and graceful back. He had never asked Bai Muxiue to collect any materials for him. So what exactly was going on with this serious-looking situation? Just then, Xiaomin grabbed Qingding's left hand. Before he could react, she pressed a stiff card into his palm. Realizing what it was, Qingding suddenly looked up. Before he could say anything, He met a pair of slightly reddened eyes glistening with tears. Xiao Ding, take this. On the path you've chosen, Annie can't help you that much. The password is your birthday. There's some private savings your uncle left behind back then. Take it. And about your parents, it's all in the past. We all have to keep moving forward and live well. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. You still have me. You still have Muxiue. Aunt Zhao, a warm current flowed through Qin Ding's heart. Aunt Zhao was his mother's best friend. She had watched him grow up since childhood, and after his parents went missing, she had always taken on the role of a mother in his life. He knew very well that what happened to his parents and by Qianxiu had not been through a company employment contract, but mutual help between friends. So naturally, there was no such thing as compensation from the security company. Because of that, Qin Ding had always been filled with guilt toward Zhao Min, this elder. Going into the spirit realm had been his parents' choice, and taking in 12-year-old him, raising him as her own child, that had been Zhao Min's choice. One had to know she had never had any obligation whatsoever to raise him. So this was his fate, and also the kindness shown to him. Perhaps sensing the change in Qin Ding's emotions, Dai stopped gnawing on its bone and raised its head, staring straight at him. Qin Ding did not refuse. Instead, he calmly accepted the bank card in his hand, his voice gentle. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. What Qin Ding didn't know, however, was that while he felt guilty toward Zhao Min, didn't Zhao Min feel guilty toward him as well? Late at night, whenever Zhao Min thought of how her husband had gone with Qin Ding as parents, and how all three of them had never returned, the pain in her heart became so intense she could barely breathe, and her pillow would be soaked with tears. Found it. The voice came from by Muxiue's not quite closed bedroom door. Qin Ding quickly adjusted his state, while Zhao Min felt puzzled. That confusion diluted her sadness. Found it? Found what? The thought had just risen when Zhao Min saw her daughter walk into the living room with a small notebook in hand, expression calm, and handed it to Qin Ding. Both Zhao Min and Qin Ding were stunned. Zhao Min, wasn't he that just an excuse I came up with on the spot to send you away? Qin Ding, there really are materials? What kind of materials are these? Qin Ding, completely baffled, looked at Bai Muxiue and reached out to take the notebook. Just as he was about to open it and see what it was, Bai Muxiue stopped him with a single sentence. Even her voice was no longer as cold and clear as it was at school. Instead, it carried a trace of soft pleading. Wait until you get back. Read it in secret. Qin Ding's brows furrowed, then relaxed. Having lived 2 lives, and having grown up with Bai Muxiue, he knew her temperament extremely well. He could be certain this notebook couldn't possibly contain anything pink and romantic. So what was it? And why did she specifically tell him to wait until he got back before opening it? Qin Ding understood what Bai Muxiue meant, but Zhao Min, who had only just pulled herself out of her sadness, didn't react in time. Instead, she looked thoughtful, with a strange light in her eyes. Could it be that her daughter had finally wised up? That was good too. They knew each other's background well enough, and, on top of that, she had practically raised Xiao Ding herself, so she could rest easy. The food was great. Thank you, Annie Zhao, and thank you, Muxiue, for gathering this information for me. I'll head back first. Curious about what was in the notebook, Qin Ding didn't stay any longer. After speaking, he stood up and nudged Dahe with his foot. The dog still had a bone clamped in his mouth. Unexpectedly, even with such an obvious hint, Dahe still refused to let go of the meaty bone. Qin Ding, have I abused you or something? Haven't I given you plenty of meat and bones? The corner of Qin Ding's mouth twitched helplessly. In the end, he could only grab the loose skin on the back of Dahe's neck and carry him off. All right, Xiao Ding. Once you get back, remember to rest early. Don't cultivate too late, Zhao Min said. Got it, Annie Zhao. As the front door closed, Bai Muxiue returned to her usual cold expression and turned to look at her mother thoughtfully. Mom, you only said that just now to send me away, didn't you? When she had gone in the room to look for the notebook, Bai Muxiue had already realized it. She had written everything in that notebook behind a locked door. How could her mother possibly know what was inside? Sure enough, when Zhao Min heard that, her expression stiffened for a moment, but she didn't hide anything, and told the whole story exactly as it happened. When Bai Muxiue heard that it was her father's private stash money, her expression changed. A faint peachy pink spread across her cheeks. Without saying anything, she turned and went straight back to her room. But in Mother Zhao's eyes, that scene carried a very different meaning. After leaving Annie Zhao's house, Qin Ding crossed to the other side, took out his key, and opened the front door. With a faint look of disgust in his eyes, he directly tossed Dahe inside first before stepping into the house himself. Dirt dog, when are you going to fix that crazy drooling habit of yours? Woof woof. After finally dropping the bone, Dahe barked twice at Qin Ding, then carried the bone back to his doghouse by himself. Qin Ding didn't mind. This kind of daily routine had long since become the norm in life between him and Dahe. What is this thing, acting all mysterious? Sitting down in the chair, Qin Ding opened the notebook in his hand. The moment he saw the first page, it hit like a bolt of lightning. The effects and side effects of a life-and-death contract. That first line exploded in Qin Ding's mind like thunder. His whole body froze stiff in the chair. The farther he read, the more alarmed he became. The contents of this notebook were far more complete than anything he had found online. The downside of the life and death contract was not just one beast dies, one human dies. There was another effect as well. The human influenced the beast, and the beast influenced the human. This had both good and bad sides. For a normal beastmaster, there was no question that it was only bad, because it would bring out the beastly nature hidden deep within a person. At the same time, there was also one positive aspect for breeders. It made it easier for their contracted beasts to learn how to help produce things like nurturing fluid and evolution fluid. How did Baimushue know the life and death contract so thoroughly? The bits and pieces online were incomplete, missing this here and that there. Not only had she filled in all the gaps, she had also added many things that weren't online at all. Qingding was puzzled. He couldn't understand it. If Baimushue had guessed what he was thinking, he wouldn't have been this shocked. After all, she had always been smart since childhood, with a sharp and sensitive mind. But for Baimushue to know everything about the life and death contract, that was truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Qingding thought of Baimushue's liberal arts scores and instantly understood. A smile appeared on his face. Looks like Mushue has her own fortuitous encounter too. That's great. But even knowing about this second side effect, my choice is still the life and death contract. Qingding naturally understood that even the 12 counselors at level 90 had no ability to bring deceased acquaintances back into the present world. So he could only desperately grow stronger, desperately gamble on the realm of level 91, and on the possibility that at tier 10 spirit power there might be a completely different kind of hope. But before that, he had to have enough strength to get started. And the source of his confidence was naturally the bestiary in his mind, because that thing described far too clearly how a spirit beast's aptitude could be improved and how it could be nurtured and evolved. It could save him an enormous amount of time and money. Without question, with all of these factors added together, the life and death contract had become his only option, and Dahe was the only gift and inheritance his parents had left him. He was worth using the life and death contract on. After giving one last look at the vow of the life and death contract written at the back of the notebook, Qingding closed it, picked up a small knife, and walked straight toward Dahe with his eyes fixed on him. Dahe, who was crunching up the last tiny shard of bone, seemed to see something. His body instantly went stiff as a board, and even his eyeballs stopped moving. He looked exactly like a dog scared half to death. Because of cold, gleaming knife had been held right in front of his dog eyes, and along with it came Qingding's soft voice, carrying a trace of coaxing temptation. Everything he said and did made him look nothing like an upright man. Come on, stretch out your paw. Let me cut it once. Before Dahe could even react, Qingding moved first. He directly sliced a small cut into his own palm. A line of blood immediately seeped out. Dahe didn't understand, but those motionless dog eyes of his were filled with fear and grievance. Qingding, seeing that the dirt dog still wasn't moving, Qingding took a deep breath. A few veins even bulged on his forehead. Dirt dog, are your ears deaf? Woof. In an instant, as if some kind of seal had been broken, Dahe's rigid body immediately relaxed. He decisively stretched out his paw. The grievance in his eyes vanished completely, leaving behind only firm trust. That only made Qingding question life even more. Had he really not raised him properly before? But that wasn't his fault either. He fed him well and treated him well, yet the dog still had to steal the meat from his bowl. Was he supposed to hold back from cursing him? Close your eyes. Now that things had come this far, Qingding simply cut Dahe's paw directly. Once he saw dark red blood seeping out, he immediately pressed his own palm against it. At the same time, the life and death contract in his mind began to glow with a faint white light. He also began to chant under his breath, with the soul as contract, with life as alliance. With this body, I become your sheath, bearing your sharpness, taking in your wounds. With this soul, I become your guide, lighting your lost road, sharing your dark night. My strength is your blade, my wrath is your thunder. My eyes are your eyes, my heart is your direction. This contract shall not decay. This oath shall forever remain. Dahe, who had closed his eyes and sensed only darkness, suddenly discovered a white ball of light before him. Symbols were carved upon it, symbols he could not understand, yet they seemed somewhat similar to human writing. Without thinking or caring, he lifted his paw and slapped it down on the light. In an instant, within the spiritual space, the contract document burst with dazzling radiance. Then it rapidly collapsed, splitting into two streams of light that shot into the spiritual spaces within the minds of one man and one dog, straight into their souls. A strong sense of connection was born from this. Both Qingding and Dahe felt it was a little strange, as if they weren't used to it, yet also as if they had finally gotten what they wanted. Qingding took a deep breath and spoke the final closing oath. In this life, we do not live alone. In this death, we do not perish alone. The life and death contract was complete, but the so-called feedback wasn't very obvious. Was it because Dahe was only level 6 and hadn't reached level 11 to complete evolution and undergo a qualitative change? Qingding worked out every day, so he was very familiar with his own body. He clenched his fist and swung it. The feedback Dahe gave him had probably increased his strength by about 10%. After thinking it through, Chin Ding couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Trash aptitude, terrifying to this extent. Didn't he notice Dahe beside him, shaking his head and swaying around like he'd gotten drunk? But Chin Ding couldn't really be blamed for that. Dahe's condition only lasted a few seconds before returning to normal. Dahe glanced at the wound on his paw, which had already stopped bleeding. A faintly human glimmer appeared in his dog eyes as he looked at Chin Ding with a bit of grievance. Woof woof. Boss, can you stop scaring me all day? Wouldn't it be fine if you just talked to me like you did just now? Chin Ding, who had understood dog language, froze for a moment before calming down, because this was also one of the advantages of the life and death contract. If a normal beast tamer wanted to understand what his beast was saying, the beast had to reach level 11, and his spiritual power had to reach the second tier. When Dahe saw that Chin Ding wasn't speaking and was only staring at him, he felt a chill for no reason. The tiny bit of grievance in his eyes turned into a tiny bit of panic. Woof, boss, why are you looking at me like that? I'm scared. Scared? What was there to be scared of? If I wanted to eat you, why would I spend so much money raising you this big? Chin Ding refuted him instinctively and, a little annoyed, gave Dahe a smack. The Federation only gives me a monthly subsidy of 2,000, and I still have to raise you. I haven't even saved a single cent by now. In an instant, Dahe seemed to have discovered something incredible. His dog eyes widened with a touch of human-like shock, and he backed up 2 steps. Big bro. He understood what I said? Big bro finally understood what I said. Was it my 6 years of never leaving his side that finally made Big Bro realize he was a dog too? For some reason, looking at the watery emotion in Dahe's shocked and moved eyes made Chin Ding feel vaguely creeped out and uncomfortable. But Chin Ding didn't dwell on it. He patted Dahe on the head, stood up, and walked toward his room. It's getting late. I'm going to cultivate. Do whatever you want. Just remember not to howl. Watching Chin Ding return to the bedroom, Dahe lay in his dog bed, his eyes full of human-like emotion, with the overwhelming vibe of an old father finally raising his child to adulthood. Inside the bedroom, Chin Ding opened the window, looked up at the moon in the sky, then sat cross-legged by the bed and began cultivating his spiritual power according to the method of the day-night cultivation art. The day-night cultivation art had appeared 1 year after the spirit realm showed up, 5 years ago, and had been distributed by the upper levels of the Federation to replace the most basic spiritual power cultivation method. The purpose was to produce more beast tamers among the Federation's people. As for why they did that, there was no doubt it was to fight against the spirit realm. That was the only possibility. The very existence of the spirit realm had already become a severe threat to the Federation's status and to humanity's safety. Otherwise, who would willingly hand out such a top-tier cultivation method? His stray thoughts gradually cleared away. Chin Ding's mind slowly entered a blank state, and a faint white glow spread from around his body. Any expert at the 5th tier or above would have been able to tell that Chin Ding had entered a state known as the unity of heaven and man. In this state, the speed of spiritual power cultivation would increase dramatically. It was also the main reason Chin Ding had reached 1st-tier spiritual power in just 1.5 months. Being born with twin souls as one person was only a secondary factor, and the improvement of spiritual power didn't only allow one to contract spirit beasts. Different tiers of spiritual power corresponded to different abilities. For example, with a master-servant contract, 1st-tier spiritual power allowed one to form the contract, while 2nd-tier spiritual power allowed one to talk with the beast, issue orders from a distance, and so on. It was only because the life and death contract was so powerful that 1st-tier Chin Ding already possessed abilities that normal beast tamers only had at the 2nd tier. When spiritual power reached the 3rd tier, one could contract a 2nd spirit beast. At the 5th tier, a 3rd. At the 7th tier, a 4th. At the 9th tier, a 5th. As for whether the 10th tier could contract a 6th, no one knew. Even the historical 1st emperor, the first 10th tier powerhouse in history, had no clear record of how many beasts he had. The night passed in a flash. The cool morning breeze drifting in through the window woke Chin Ding up. Past 7 already? Opening his eyes and checking the time, Chin Ding, who had cultivated all night, didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Instead, he felt refreshed and full of energy. That was one of the benefits of cultivating spiritual power. Even after a whole night of it, he wouldn't feel tired at all. Normal people usually cultivated for a few hours at night before sleeping, doing most of their cultivation during the day. He, on the other hand, was an outlier. After washing up, Chin Ding grabbed some bread and headed out. Before leaving, he glanced at Dahe, who was still fast asleep in the dog bed. As for Bai Mushiue, she usually went to school to read as soon as it got light. By now, she was probably already sitting in the classroom. The two of them went home together, but not to school together. A little over 10 minutes later, at Chongqing 11 High School, Chin Ding returned to the classroom almost right at the 8 o'clock start time. The moment he entered, he saw Bai Mushiue reading a book as thick as a human head. A book that thick, as hardworking and driven as ever. A few minutes later, Wang Chunfa walked into the classroom. Unlike yesterday, when his hands had been empty, today he was carrying 3 textbooks: math, language arts, and history. Yes, that was right. Wang Chunfa was not only their homeroom teacher, but also the teacher for all three of those subjects. Walking in with those three books clearly meant that the morning S classes would be those three, all taught by him. With his head full of beast taming, getting stronger, and finding his parents, Qingding obviously had no interest at all in these traditional subjects. In other words, a top-tier academic failure. As for the classes beast tamers studied, he would have to wait another 6 days. After Wang Chunfa submitted the list and the classes were reorganized, things would change. He just didn't know whether Bai Muxue would choose the literary track or pick beast taming as her main path like he had. At that thought, Qingding couldn't help looking toward Bai Muxue, who was listening attentively. As if sensing it, Bai Muxue, seated in the front row, tilted her head slightly and glanced back at him as well. Wang Chunfa, turning around from the first row. What, do you think I'm blind? Forget it. One top student in academics and one top student in martial studies, and they were childhood sweethearts too. As long as they didn't affect the others, they could do whatever they wanted. It just went to show that outstanding people received different treatment no matter where they were. Like right now. Even though Wang Chunfa clearly knew there was something going on, he had absolutely no intention of interfering. More importantly, this wasn't something new with those two. It had been like this for ages, and it hadn't affected their studies at all. The morning passed quickly. Qingding stood up, glanced at Bai Muxue, who was still reading, and headed to the school cafeteria first. The school cafeteria was open free of charge to third-year high school students, which lightened family expenses to a certain degree. Qingding? Or no, 11 high school, martial top scorer? A few people standing at the cafeteria entrance sized up Qingding, who was getting food at the window, and started talking. Yeah, poor family background, bad at literary subjects. But when it comes to martial studies, he's ridiculously good. We just don't know his cold weapon score yet. That won't be announced until the day the beast taming classes are assigned, so we still don't know. Boss, what do you think? Should we mess with him? That way, when the beast taming classes get split up, we won't have a competitor anymore. The so-called class monitor was not a symbol of responsibility, but a symbol of rewards. Because for the beast taming class monitor, not to mention the scholarship alone in the first semester of senior year was already worth 200,000 Federation coins. In the next semester, it would be an astronomical figure. By then, the Federation would directly issue subsidies. Usually, the class monitor would be chosen through beast tamer sparring, and becoming class monitor was only the beginning, because after that, there would still be school competitions, city competitions, and so on. Since ancient times, profit had always moved people's hearts. Clearly, the leader of that group fell silent, obviously tempted. Li Dong did not reply. Instead, he thoughtfully glanced at the underling who had just given him the suggestion. Qingding was in class 1, and he was in class 3. There were 12 classes in total. If they really split into beast taming classes, then by order he really would end up in the same class as Qingding. And at that time, Qingding really would be his only obstacle. Only, Qingding had ranked first in the entire school's physical tests 8 times in total. 4 times a year for 2 consecutive years. Could he really beat him with just these few lackeys? Someone like that should be quite skilled with cold weapons too, right? Let's wait until the physical test results come out. In the cafeteria, Qingding had just sat down and was about to eat when he suddenly turned his head toward the entrance. But there was no one lingering there. Seeing that, Qingding could not help frowning. Was my feeling wrong? There was clearly hostility from over there just now. HM? Hostility? A beat later, Qingding suddenly understood. Was it because of the life and death contract? Did the beast affect the person? Then just now, did I gain the beast's danger perception? Or was it my spiritual power strength? Added together with Dahei's influence? Qingding could not figure it out for the moment, but he did not doubt whether his feeling had been wrong. He studied martial arts, not literature, and with spiritual power existing in this world. If he did not even have this bit of confidence, then he might as well go back and think about how to waste the rest of his life. A cool and familiar voice sounded from beside him. Qingding looked up and saw that Bai Muxue had come to the cafeteria at some point as well, with a tray in her hands. What are you thinking about? I zoned out for a bit. Just now, I felt like someone was watching me, and I was thinking about whether I sensed it wrong. Felt like someone was watching you? Bai Muxue, who had just been about to sit down, paused for a moment before returning to normal. Her tone was decisive. Class 3, Li Dong. He's the kind of person who likes solving things with his fists. Li Dong's physical test results can rank in the top 5 of all seniors in No. 11 high. Just now, he brought a few lackeys with him. He was probably planning to make it so you couldn't participate in the class monitor selection after the beast taming classes are formed. After all, if the classes are merged then, you're his only opponent. 200,000 for the class monitor subsidy, plus the fact that most students at our No. 11 high come from ordinary families. Her words stopped abruptly there, only because when Bai Muxue had spotted him earlier, he had even shown her a flattering smile, and the thought of it made her irritated and impatient. As for what Bai Muxue had said, it was also very tactful. As for the meaning, it meant the other side wanted to beat Qingding up so badly that he would not be able to participate in the beast taming class monitor selection. Then under what circumstances would a person be unable to participate in the selection? The answer was already obvious. It was just unclear why the other side had backed off. Qingding did not speak. In his mind, He recalled the disgust that had flashed across by Mushiwe's face when she mentioned Li Dong just now. Pretty girls never lacked admirers. Handsome boys also never lacked girls chasing after them. That was perfectly normal. But for Bai Mushiwe to show that kind of expression, that was not normal. Qin Ding gave a slight nod. I understand. I'll be prepared. HM. Hearing that, Bai Mushiwe looked up in surprise and glanced at Qin Ding in confusion. But Qin Ding did not reply. He simply lowered his head and kept eating, so she had no choice but to let it go. After the meal, the two of them returned to the classroom together and prepared for the afternoon classes. The day passed quickly. As soon as Qin Ding got home, he checked the bank card Aunt Zhao had given him yesterday. Balance, 100,000 Federation coins. 100,000 Federation coins? Uncle Bai's hidden savings were this much. A strange look flashed across Qin Ding's face, but he did not think too much about it. He took out his phone, looked at the price of the high-grade nurturing fluid, 10,000 per bottle, and only pondered for a moment before decisively placing 2 orders to test the waters first. At the same time, he checked the price of the blood spirit fruit. A single one cost 100,000 Federation coins, and it was only effective on spirit beasts with ordinary or inferior aptitude. Dahei's aptitude was inferior. If he wanted it to improve, then he had to reach level 10 and consume a blood spirit fruit to raise his aptitude. Even in the worst case, it could raise his aptitude to average grade. That way, during later breakthroughs and evolutions, he would only then have a chance to obtain better abilities. So in 6 days, when the classes are split, I have to become class monitor and get that 200,000 class monitor subsidy. That's how I'll change my fate. Change fate. Dahei, who could already fully understand Qin Ding's words, immediately looked over after hearing that. Those dog eyes that had once been dumb and silly were now covered with a layer of human-like coldness. Woof woof. Change fate? Boss, does that mean someone wants to kill you and eat you? The concept of killing was engraved into spirit beasts by nature, deep in their genes. Because for most spirit beasts, if they wanted to survive, they had to hunt. And in their view, there was no essential difference between humans and spirit beasts. They were both living beings. It was just that Qin Ding had always fed Dahei well and treated him well, so Dahei's hunting instinct had weakened a lot. But that did not mean it had disappeared. Now, after hearing the words change fate from Qin Ding, he almost instinctively revealed the side a black dog should truly have. Qin Ding was silent for a moment, thinking of that Li Dong. The other party viewed him as his only opponent, and Li Dong was also his only opponent. No, just an enemy. On the day the classes are split, I'll bring you to school. Enemy? When you love someone, you love what is connected to them. Naturally, when you hate someone, you hate what is connected to them too. As the one Qin Ding had raised since childhood, and the child of the beast pets of Qin Ding's parents, once Dahei heard the word enemy from Qin Ding, it was as if some instinct had been triggered. He immediately started baring his teeth, his eyes full of a beast's savagery. The atmosphere in the room gradually turned wrong. Right at that moment, the click of a lock turning sounded. Dahei instantly returned to his usual dumb and silly look and looked toward the door. After being a dog in Qin Ding's home for 6 years, he knew all too well who could open the door. Bai Mushiwe walked into the room holding a fox in her arms, the little fox curiously looking around. And the moment Dahei saw that white fox, the dumbness in his eyes seemed to become real. Qin Ding, look, my mom bought me a spirit beast, a white fox. Holding the white fox, Bai Mushiwe was like a child who had just gotten her favorite toy. She immediately came to happily share it with Qin Ding. Beast taming, white fox. Aptitude, average grade. Element, none. Level, 4 low rank. Ability, spirituality. Bloodline, fox type, 95, canine type 5. Fox type evolution paths, 1 1 1 2 3. Canine type evolution path, requires canine bloodline to reach 10. Aptitude improvement, can only be viewed after completing evolution at level 11. Description, the higher a white fox's spirituality, the easier it is for it to awaken the mental element during its first evolution. If supplemented with certain mental type spiritual items, the probability becomes even greater. The moment he saw the white fox's illustrated entry, Qin Ding was a little surprised, because the white fox's description said that the higher a white fox's spirituality, the easier it was for its element to awaken as the mental type after evolution. And by coincidence, this white fox's ability was spirituality. Was it really just a coincidence? After all, Bai Mushiwe and Qin Ding got out of school and went home at the same time, so they had no time to visit a spirit beast shop and pick out a suitable spirit beast. Thinking that way was only natural. Qin Ding was looking at the white fox, and the white fox was also curiously looking at Qin Ding. But when the fox's beast pupils met Qin Ding's eyes, it froze. Pitch black, deep, without a trace of emotion. Why would a human have eyes like that? In a white fox's understanding, only powerful beasts had that kind of gaze. The white fox did not understand. Just like its ability, it was spiritual by nature. So after Aunt Zhao brought it home, it accepted Bai Mushiwe as its beast master. But the more was like this, the less it understood why a human's eyes could be so calm and so deep. Bai Mushiwe did not notice the change in the white fox in her arms. As if thinking of something, she asked, when we picked cold weapons as an elective, why did you choose the staff, Qin Ding? Wouldn't a spear be better? Or maybe a sword? Qin Ding was quite surprised to hear that. After focusing his gaze on Bai Mushua's face, he pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "During the cold weapon guidance class, I saw that most people chose the sword. But with something like the sword, if you don't spend a few years on it, you won't achieve much. As for the halberd, there's even less need to mention it. Just talking about 3 months. With one class a week, how much can the others really learn of weapons like swords and halberds, which need years to become proficient with? Are all of them really that disciplined in private? Will they practice every single day? Other than the staff, the saber is the easiest to learn. And after that comes the spear. And if I want to get that 200,000 class monitor scholarship, then the staff is a very good choice. Simple, easy to pick up, and it's got reach. Why wouldn't I choose it?" Hearing that, a gleam of just as I thought flashed through Bai Mushua's eyes. That was right. One guidance class a week for 3 months only made 12 classes in total. At the end of the day, everyone had only just turned 18 not long ago. It was exactly the age when they were young, hot-blooded, and desperate to look cool. So that was how it was. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds all needed a decent level of mastery before they could produce good results. Even with some support for mental power, 3 months might not be enough to master the basics of the saber or spear. The younger someone was, the more flashy they tended to be. But the staff was different. It was easy to understand and easy to pick up. After learning it, it could also transition very well into spear practice. By the end, a look of recollection flashed through Bai Mushua's eyes, and she murmured softly, "No wonder you mentioned it to me back then too. But I didn't think much of it at the time." At this stage, for third-year high school students learning sabers or spears, if they practice diligently in private for 3 months, they can at least learn the basics and deliver moves that are fairly smooth. If you can even swing a sword properly after 3 months, that is already not bad. As for the halberd, don't even think about it. Leaving aside its harsh strength requirements, just being able to use that thing normally enough to kill enemies already takes at least a few years. And that's with real combat experience too. Only staff training is different. To put it bluntly, with sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, you need to start from scratch. Slowly adapt and meet different requirements. But with a staff, there is no such thing as an entry period or adaptation period. You just hold it in your hands and naturally know how to use it. And what Qin Ding wanted was exactly that effect. Something that could help raise his chances of winning. What he wanted was victory, not something flashy, high cost, and low return over these 3 months. That was why Qin Ding had chosen to train the staff first back then. After getting the 200,000, switching over to the spear would be no problem at all, because staff training itself was the perfect foundation for spear training. To train the spear, first train the staff. Start easy, then move to hard, and build the basics. That was the principle. The only difference was that advanced spear techniques needed more time, and the control required had to be more delicate and precise. And now, he had one more layer of security. That was money to buy nurturing fluid and quickly raise Dahe's level, thereby gaining more Beastmaster feedback. Whether it was the staff or the spear, one's own physical strength was an indispensable factor. The two chatted for a while longer before Qin Ding sent Bai Mushua off. But when he thought of the notes Bai Mushua had given him yesterday, his brows tightened slightly. So, Mushua's choice from the very beginning was a life-and-death contract? Qin Ding sat in his chair thinking, when the doorbell suddenly rang. He immediately got up and opened the front door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a Breeder Association uniform and glasses. He carried a bag in one hand, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Ding without blinking. "Mr. Qin, the 2 tubes of high-grade nurturing fluid you ordered are here. One final reminder. High-grade nurturing fluid only works on spirit beasts at level 10 and below. For spirit beasts at level 11 and above, what is needed is elemental nurturing fluid. Do you understand?" Since it was Qin Ding's first time buying this kind of thing online, he was briefly stunned by the neat, standardized speech. A few seconds later, he nodded firmly. "I understand. Good. Then have a pleasant life, Mr. Qin." Without the slightest hesitation, once he had delivered both the message and the item to Qin Ding, he turned around and left decisively. Back inside, Qin Ding took a wooden box out of the bag and opened it. 2 tubes of white-blue nurturing fluid were lying inside the foam grooves in the box. Looking at the 2 little green things, a flash of pained reluctance passed through Qin Ding's eyes, but only for an instant. "Mutt, come here. Drink some sweet water." Dahe, whose mind was still full of the white fox, snapped back to his senses when he heard Qin Ding's friendly call and walked out of the dog bed. "Woof. Sweet water? Boss, didn't you say drinking too much of this stuff doesn't put on meat? Why so much nonsense? Like I'm going to poison you to death. Open your mouth." Under Qin Ding's tyrannical pressure, Dahe very willingly opened his dog mouth. Qin Ding raised a brow, then pulled the stopper out of 1 tube of nurturing fluid and shoved it straight down Dahe's throat. In that instant, what came before the discomfort was an extreme bitterness. So bitter Dahe felt like his throat had dried out. Tears even streamed from the corners of his eyes. Yet he did not dare move at all, because he saw firmness and decisiveness in Qin Ding's eyes. "Dahe, I trusted the wrong man. Is boss really going to kill me for meat after all?" Qin Ding, who was feeding him the nurturing fluid, had his brow twitch. "You damn dog. Stop muttering nonsense in your head. This is good stuff. It's for raising your level. Good stuff? Raise his level? Wait, how could boss hear his thoughts? What was going on? After one tube of nurturing fluid went down, Ding looked at the confused and dumbfounded Dahe, but had no intention of explaining. Mainly because there was nothing much to explain. In the current situation, adapting was more useful than explaining. Thinking of the descriptions in storybooks of things melting on contact and warm currents flowing through the limbs and bones, a trace of curiosity appeared in Ding's eyes. Well, does your stomach feel warm? Dahe carefully sensed it. Woof woof. A little, but not much. Kind of like how it felt when I used to drink hot water. Ding. Official products might be expensive, but they were genuine and effective. Not long after saying that, Dahe got sleepy and crawled into the dog bed on his own to sleep. Looking at Dahe, already fast asleep and even snoring, Ding sighed with emotion. I just don't know how many doses of high-grade nurturing fluid it LL take for Dahe's inferior aptitude. The jade rabbit sank in the west, and the golden crow rose in the east. A little after 6 in the morning, when the sun had only just risen, Ding was cultivating his mental power when he suddenly felt the soles of his feet itching. His brows furrowed, and he instantly opened his eyes. You damn dog. What are you doing? The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the mutt he was raising acting like some kind of pervert expressing love and attachment, frantically licking his leg. When Dahe saw Ding open his eyes and curse at him, he immediately stopped. His pair of pitch-black dog eyes seemed to shine as they stared straight at Ding, so intensely that Ding's temper vanished on the spot. Only when the spirit creature atlas in his mind opened on its own did Ding realize that Dahe had leveled up by 1. It was just that the feedback from this 1 level wasn't very obvious, and that was also because his spiritual power rank was too low. First rank, life and death contract. He could only receive 10% of his beast's feedback. It leveled up already? Just 10,000 and it broke through 1 level? After getting that answer, Ding took a deep breath. Same old saying, inferior aptitude, terrifying as hell. Still, 10,000 Federation dollars was equal to what an ordinary young person would need 2 or even 3 months to save up. It hurt a little, but Ding did not regret it. Thinking of this, Ding's eyes turned resolute, and he lifted his leg to give Dahe, who was staring at him eagerly, a kick. High-grade, nurturing fluid. Since he now knew 1 tube could raise the current Dahe by 1 level, then he still had to buy it. High-grade nurturing fluid is better than the other nurturing fluids. You can only drink the 2nd serving every other day. Don't rush. Woof. Big bro still gets me. Big bro is awesome. Hearing that, Ding rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say more. After washing up and eating a few slices of bread, he jogged towards school. The moment he entered the classroom and sat down, he immediately closed his eyes to rest. In reality, he was cultivating the day-night cultivation method to increase his spiritual power. It was just that it was broad daylight right now, and sunlight was streaming through the window onto Ding. As a result, the faint white halo glowing on his body was completely impossible to notice. Unfortunately, the entire morning was still Wang Chuanfa's classes. The moment he walked into the classroom and saw Ding sitting there with his eyes closed, bathed in sunlight, Wang Chuanfa fell silent. All right, let us begin class. Take out your Chinese textbooks. This time, however, Ding, who was in the middle of cultivation, had no idea class had ended. As the other students left the classroom for the cafeteria, they threw him strange and suddenly enlightened looks. No wonder he had his eyes closed all morning. So he wasn't sleeping. He'd been cultivating the whole time? Only when Mushua walked over and curiously studied Ding for a while did she gently push him. Ding, wake up. Class is over. Mushua froze for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yeah, class is over. Thanks. Let us go eat. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the night of the 7th day. Over the past few days, Ding cultivated at school during the day. The moment classes ended and he got back, after eating, he would cultivate in his room. He didn't dare stop for even a moment. He wanted to try and see whether, in these last few days, he could break his spiritual power through to the 2nd rank. After all, it had already been about 2 months since he condensed 1st rank spiritual power. At his current pace, it wasn't impossible. It was worth mentioning that aside from showing up once at the start, that Li Dong never appeared again afterward. Maybe he had changed his mind and wanted to defeat Ding fair and square during the class monitor selection. The next morning was also the day Wang Chuanfa had mentioned, the day, 1 week later, when the list would be submitted and classes would be reassigned. Ding slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of regret flashed through them. Still a bit short. If I'd started cultivating at school earlier, I should be already broken through to 2nd rank spiritual power. If he had broken through to 2nd rank spiritual power, then the feedback he received would no longer be 10%, but 20%. When that time came, 1 staff strike might suppress all techniques, not to mention the special nature of the life and death contract. Maybe once he reached 2nd rank spiritual power, it might even gain a new ability. Why didn't Dahe run over to me today? Didn't I feed it high-grade nurturing fluid last night? Without the familiar wake-up service, Ding first felt a little unaccustomed to it, but right after that, As if realizing something, his movement as he got out of bed suddenly froze. Dahe was already level 9. Last night he had fed it a tube of high-grade nurturing fluid, and now it hadn't come over. Then there was only one possibility. It had not broken through to level 10. One tube of high-grade nurturing fluid is no longer enough for Dahe to break through from level 9 to level 10. Then if it's breaking from level 10 to level 11, won't the situation be even worse? After thinking for a moment, Ding shook his head. He didn't care. So what if Dahe had a poor start? Wasn't it still getting stronger now? Besides, a bad beginning didn't mean the future would be bad, much less determine the final result. Meanest effort matters most. When he arrived in the living room, Ding immediately spotted Dahe lying listlessly in the dog bed. He walked over and gently rubbed Dahe's head. All right, getting stuck at a level is completely normal. This is only the beginning. We'll be running into this kind of thing all the time in the future. Relax. Completely normal. All the time in the future. Those few words strung together instantly restored quite a bit of spirit to the wilted, dispirited Dahe. Woof woof. Big bro, you're not lying to me? This kind of thing is really normal and common? Ding hesitated for a moment. He could only be sure that getting stuck at a level existed, but he wasn't sure whether it could happen at the beginner stage. Still, thinking about it, it probably did exist. Why would I lie to you? Come on, we're going to school. Ding still remembered what Wang Chunfa had said. Today, when going to school, they had to bring their beast with them. As for the reason, maybe it also had something to do with the class monitor assessment after the beast taming classes were reassigned. As usual, Ding went to school alone. It was just at this time, there was a black dog following by his side. The neighbors downstairs out for a walk only glanced at them before looking away. Why? Because it was too normal. The patrol officers on the streets each led a beast above level 21 while patrolling back and forth. If you couldn't control your own beast, then it would end up as food in the patrol officer beast's jaws. Sure enough, the moment Ding brought Dahe out of the neighborhood and onto the street, he immediately felt several sharp gazes stab over like knives, especially from the roadside directly ahead. A patrol officer and his beast were staring at him and Dahe with openly cold eyes. Beast, Galehound. Aptitude, good. Element, wind. Level, 25 elite. Abilities, Gale Sprint, Tenley Tracking, Wind, Frenzy. Bloodline, Canine 99, Wolf 1. Evolution Path, Wolf. Requires Wolf Bloodline Purity to reach 10. Evolution Path, Canine 1966. Aptitude Improvement. Description, a relatively common warlike dog found on the plains. It has a strong sense of pack cooperation and a somewhat bloodthirsty, battle-loving temperament. Level 25, Elite Rank. Ding was not surprised at all by this result, because if you didn't have a spirit beast by your side, the patrol officers wouldn't even spare you a glance. But if you did have one, then you would receive this kind of scrutiny. There were rules inside the city. If your spirit beast attacked another person or spirit beast in a public place like the street, then basically it wouldn't survive. The spirit beast wouldn't survive. Without some benefits involved, how could patrol officers possibly be this serious? Your troublemaking beast would be their beast's after-meal dessert. But one thing worth mentioning was that in beast-taming high schools and beast-taming universities, students were allowed to be aggressive and fight each other. As long as no one died, the school would turn a blind eye. And that brought up just how fast severed arms and broken legs could recover under healing-type beasts. However, when Dahe was stared at by that cold gaze, not only was it not afraid of an elite-rank spirit beast, it even glared back fiercely. Woof. Boss, why do I feel like that dead dog in front wants to fight me? How about I go fight it? Ding. Go fight it? The kind of fight where it sprinted over and became 3/10 full for the Galehound, just from its size alone. It was twice as big as you and looked about the same size as a person. Seeing this, the patrol officer showed a bit of surprise on his face. He gave Ding a slight nod, then nudged the Galehound with his foot, making it return to its normal patrol state. Dahe had no idea what was going on. The dog eyes that had just been showing a hint of fierceness now revealed a very human-like confusion. Stop thinking about random nonsense. Let us go. Not wanting to waste time, Ding lightly kicked Dahe. Only then did the man and dog continue toward the school, and Dahe really did settle down. Ding did not bring it out very often, only once or twice a month. So it treasured every chance it got to come out and get some fresh air. About 20 minutes later, the man and dog finally arrived at the school gate. But Ding did not head for the classroom. Instead, he went straight to the field where the class division would be held later. Likewise, the so-called class monitor election would also be held on the field. Sniff, sniff. Dahe's nose twitched as if it had picked up a lot of things. A trace of alarm immediately appeared in its dog eyes. Woof woof. Boss, there's so many spirit beasts. A whole bunch. Several hundred. I can't beat them. I'm not asking you to fight that many. At most, you'll only fight one in a match. Relax. Just fight with confidence. You can definitely beat them. Ding dared to say that because he naturally had his confidence. That confidence was Dahe itself. Dahe was a spirit beast with 6 years of cultivation. As for the other students, basically all of them only went to contract a spirit beast after successfully cultivating their spiritual power to first rank. That meant their levels would not be high. Basically, there would not be any spirit beasts above level 5. Even if there were level 5 ones, they would be pitifully few. Not every family was willing to spend tens of thousands on nutrient solution. As for why they did not buy a spirit beast in advance, if your spiritual power had not reached first rank and you could not become a beastmaster, then even if you bought a spirit beast, you would not be able to contract it. Not only would it all be for nothing, you might even lose quite a bit in the process. You're here? The moment Qin entered the field, he saw Wang Chuanfa and a slightly dark-skinned, middle-aged man walking toward him, leaving Qin somewhat puzzled. Teacher, Coach Liu, what is going on? Nothing much. You can get to know your new classmates later. Right now, get ready to participate in the class monitor selection. You will participate, right? Lu Jun's tone was extremely certain, as if he already knew the answer. His eyes were fixed directly on Qin, and the meaning could not have been more obvious. Hearing that, Qin was first stunned, then decisively nodded. Yes, come with me. I'll tell you now, Class 1 has been grouped together with Classes 2, 3, and 4. The Beastmasters from all 4 classes are together, making exactly 100 people. And among these 4 classes, only 7 people got an excellent in cold weapon training. You are the only one with outstanding excellence. Out of the 8 of you, you're also the only one using a staff. As he spoke, Lu Jun secretly glanced at Qin expression. Seeing that Qin remained calm and unchanged, he could not help but feel even more satisfied. Only those who reached excellent can run for class monitor. Also, the physical test results have already been announced. It seems no one thinks highly of the staff. That final rhetorical question was Lu Jun asking for Qin opinion. It was also Lu Jun trying to find out whether Qin thoughts were the same as his own. Qin's eyes shifted slightly, and his tone carried a trace of amused inevitability. As expected, swords and spears look cool. Halberds look domineering. As for staffs, the first thing most people think of is probably those bald monks, right? Even if they did choose one, most would probably pick something like a spike club. But I practiced the staff mainly to build a foundation for spear training later. Force generation, body movement, distance control, and handling feel. There's no difference at all between a staff and a long spear. Just as expected, after hearing the answer he wanted, satisfaction had already appeared on Lu Jun's face. That was exactly the answer he wanted to hear. But young people these days were too impatient. He had said more than once that martial training required a calm mind, patient thought, and careful execution. But how many had really taken to heart? Someone like Qin, who had his own thoughts and plans, was the first Lu Jun had ever seen. Come here. In just a few short exchanges, Qin and Dahe were brought by Lu Jun to a relatively open area. Here, Qin saw a weapon rack and the other 7 people who had been rated excellent. Li Dong was among them. But what surprised Qin was that Bai Muxue was there too. At that moment, Bai Muxue was holding a training spear and blinking at him. Those eyes of hers, which always seemed to look at people through a layer of mist, had lost much of that feeling now and gained a bit more liveliness. As if saying, surprised? Unexpected? Li Dong stared fixedly at this scene. The hand gripping his spear tightened. Though he said nothing, his gaze had already locked on a Qin. The physical test results had already been announced. There was no denying that his body was not as strong as Qin's. But once cold weapons were added into the mix, that might not necessarily be the case. He did not believe his spear would lose to Qin's staff. Even though this election involved both the person and the contracted beast fighting together, he also did not believe his own spirit beast would lose. Everyone is here. Then come up and draw lots. Whoever draws the same number will be opponents. Pay attention. Injuries are allowed in this match, but deaths are not. If a death occurs, there will be a life for a life. I hope all of you understand clearly. After speaking, Lu Jun turned to look at the school doctor nearby. But this school doctor was somewhat strange because his body was wrapped in vines that wriggled like blue veins or blood vessels. Qin only took one glance, and the bestiary in his mind immediately flipped open, instantly turning to the page containing this spirit beast's information. Beast, twin jade vine. Aptitude, excellent. Element, wood. Level, 33, commander. Abilities, symbiosis, origin healing, poison vine strangulation. Wood element control, beginner. Bloodline, vine, 98, tree type evolution path. Requires tree type bloodline purity to reach 10. Vine type evolution path, 1, 7, 8, 9. Aptitude enhancement. Description, a vine type spirit beast that coexists with other life forms and grows together with them. It takes root on its symbiotic host in a parasitic form. While greatly enhancing the host's physical functions in all aspects, it can also heal the host faster and at a much lower cost. Seeing this entry, Qin's eyes lit up. What a powerful ability. Symbiosis increased all of a Beastmaster's attributes and could also heal the Beastmaster faster at a lower cost. In other words, unless there was an overwhelming power gap or its mana bar was drained dry, wouldn't that basically make him impossible to kill? School Dr. Lu Dong gave the students in front of him a brief look, exchanged glances with the students examining him, then walked calmly to the spot that belonged to him. Symbiosis, With vines exposed outside his clothes, it was normal that these students, who had only just begun stepping onto the path of a Beastmaster, did not understand or recognize what they were seeing. In the end, the drawing of lots began with Qin Ding, who had the best results, and ended with by Mu Shue. Lu Jun glanced at the lit-up lots in everyone's hands. Qin Ding, Wan Kong, bring your spirit beasts and step onto the open ground. We'll do it one match at a time. The instant they heard the competition begin, the other 92 students of Beastmaster Class 1 immediately crowded over. Meanwhile, the other two Beastmaster classes were also holding their class monitor selections. Let me make this clear first. In this class monitor selection, what is mainly being tested is individual combat ability. Spirit beasts do not need to participate. The moment Lu Jun said that, Qin Ding, who had originally been about to bring Dahe forward, froze for a moment. Only individual combat ability was being tested? Then why bring the spirit beasts here? It wasn't just Qin Ding. The other students taking part in the sparring, as well as the regular students watching, all turned curiously to look at Lu Jun, who had spoken. But Lu Jun wore a calm expression, clearly having no intention of explaining himself right now. Woof. Big bro, what's this guy trying to say? He told you to bring me here, but let me go up. Look at that pink-skinned pig over there, so tender. Qin Ding. Looking up, he realized he wasn't the only one who had subconsciously brought his beast forward. His opponent, Wan Kong, had done the same. And his beast was exactly as Dahe had described. A pink-skinned pig about the same size as his own Dahe. Beast, pink pig. Aptitude, ordinary. Element, none. Level, 4 low rank. Ability, sleep craving. Bloodline, pig 100. Evolution paths, pig type, 11789. Aptitude improvement. Description, a highly qualified meat pig. Thanks to its short growth cycle, it can quickly form combat strength and has some training value. Though its food expenses may be rather high. A very proper evaluation. Though if its growth cycle was short and it could quickly form combat strength, that should still take around 2 months, right? Qin Ding and Wan Kong looked at each other. That counted as a greeting. Then each of them went to the weapon rack and picked out a weapon, holding the 1.8 meter Chime staff in his hand. Qin Ding didn't hesitate and turned to walk toward the open ground. But when he saw what Wan Kong was holding, he froze. It was a wolf-tooth club. Since this was only a spar, all the weapons were made of wood and had no real sharpness to speak of. But the instant Qin Ding saw the wolf-tooth club, an image appeared in his mind all on its own. Wan Kong riding a fully bulked-up pink pig, a wolf-tooth club in hand. His expression instantly turned strange. And Qin Ding was far from the only one with that thought. The students in class looked back and forth between Wan Kong and that pink pig, and a few who couldn't hold it and laughed on the spot. Hearing that, Wan Kong's face reddened a little, but he didn't say anything. That staff thing wasn't as good as a spear, not by a long shot. He really didn't know why Qin Ding had chosen it. Li Dong frowned slightly. Actually, when the physical test results had been posted on the school bulletin board that morning, he had already been shocked. They were both long-reach weapons. So why train with a staff instead of spear? The killing power of a staff wasn't even as effective as one thrust from a spearhead. Was it? Li Dong wasn't the only one thinking that. So were many of the watching students, including Qin Ding's opponent, Wan Kong. He didn't understand it either. Holding his wolf-tooth club, he was even wondering whether he should hold back a little later. After all, they would all be classmates in Beast Taming Class 1 from now on. Qin Ding had always ranked first in the entire school in physical tests. And Wan Kong himself came from an ordinary family too. If he offended someone capable like that, wouldn't he just be making life hard for himself? Begin. On the open ground, with Lu Jun's command, Qin Ding and Wan Kong both snapped back to attention and instantly entered fighting mode. Wan Kong lunged forward in quick strides, his wolf-tooth club sweeping toward Qin Ding's waist with a horizontal strike. The gusting wind it kicked up immediately drew everyone's attention. Qin Ding's eyes shifted slightly at the sight. He planted the butt of his staff on the ground and angled the shaft across his body. It wasn't a hard block. It was a slanted frame. The wolf-tooth club smashed against the slanted staff and slid off along its surface. What is going on? When Wan Kong realized his attack had been blocked so easily by Qin Ding, and that Qin Ding had done it without even changing expression, his face changed. The wolf-tooth club was all about fierce, overpowering force. It demanded great strength. Logically speaking, Qin Ding had contracted a black dog, while he had contracted a pig. Since when did a dog have more strength than a pig? Then how had his attack been stopped so easily? It wasn't really Wan Kong's fault for thinking that way. He just didn't know that Qin Ding's black dog had been raised for 6 years and was now level 9, 5 levels higher than his pink pig. And what Qin Ding had signed with it was a life-and-death contract. The wolf-tooth club that had been deflected slammed into the ground with a bang, splashing up bits of dirt. After that brief instant of stunned distraction, Wan Kong was just about to lift his club again and smash downward, when a sharp sound of tearing air rang out by his ear. It was like some kind of weapon slicing through the air as it shot toward his calf. The staff moved like a darting snake, quickly striking Wan Kong's lower leg. Wan Kong, who hadn't even fully straightened up yet, dropped to one knee from the pain. Point staff. Fuck. With his blood boiling from the hit, Wan Kong no longer cared about anything else. He only wanted Qin Ding to lose face just like he had. Scrambling back to his feet, He gripped the wolf-tooth club and instinctively chopped diagonally downward. But Qin Ding brought his waist and stance together as one, gripped the middle section of the staff, and raised it diagonally upward. From the look of it, he was going to take it head-on. The others all had different thoughts at the sight, but every one of their expressions was strange. A staff taking a wolf-tooth club head-on? At the very least, his tiger-esque mouth would go numb from shock. It was impossible for the skin there to split open. That was roughly what the students who didn't understand weapon work were thinking. Bai Muxue was no exception, a trace of worry in her eyes. Li Dong, on the other hand, looked faintly amused. Only Lu Jun had the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Crashing staff. Who? Qin Ding let out a light breath. Twisting at the waist, he drove the long staff upward from below in a slanted lift thrust. The tip struck with perfect accuracy at the tail end of the wolf-tooth club, near where Wan Kong's hands gripped the wooden handle. At that instant, all the strength in his body erupted through the staff. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The staff vibrated at high frequency with a humming buzz. And the wolf-tooth club? It had been forcibly knocked offline by that seemingly unremarkable but explosively unleashed crashing force, sending it swinging upward. Wan Kong only felt a tricky, vibrating force transmit from the club into the tiger's mouths of both hands, making them heat up rapidly, almost to the point where he could no longer hold on. Yuga! The sudden pain in his tiger's mouths made Wan Kong let go of the wolf-tooth club. At that exact moment, Qin Ding's eyes turned cold, borrowing that rebounding, crashing force. The staff in his hand snapped back like a venomous snake, striking in reverse, and shot forward a jab at Wan Kong's chest. Zong! Oh! Wan Kong's face had already been a little flushed, but now it looked completely blood-rushed. The dull pain in his chest was so intense that his breathing became labored on spot. He crouched down, clutching his chest, letting out broken gasps through gritted breaths. Lu Jun, meanwhile, looked extremely satisfied. Qin Ding wins. Next match, Zhao Yi and Li Wei. Get up there. Still rubbing his chest and sucking in breaths in an attempt to ease the pain, Wan Kong looked up at Qin Ding. But Qin Ding said nothing. He only nodded once toward him before stepping off the field first. That small gesture inexplicably made Wan Kong feel much better. After his wooden wolf-tooth club had been knocked flying and then taking a hit to the chest, he had already prepared himself to be mocked in front of everyone. But Qin Ding hadn't done that, so he felt a lot better inside. Li Dong narrowed his eyes and watched Qin Ding walk toward Bai Muxue. His grip on his spear shaft tightened. Why is every good thing going to you? The world never lacked people who couldn't stand seeing others do well, especially when the girl he admired still had this person in her heart. Jealousy would turn him into pure malice. As if sensing something, Qin Ding suddenly turned his head and met Li Dong's undisguised gaze head-on. Neither of them spoke. Their eyes clashed for a moment before each looked away. If nothing unexpected happens, you two will fight eventually. The cool voice brushed across Qin Ding's thoughts like a thread of cold wind. He didn't care much. Just then, Dahe, who, for some reason, was extremely sensitive to hostility, seemed to have seen straight through Li Dong's gaze and thoughts, and directly offered Qin Ding's suggestion. Woof. Boss, that guy's look isn't right. How about we find a way to take out his beast first? Take out the beast first? The thought flashed through Qin Ding's mind, then vanished. He shook his head slightly, because this was a match between people. Beast companions wouldn't be allowed onto the field. Otherwise, judging from the beasts present, Bai Muxue's fox wouldn't even be the weakest one. For example, Li Wei's beast was a palm-sized longhorn beetle. Against an ordinary adult, it would be a fight to the death. The next few people who went up were all around the same skill level. None of them managed the kind of suppression Qin Ding had over Wan Kong. Instead, the fights dragged on, and by the time 2 more matches were over, more than 10 minutes had passed. At last, it was the 4th match. Bai Muxue versus Li Dong. Beast, Jindo chicken. Aptitude, good. Element, none. Level, 4 low tier. Ability, cockfighting. Bloodline, chicken, 9370. Sparrow, 6-3. Evolution path, sparrow type. Requires sparrow bloodline purity to reach 10. Evolution path, chicken type, 11089. Aptitude improvement. Description, a fighting chicken that originally had a fairly decent appearance. The more battles it goes through, the uglier it becomes, but its cultivation value is quite good. As the saying went, a dog can't stop eating shit. But his own Dahe was different, since it had been raised by him from a young age. It liked eating meat and gnawing bones. It didn't have any of the habits a normal dog should have, and it especially loved chickens and ducks. No wonder Dahe had said those things to him. So, it was just craving this chicken? Qin Ding swept a subtle glance at Dahe, who was squatting beside him. Its eyes were locked in a dead stare with the Jindo chicken. Confident, Bai Muxue said nothing. Instead, she looked at Li Dong, who was eager to try and even somewhat expectant, then glanced at Qin Ding beside her. After thinking for 2 seconds, she suddenly turned to Lu Jun. Instructor Lu, I concede. Concede? In an instant, Li Dong was stunned. He had just stepped onto the stage. The smile on his face hadn't even had time to bloom before it froze there completely. Lu Jun, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised by the answer. As the instructor, he knew the cold weapon skill level of the students in Beast Class 1. By Mushua's overall level was basically at the bottom among these 8. But as the instructor, the proper procedure still had to be followed. Reason: I'm a girl. In terms of strength, there's no way I can beat a boy. At our current stage, no one has received much feedback from their beast companions yet. So I don't think it's necessary for me to waste my stamina on a defeat. Li Dong. Hearing that, Lu Jun pondered for a few seconds, then nodded, acknowledging by Mushua's reasoning. After all, her main path was academics and beast nurturing. She wasn't like a certain someone who had thrown himself into this head first and still couldn't make it work. At that thought, Lu Jun's gaze shifted to Qin Ding, then to Li Dong's eyes, which were practically spitting fire at Qin Ding. An idea immediately formed in his mind. Might as well give these two what they want. All right, Qin Ding, get up there. The semifinals are about to begin. Zhao Yi, who had won the second match, and Fei Ma, who had won the third, instantly looked at each other when they heard Lu Jun's words. Because if Qin Ding fought Li Dong, then the two of them will be facing each other in the next match. Qin Ding. Hearing Li Dong call his name, Qin Ding looked at him. Those were a pair of unwilling and furious eyes. Qin Ding stood there holding the staff in both hands. If you realize you can't win, remember to concede immediately. The moment he said that, the students watching all instantly looked like they were enjoying a show. The earlier matches had all been restrained and ended with a touch-and-go style. There hadn't been much to see, but this looked like a grudge match. Top. Hearing those words, Li Dong's grip on the spear crackled loudly. He said nothing more. Both of them waited for Lu Jun's signal. Lu Jun glanced at the two of them, then casually waved a hand. Begin. Li Dong's eyes turned slightly red as he stared at Qin Ding. The instant the order fell, he charged forward in quick strides, thrusting his spear out fiercely. Even though it was just a wooden practice spear, the thrust still carried a faint whistle of wind. For Li Dong right now, only knocking Qin Ding to the ground could wash away the humiliation Qin Ding had just given him. Halfway through the thrust, Qin Ding moved. He didn't retreat, nor did he block. Instead, he twisted to the side in a shocking move, dodging the spear tip. At some point, the direction of the eyebrow-level staff in his hands had already shifted, and the tail dipped down like a dragonfly touching water. It struck precisely against the outer side of Li Dong's right knee. The force wasn't heavy, but the angle was vicious. Not only did Li Dong's forward momentum come to an abrupt stop, but pain shot through his right leg, causing it to go limp. With a thud, he dropped to one knee. Want to concede? Qin Ding leisurely withdrew his staff, his gaze calm as he looked at Li Dong, whose face was turning redder and redder. The other man had targeted him 7 days ago and wanted to cripple him. Since Qin Ding knew that, there was no way he could just pretend nothing had happened. To know someone had their eyes on you and still act like everything was fine, that was just too spineless. Now, Li Dong couldn't do what he wanted, but Qin Ding could do what he wanted. That was the difference between them. For the sake of those 200,000, he could not retreat even the slightest bit. A chorus of gasps instantly rose from the field. Wan Kong subconsciously touched his chest, which didn't hurt much anymore, then looked at Qin Ding ahead of him. For some reason, he had the feeling Qin Ding had held back a lot when fighting him. Li Dong only felt his head buzzing. Humiliation and rage surged straight to the top of his skull, smashing apart his reason. He let out a furious roar, still half kneeling on the ground. He swept his spear sideways recklessly. Lu Jun, who had been watching the whole time, shook his head faintly. A spear fears unnecessary shaking. Had emotion really taken over his brain already? Qin Ding, however, advanced instead of retreating. With one step, he entered the blind spot inside the spear shaft. The eyebrow-level staff in his hand turned lightly, and then the tail whipped upward from below in a fierce lift. The rapidly enlarging staff and in his vision instantly jolted Li Dong awake. He forcefully tried to halt himself, but it was already useless. The tail end of the staff smashed solidly into Li Dong's chin with a dull thud. Ugh! After taking a blunt strike to the chin, Li Dong felt a burst of unbearable pain. He let out a muffled groan of agony. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell stiffly backward. Thud! The students of Class 1 gathered in a ring around the sparring ground, all sucked in cold breaths at once. Because Qin Ding had used too much force in that final strike and split a small cut open on Li Dong's chin. The school doctor's mouth twitched. He glanced at Qin Ding, who had already withdrawn his staff and left, then sighed as he quickly walked over to the unconscious Li Dong. One tendril from his twin-born emerald vines stretched out and rested against Li Dong's chin. As waves of green light rose, the blood from Li Dong's wound was immediately stopped, and within the next few seconds, it rapidly healed and returned to normal. Even Li Dong, who had been unconscious, began to wake up. Awake? Looking at Li Dong, who was clenching his teeth and refusing to make a sound, the school doctor said nothing. He stood up and walked back toward the medical seating area. Because things like this happened every year in every beast taming class. It wasn't anything unusual. They were all young people. Going a little heavy and opening a cut was normal enough. As long as it wasn't something serious like broken arms or legs, it could usually be healed in just a few breaths. Zhao, Yi, and Fei Ma looked at each other, and both could see the fear in the other's eyes. They considered themselves not much different from Li Dong. Yet Li Dong had been knocked unconscious by Qin Ding in just 2 hits, and even had his face split open. Their weapons were both blades too, short-range weapons. If they went up there, the beating they'd take would probably be even worse, right? As if by unspoken agreement. The two of them turned to look at Lu Jun at the same time. Unexpectedly, Lu Jun was also looking at them. Those sharp eyes seemed to see straight through their thoughts. With Bai Muxue as a lesson already laid out before them, the two spoke in perfect unison, without the slightest burden. Instructor, we concede. All right, then Class 1's class monitor is confirmed to be Qin Ding. This time, Lu Jun didn't ask anything more. After all, that last strike from Qin Ding had brought out real viciousness. No one wanted a few wounds opening up on their own head. Looking at Qin Ding as he walked over, Lu Jun didn't waste words. He pulled out a card printed with the word scholarship. The card won't be taken back. It'll stay with you until you graduate high school, when it'll automatically become invalid. The password is 6 zeros. Of course, if you receive more school funding later on, it'll also be deposited into this card. Thank you, instructor. Dahei blinked, then trotted over toward Qin Ding. Woof woof. Boss. Did we win? Yeah, we won. But what comes next should probably be about you. After all, the school couldn't possibly have let students bring their beast pets to school for no reason. Tightening his grip around the card in his hand, Qin Ding finally let out the tension that had been wound tight in his heart for 3 whole months. Right at that moment, a soft voice of congratulations sounded. Congratulations. Class monitor Qin. Oh woo. The white fox in Bai Mushua's arms also let out a cry, as if it too were offering congratulations. Ingwei, you think so too? Oh woo. Watching the exchange between Bai Muxue and the white fox, Qin Ding's eyes flickered slightly. He could now be certain that Bai Muxue used a life-and-death contract as well. All right, all of you come with me. Lu Jun had returned from the other 3 beast-taming classes. Looking at the neat full group of 100 students from Class 1, he waved a hand. What's waiting for you next is humans and beast pets dealing with spirit beasts. If you don't handle it well, you'll come back wounded, so stay sharp. Just a few seconds ago, the students of Class 1 had still been discussing the earlier fight. The moment they heard that, the whole class instantly fell silent. Their hands, gripping their weapons, even started sweating. There was nothing Lu Jun could do about that. That was what beast tamers were like. Was it glorious? Glorious, yes, but bought with their lives. Why were powerful beast tamers worthy of respect? Wasn't that exactly the reason? Especially after spirit realms had appeared. The death rate among beast tamers had risen in a straight line. No need to panic either. Only those whose cold weapon proficiency has reached excellent will participate in the assessment. Aside from the 8 of Qin Ding's group, the rest of you are only responsible for watching. As soon as those words came out, the other 92 students were given a huge buffer. Their tense hands immediately relaxed, and the atmosphere started turning lighter again. Lu Jun and Wang Chuanfa exchanged a look, then led Class 1 toward the Beast Taming Division. The Beast Taming Division was separated from the normal first-year to third-year high school section. Behind school gates was the ordinary high school department. Behind it stood the teacher's office building. Behind the office building was the Beast Taming Division. And behind the Beast Taming Division was a mountain. That's right. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that every beast taming high school had a mountain inside it. As for where the mountain came from, some said it had been deliberately preserved during the city's expansion, specially reserved for the expanded beast taming high school. Others said it had been man-made, again for the sake of the beast taming high school. And how was it used? Apparently, some spirit beasts with extremely low levels and poor aptitude were kept on the mountain for students to practice with and adapt to. Class 1 was the first to begin the trial. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Qin Ding turned to look back at the teaching building behind them. As expected, that would be the place he would spend the next half year or more. A teaching building dedicated to spirit beasts, spirit realms, and spiritual materials. No longer like before, studying ordinary academic subjects. Rustle. HM. Lost in thought, Qin Ding suddenly heard movement in the grass beneath the trees ahead. As something darted through it, Dahei's back also straightened slightly. The class's chatter instantly vanished. One by one, they held their breath and stared at the bushes, all waiting to see what kind of spirit beast would come out. The next second, it made an entrance completely beyond everyone's expectations. A rat as round as a watermelon, covered all over in brown fur, flew straight out of the bushes. Its piercing scream was full of terror. Spirit beast, ball squirrel rat, terrified. Aptitude, inferior. Element, none. Level, 1 low tier. Ability, timid. Bloodline, rat 100. Evolution paths, rat type, 11219. Aptitude improvement. Description, a rat-type spirit beast far larger than ordinary rats, yet extremely timid. It has no cultivation value whatsoever, but its meat is relatively tender. Terrified? And that scream just now, did that represent its status? This was the first time he had seen a status. Judging by that, had some powerful spirit beast thrown it out? What a pity. That creature seemed to have fled right after tossing out the giant squirrel rat, giving him no chance to trigger the living spirit compendium. Still, relatively tender meat? Lu Jun casually swept a glance over the giant squirrel rat as it constantly looked around in panic, then turned to the students. With assessments come rewards too. You 8. Which one do you want to come up first? If you kill this spirit beast, you can take the corpse with you. Qinding pondered for a moment, then lowered his head to glance at Dahe by his feet, who showed no reaction at all. He didn't say anything or step forward. But in some people's eyes, that scene meant something else entirely. I'll do it. Li Dong, with his brocade fighting chicken, stepped right past Qinding and fixed Lu Jun with a direct stare. Lu Jun froze for a second and instinctively glanced at Qinding, seeing Qinding remain unmoved. He seemed to understand something, and the corner of his mouth subtly lifted. So he looked down on such a small bit of meat? Interesting. All right. Beast tamers can use the weapons they brought and fight together with their beast pets. You may begin. No need. My brocade fighting chicken alone is enough. Lu Jun looked at the proud and confident Li Dong, frowned, but in the end said nothing. He only nodded in silence. Brocade fighting chicken. Go peck through that squirrel rat's head. Cluck cluck. The brocade fighting chicken tilted its head. It took 2 slow seconds before it finally understood Li Dong's command. What it didn't understand, though, was this. Its beast master clearly had a weapon in hand and was even stronger in combat than it was. So why wasn't he fighting together with it? The brocade fighting chicken didn't understand. But the master-servant contract told it that obeying every command of its master was the highest rule. So after understanding Li Dong's meaning, it immediately broke into a run toward the ball squirrel rat. Squeak squeak. The ball squirrel rat still seemed not to have recovered from its fright when it suddenly found a rooster with fiery red feathers charging out in front of it. It was so scared that it jumped on the spot and immediately tried to run back into the bushes behind it. The result was that the brocade fighting chicken, crouching low as it rushed forward, was faster than the ball squirrel rat. The instant it caught up, it struck without hesitation, jabbing its head downward. Cluck! With a low, muffled thud, the ball squirrel rat was pecked flat onto the ground. A bloody hole of moderate size opened in its back. At that moment, a strange layer of viciousness seemed to cover the brocade fighting chicken's eyes. Its sharp claws quickly pinned down the ball squirrel rat as it tried to roll over, while its beak hammered down without pause like a pile driver. Thick crimson blood dripped continuously from the brocade fighting chicken's beak. The ball squirrel rat had barely managed a few screams before it had already been pecked into a nest of holes. All right, take your reward and step down. The moment Lu Jun's words fell, another level 1 inferior aptitude ball squirrel rat was thrown out from the woods. Qinding, Dahe. Dahe boss. Didn't you say they switched to something with more meat? Why is it still this kind of rat? Qinding. Because of the life and death contract. The man and dog were communicating through it. When he saw that what got thrown out was still a ball squirrel, Qinding fell silent and unconsciously sized up the mountain in front of him. Could it be all arranged the same way? Was the purpose to let their beast companions see blood and stir up their dormant ferocity? In the next few rounds, every single one was a level 1, low-grade ball squirrel. Aside from Wan Kong's pink pig flower taking a bit longer, everyone else ended the fight in a short time without exception. Just as Qinding sighed inwardly and felt like he had overthought it, in the next second, a mangy, bedraggled wolf was thrown out from the forest. Qinding, Dahe, spirit beast, black wolf, light injury, fatigue, aptitude, common element, no level, 5, low rank, ability, holds grudges, bloodline, wolf, 91, dog 9, evolution path, canine, requires canine bloodline to reach 10, evolution path, wolf, 11144, aptitude upgrade. Description, a pack-dwelling wolf. When facing a powerful enemy, it will decisively retreat and remember that enemy for future revenge. Because of its grudge-holding nature, it is not very suitable for new contractors. If mishandled, it may instead bear a grudge against its master. The moment he saw the black wolf, Li Dong's eyes widened several degrees. He turned to look at Lu Jun in disbelief. In response, Lu Jun only calmly returned the look, with no intention of hiding anything. The class monitor of every class got special treatment. After getting that answer, Li Dong clenched his fists so hard they crackled, standing behind Qinding like a ghost, staring at him with reddened eyes. Special treatment? Like this? Knowing Qinding's beast was a black dog, they specifically brought in a black wolf? Since when was special treatment this professionally matched? It was that he hadn't thought a bigger spirit beast might be arranged when it was Qinding's turn. But he had absolutely never imagined they would bring out a wolf. And an injured one at that. Qinding and Dahe paid no attention to what was happening behind them, because both man and dog had their eyes fixed on the black wolf, which was slowly backing away with full wariness in its eyes. Woof woof. Boss, this black dog looks pretty similar to me. Qinding casually glanced at Dahe. Why would a dog like you have wolf bloodline? Because the one in front of you is your ancestor. Dahe. School doctor, get ready. A wolf's aggressiveness and offensive capability were on a completely different level from that kind of rat. If things went badly, major blood loss was entirely possible. So Lu Jun immediately called for the school doctor to prepare to save both person and beast. Remember this. Look for an opening from the side. I'll handle it head on. However, Dahe, who had followed Qin Ding forward, did not agree with him and directly objected. Woof woof. Boss. This thing has teeth and claws are both stronger than mine. How about I take the front? Qin Ding said nothing more. He only stared straight into the black wolf's eyes, took a deep breath and said go. His voice was extremely decisive. This time, Dahe said nothing further. He only looked at Qin Ding once, then reluctantly circled around to the black wolf's rear flank. One man stood in front with his staff planted before him. One dog moved around behind. Already somewhat exhausted, the black wolf had no choice but to rouse 12 parts of its spirit. As a top-tier predator, it knew perfectly well that this man and dog in front of it wanted to hunt it down. Looking at Qin Ding, who was fully prepared ahead, and the black wolf beginning to bare its fangs for battle, Li Dong sneered nonstop inside. Heh, special treatment? Better not get your teeth broken from it. He didn't even know what he had been angry about just now. This was a wolf-type spirit beast, not a dog. So what if the special treatment was professionally matched? Could he even eat it? He refused to believe that if Qin Ding didn't have the ability to kill this black wolf, Lu Jun would personally step in and forcibly stuff the wolf onto him. Bai Muxiue said nothing. She only silently observed Li Dong's constantly changing expression from the side, her eyes narrowing slightly. On the field, the black wolf lowered its body. It was an obvious pouncing posture. Dahe had likewise lowered his body at the black wolf's rear flank, a low rumble like muffled thunder coming from his throat. The moment the black wolf made a move, he would lunge out immediately. Suddenly, the black wolf moved. Its body shot forward like an arrow. Qin Ding's expression sharpened. As both hands gripped the eyebrow-level staff, he stepped back and drove the tip toward the black wolf's glabella. Unexpectedly, the black wolf abruptly jerked its head in midair. Trying to dodge? Qin Ding's eyes tightened. His wrist dropped and flicked, and the tip of the staff followed through, smashing hard into the side of the wolf's neck. Bah! With a crisp crack, the blow made the black wolf let out a whine, and its body dropped from the air. A trace of venom flashed through the black wolf's eyes, just as it tried to rise at once. A huge force suddenly rammed it over by force, followed immediately by a sharp pain in its neck. Woof! Dahe's reaction was swift. The instant the black wolf moved, he moved too. At that moment, he charged up from the rear flank and clamped his huge jaws directly onto the black wolf's neck. In an instant, wolf blood sprayed out. In the center of Dahe's pitch-black dog eyes, a strange scarlet haze instantly spread. A fatal sense of crisis and pain swept through the black wolf's entire body. It tried in terror to force itself upright, only to be firmly suppressed by a power it could not resist. At this moment, despair filled the black wolf's heart. It could now confirm that this black dog's level was much higher than its own. At that moment, Dahe's large dog head began to shake and tear nonstop. The wolf hide of the black wolf's neck was almost instantly ripped open, exposing the scarlet flesh beneath and the severed trachea. A large amount of wolf blood spilled all over the ground. Almost in an instant, the black wolf was already dead. Seeing this, Qin Ding, who had originally intended to strike again with his staff, froze. He had forgotten. Dahe was now level 9, 4 levels above the black wolf. He could already form an overwhelming advantage in strength. It was just that Qin Ding had subconsciously been thinking in terms of Dahe being a dog while the other side was a wolf. It was just Qin Ding, not to mention the other students. Even Lu Jun had not expected the battle to end so quickly. Did black dogs have combat instincts this strong? Why hadn't its first bite gone for the leg, or been harassment and body slams instead? Lu Jun stared in confusion at the black dog still tearing apart the black wolf's neck. This black dog was not the same as the ones he had seen before, because a black dog's combat sense was usually quite average. A few particularly poor ones would even hesitate at critical moments. That was why black dogs were only suitable as a transitional contract beast for beginners. Once the beginner phase passed, black dogs were usually replaced by their beastmasters. Not to mention that this was a day specifically meant to let beast companions who had never killed before see blood. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Lu Jun looked at the somewhat absent-minded Qin Ding in utter shock. Life and death contract. Human influencing beast. The life and death contract was extremely ancient, traceable back more than 2,000 years to the era of the world's first 10th rank beastmaster. There was no denying that the life and death contract could be called the most powerful contract. Not only could it obtain more and stronger power from the beast companion, it could also give the beast companion greater feedback, transformation, and enhancement. In terms of effect alone, the life and death contract fit the word contract even more. But the life and death contract had a fatal flaw. If the beast died, the human died. It also had a long-term flaw. Humans influenced beasts, and beasts influenced humans. This was especially true when spiritual power was low. If a person's spiritual power rank failed to keep up with the beast's rising rank, then his thoughts could very easily be influenced or even dominated by the beast. No matter what happened, even something as small as a verbal argument with someone else, he might develop the thought of killing the other party to end the problem. Because in a beast's way of thinking, Killing the other party was the first standard for solving a problem. Once you really do that, a person's mind will be completely suppressed by the beast's mind. Beast nature will gain the upper hand. And that was exactly why the life and death contract wasn't welcomed. If it was only a matter of the beast dying and the person dying, that would still be manageable. But this influence was far too terrifying. When the time came, no one would know whether you were still a human or just a beast wearing human skin. And if that beast nature erupted, treating humans as blood food and slaves, starting an indiscriminate massacre inside the city, then what? If the beast dies, the person dies, it only means the death of one person. But once beast nature suppresses human nature, who knows what kind of situation will appear? Now that things had come to this, he could only personally explain the situation to Qin Ding later. Otherwise, if the moment came when everything was too late, then it would really be too late. Lu Jun silently made up his mind and planned to have a private word with Qin Ding later. Class monitor. The goal was for Qin Ding, the class monitor, to make some huge contribution to the class, but for Qin Ding to be strong enough. The life and death contract could indeed guarantee strength, but for newcomers, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Usually, beast tamers only considered a life and death contract when choosing their third contracted beast, or even later. To go, how is it? Putting down the long staff in his hand, Qin Ding quickly walked over to Dahei. At this moment, Dahei still had no intention of letting go. Only after completely biting through the black wolf's neck did it climb down from the wolf. The kind of complete bite through where only a single spinal bone had still been connecting it. Dahei raised its head and saw the worry in Qin Ding's eyes. It bounced twice. Woof woof. Boss, don't worry. That little sweet water wasn't tea for nothing. Even though that stuff was bitter, it was very useful. Hearing that, Qin Ding froze for a moment, then smiled and patted Dahei's head. Very good. This wolf is your spoils of war. I just don't know whether this black wolf can help improve your bloodline a little. That last sentence was so quiet that even Dahei, standing right in front of him, could barely hear it. If he remembered correctly, when spirit beasts hunted and devoured each other, if they shared the same bloodline branch, it could improve their own bloodline to a certain extent. He just didn't know whether a black wolf like this could help Dahei raise its bloodline to 10%. If it could, then he would have no worries. He could help Dahei break through to level 11 and prepare for evolution. Woof. Boss, what did you say? Nothing. Carry it. It's your spoils of war. And let some people see your skill and ability while you're at it. Black dogs were a common and ordinary kind of spirit beast. But for a dog to instantly pounce on and bite its own ancestor, a black wolf, to death, that was indeed something shocking and astonishing. Let some people see. One person, more like, with a black wolf in its mouth. Dahei followed behind Qin Ding and thoughtfully swept a glance at the brocade fighting chicken that was pecking at the squirrel meatball. A trace of fierceness flashed through its eyes again. It remembered very clearly that the owner of that native chicken had looked at its boss the wrong way, with hostility, and with a malicious wish to see its boss make a fool of himself. It's over. Everyone come with me. As part of the beast taming department, the school has a special open area for your beast to rest. Not long after, Lu Jun led Class 1 to a stretch of plain, and everyone was stunned on the spot. No one was an exception, looking at the fenced enclosure in front of them, with nothing inside but flowers, grass, and trees. Qin Ding gave it a rough look. The length was about 1,000 meters, and as for the width, it had to be at least 500 meters. And this was only the resting area for the contracted beasts of Beast Taming Class 1. The school had 3 more places this big. In the future, if you bring your contracted beasts to school, remember to put them in here. That LL keep them from running around, especially from running over to the regular high school section up ahead. Remember that. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jun opened the gate to the iron enclosure. Although the students were worried and reluctant, the moment they saw the enormous creature behind the gate, all their worry vanished. Afraid that 100 contracted beasts locked together would start fighting? Sorry, but behind this iron gate was a giant tiger with fiery red fur, over 5 meters long, with a tail close to 2 meters and a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. It was hard to imagine the king of beasts acting as a babysitter. Beast tamed beast, Tao Yohu. Qualification, excellent. Element, fire. Level, 36 commander. Abilities, fire element control, proficient, tiger flame, wind follows the tiger, stone body. Bloodline, tiger type, 99, cat type. Evolution path, cat type, requires cat type bloodline purity to reach 10. Evolution path, tiger type, 1666. Qualification improvement. Description, a king of beasts of the fire element type, usually living in mountainous forests and woodland regions with relatively high temperatures. It possesses terrifying physical strength and a certain level of elemental offensive ability. This kind of creature has no natural enemies. Stone body? What kind of ability was that? It was Qin Ding's first time seeing this kind of body type ability, so he was extremely curious. And just as that curiosity arose, the record of living spirits in his mind began flipping again. Ability, stone body. Physical body strength is around 20% greater than others of the same race. But flexibility is reduced by between 5% and 10%. 20% stronger than others of the same race. Wound T that make it the fundamental ability for tanking, fighting, and even taking on multiple enemies alone. In an instant, Qin Ding's gaze flickered. He seemed to have discovered an incredible ability. He could try in the future and see whether Dahe could obtain this ability too. Dahe go in, lowering his head to look at Dahe, who was holding the black wolf in its mouth and refusing to move. Qin Ding helplessly gave it 2 kicks. That tiger was so huge that even one bite of you wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Don't worry, it won't covet that little bit of wolf meat of yours. HM, it wouldn't covet my meat? Woof. Then will that big cat covet the meat of the other beasts? Qin Ding. No, it won't. Dahe trusted Qin Ding deeply and had always treated his words as the highest command. After getting Qin Ding's guarantee, its dog eyes lit right up. Carrying the black wolf in its mouth, it decisively walked into the enclosure, and it stayed not far behind the brocade fighting chicken. Tahu Liu silently glanced at Dahe, whose heart was full of little schemes, but didn't interfere. Food snatching and the like. As long as it didn't cause beast deaths, it didn't matter. Inside the classroom of Beast Taming Class 1, you've completed your class assignment, class monitor selection, and contracted beast assessment. Next, we'll begin class. Wang Chunfa stood at the podium, and a PPT was lit up on the screen behind him. Today is the first lesson. We'll talk about our Changsheng, as well as the strength levels of the spirit beasts in the nearby wilderness, and so on. As soon as he finished speaking, the PPT flipped to the next page, and Wang Chunfa continued. The spirit beasts outside Changsheng are mostly between level 1 and level 40. So for now, all of you had better stay obediently inside the school. If you want to try fighting spirit beasts, then work hard at learning cold weapons. The school will give you chances to try and prove yourselves. What he meant was obvious. That mountain from earlier. We're not letting you go now because we're not letting you go die. But I'll clearly explain to you what kinds of spirit beasts are common near Changsheng, what they can do, and what you need to watch out for. You'll need this in the future. After that, it entered the familiar lecture segment. At the beginning, Qin Ding listened with some interest. But the further it went, the more listless he became. Why? Because after the initial explanations about the habits, attack methods, and whether certain kinds of spirit beasts lived in groups, that was it. After that, it all turned into what kinds of spirit plants and treasures might exist around Changsheng, what they looked like and what effects they had. Qin Ding wasn't very interested in any of this, because the creature compendium in his mind wasn't only effective on spirit beasts. It also worked on spirit items. He had discovered that once when he passed by a spirit herb shop. So, unable to keep listening, Qin Ding started cultivating his spiritual power like before, right there on the spot, while Bai Mushue studied seriously from beginning to end. What Qin Ding was doing left the students outside class 1 completely dumbfounded. Bro, the teacher is explaining brand new stuff in class, stuff tied to your future, and you're just cultivating in class like that? As for Wang Chunfa, he was already starting not to care. The beast taming class had begun to get on track, but over in that beast garden, something a little different was happening. The Jin Do chicken, fully focused on pecking at the flesh of the ball squirrel with its beak, suddenly noticed that it had gone dark. Cluck cluck? Woof. What are you eating for? A dog paw slapped onto the Jin Do chicken's head with lightning speed, directly smacking it over. That scene immediately drew the attention of the other tamed beasts, but they were all frightened back by Dahe's fierce dog eyes, especially those spirit beasts that had never personally killed living prey and stirred up their ferocity. They only glanced over once before pulling back their gaze. The white fox that had originally been lying on the ground in boredom had a curious glint flash through its eyes after seeing what Dahe had done. Was this big black dog trying to snatch food? But didn't he already have a huge trophy? Could it be that such a big wolf still wasn't enough for it to eat? No way, right? The white fox didn't understand. But the white fox was very curious. Cluck cluck. The overturned Jin Do chicken refused to accept it. After getting back on its feet, it angrily flapped its wings in resistance. Dahe responded with another slap. Only this slap carried much more force than before, sending the Jin Do chicken flying. A few feathers fell from its body as well, and that strike also triggered the Jin Do chicken's ferocity. Seeming to sense something, the flame-treading flowing tiger immediately looked over, a bit of anticipation and amusement showing in its huge tiger eyes. When Lu Jun had arranged for it to stay here and watch the kids, it hadn't been very willing, but now it was quite willing. There was a saying that fit this well. At the entrance of the village, watchdogs fight. Dahe gave the Jin Do chicken a disdainful glance. A tiny chicken, and it still dared to act so arrogant? Woof. What are you staring at? You can't beat me. If you've got guts, have your master fight my big brother again. Believe it or not, my big brother will beat your master until he pukes blood all over the ground. The moment those words came out, the Jin Do chicken, which had wanted to fight, instantly lost its fire. It had personally seen the battle between its master and Qin Ding, so naturally it didn't dare agree. Cluck cluck. Woof. How old are you already? If you can't beat me, are you really going to run to your beastmaster and tell him I snatch your food? That is seriously embarrassing for a beast. In an instant, the flame-treading flowing tiger watching the show was delighted. The tiger's mouth pulled into a human-like grin. and its tail swished lazily back and forth as it stared over here without blinking. In the flame-treading flowing tiger-esque view, snatching food was completely normal. Out in the wild, stealing things happened all the time: spirit items, female beasts, territory, and more. Compared to those, snatching food was the most insignificant of them all. Seeing the Jean Doe chicken stare at the remaining half of the ball squirrel, too frustrated to do anything and too scared to step forward, Dahe let out a smug rumbling sound. Then, with the remaining half of the ball squirrel in its mouth, it walked over to the pink pig under the Jean Doe chicken's reluctant gaze. Snort? The pink pig, which had already swallowed one whole ball squirrel fur and all like a wolfing down mouthful's meal and was just about to go to sleep, was startled awake by the smell of blood. Huh, more food. Woof. Fat pig, I think your master seems pretty obedient. I'll reward you with this remaining half. Snort. As if it couldn't believe it, the pink pig immediately got to its feet from where it had been lying, and saliva started flowing at the same time. As for what Dahe had called it, fat pig, the pink pig didn't care, because its beastmaster, Wan Kong, called it that too. Looking at the pink pig's cautious and disbelieving inquiry, Dahe raised a paw and patted the half of the ball squirrel at his feet. Woof. What I Dahe say goes. You seem pretty honest when you talk, so how about this? Be my mount from now on. There'll be plenty of meat for you to eat. Snort, snort, snort. Flame-treading flowing tiger. What was this supposed to mean? Was this that human thing? Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha? But if that was the case, shouldn't it be giving a female beast instead? So weird. But one thing was certain. This probably counted as school bullying among humans, right? But for what the black dog had said, it was the chicken's master who had offended the black dog's master first. This black dog really held grudges. It had never heard of such a grudge-holding black dog before. Honest and cowardly black dogs, though, it had eaten plenty of those. After getting Dahe's approval, the pink pig immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed the remaining half of the ball squirrel in one gulp. A few chews later, it was gone. Dahe. After a brief silence, Dahe saw the pink pig lie down and gesture for him to climb on. To that, Dahe refused. Woof. Go sleep. I don't need you right now. The pink pig, not really understanding, nodded and lay back down. It had already been quite satisfied before, but now it was even more satisfied. As for Dahe, it lifted its head and chest and walked toward the white fox instead. White fox. Why is it coming over to me? It's not trying to snatch my food too, is it? Flame-treading flowing tiger. There's more? The moment Dahe arrived in front of the white fox, which had witnessed everything just now with its own eyes, immediately covered the remaining ball squirrel leg protectively. Its lively fox eyes, slightly moist and bright, looked at Dahe with caution and a hint of pitifulness. Wasn't he this guy the dog raised by Shua's mate? They had even met before. So why was it coming to snatch its food? Dahe. What was this little fox doing? It was guarding even a tiny little meat leg. Did he look like the kind of dog that would steal someone else's food? Did it think this was meat from Big Brother's bowl or something? Dahe didn't really understand and felt a little contemptuous. But considering that this was by Mushua's tamed beast no matter what, and that he used to eat and drink at by Mushua's house often, he still said what he came for. Woof. Little fox, can that tiny bit fill you up? How about I split off a section of wolf leg for you? It wasn't he here to snatch its food. It even wanted to give it food. The white fox, which had still felt a little wronged just now, instantly stopped feeling wronged. Its fox eyes brightened a lot, and its body no longer shielded that little bit of ball squirrel meat. Instead, it straightened up. White fox, you're giving me food. Dahe didn't say anything else. He just shook his head, signaling for the white fox to follow him. Seeing that, the white fox still couldn't bear to part with that little bit of ball squirrel meat, so it picked it up and trotted after Dahe, its eyes full of curiosity as it watched his figure. This black dog seemed not as bad as it had looked just now. Then why had it snatched that chicken's food? And after snatching it, it didn't even eat it. It gave it to a pig instead. Back at his own spot, Dahe immediately tore off one of the black wolf's hind legs and tossed it to the white fox. Woof. Eat. You're so small. You need to eat more if you want to grow. When the wolf leg landed in front of the white fox jumped in fright, seeming unable to understand the other side's behavior. It couldn't figure out why Dahe was giving it food. The two of them had only met once, right? White fox, why are you giving me food? We've only met once. Facing the white fox's question, Dahe, who was tearing into the black wolf meat and eating, replied in a muffled whine. Woof woo, your master gives me food a lot too. You're her tamed beast, so I'm sharing a little with you. Besides, you're too small. Even the meat they assigned you is just a tiny little bit. Yes, when assigning opponents. Because the white fox was only a little bigger than a ball squirrel, Lu Jun had worried that its combat ability might not be very high. So he assigned it a slightly smaller ball squirrel. In the end, the white fox's movements were nimble and decisive. The moment it seized an opening, it almost instantly bit the ball squirrel's throat and tore it open. Aksu? Had Aksu raised this black dog before? Could it be that among humans, females would help males raise spirit beasts? The white fox was already intelligent to begin with, and with the life and death contract added on top of that, it was even quicker in thought than Dahe. If it were Dahe, he wouldn't think that much at all. Just as the white fox was spacing out, Dahe, who was swallowing meat, reached out a bloodied paw and patted its head. Woof. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and eat. This half a wolf leg plus the stuff on your side is definitely enough. My boss already said he won't take me back until the sky starts getting dark. There's still a long while left. Not going back until the sky got dark. The white fox subconsciously raised its head to look at the sky. The sun was still hanging high overhead. Judging by it, Dahe was right. There was still a long time before the sky started getting dark. As if thinking of something, curiosity clouded the white fox's eyes. White fox, then why did you snatch that chicken's food? Why not steal food from the other spirit beasts? Woof. Its owner looked at my boss the wrong way, and his attitude toward my boss was off too. If it weren't for my boss's sake, I would have eaten that chicken too. Not far away, the giant tiger face of the treading fire, flowing tiger, which had been watching the show this whole time, was full of human-like shock and confusion. This dog actually knew how to curry favor with female beasts? Giving meat, patting heads. Who taught him that? His beast master? The treading fire, flowing tiger didn't understand. It frowned, but it was greatly surprised and also really wanted to learn the trick. It was already 5 years old, yet it still hadn't touched a female tiger or had any offspring. That was just too embarrassing for a tiger. Still, this black dog wasn't brainless either. It knew that killing the other people's beast pets would bring huge trouble to its beastmaster, so it only snatched food. And after seeing Dahe and the white fox's interaction, the treading fire, flowing tiger's interest instantly weakened by quite a bit. Not watching anymore. Boring. It closed its tiger eyes and started sleeping. Off to the side, the brocade fighting chicken that had its food snatched away had witnessed everything Dahe did from beginning to end. It was so angry that the huge chunk of chicken breast was heaving violently, and both its chicken eyes were starting to redden, yet still didn't dare go up. If the other side could quickly kill a wolf of the same size, then it wouldn't be a match for that black dog. Just wait. Once my beastmaster comes to pick me up, I'll definitely make you spit out everything you ate. Time passed bit by bit. After lunch, the afternoon class was still Wang Chuanfa's class, and, at the same time, half of the afternoon was also for self-study to review the material taught during the day. In other words, Beastmaster Class 1 only had Wang Chuanfa as its theory teacher. The other two Beastmaster classes were the same. Each only had one teacher. It wasn't because they couldn't afford to hire more teachers or lacked teaching resources. It was because they were afraid teachers might team up with certain students and cause improper or even malicious incidents. There had once been many cases where teachers acted like dogs for students with strong family backgrounds or abilities. After giving those students convenience, they would trade it for help from the students' families to elevate themselves. It was also after that Beastmaster classes were only assigned one teacher and one instructor, so they could keep each other in check. Once a violation was discovered, anyone who reported it with evidence would be directly rewarded with 500,000 Federation coins by the Federation, and all beast pets under that teacher's master-servant contracts would be killed. As for how to determine whether it was a master-servant contract, by that point, taking the initiative to speak up would actually be better for oneself. At the moment, Beastmaster Class 1 was in self-study. Wang Chuanfa sat on the platform, sipping tea to moisten his throat, his eyes constantly sweeping below. He ignored the ones quietly chatting as long as they weren't disturbing others. After all, the class had only been merged today. It was necessary for classmates to get used to each other a little. He ignored those lying on their desks to rest as well. In the end, they were all teenagers who had just stepped onto the path of Beastmasters. They had been studying all day from morning until now. Resting during the final self-study period was reasonable and acceptable. Suddenly, Wang Chuanfa saw someone following Qin Ding's example and directly sitting in the chair with eyes closed, cultivating. His brow twitched, but he didn't say anything. It's self-study after all. Cultivate if you want, as long as you don't act like Qin Ding during regular class. As for why, there weren't that many whys. As long as you could surpass Qin Ding in the physical test, Qin Ding's privileges would be revoked and replaced by yours. The world of Beastmasters was just that simple. Only the strong and the outstanding were qualified to make rules and ask for preferential treatment. About time. Turning his head to look at the dim yellow sky outside the window, Wang Chuanfa glanced at his phone. 5:30. All right, class dismissed. Go pick up your beast pets and head home early. Remember what Instructor Lu told you. If you bring your beast pets to school, take them to the iron enclosure of our class first thing. Qin Ding, school's over. We should take our beast pets home. A familiar voice sounded by his ear. Not fully awake yet, Qin Ding seemed to sense a trace of warmth lingering on his face for a few seconds, as if someone had pinched his cheek. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Bai Muxiue standing in the aisle beside him. The corners of her eyes slightly curved as she stared at him. Working this hard? Why do I feel like your spiritual power will reach second rank before long? Hearing that, Qin Ding's gaze shifted slightly. He sensed it a little, then lowered his voice. Just about. I feel like in about a week or so, my spiritual power might break through to second rank. The moment those words came out, Bai Muxiue's pupil shrank for an instant. She subconsciously looked around, tried to see if anyone was eavesdropping. Luckily, the result was reassuring, but her heart was anything but calm. She studied academics and planned to walk the path of nurturing. That way, in the future, she could also save Qin Ding and herself a considerable expense. But precisely because of that, as someone who focused on theory, she understood even more clearly what Qin Ding's words meant. Qin Ding had spent 50 days breaking through first-rank spiritual power. That speed was considered fast even across the entire Federation. And now, it had only been a little over 50 days since he broke through to first-rank spiritual power. And he was telling her that he felt he could break through to second-rank spiritual power within a week. That was a little too horrifying. Under normal circumstances, it was perfectly normal for a first-rank Beastmaster to spend half a year breaking through to second rank. As for the transition from first rank to second rank, the Federation's average breakthrough time was about 8 months. In other words, normal people usually only broke through to second-rank spiritual power after graduating from Beastmaster High School. But Qin Ding, with more than a month still left in the semester, was saying he was about to break through to second rank. One had to know that after the semester ended, there was still a month-long vacation. If you counted it like that, then wasn't it possible for Qin Ding to reach third-rank spiritual power and contract a second beast pet before finishing his studies at Beastmaster High School? In an instant, Bai Muxue was startled by her own thoughts. Joy showed her eyes, but so did worry. After pondering for a moment, she said softly, "So fast. I'll already be very satisfied if I can break through to second-rank spiritual power before next semester starts." Qin Ding was momentarily stunned. Then his voice turned gentler. "That's not where your advantage lies. When it comes to academics, even Tame wouldn't compare to you. Don't get anxious over this kind of thing. Now that you put it that way, I do feel a lot better. Let's go. Time to pick up our beast pets." Beastmaster Class 1 Iron Enclosure. Li Dong lowered his head with a dark expression. He watched as his brocade fighting chicken pointed excitedly and aggrievedly at Dahe, who had just woken up over there, while constantly making pecking motions. He seemed to understand something, especially when he saw that Dahe had been woken up by the white fox. It was as if Li Dong had been provoked by something. "You're saying that Black Dog stole your food?" Cluck cluck. Seeing his brocade fighting chicken nod frantically in agitation, Li Dong took a deep breath. His face turned gloomy, and his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Yet he didn't notice it in the slightest. The anger that had been building up completely turned into hatred at this moment. "Qin Ding, one day, I'll make you pay back every bit of the humiliation you gave me. Let us go." Inside the Iron Garden, the treading fire-flowing tiger casually glanced at Li Dong's departing back, then withdrew its gaze. It had seen plenty of people like that, and killed plenty too. Back then, when it had still been a cat and followed Lu Jun into the wild, it had slaughtered quite a few people with ill intentions. All it could say was that the road of a beastmaster was built on killing and also on struggle. Resources had to be fought for, and prestige and reputation had to be won through killing. As for whether one killed people or beasts, beastmasters usually had no choice. Woof. I've slept enough, and all that is left of the meat are some broken bones and scraps of skin. Don't want any more. That pink pig, come over and carry me. Oink oink. Still remembering their agreement, the pink pig swayed over to Dahe and lay down in front of him. In the next second, Dahe jumped right onto its back, then turned to look at the white fox who was still standing on the ground and looking up at him. "Woof, what are you standing there for? Get on." The white fox blinked at Dahe for a while. After hesitating a little, she climbed up along the pink pig's tail. The pink pig did not mind at all. As a pink pig close to adulthood, let alone carrying one dog and one little fox, it would have no problem carrying a person. Oink oink. Woof. Let's go. Head for the garden entrance. Very quickly, the sight of a pink pig carrying a black dog and a white fox instantly drew the attention of the students who had come to pick up their beast companions. Their faces were all filled with surprise or bewilderment. "Isn't that pink pig Wankong's beast? Are Wankong, Qin Ding, and Bai Muxue really close? His pink pig is acting as a mount for Qin Ding and Bai Muxue's beasts? No idea. They're probably pretty close, right? Otherwise, why would it be like this? But seriously, Qin Ding already dares to cultivate all day in class as a beastmaster. His beasts really are one of a kind. Huh, I wouldn't say that. Look, isn't Wankong here?" Even the actual beastmaster looks totally dumbfounded. In an instant, everyone's gaze was drawn by those words. And one after another, they all looked toward Wankong. "My pig is being ridden by a dog and a fox?" After seeing it with his own eyes, Wankong's first reaction was not anger, but an unparalleled sense of absurdity, along with a bit of curiosity. While he had been away, what exactly had happened in the Iron Garden? What could have made his own beast willingly serve as a mount for other beasts? He did not understand, but he knew his pink pig very well. Right now, the pink pig was still in its growth phase. To put it bluntly, it was lazy and gluttonous. Could it be that Qin Ding's or Bai Muxue's beast traded some of their own blood food to my pink pig? As soon as that thought appeared in Wankong's mind, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Because this was exactly the kind of thing his pig would do. With his sharp eyes, Dahe immediately spotted Wankong standing in the crowd, staring this way in a daze. "Woof, little fox, the pig's owner is here to pick it up. We can't go home with him. Let us go." The white fox, leaning against Dahe, lifted her head and also saw Wan Kong, who had come to pick up his beast. She immediately jumped down from the pink pig together with Dahe. Wan Kong. After giving Dahe and the white fox a complicated look, Wan Kong could basically confirm his guess. One of them, either Dahe or the white fox, had fed his pink pig. If that was the case, then riding it for a little while was fine. After all, it was a trade. In the end, it seemed like he had actually profited, and more importantly, he did not have any conflict with Qin Ding, so there was no need to make trouble over something like this. Having thought it through, Wan Kong turned around and left with the pink pig without another glance back. He did not say a single word. It was only when he turned that he saw Qin Ding and Bai Mushua, whose expressions looked a little unnatural. He nodded to them in greeting, then quickly left. While the pink pig followed behind him with snorting breaths, it's not yet that much fat wobbling as it walked. Qin Ding. Bai Mushua. At home. Qin Ding sat in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, propping up his head as he watched Dahe, who was lying obediently on the floor. Spiritual beast, black dog. Aptitude, inferior. Element, none. Level, 9, low rank. Ability, holds grudges. Bloodline, K9, 89, Wolf, 1099. Dragon, 001. Dragon evolution path. Must complete the Wolf evolution path first. Wolf evolution path. Must reach level 11. K9 evolution path. Must reach level 11. Aptitude upgrade. Upon reaching level 10, consuming a blood spirit fruit has a certain chance to trigger a rebound from rock bottom, directly raising aptitude to good. Description, a common meat dog breed. Special individuals possess some training value. After eating that black wolf, your bloodline already rose. The devouring of beast types is pretty overbearing. He carefully examined the changes on Dahe's body. Aside from his fur becoming even blacker, there did not seem to be any obvious change. Tell me, why was Wan Kong's pink pig carrying you and the white fox? Dahe had been waiting for Qin Ding to ask. The moment he heard it, he instantly perked up, his black dog eyes shining brightly, his back straightening upright, leaving Qin Ding staring in a daze. What else with this mutt? Why does it look like it's giving some glorious speech? Woof. I traded that rooster's blood food for a dog underling. My mount. The moment those words came out, Qin Ding's puzzled expression froze on his face, and the room fell into a silence so complete that a pin drop could be heard. Yeah, boss, doesn't T seem very happy? I took in a dog underling. Shouldn't T boss be happy? It counts as one of our unofficial backup fighters, doesn't T it? Dahe did not understand the twists and turns of beast contracts, so naturally, he had no idea why Qin Ding had gone silent. He only thought that Pink Pig had already been bought over by him. In truth, the thinking of spiritual beasts was not complicated. If you ate the blood food I gave you, then you were defaulting to becoming my hired muscle. Qin Ding took a deep breath. That pink pig will not be your hired muscle, and even less your beast pet. Tomorrow, you better not go to school. Just stay at home. If before he had only been curious about Dahe's methods. Now he was a little scared, afraid that if Wan Kong did not allow the pink pig to be Dahe's mount, Dahe might bite him. Dahe? All right, don't feel wronged either. You just finished eating the black wolf. Stay home during this period and rest properly while you digest it. Try to break through to level 11 as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll think of a way to evolve you. Oh, so you want me to stay home and drink that bitter little potion to raise my strength? In that case, fine. I can accept it. At the same time, next door, at Bai Mushu's house. So that's what happened? There was a hint of amusement in Bai Mushu's tone. Her brows and eyes curved as she gently stroked the white fox. I basically watched Dahe grow up. He used to look pretty honest, just a bit gluttonous. Now that I think about it, that is not all. On his first day out, he already knows how to bully other beasts, and even take other beasts in as little brothers. He is actually quite different from his parents in that regard. Parents? That black dog as parents? Axa has even seen that black dog as parents? The white fox blinked, just about to ask what was going on, when the computer off to the side suddenly started ringing. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Bai Mushua was sighing to herself, the powered-on computer suddenly sounded a notification. Without any hesitation, Bai Mushua immediately put down the white fox in her arms and quickly walked to the computer desk. A chat window with an avatar of an unknown green spirit beast, and the note teacher popped straight onto the desktop with a forceful alert. Teacher, little Mushua, how are your studies going? Looking at the message the other side had sent, joy and a bit of pride flashed through Bai Mushua's eyes. Bai Mushua, of course I passed the required assessment easily. I also have to thank you, teacher, for sending me little white. Teacher, that is nothing. But you, about what you asked me before regarding the life and death contract, you should VE signed it with the white fox by now, right? Teacher, remember this well. The first life and death contract has quite a big impact, but the path you'll take in the future is that of a breeder. So you won't be going to any dangerous places. The Federation retest will also give students like you the green light to a certain extent. Green light. Looking at that last sentence from her teacher, Bai Mushua couldn't help but fall into thought. The Federation retest did indeed provide convenience to examinees who were breeders, and the higher the breeder rank, the greater the convenience. It was even possible to be exempted from the exam entirely and directly recommended into the Federation First Beast Taming Academy. But, suddenly thinking of something, Mushue's eyes lit up and both hands rapidly tapped across the keyboard. Mushue, teacher, if I became a third-tier beast tamer before the Federation retest, would it be a green light for that? When she typed out and sent those words, Mushu was a little nervous inside. Nervous about hearing a bad answer. And also worried she might hear there was a green light, but only a limited one. Sure enough, after Mushu sent that message, the chat window went silent. While Mushu waited anxiously, 3 minutes passed before the other side finally replied. Teacher, little Mushu, if you can really do that, I'll personally stand guarantor to get you into the Federation First Academy. Talent like that. I've only ever heard of it among the top juniors of the 12 counselors and their families. The moment she saw that answer, Mushu smiled. That smile was like winter snow melting out from her eyes. The corners of her eyes curved into a faint arc, and the instant her lips lifted, the icy sculpted lines of her whole face softened at once. Teacher, from the sound of it, are you saying you're about to feel a breakthrough to the second tier already? Good girl. Should I just come to your house and bring you straight to Federation City? A tiny place like Chong City isn't worthy of raising a giant Buddha like you. In an instant, the smile on Mushue's face froze. She quickly tried her hardest to stop that line of thought while explaining that she had only asked out of sudden curiosity. Mushu, I was just curious. I'm still far from breaking through to second-tier spiritual power. This time, the other side went silent again. Only after quite a while did the reply come back with a simple, all right then. Xiaoxue, go call Qingding over. It's time to eat. Okay, Mom. Answering her mother-esque call, Mushu sent one last message to her teacher, then got up and left the room. Federation City, capital of the Human Federation. Inside the office of the Vice President of the Breeder Association, a stunningly beautiful yet lazy woman reclined sideways on a sofa. The sash of her wine-red silk nightgown had come completely loose, sliding down along the curves of her body and bunching at her waist. The soft, cold glow of the screen lit up her face. At this moment, she was flipping through chat records and had found an old picture Mushu had sent of a black dog, along with the evaluation she had given at the time. An adult black dog with the lowest grade aptitude, a common meat dog. Kill it and eat it. Don't keep raising it. It's a waste of money. That was indeed how she had evaluated it back then. But now, a faint, hard-to-read smile hung at the corners of her lips. Her fingertips slowly slid across the phone screen and stopped on a new message. Mushu, teacher, it's time for dinner. Bye-bye. Also, it seems back then, I may have guessed something wrong. That black dog might not have been the beast pet little Mushu was raising in advance. It might belong to someone else. You're not bringing Dahe along too? It ate a wolf today and is really full. It's sleeping right now. It was that Qingding deliberately didn't want to bring Dahe along. Dahe really was asleep. Maybe because it was the first time it had eaten so much spirit beast meat, its body had developed a bit of a condition. It had eaten spirit beast meat before, but the amount had been nowhere near this time, and it had all been cooked too. Shouting S here? Come, seat. The food S just ready. Zhao Min had just placed a plate on the table. The moment she saw Qingding come in and change his shoes, a smile instantly appeared on her face, making those few wrinkles on it stand out even more. Qingding silently took it all in, softly let out an and then followed Mushu into the kitchen to get rice. Qingding, for tomorrow's cold weapon class, you'll probably specialize in the spear, right? At the dinner table, hearing Mushu's question, Qingding paused while eating and nodded. Because Zhao Min was there. Qingding didn't dare say too much. For example, things like his goal had already been achieved, so there was no need to keep practicing the staff and the like. He was afraid this mother would worry about what kind of goal required him to deliberately train with cold weapons. Even if the goal was a good one, like winning the school scholarship, a good purpose and a good starting point could still make the people who cared about you feel worried. For example, getting first place like this must be exhausting, right? It must be hard. Is your body okay? And so on. And if I don't practice the spear well, will you teach me? I will. Even if you didn't ask, I would. Zhao Min simply sat quietly in the main seat without saying a word. Even the way she picked up food could be described as gentle. She quietly watched the two of them talking while eating. A kind and soft smile surfaced at the wrinkled corners of her eyes. After dinner, Qingding returned home, washed up a little, and sat on the bed to cultivate. Because of the existence of the living spirit codex, it could be said that he didn't need any theoretical knowledge at all. He only needed enough strength to turn everything in his mind into reality, and at the same time help Mushu walk even farther on the path of beast taming. Maybe Mushu wouldn't even need his help. Maybe she'd be the one helping him instead. After all, once someone passed the breeder exam, they became incredibly sought after. For some reason, perhaps because he had thought of something a little different, Qingding's breathing became disordered for a few breaths before returning to normal and entering cultivation. Time flew. The next morning, Qingding suddenly felt a familiar sensation from his leg. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw the dirt dog licking his foot. Both of his fists clenched so hard they cracked. Unable to hold back, he directly kicked it away. Damn dirt dog. Did I seriously forget to tell you you're not allowed to wake me up like this? Dahe, after getting kicked away, didn't get angry at all. It still had its tongue hanging out and came trotting back like a lapdog, with none of yesterday's posture when it had killed the black wolf in one strike and torn at it like a mad dog. Woof woof. Boss. I feel like my strength S improved again. I don't even need to drink that bitter little water anymore. As for the high-grade nurturing fluid, Dahe dared swear it would remember it for the rest of its life. No other reason. It was way too bitter. It admitted that stuff was good. But even though it had no smell at all, once it went down, it was unbelievably bitter. HM, you feel like your level improved? Qingding looked at Dahe's codex in confusion, then was suddenly shocked. Because what Dahe said was true. Its level had really reached level 10. But why? Was it simply because its bloodline improvement had reached the requirement for the wolf-type evolution option? Or was it because eating a large amount of raw spirit beast meat for the first time had caused its body to be further developed? Qingding wasn't sure either, but he could keep an eye on it in the future. After all, wasn't there's still that 1 in 10,000 trace of dragon bloodline? In the wild, in spirit realms, and among beastmasters, dragons did exist. Even true dragons existed. Alright, stay home today. Why get back? I'll bring you something good. At noon, Annie Zhao will definitely bring you meat. Stay put and behave. The moment it heard there would be food, the dirt dog instantly settled down. In its mind, it had already imagined Zhao Min opening the door with a huge bowl of meat, feeding it, and rubbing its head. Woof. I will, boss. But boss, when are we treating Annie Zhao to meat? We've always been eating other people's food. You told me before to remember Annie Zhao, and I've remembered. Hearing that, Qingding's gaze shifted slightly as he recalled what he had told the dirt dog 2 years ago. Soon, within these next few months, maybe even during this winter break, when the time comes, we'll use our own hands to prepare some gifts for Annie Zhao. How about it? Woof. Good. Then we have to give her the best. The best. Changqing No. 11 High School, Beastmaster Department, Class 1 Training Grounds. The 100 students of Class 1 stood there with wooden training weapons in their hands. The only difference was that among the front row, one person was missing. Li Dong wasn't there. A class of 100 had become 99. At this moment, Qingding stood at the very front of Class 1 with a wooden long spear in hand. When he noticed Li Dong was absent, he was a little surprised, but only a little. Whether Li Dong had transferred schools or dropped out, Qingding didn't care. Standing in front of Qingding was Lu Jun, the instructor of their Class 1. After finishing roll call, Lu Jun closed the roster. Let me mention this first. Li Dong transferred to Class 3. So from now on our class only has 99 students. Everyone practice on your own. If anyone wants to switch to a different cold weapon, now is the time. Qingding, come with me. Qingding was slightly surprised at being called by name. Not because Lu Jun called him, but because Lu Jun had called him during class. What his dirt dog had shown yesterday might count as fairly good by spirit beast standards, but among black dogs, it was simply an unbelievable breakthrough through the ceiling. After all, spirit beasts of the black dog race were famously obedient. To put it bluntly, they were a little cowardly. If Lu Jun hadn't noticed something different, then Qingding really would have been shocked. After following Lu Jun farther away, Qingding saw, as expected, that Lu Jun was wearing a stern expression. Qingding, the contract you signed with your black dog, is it a life and death contract? Yes. Hearing that answer come without the slightest pause, so smooth and immediate, Lu Jun froze. His expression instantly became much more complicated. Do you understand all the drawbacks of a life and death contract? And you dared use one directly on your first beast? I do. In an instant, Lu Jun fell silent. The two stood there staring at each other. After quite a while, Lu Jun finally let out a sigh. I hope when a crisis comes, you won't regret it. Also, don't feel any pressure over Li Dong transferring classes. Just do your best and keep striving upward. Otherwise, the loss will outweigh the gain. Hearing that, Qingding's eyes shifted slightly. He raised his head and looked straight into Lu Jun's eyes with absolute resolve. His tone firm and decisive. A move once made cannot be regretted. Whether it bears good fruit or evil fruit, I will swallow it all. As for Li Dong, if my beast wanted to vent my anger for me, then there's no way I feel guilty toward Li Dong. At most, it just means a little more wind and frost. He amounts to nothing. HM, without question, Qingding's words left this middle-aged man, who had been a beastmaster for more than 10 years, stunned and alarmed. Those weren't words an 18-year-old boy should be able to say. And Qingding's trust in his beast was terrifyingly high. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jun slowly nodded. All right, go back to class. The two walked back toward the training grounds in silence, one in front and one behind. But before they even arrived, they heard arguing. Lu Jun frowned and quickened his pace, and Qingding also felt a bit curious. But once they understood the situation, both of them fell silent. The students, who had originally been holding all kinds of wooden training weapons, had now mostly switched to long staffs. There weren't even enough eyebrow-level staffs to go around, and some people had already started quarreling fiercely. Sensing Lu Jun turn his head and stare at him from the side, Qingding went silent. Qingding, this has nothing to do with me. Lu Jun was so annoyed he laughed. What a bunch of students who just follow the wind without a shred of independent thought. Lu Jun couldn't even be bothered to say anything. Once this bunch saw Qin Ding practicing the spear, they would wake up soon enough. Remember this. In the first 3 months, your long staff training built a very solid foundation, but that doesn't mean the transition is seamless. The biggest difference is the attack method. Having made up his mind, Lu Jun began explaining the key points of spear practice to Qin Ding first. With the staff, the focus is on striking, swinging, sweeping, and chopping or thrusting. But the spear is different. The core is the thrust. When switching over, pay attention. The long spear places even more emphasis on coordination between waist, stance, and arms when generating force. Since you're just starting the transition, first get used to shaking the spear. Give it to me. I'll demonstrate first. With that, Lu Jun took the long spear from Qin Ding's hand and demonstrated the spear shaking technique once. That scene alone drew the attention of most of the students. When Qin Ding took the spear back and reproduced Lu Jun's movement, everyone's attention was pulled over. Bai Muxue stared fixedly in this direction, a trace of captivated light appearing in her eyes, because he already had the foundation of having practiced and mastered the long staff beforehand. Qin Ding learned what Lu Jun taught after only a few tries and quickly became proficient, then began learning the later techniques of circling, taking, and barring. If it were an ordinary student, wanting to become proficient in these spear fundamentals would be impossible without at least a month or so. At this moment, the students who had just rushed to copy staff practice hesitated. They also understood why Qin Ding had chosen to train the long staff at the start, and one after another began switching back to their original cold weapons. He can even switch over and learn this fast. Feels like Qin Ding could start practicing advanced spear techniques today. However, Bai Muxue had still underestimated Qin Ding. By the time the morning was over, Qin Ding had already finished the fundamentals of the long spear and started practicing advanced spear techniques. The sight left not only his classmates who were also training cold weapons dumbfounded, especially those who had chosen the long spear. Ask Lu Jun whenever they didn't understand something? No need. Lu Jun wouldn't demonstrate things over and over, but Qin Ding really would. What Qin Ding didn't know, however, was that because of this, quite a few students in the class had started to like him. Basically, all the ones practicing the spear stayed not too far behind him and followed along as they trained. Even Lu Jun was left speechless. If he could, he really wanted to ask, had you practiced before in secret, and now you were just here pretending and messing with fools? Lu Jun's slight irritation affected his tone. All right, that's about time. Go eat. We continue at 2 o'clock. If you don't understand something, remember to ask right away. Aside from the students practicing the long spear, who were still a bit reluctant to stop, the other students almost all put away their training weapons immediately and headed for the cafeteria. Only Qin Ding remained standing there, as if he had entered some strange state, still immersed in the process of practicing the spear. With his actions, Qin Ding once again stunned Lu Jun into silence. Good, very good. Flow state, entering the zone. Man and spear is one. Something other people might need years to grasp, and you already know it now. Is that it? This little bastard definitely practiced in secret before. Lu Jun found it a little hard to accept, but just then he saw Bai Muxue set down her spear and start walking toward Qin Ding. His heart jolted, and he quickly stepped forward to stop her. Bai Muxue was a little stunned when Lu Jun stopped her. Before she could ask, Lu Jun spoke first. Don't disturb him. He has entered a state of unity between man and spear right now. He is a little too immersed. You can just go eat and rest. I'll watch over him here. Unity between man and spear? Without a doubt, that answer left the clever Bai Muxue completely unable to process it. Right after that, she heard Lu Jun lower his voice and ask, I know your relationship with Qin Ding. Tell me the truth. Has this little brat secretly practiced spear before? When he picked the long staff at the beginning, was he really not just messing with fools? Bai Muxue. Without even a moment of hesitation, Bai Muxue firmly shook her head. No, Instructor Lu. I can be sure of it. Qin Ding definitely never practiced the spear before. After getting that answer, Lu Jun let out a long sigh. He looked up at the sky, and somewhere deep inside, his heart quietly shattered. Bai Muxue seemed to understand something. Clever as she was, she didn't say it out loud. After quietly saying goodbye, she gave Qin Ding one last look and turned to leave. It was only after Bai Muxue left that Lu Jun softly muttered with deep emotion. Maybe Old Wong really got it right. Maybe Chong City really is going to produce a martial champion. Just when Lu Jun thought Bai Muxue had gone off to eat. About a dozen minutes later, she returned to the martial practice field carrying a lunchbox, a container of dishes, and 2 bottles of water. She didn't do anything. She just quietly sat to one side, her bright eyes fixed completely on Qin Ding as he practiced his spear. Liu Yun, hada. Letting out a self-mocking laugh, Lu Jun shook his head and strode away from the practice field. About half an hour later, the absorbed Qin Ding finally came back to his senses. After withdrawing his spear, he instinctively wiped the sweat from his face. Suddenly, a familiar cool fragrance drifted over, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. There he saw Bai Muxue holding out tissues and bottled water to him, her voice gentle. You've been at it for over 4 hours. You must be tired and hungry, right? I brought food too. Wipe your sweat, drink some water, and let us eat. Qin Ding froze. It wasn't T shyness, and it wasn't T resistance. It was just a very strange feeling. Strange enough that even after living through 2 lives, he still couldn't describe it. It was like something had lightly squeezed his heart. The feeling was similar to how Aunt Zhao would show concern for him and ask after him, but at its core, it was completely different. But how was it different? He didn't know. He couldn't explain it. It was a very strange feeling. His throat moved. Though Qin Ding couldn't put this feeling into words. Something in his heart was instinctively and strongly telling him, don't refuse. You must not refuse. Only after taking the water and tissues did Qin Ding speak, though his voice had unconsciously grown a little soft. Thanks, Mushiwe. By Mushiwe didn't reply, but the slight upward curve of her lips had already revealed her feelings. Unfortunately, Qin Ding was busy tilting his head back to drink water. Didn't notice. The two ate while chatting here and there. Qin Ding, I still don't know how to shake the big pole. I saw you practicing it this morning. Can you teach me this afternoon? Okay. And I still can't do spear thrusting either. As for coiling the spear, I'm not very good at it. Okay, I'll teach you later. After they finished eating, the two quietly sat on the ground and talked, discussing the cold weapon practice for the afternoon. As time passed, students gradually began returning to the martial practice field one after another. When they saw Qin Ding and Bai Mushiwe sitting close together on the ground, chatting, none of them seemed surprised. Even before the Beastmaster class merge, they had already known about the relationship between these two. It seemed to be some kind of unspoken understanding where nobody said anything aloud. They weren't sure, but they were more than happy to watch from the sidelines. After all, who wouldn't like seeing childhood sweethearts get together? Wan Kong looked around and subconsciously nodded. Without Li Dong, that show-off who couldn't stand seeing others doing well, the air itself felt much smoother. Unexpectedly, after hearing that, someone beside Wan Kong looked hesitant. After struggling for a bit, he still opened his mouth and said what he had overheard at lunch. His voice was very low, as though he was afraid someone else might hear. Li Dong, I heard he transferred to Class 3. While we were eating earlier, I heard Li Dong talking with Class 3's monitor. They were discussing killing Qin Ding's black dog during the class competition at the end of the semester. Wan Kong suddenly turned his head and stared in shock at the cautious-looking person behind him. The words burst out of his mouth. Are you serious? His voice wasn't quiet, and it drew quite a bit of attention. The speaker instantly looked embarrassed. Seeing that, Wan Kong pondered for 2 seconds, then decisively grabbed the other person's hand and walked toward Qin Ding and Bai Mushiwe. Dahe? He.S. at home. I didn't bring him. What about you? Did you bring your white fox to school? No. I guess you didn't bring him, so I didn't bring mine either. I was afraid the child would get bullied. Battles between contracted beasts aren't forbidden inside Taiyuan. The caretakers only make sure the beasts in Taiyuan aren't seriously injured or killed. At that moment, the two talking noticed Wan Kong approaching. They tacitly stopped speaking, and when they saw he was dragging someone along, both of them looked a little surprised. Qin Ding, this is... Repeat what you just said. No one can hear us here. What? What did I say? And why are you so worried about being overheard? Qin Ding didn't understand what was going on, but if a few words had made someone this guarded, then it clearly wasn't anything simple. At this point, the person stopped hesitating. With the attitude of just going for it, he repeated everything he had overheard in the cafeteria. That's all I heard, class monitor. After speaking, Suhai somewhat timidly looked at Qin Ding's expression. When he saw that Qin Ding's face remained calm, he felt a little surprised inside. After hearing something like that, he could still stay calm? No wonder he was the martial champion seed of 11th High, the one who had always ranked first in physical assessments. Meanwhile, Bai Mushiwe beside him looked entirely different. Under her porcelain white face, it was as if icy edges had condensed, and her eyes were like 2 poisoned cold stars. She knew very well that Qin Ding and Dahe had signed a life-and-death contract. What is your name? Suhai. Silently committing the name to memory, Qin Ding calmly nodded. In his heart, he had already sentenced Li Dong to death. Thank you, Suhai. Just then, Lu Jun strode into the martial practice field. All right, class is starting. Wan Kong and Suhai left. Bai Mushiwe kept a cold face and was about to say something, but Qin Ding cut her off before she could speak. Let us practice spear first. Li Dong's matter isn't important. Once he got the chance, it wouldn't be as simple as killing a contracted beast. So of course Li Dong's matter wasn't important. What Bai Mushiwe wanted to say got stuck in her throat. It wasn't because of what Qin Ding had said, but because she had seen his eyes clearly. It was a kind of calmness, a strange calmness. Almost instantly, Bai Mushiwe understood what Qin Ding was thinking. Okay, time passed little by little, and soon it was time for school to end. The students put down their weapons one by one, said goodbye to Lu Jun, and left the martial practice field. Mushiwe, I need to buy a few things, so I want to be heading back with you today. Okay, then I'll go first. At the school gate, the two parted ways. Bai Mushiwe walked toward home, while Qin Ding went to the bus stop and got on a bus headed for the Beastmaster Commercial Street. This place had breeder shops, spiritual item shops, cold weapon shops, and spirit beast cub shops. It sold everything related to beastmasters and breeders. He had come here once before out of curiosity, but only that one time. After getting off the bus, Qingding had a clear goal in mind and walked straight toward a spiritual item shop that looked pretty decent from the outside. "Hello, sir. May I ask blood spirit fruit?" The attendant was interrupted before he could finish. The rest of his words stuck in his throat. After freezing for 2 seconds, he nodded. "Understood, sir. Please wait at the front desk. I'll package the spiritual item for you right away." Very soon, the attendant came back out carrying an exquisite box. He opened it in front of Qingding. "Sir, you can now open the item identification app developed by the Federation and scan it to confirm." Qingding said nothing. He only glanced at the displayed spirit compendium and decisively said, "No need. Just wrap it up. Spiritual item, blood spirit fruit. Description: for spirit beasts with ordinary aptitude, there's a certain chance of raising their aptitude by 1 grade. For spirit beasts with inferior aptitude, there's a small chance of producing a miraculous effect." Miraculous effect. That should be what the spirit compendium's evaluation of Dahe meant. A chance to trigger a rebound from rock bottom. Qingding's decisiveness caught the attendant slightly off guard, but out of professionalism and in accordance with the customer's request, he said nothing more. Instead, right in front of Qingding, he carefully and slowly wrapped the item before solemnly handing it over. As for why he gave the goods first instead of collecting payment first, because a spiritual item shop like this had the Federation backing it. The Federation allowed shop owners to break the limbs of dine-in dashers. The shop bore no responsibility, and in the end, the one trying to skip payment would still have to compensate the full equivalent value of the item. Compensate in full, not just pay in full. Taking out the reward card the school had given him, Qingding paid without hesitation. When the attendant saw the reward card, a trace of obvious surprise appeared in his eyes. After leaving the spiritual item shop, Qingding headed toward a rather grand-looking cold weapons shop. There, he custom ordered a spear that was 2.4 meters long. "Young man, I heard your requirements clearly, but let me make this clear in advance. This thing will be custom-made according to your request. Once it's forged, there are absolutely no returns or exchanges. The deposit is 5,000 Federation dollars, and the remaining 15,000 will be collected in 1 month." As for asking Qingding whether he was sure he could wield the spear he had ordered, or whether he wanted to think it over again, the shop owner said none of that. Come on, the shop owner's goal was making money. Besides, he had already made it clear, custom orders were non-refundable and non-exchangeable. "I understand." After leaving his personal information and contact details, Qingding left the beast-taming commercial street with the bag containing the blood spirit fruit and got on a bus home. 1 month later, pick up the spear. Join the class competition at school. Kill Li Dong's brocade fighting chicken, if there was still a chance after that. After eating at Auntie Zhao's house, Qingding returned home carrying a big bowl of meat. Unexpectedly, Dahe was already waiting at the door. Its huge dog mouth was open, drool hanging out as it stared fixedly at the meat in Qingding's hands. "Woof woof. I knew Auntie Zhao would a boss bring me meat." Qingding. Letting out a sigh, Qingding walked over to the doghouse and dumped all the meat from the bowl into Dahe's food basin. Unable to wait any longer, Dahe pounced like a vicious dog going after food, accurately stuffing its head into the basin and starting to eat at high speed. Listening to the smack-smack sounds, Qingding took the box containing the blood spirit fruit out of the bag. He lightly patted it, and his voice inexplicably softened. "Eat. Fill yourself up first. After that, there is still a great tribulation waiting for you to handle." Ding! That strange tone and incomprehensible sentence drifted into Dahe's ears like a freezing spell. Its entire body instantly went stiff. It even stopped chewing the meat in its mouth, and fear flashed through its pitch-black dog eyes. "HM, why did you stop eating? Weren't you making a fuss about wanting meat just now? Hurry up and eat." Qingding had been thinking that after Dahe finished eating, he would feed it the blood spirit fruit. But when he saw Dahe not moving, confusion appeared in his eyes, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. What was wrong with this mutt? In the past, whenever it saw meat, it drooled like it hadn't eaten in ages. Why had it suddenly stopped halfway through this time? He hadn't said anything, had he? Its stiff body slowly relaxed, and Dahe turned back with a face full of grievance. "Woof, bro, I thought after I finished eating, you're gonna kill me and eat my meat. Next time, can we talk normally?" Qingding had never expected Dahe's change to be because of something this ridiculous. He froze in his chair. A while later, he finally let out a cold laugh. "So that's what it was. Fine, fine, eat." Guessing that there was serious business to handle, Dahe sped up its eating. In just a few minutes, it had chewed up and swallowed an entire dog basin full of meat and bones. Then it trotted over to Qingding, tail practically wagging. "Woof woof. Boss, what is in that box? I can smell something coming out. It smells fishy sweet." "Good stuff." Qingding lowered his gaze and swept his eyes over Dahe, then opened the box containing the blood spirit fruit. "Open your mouth. There is more good food?" Dahe's eyes lit up, and it immediately did as told. A dense stench rushed straight into Qingding's face. Unable to hold back, Qingding angrily smacked Dahe once, then held his breath and stuffed the blood spirit fruit, about the size of an adult's fist, into its mouth. "Don't chew carelessly. Keep your head tilted up. You're not allowed to let even a single drop leak out." This time, Qin Ding's voice carried unquestionable seriousness. His eyes locked on Dahe as if, so long as it didn't obey, he would. Dahe rarely saw Qin Ding with this expression, and its heart tightened. Boss like this really would kill a dog. So Dahe simply shut its mouth, using its tongue and upper palate to crush the swelling fruit. It broke the blood spirit fruit apart and swallowed it down completely. A few seconds after it went down, Dahe felt a small, warm current in its stomach. That current was spreading at extremely fast speed, starting from its abdomen and flowing toward all 4 limbs and every part of its body. What kind of good thing was this? Feeling its body become wonderfully comfortable, Dahe affectionately rubbed against Qin Ding's pant leg. Woof woof. Boss, this stuff is great. After eating it, my stomach feels warm and my whole body feels comfortable. Warm, and the whole body feels comfortable? Qin Ding raised a brow, but said nothing. Instead, he silently took out his phone and checked the page he had looked at earlier, the reaction spirit beasts would have after eating a blood spirit fruit. The answer he got was pain. If pain appeared, then that meant there was a high possibility the spirit beast had successfully broken through its aptitude. The second possibility was no feeling at all, just like drinking water. That meant it had been eaten for nothing and a blood spirit fruit had been wasted. Only, there was no mention of the warm feeling Dahe had described. Strange. Could this warm feeling be the rebound from rock bottom mentioned by the spirit compendium? It was impossible. After all, what normal beast tamer would choose to contract a spirit beast with inferior aptitude? Qin Ding didn't know. Qin Ding stayed silent. Qin Ding decided to cultivate first and check again tomorrow morning. If, when morning came, Dahe's aptitude had really risen to good grade, then he could continue buying advanced nurturing fluid, push Dahe to level 11, and prepare for evolution. Alright, I'm going to cultivate. Go play by yourself. With that, Qin Ding went straight back to his room and resumed cultivating his spiritual power. Right now, he had only one goal, before the class assessment. Cultivate his spiritual power to second rank. Then, have Dahe complete its first evolution. At that time, the feedback he received would let his strength easily reach several hundred pounds. At the same time, his body would also become much tougher. In the latter half of the night, Dahe sneaked into Qin Ding's room in a mysterious manner and silently stared at him. After watching for a while, it finally lay down by Qin Ding's feet, its body twitching again and again. The corners of its mouth unconsciously pulled back, and foul-smelling drool flowed out along with it. Pain, intense pain, pain that sank into the bone marrow. It was as if countless needles were stabbing wildly through its bones. The muscles all over its body were spasming and twitching, forced to let out rustling sounds. At first, Qin Ding, who was immersed in cultivation, didn't notice anything unusual and wake up. It was only when the commotion lasted for more than 10 minutes and gradually grew louder that Qin Ding suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? What's that noise? Tugu, are you? After getting out of bed, he instinctively started to call out, about to ask if Dahe had caused it, when his body suddenly froze. He had stepped on one of Dahe's legs, and he could feel it twitching. Tugu, what is wrong with you? At that moment, Qin Ding instantly fell into a state of extreme panic, as if the last one by his side was about to leave him too. Flustered, Qin Ding lifted Dahe's head and placed it on his lap. His pupils trembled as he lightly patted Dahe's face. Dahe. Whoa. Boss, it hurts. It hurts so much. My stomach, my body, everywhere hurts. It hurts? For some reason, when he heard that word, Qin Ding actually calmed down a little. Pain after eating, it was proof that the blood spirit fruit was taking effect. It was just that Dahe hadn't said it would feel warm and comfortable. Beast, black dog, aptitude is being improved. Only after Qin Ding clearly saw what the record of living beings showed, did he let out a long breath and feel much more at ease. Because an aptitude increase wouldn't take a spirit beast's life. It would only cause pain. It's fine. I'm here with you. Bear with it. And it'll pass. As he spoke, Qin Ding gently patted Dahe's head with one hand and lightly rubbed Dahe's twitching belly with the other. His gaze was soft, and he quietly hummed the tune of a nursery rhyme. It was a nursery rhyme his mother, Shunyu, used to hum often. Back when she was still around, she would often hum it for him, Dahe, and by Mushiue. That was when Qin Ding had felt the most fulfilled, happy, and blessed. Whether it was because Qin Ding's humming worked, or because the medicinal effect of the blood spirit fruit was gradually fading, Dahe's body began to return to normal. A large amount of sweat and drool soaked through the clothes on Qin Ding's body. Beast, black dog. Aptitude, good. Element, none. Level, 10, low tier. Ability, holds grudges. Bloodline, Canine, 89, Wolf, 1099. Dragon, 001. Evolution path. Dragon type, requires completing the wolf type evolution path. Evolution path. Wolf type, must reach level 11. Evolution path. Canine type, must reach level 11. Aptitude upgrade, must reach level 31. Description, a common meat dog breed. Special individuals possess a certain degree of nurturing value. It's over? The moment he saw Dahe's illustrated entry, Qin Ding subconsciously murmured. His palm gently stroked Dahe. Dahe, it's over. Does it still hurt? With the pain gone? Dahe smacked its lips strangely, as if savoring something, then said a sentence that made Qin Ding freeze on the spot, leaving his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Woof. Boss, I miss Dad and Mom, and Grandpa and Grandma. Dad and Mom referred to Dahe as parents. Grandpa and Grandma referred to his own parents. Was it because of the nursery rhyme he had just hummed? Without realizing it, Qin Ding tightened his arms around Dahe a little. We'll bring our parents back. We'll meet them again. Definitely. The night passed. In the latter half of the night, Qin Ding no longer had the focus to continue cultivating. After washing up, cleaning the floor, and giving Dahe a bath, he sat with Dahe until dawn. At the horizon, a warm yellow beam of light pierced through the long night and shone through the window onto Qin Ding and Dahe. Qin Ding's eyes moved. Coming back to himself, he slowly stood up and used his phone to place 2 orders for high-grade nurturing fluid. Before, 1 bottle of high-grade nurturing fluid hadn't been enough for Dahe to go from level 9 to level 10, then to go from level 10 to level 11. He'd need at least 2 doses, right? As always, it was delivered to the door. As always, there was a warm reminder. Dahe, after you drink this, get some proper rest. Don't think too much. As long as we work hard and keep getting stronger, one day, what we want in our hearts will be something we personally reclaim. Woof woof. Boss, I believe you. After drinking the nurturing fluid, Dahe believed in Qin Ding with absolute conviction. It only had Qin Ding now. When he opened the door, Qin Ding paused for a moment, then walked out as if nothing was wrong and closed the door, because Bai Muxiue was standing outside waiting for him. That was rare. What's wrong? Why are you waiting for me today? Bai Muxiue said nothing. She just stared straight into Qin Ding's eyes, openly and without the slightest concealment, trying to see something different in them. The result was that she confirmed the suspicion in her heart and slowly spoke. It's been a long time since we went to school together. The moment she said that, Qin Ding understood. His gaze shifted slightly, and he gave a small nod. Then let us go together. As the 2 of them went downstairs, the elderly people in the neighborhood who slept little and were already out on their morning walks couldn't help but ask when they saw them. Oh, going to school together? That's rare. These 2 kids used to go back together and leave together. After they started middle school, that really became a lot less common. Old Wang, listen to yourself. This old man is clumsy with words. Qin Ding and Bai Muxiue didn't think much of it. They responded one by one to the grandpa's and grandma's questions, then slowly walked out of the neighborhood. Only after walking like that for a few minutes did Bai Muxiue's brows knit slightly, though she said nothing. A few more minutes passed. Seeing that they were almost at school, and Qin Ding still had no intention of speaking, Bai Muxiue finally couldn't hold back. What do you think about what Su Hai said yesterday? Qin Ding heard her, but he stayed silent. To be honest, he didn't want Bai Muxiue dragged into this, because in his mind, the best outcome was to kill both man and beast together. And he didn't want Bai Muxiue because of his personal reasons. To be stained by filth she could have remained untouched by. That wasn't putting his family at ease. That was dragging his family into the water. Bai Muxiue couldn't hold back anymore. Several veins bulged on her fair forehead. She, who had never been angry before, felt anger rise in her heart at that moment because of Qin Ding's concealment. You want to kill Li Dong's beast. If conditions allow it. You also want to kill Li Dong, right? Why won't you tell me? You don't want me involved? Then do you even consider me family? Bai Muxiue's words were like a stone smashing into that still pool deep in Qin Ding's heart. Qin Ding, who had remained silent the whole way, stopped walking. Bai Muxiue stopped as well. He looked straight at her eyes burning with anger, and for an instant, his gaze wavered. I can handle it. For this kind of thing, I can do it myself. Bai Muxiue froze. As her chest rose and fell, she suddenly raised her hand toward Qin Ding's face. Qin Ding didn't dodge. He just stood there like that. In the end, that slender, fair hand did not strike out with the sharp smack it seemed it might. Instead, it gently rested against Qin Ding's face. Qin Ding could feel a faint coolness. Bai Muxiue's hand was not warm, but when it touched his face, he strangely felt a sense of comfort. She tilted her head up. Watery pain shimmered in her eyes as she looked at him in confusion. Did Bai Muxiue not know what Qin Ding was thinking? She knew. She knew exactly what Qin Ding was thinking and exactly what he wanted to do. But she didn't understand. Why was he unwilling to tell her about something like this on his own initiative? She simply didn't care whether Qin Ding was ruthless or heartless toward others, because she knew very clearly that when it came to her and her mother, Qin Ding treated them as his true family, as the last people he had. That was enough. She didn't care at all about the way everyone outside looked at him or what anyone thought. To her, none of that mattered. Whether other people lived or died. What did that have to do with her? What did it have to do with her family? The only thing she cared about was whether Qin Ding was willing to tell her these things himself. After all, when 2 people thought things through and acted together, it was far more thorough and safer than one person thinking and acting alone, right? What happened to the Qin Ding who used to share even the sight of an interesting bug with me? Bai Muxiue's voice was very, very soft, like a wisp of breeze brushing past Qin Ding's heart, stirring up memories from his childhood as well. He had thought about many things. Mainly, He and T wanted the reputation of being someone who could deal a deadly hand to his classmates to effect by Muxiue and Annie Zhao. He had also thought about what Bai Muxiue would think if she found out, and what Annie Zhao would think if she found out. He had thought they would try to persuade him otherwise. But now, looking into Bai Muxiue's eyes, those pitch-black pupils reflected only his face. At that moment, he realized that the girl before him did not care what kind of person he was to the outside world. Qingding knew he had been wrong. So, if there isn't a suitable chance to make a move on someone, would you force one? No. This time, Qingding answered decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that, Bai Muxiue's gaze shifted slightly as she continued asking, why? It would be irresponsible to my family. Bai Muxiue smiled. It was beautiful, as stunning as a white rose blooming from melting ice in a glacier. Then from now on, my way of thinking really was a little self-righteous. From now on, it won't happen again. Apparently very satisfied with this answer, Bai Muxiue nodded lightly. Her expression relaxed, and she turned around to walk forward. Let us go. The passers-by who had stopped on both sides of the road had thought they were about to witness a major scene, only to end up sighing in disappointment, or rather, feeling thoroughly let down. After starting a quarrel, why didn't the angry look come? Why didn't the slap land with a smack across the face? So was flirting. In the end, all those bystanders who had wanted to watch the drama had become part of the teasing between that little pair of lovebirds. Wang Chuanfa silently watched Bai Muxiue and Qingding walk into the classroom at the exact same moment. The other students in the classroom did the same. After watching for a short while, Wang Chunfa withdrew his gaze without saying anything and simply picked up the textbook. Today, we'll be covering, during school. Time always seemed to pass very quickly. You could zone out for a bit and suddenly realize class was almost over. Only, Qingding wasn't zoning out. He was cultivating. 5 days. If I keep going at this pace day and night, another 5 days should be enough for me to break through to a second-rank Beastmaster. At that time, I'll receive 20% feedback from Dahe. And by then, even if Dahe hasn't fully completed its evolution, it should be close to reaching level 11. Its strength will make a fairly large leap. Qingding thought to himself, but when he looked up, he saw that Bai Muxiue was already waiting for him, so he immediately stood and walked over to her. The two of them were very in sync, leaving the classroom one after the other. But while going downstairs, Qingding's brows suddenly furrowed. He looked up along the stairwell and saw Li Dong, along with 2 other people. The 3 seemed to be discussing something, and without the slightest attempt to hide it, they were openly sizing him up from the stairs. Has the number of enemies gone from 1 to 3? He only silently memorized the appearances of the other 2. Then, while accompanying Bai Muxiue toward the cafeteria, Qingding told her what he had just seen. 2 people you don't recognize? Looks like Li Dong is pretty quick when it comes to forming a clique. Bai Muxiue was very satisfied with Qingding's attitude, but she was also quite worried about this escalation. The more people there were, the harder it would be to make a move. We can take it slowly. No ruse. 1 by 1. Upstairs. That guy just now was Qingding, right? You have to admit, the Bai Muxiue beside him really is pretty. Who would like her? The class monitor of class 3, Zhou Chong, looked at Li Dong before him with a playful expression. As for what he was really thinking, no one could tell. Li Dong's face instantly darkened. I'll pay you the reward I promised. Don't do anything extra. Kill Qingding's beast, and I'll give you 30,000 federal coins. For every arm or leg of Qingding's that you cripple, I'll add another 5,000. In the class competition, as long as no one dies, the school will turn a blind eye. Am I right? As long as no one dies. I heard Bai Muxiue's beast is a fox. Hearing that, Li Dong said nothing. He narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous gleam flashed within them. What are you trying to say? Seeing that Li Dong was still playing dumb, Zhou Chong spread his hands. Nothing. We understand the matter. We'll help you according to the agreement. Only then did Li Dong turn and leave, though when he turned, his expression was shifting uncertainly. Zhou Chong tilted his head toward his younger brother. Do you think he is playing dumb? After hearing his brother's words, Zhou Shun revealed a thoughtful expression and said with complete seriousness, I think he just doesn't want us touching that Bai Muxiue. But would Bai Muxiue even give him the time of day? She and Qingding are childhood sweethearts, and they're into each other. After a pause, Zhou Shun's expression became meaningful. You think he can wedge himself in there? So we do it, and when her family comes looking for trouble, we push the blame onto Li Dong. After all, we've got to deal with him. Besides, by then, everyone will have to sign a liability waiver before entering the mountain. We won't have killed anyone, and the school will have to back us up. Brother, you're right. But what if Bai Muxiue doesn't participate in the class competition? Then forget it. We'll find another chance later. Qingding and Bai Muxiue had no idea what the 3 of them had discussed. Qingding only knew that the number of enemies had gone from 1 to 3. If the opportunity came, then what had once required killing 1 person would become killing 3. As for the so-called rule that no one could be killed in the class competition, he didn't care. As long as there wasn't a school teacher's beast monitoring him at close range. He would make his move at the first opportunity and feed the corpses to the spiritual beasts in the mountain. When the time came, who could say clearly whether they had been killed by a person or had simply lacked the strength and died to beasts. After eating, the two returned to the classroom. During class, both of them were very focused. The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, it was night 5 days later. With an incomparably complicated expression, Qingding fed Dahe the fourth portion of high-grade nurturing fluid. Then he did not return to his room, and instead silently counted the total number of portions of high-grade nurturing fluid Dahe had used. A total of 8 portions of high-grade nurturing fluid. 80,000 federal coins. A normal person's monthly salary was only around 5 or 6,000, with monthly expenses of 2 or 3,000. 80,000 was enough for an ordinary person to save for 2 or 3 years. As for Qingding's own monthly federal subsidy of 2,000, he had given the card to Annie Zhao long ago. Otherwise, when she was willing to cook for him, he wouldn't have had the face to eat it. Woof. Boss, I feel like this time I'll definitely break through. Looking at Dahe's determined dog eyes, Qingding couldn't help but laugh. All right, I believe you. From level 10 to level 11, for portions of high-grade nurturing fluid. If it still didn't break through after that, it really wouldn't make sense. At the same time, in her room, Bai Mushiwei was curiously opening a package from the Federal Breeder Headquarters. It was something her teacher had sent her. As for what it was, her teacher hadn't said. He had kept her guessing, saying he wanted to give her a surprise. As the box disguised by the outer packaging was opened, inside was a plastic case. A reagent case? A reagent case. Inside were cultivation fluids of the same type. 10 portions in one case. Suppressing the guess in her heart for the moment, Bai Mushiwei immediately opened the case. When she saw what was inside, it was just as she had guessed. Cultivation fluid. And not just that, high-grade cultivation fluid. 10 portions in total, worth 100,000 federal coins. This, even Bai Mushiwei was a little shocked right now. To her teacher, these things might not amount to anything, but to her, this was a huge sum of wealth. Just then, a strong alert popped up on the computer. Teacher, little Mushiwei, I got confirmation here that you personally signed for the delivery. Nothing missing, right? This should be enough to let your white fox reach level 10 before the class competition. Do your best. Bai Mushiwei sat in the chair for quite a while before taking out one tube of cultivation fluid. Come, white fox, drink something good. Something good? Sweet water. Like Black Dog said. Black Dog? Sweet water? A thoughtful look flashed through Bai Mushiwei's eyes, but she answered directly and beckoned to White Fox. MHM, come here. A moment later, White Fox, bitter to the point that tears were pouring down, rolled around on the bed in agony, letting out miserable howls with its mouth hanging open from the unbearable bitterness, not daring to close it. Ow! Liars, liars. You're all liars. Early morning. A faint milky white radiance spread from Qingding's body. At this moment, he only felt an unprecedented freshness. He was clearly cultivating with his eyes closed. Yet he faintly had the sense that he could see through the layout of the room. The entire room seemed to appear faintly within his mind. Though it was blurry and unstable, the feeling was undeniably there. Pop, like the sound of a bubble bursting, it rang out in Qingding's mind. The refreshing sensation retreated with it, but the faint layout of the room still remained in his mind. Qingding slowly opened his eyes, feeling the feedback power inside his body rising along with the breakthrough of his spiritual power. The white breath he exhaled formed a white sword over 30 centimeters long. 20%. The feedback intensity doubled. I can clearly feel the increase in strength. Huh? Qingding stopped halfway through his sentence, because inside his body, the feedback power that belonged to Dahe had not stopped. Instead, it was still continuing to rise. That discovery made the corners of Qingding's mouth rise uncontrollably. Feeling the increasingly vigorous power, Qingding could not help but let out a long sigh. Looks like the mutt also broke through to level 11. It's a true spirit beast now. Level 0 to 10 were also considered spirit beasts, but spirit beasts at that stage were not particularly outstanding physically. A normal adult with a weapon might be able to hack one to death at random, but level 11 was different. From level 10 to level 11, a spirit beast's body would undergo a qualitative transformation and become much stronger. After that, every level increase would raise physical toughness by another small step. Especially after evolving at level 11, it could also obtain the power of the elements of heaven and earth, gaining a basic ability to use elements. Its combat power would rise by another tier. Speaking of gaining an element through evolution, what element would be good? At this point, Qingding had no choice but to think about what kind of elements suited Dahe as he was now. As for the elements of heaven and earth, there were 11 in total. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, spirit, and space. The rarest, without question, was the space attribute. It was said that space-type spirit beasts could only be encountered by luck and never sought out. Purely fate. Next was the spirit type. It could kill without a trace, and was also an excellent tool for gathering intelligence. One tier below there were wood, water, and light. 3 elements that were more likely to produce healing and support-type spirit beasts. The remaining elements were considered to be on the same level. Qingding could not help but recall the scene from some time ago, when Dahe had instantly suppressed the black wolf and killed it in one strike. A 2-dog-esque close combat ability was still pretty good. The suitable elements should be metal, darkness, or wind. He just did not know whether the record of living beings had evolution paths for those 3 elements that also did not cost too much. By the end of that thought, Qing felt a little emotional. It was not that he was stingy. It was just that he really did not have much money right now. He had spent 80,000 on cultivation fluid, 100,000 on the blood spirit fruit. And when the time came to pay the remaining balance on the cold weapons, that would be another 20,000. As of now, the federal coins he had left could be said to be only 100,000. While Qing was thinking in the living room, the Hayes body had expanded by a whole size. From head to tail, his length had broken past 2 meters, and his shoulder height had reached 1 meter. It was just that the Hayes doghouse was truly a den and not a little house. Otherwise, he would definitely have been stuck by now. Noticing his own changes, Da He immediately got up from the doghouse and bolted toward Qing's room. At home, Qing never closed his door. So just as Qing was lost in thought, an excited bark directly snapped him back to his senses. Woof. Boss, I got so much bigger. I feel like the current me could ram that wolf from last time to death. Hearing that, Qing crouched down and pinched the flesh onto He's body. Very hard. Rock hard. Judging by level 11 to He, as he was now, if he got running, he probably would not be any weaker than a small sedan. If he slammed into the black wolf, it really was possible he could smash its body apart on the spot. After winter break and the new year, we'll go take a look at the wilderness outside Chong City. A greenhouse can't raise a surging dragon. Woof woof. The wilderness? The place you told me about before, boss? The kind of place that might have spiritual objects and lots of spirit beasts? Sound good. When the time comes, I'll hunt something and bring it back for Aunt Zhao and the others to eat. Qing smiled without speaking. His eyes seemed to be on He, but in truth, he was looking at the record of living beings. Beast, black dog. Aptitude, good. Element, none. Level, 11, high tier. Ability, holds grudges. Bloodline, Canine 89, Wolf, 1099, Dragon 001. Dragon evolution path. Requires completing the Wolf evolution path. Wolf evolution path, 11221. Canine evolution path, 11566. Aptitude improvement. Requires reaching level 31. Description, a common meat dog breed. Exceptional individuals possess a certain degree of cultivation value. Canine? Qing did not even look at it. Even if it could not evolve into a dragon, he would still choose the wolf option. There are over 1,000 paths. Qing's initial thought was to start reading from the first one, but with just one glance, he fell completely silent. Condition 1 Silver Void Wolf. Any high-tier space-type spiritual object X1. High-tier Boundless Water X1L. High-tier Flesh Taisui X100G. Evolution Fluid Extraction Method. Consumption order for evolution, Qing. He could sell himself and still not gather even a scrap of the required materials. As for this direct consumption method, Qing took a look and understood that it meant as long as those 3 spiritual objects were consumed within 1 year, the evolution could be completed. The order was not too important. The only requirement was that the inner core had to be eaten last. Spirit beasts in the wild fight each other over spiritual objects and even hunt one another. It's probably because they can sense which spiritual objects are useful to them, right? Qing pondered inwardly and roughly looked further down. The tension in his heart gradually eased. Thankfully, absurd evolutions like that, with outrageously high requirements for spiritual objects or inner cores, only existed within the first 100 or so evolution conditions. More than 20 minutes later, Qing took a liking to the 212th evolution condition, Baleful Metal Wolf. Qing didn't know just how strong this evolution condition was, but he could see that among all the evolution conditions, this was the only one whose dragon-type spiritual item was something he could afford. If he wanted to find his parents, what he needed was strength. So it was absolutely necessary to raise Dahe's dragon bloodline. Condition 212, Shajin Wolf. Any high-tier metal element spiritual item X1. High-tier Flood Dragon Saliva Grass X1. Any tier Vidra Fruit X1. Any tier Wolf-type Spirit Beast Bone Marrow X10G. Evolution Liquid Extraction Method. Consumption order. After confirming it, Qing took out his phone and started searching up the prices of the required spiritual items, excluding the high-tier Flood Dragon Saliva Grass, of course. He already knew the price of that thing, 50,000. Back when he had nothing better to do, he had looked up dragon-type spiritual items and dragon-type spirit beasts before. A Vajra fruit cost 1,000 each. If a high-tier Vajra fruit cost 3,000, that was reasonable enough. Wolf bone marrow was cheap, basically worthless, just dozens or hundreds. Not worth counting. Qing wasn't too surprised when he saw the prices, because if you chose metal and earth element spiritual items to evolve a spirit beast, then the talent gained would most likely have nothing to do with long-range attacks. One had to know that a Beast Tamer S Spirit Beast S first evolution laid the foundation and beginning of its elemental path. Once an element was set, it was impossible to remove it, but it required a massive amount of expensive spiritual items to support it. and all the original comprehension of that element would be completely wasted, causing combat strength to plummet. So people only ever heard of beast tamers adding a certain elemental aspect to their spirit beasts. No one had ever heard of someone removing an elemental aspect from their own spirit beast. Stay at home and behave. Wait for me to come back with the materials and get ready to evolve. The evolution conditions for the Shajin Wolf Wound T just further enhanced Dahe's close combat ability. They would also increase the concentration of its dragon bloodline to a certain extent. That was good, and exactly what Qin Ding wanted to see. So at this moment, Qin Ding was thinking about going to Beast Tamer Street after school to buy the materials, then coming back and using that barely used pot at home to make cultivation liquid for Dahe. After all, making it eat one item every so often was a bit too slow. Besides, Dahe wasn't some wild spirit beast. Since he could already follow the method given by the record of living spirits and use a pressure cooker and iron pot to make cultivation liquid, then why waste time just waiting around? Woof. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely behave. Once I get stronger, let us eat chicken. Eat chicken? Hearing that, Qin Ding's eyes flickered, and his body leaned back slightly. Sure, we'll eat chicken then. Patting Dahe on the head, Qin Ding casually made himself a bowl of noodles, checked the time, and headed straight for school. Just a few minutes later, Qin Ding arrived at the classroom of the beast taming department at number 11 high and saw Wang Chunfa already sitting there, waiting early. Only this time, what Wang Chunfa held in his hand wasn't just less materials, but also several sheets of white paper that looked like some kind of agreement. Wang Chunfa silently watched Qin Ding return to his seat before finally taking out the class competition agreement. Everyone's here, so let me say something. I'm sure all of you have heard of the class competition. The condition for participating is getting an excellent rating in cold weapon training during the physical test. So in our class right now, only 7 people are qualified to sign up. As he spoke, Wang Chunfa walked down from the podium with the agreements and handed them out to the 7 students. You 7 should read the agreement carefully, because one rule in the class competition has been changed. Go back and discuss it properly with your parents. Just hand the agreement back to me within 7 days. Qin Ding took a brief look through the contents of the class competition agreement, and his expression immediately changed. The general meaning was that for students participating in the class competition, the school could only do its best to ensure they would not die or suffer crippling injuries, and it could not guarantee against any other sudden incidents or malicious situations. Do its best. Guarantee students previously not allowed to die during the class competition. Do its best. As if thinking of something, Qin Ding's lips curled into a smile. This was a rule set by the Federation. In the end, what the Federation wanted were beast tamers who could go out into the wild, not timid greenhouse flowers afraid of everything. As for malicious situations, that probably referred to things like Li Dong hiring someone to kill a beast, right? In the end, the class competition was meant to simulate real wilderness conditions. After all, in the wild, no one knew just how dark human nature could be. Now, they weren't even guaranteeing students' lives anymore. What was the Federation's purpose in suddenly changing the rules? Qin Ding muttered inwardly, but he didn't care about this rule at all, because the rule change had practically hit him right where he wanted. As for the victory conditions of the class competition, they were based on surviving in the wild for 3 days and earning points through the heads of beasts hunted. The larger the beast head, the more points it was worth. It was called a class competition, but it was really more of an individual tournament. Of course, people could also travel together. As for the rewards, first place, a 10 cubic meter storage ring. Second place, 300,000 Federation credits. Third place, 100,000 Federation credits. Fourth to 10th place, 30,000 Federation credits. Only the top 10 received rewards. Everyone else got nothing. Well, that wasn't entirely true. The spirit beasts they killed could count as rewards for the participants. But unless they reached high tier, they wouldn't do much to help Dahe level up. Compared to that, the prizes were actually secondary. Looking at the reward for first place, Qin Ding couldn't help but go a little red-eyed. Storage rings had only appeared after the spirit realms appeared, and the materials for this kind of thing could only possibly be produced inside spirit realms. The price of a finished storage ring was even sold by cubic meter. 50,000 per cubic meter. 10 cubic meters, just based on value alone. That was 500,000 Federation credits. And the way to use a storage ring was simple too. As long as you had spiritual power, that was enough. The method was somewhat similar to forming a contract with a spirit beast. Just send your spiritual power into the ring. After roughly skimming through the so-called class competition agreement, Qin Ding signed it without even thinking. As for Bai Muxue, at this moment, Bai Muxue's mind was full of what Qin Ding had said to her last time, and she decisively signed her name. Wan Kong, meanwhile, was hesitating. As for the rewards, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, especially for kids from ordinary families like theirs, who would be tempted, but he knew exactly what he was capable of, so his ambitions weren't high. If he could just get 30,000 Federation credits, he'd be happy enough to laugh in his sleep. Damn, the rules changed. Then should I sign or not? Maybe I should look at Qin Ding? On a sudden impulse, Wan Kong leaned back and looked toward Qin Ding, who was sitting by the window in the back of the classroom. What he saw was Qin Ding casually giving the agreement a quick glance before decisively signing it. Wang Kong. He signed, just glanced at it and signed, without discussing it with okay, yeah, I overthought it. Right after that, Wang Kong saw Bai Muxue finish signing, then hand the agreement back under Wang Chuanfa's somewhat baffled gaze. He was completely stunned. Bai Muxue signed too? She still has a mom, right? Wait, no. That's not it. Wang Kong's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of Dahe swiftly biting the black wolf to death. When the class competition came, Bai Muxue and Qin Ding would definitely team up. Forget top 3, getting into the top 10 would definitely be no problem. At that moment, a greedy red gleam rose in Wang Kong's eyes. Worst case, he'd just be Qin Ding's dog. He could ride his pink pig up front as the tank, and with Qin Ding and his spirit beast as strength, they definitely wouldn't let him get too badly hurt. Screw it. I'm a grown man. What do I have to be afraid of? After class, I'll talk it over with Qin Ding and Bai Muxue. I won't even bother about what my parents think. Up on the podium, Wang Chuanfa was a little stunned when he received Bai Muxue's signed consent form. As a teacher, he knew very well that among all the students in number 11 high in Chong City, there were quite a few who admired Bai Muxue. To put it bluntly, men were lustful. It was only because of Qin Ding's presence that none of them dared to make a move. But now, with the class competition being a fully simulated wilderness survival exercise with life and death on the line, maybe these people would start seeing another possibility. And although that kind of thing rarely happened in the city, especially in school-organized competitions, it wasn't as if it had never happened before. Bai Muxue, didn't you want to take the breeder exam? How about you go back and discuss it with your mother again? While Wang Chuanfa was trying to persuade Bai Muxue, his eyes drifted toward Qin Ding as he gave him a look, signaling for him to come up and help talk her out of it. However, Qin Ding wasn't particularly surprised by this scene. Wang Chuanfa was a little stunned because after Qin Ding came up, all he did was hand in the consent form. Seeing that Qin Ding wasn't standing on Wang Chuanfa's side, Bai Muxue's eyes curved slightly. It's fine, teacher. Yes, there. Wang Chuanfa opened his mouth. Wang Chuanfa closed his mouth. Just as Wang Chuanfa's brain was in complete chaos, another consent form was handed to him. Wang Chuanfa. He abruptly looked up and saw the somewhat awkward Wang Kong. Even Qin Ding and Bai Muxue, who still hadn't stepped down from the podium, looked a little surprised. Teacher, this is my consent form. Teacher has received it. Within these 7 days, you can change your mind at any time. But once it's handed onto the principal's desk, then it's final. Of the whole day's classes, only the morning session had actually been taught by Wang Chuanfa. By the afternoon, he no longer had the mind for it. You all study on your own. Teacher has some matters to handle. After saying that, Wang Chuanfa strode out of the classroom and headed straight for the office building with a clear destination in mind. Lu Jun, old Lu, stop drinking. The moment he entered the office, Wang Chuanfa saw Lu Jun leisurely sipping tea and couldn't help but snatch the teacup right out of his hand. That made Lu Jun rather helpless. What is with you, Director Wang? What has got you in such a panic that you came running to me? If you think the teaching methods still need adjusting, then you need the principal's approval, not mine. Wang Chuanfa choked on his words. No, it's about the class competition half a month from now. Can your flame-stepping flow tiger go into that back mountain too? Liu Yun. In an instant, the previously calm Lu Jun turned incomparably serious. Narrowing his eyes, he stared fixedly at Wang Chuanfa, trying to detect any abnormalities. But the result told him that Wang Chuanfa was not being controlled by a spirit beast of a mental type. And that answer only made Lu Jun's brows knit even tighter, his confusion deepening further. Since there's nothing wrong with you, then this is even more something you should discuss with the principal. I don't have the authority to make that decision. Still, I am curious. What happened that made you this flustered? Only then did Wang Chuanfa realize he had gotten too worked up out of concern. He immediately explained the matter of the class competition agreement from beginning to end. Who would have thought that Lu Jun, who had been frowning just moments ago, first looked surprised after hearing Wang Chuanfa out, then bewildered, and then a little curious. That series of changes made Wang Chuanfa feel strangely stifled inside. He looked at Lu Jun as if he'd seen a ghost. No, what are you curious about? What do you want to see? You were once a spirit realm investigator. Don't tell me you've become just like those inhuman people too? At that, a flash of killing intent flickered through Lu Jun's eyes. He shot Wang Chuanfa an annoyed glance and snorted coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I really that bad? You have no idea what kind of combat strength that brat Qin Ding has among students of the same year. You're worrying for nothing. Beastmaster Class 3, those Zhou brothers, know them? Beastmaster Class 3, the Zhou brothers? Wang Chuanfa blinked and started recalling. Zhou Chong and Zhou Shun, right? After Li Dong transferred to Class 3, he offered them a price to get them a deal with Qin Ding. But those two had some other thoughts as well. And now, Bai Muxue has jumped into it too. Wang Chuanfa. Looking at the visible shock and horror on Wang Chuanfa's face, Lu Jun felt a flicker of satisfaction in his heart. Serves you right for barging over here in such a panic to mess with me. Now you can't handle it? Without waiting for Wang Chuanfa to speak, Lu Jun continued, but they've all underestimated that brat Ding. That black dog of his is a very high level. He has probably raised it for quite a long time. I'd guess that by the time of the class competition, it might reach level 11. All the words filling Wang Chuanfa's stomach got stuck dead in his throat. It took him a long while to process that before he looked at Lu Jun in sudden realization. Level 11? Unless the three of them, Li Dong and the others, are willing to bleed their families dry, then forget setting their sights on Ding and Bai Muxue. They wouldn't even be able to beat Ding's beast. Good. So you already knew all this. You were watching me make a fool of myself just now, weren't you? At those words, Lu Jun nodded seriously, leaving Wang Chuanfa completely dumbfounded. No, you should be worried, but you're worried in the wrong direction. You shouldn't be worried about Ding and Bai Muxue. That young couple, not to mention 2 against 3, even 2 against 4 isn't impossible. The ones you should be worried about are Li Dong and the Zhou brothers. You should worry whether those 3 will end up getting killed by Ding in the mountain. Wang Chuanfa, how can you say that? How can I say that? Seems like the tea in my cup is gone. Wang Chuanfa, Beastmaster Class 1. Once Wang Chuanfa left, he was gone for several hours. It was already 5 in the afternoon now, and there were only a few minutes left before school ended. Seeing that Wang Chuanfa still hadn't returned, Bai Muxue, seated in the front row, flashed a thoughtful look in her eyes and suddenly stood up, walking toward Wan Kong. No one said anything about it. Going down to talk to someone else was perfectly normal. But when Bai Muxue wasn't walking toward Ding, but toward Wan Kong instead, everyone in the classroom froze. They recovered quickly, and one by one, their eyes turned heated, as though they were hoping to see something different. Bai Muxue. Wan Kong had been thinking about how to talk to Ding after class when he suddenly caught a cool fragrance. Turning his head, he found Bai Muxue standing in the aisle beside him, looking down at him. Bai Muxue said nothing. She only handed Wan Kong a note, on which was written a sentence that left him dumbstruck. For the class competition, you want to follow Ding and get the prize money. After reading it, Wan Kong quickly crumpled the paper into a ball and looked up at Bai Muxue in utter panic. Standing over him, her expression seemed coated in frost. His throat moved involuntarily. How did she know? Did she guess? Was he really that obvious? And besides, didn't all 7 of them receive this thing? Why would she guess in that direction? Although she didn't get a verbal answer, once Bai Muxue saw Wan Kong's expression, she knew she had guessed right. She merely gave a slight nod. I agree. You can. You have to listen. Wan Kong. He opened his mouth, wanting to voice some doubts. But thinking of the relationship between those two, a relationship obvious to anyone with eyes, just never stated outright. Wan Kong chose silence and silently nodded, meaning that during the class competition, he could obey. After all, that had been his plan from the start. If he could join stronger people in the class competition, then the chances of getting the prize money would definitely rise a lot. And on top of that, they would be surviving in the mountain for 3 days. If they moved together, the safety factor would definitely increase by quite a bit. One had to know the agreement only guaranteed that when the school returned the students, there would be no deaths or permanent disabilities. It didn't say they couldn't become injured or disabled before being returned. Because the school doctor's beast, when it came to treating injuries on weak students like them, could handle it with absolute ease and leave behind not even the slightest trace. After confirming it, Bai Muxue didn't stay any longer. Instead, she walked over to Ding, who was cultivating, slowly bent down, and stared unblinkingly at him with his eyes closed. For some reason, her playful side suddenly flared up. She reached out with her index finger and thumb, carefully pinched the soft flesh on one side of Ding's cheek, and gently shook it. Ding, wake up. Muxue, class is over. Let us go home. Without suspecting anything, Ding got up and was just about to leave. But when he saw the entire classroom full of students sitting motionless in their seats, all staring at the two of them, his brows lifted. Class is over, and not a single person has left yet? That's rare today. So in the eyes of the rest of the class, the two of them walked out of the classroom one after the other like something out of a ghost story. A moment later, a voice finally sounded inside the classroom, carrying a hint of envy. So this is the kind of treatment the top scorer in both academics and martial arts gets? Skipping class openly? Bai Muxue didn't hide anything. She told him everything that had just happened, even including the fact that class wasn't over yet. Wan Kong wants to come with us? That works. If he rides that pink pig while holding a wolf-tooth club, it'll definitely have a huge visual impact. He decount as a pretty good combat unit. This was Ding's evaluation of Wan Kong. A person riding a pig can't possibly be weak. The Beastmaster wouldn't even need to do much. He'd just need to knock aside the enemy Beastmaster's attacks. The pink pig would slam straight into the enemies in front. As for the fact that class hadn't ended yet, Ding wasn't stupid. There had been so many people in class. If it had really ended, they would all run off in a flash already. He just didn't care. Even if class hadn't ended, he would still have been sitting there cultivating anyway. Suddenly thinking of something, Bai Muxue said directly, "Oh, right. I need to go to the bookstore later to buy some books on nurturing. Is there anything you want me to bring back for you?" "No. But you should be taking the Junior Nurturer certification exam soon, right? Bai Mushiwei gave a light humph and nodded. Tomorrow. Saturday. Saturday? Then there's no class tomorrow. Perfect. Then I wish you swift success. After watching Bai Mushiwei leave, Qinding also turned around and got on a ride to B Street. Not long after, once he bought all the materials, Qinding decisively headed home. But the moment he stepped through the door, he smelled the aroma of cooked food. My house. Smells like food? His gaze instantly locked on Dahe, who was crazily stuffing himself in front of the dog bowl. Auntie Zhao has to work overtime today? Qinding muttered to himself. This had happened before. Whenever Zhao Min had to work overtime, she would come home in advance, make dinner, and leave Qinding a portion. Qinding glanced at the still steaming dishes on the table. After thinking for a few minutes, he still decided to eat first. As he ate, he looked through the record of living beings at the extraction method for the evolution fluid of the Shajin wolf. Method 1, normal extraction. Method 2, household utensil extraction. Method 3, fire element extraction. Fire element extraction? Even though he couldn't understand what that meant, Qinding firmly remembered this extraction method. No other reason, just because it was far too rare. While Qinding was absorbed in reading method 2, his eating speed was delayed because of it. Dahe, who had already licked his dog bowl spotless, couldn't help but look toward Qinding, who still hadn't finished eating and was sitting there in a daze. After getting stronger and bigger, I get hungry so fast. Huh, why is boss sitting there spacing out? Is he not eating that bowl of meat? Thinking this, Dahe stuck out his tongue and licked his nose. He quietly padded toward the dining table, slowly climbed onto a chair, and in the end met Qinding's calm eyes directly. Dahe, what the heck? This move always worked before. Qinding didn't give him any time to react. He grabbed him off the chair beside him in one motion, his tone carrying a trace of displeasure. I really don't understand. Why do you always want to eat the food in my bowl? Still not full? Dahe's eyes darted around, not daring to say anything. A trace of helplessness flashed through Qinding's eyes. I'm basically done eating. You can have it. Right now, I need to get busy. Don't go into the kitchen, no matter what. With that, Qinding stood up, took the materials he had bought, and walked into the kitchen. Dahe only looked over curiously a couple of times before decisively giving up on watching. Woo, more food. Inside the kitchen, Qinding took out 2 vajra fruits of different sizes and processed them according to the steps. Cut the 2 vajra fruits of different grades into pieces. Pour them into a pressure cooker. Add 1 liter of water. Bring it to pressure over high heat. Then switch to low heat and simmer for 1 hour. After that, pour it into an iron pot. Add minced jiaolong dragon saliva grass and wolf bone marrow, and simmer over low heat for 5 minutes. What a strange method. Compared to the other 2 methods, this one is convenient, but there's no step where the inner core is added and cooked together. Is it because they're afraid the inner core's power would blow up the house? Muttering to himself, Qinding felt that this record of living beings was a little too unbelievable, too human-like. After finishing all the steps of method 2, the next step was to drink the medicinal soup along with the residue and wait for the effects to spread through the whole body. In the living room, Dahe, who had already licked every bowl spotless, lay in his dog bed and tightly covered his nose with both paws. What is boss making in the kitchen? Why does it smell good at first and then stink later? Qinding could also smell some of the odor after adding the jiaolong dragon saliva grass, but wasn't too strong. However, a dog's nose was far more sensitive than a human's, so Dahe could clearly smell a fishy stench. It was like someone's saliva was being heated over high flame until it reduced. This situation lasted for only 10 minutes before the kitchen door was pushed open. The moment Dahe saw it, he straightened up at once and dashed over. He had to see what in the world his boss was up to. The result was that before Dahe could even enter the kitchen, Qinding had already set the iron pot down on the floor, revealing the yellow-green liquid inside, along with some floating bits of unknown debris. Dahe's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Qinding in disbelief. Woof! Boss! This is for me to drink. Yes. After you finish it, you'll be able to evolve. As he spoke, Qinding even deliberately pointed at the unidentified liquid in the pot. But even Qinding's own gaze was a little unsteady. Could something made exactly according to the record of living beings method really count as evolution fluid? This thing can evolve me? Dahe had never seen evolution fluid before. Hearing Qinding's words, he blinked in astonishment, but it was only astonishment. Toward Qinding, Dahe had always trusted him unconditionally. So he opened his mouth and started gulping it down. A little hot didn't matter. He could endure it. It was just that the taste was strange. One moment it felt like chewing grass, the next like drinking foul water. But the moment it went into his stomach, it started working. Just like when he had first eaten that red fruit last time, his stomach felt extremely comfortable. Qinding said nothing and merely watched Dahe quietly. That stare left Dahe completely baffled. Even his originally straightened back unconsciously hunched a little. Could this really be some kind of medicine? Is boss trying to poison me? At that exact moment, the originally warm and comfortable feeling in his stomach suddenly turned into an incredibly bizarre itch. But the problem was, how could his stomach itch from the inside? Before Dahe could ask Qinding what was going on, his body seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction. It was just his stomach anymore. In almost an instant, his entire body became unbearably itchy. He collapsed to the ground in pain and kept rubbing himself against the floor, trying to relieve the itch that way. Woof woof. Boss, I'm so itchy. My whole body is itchy. Did I get poisoned? Beast, black dog evolving. Only after seeing Dahe's status panel update did Cheating finally relax from the breath he'd been holding. Even his tone lightened quite a bit. It's not poison, and you're not poison either. You'll just feel bad for a while. Same as with that blood spirit fruit before. Very soon, Dahe's 4 limbs jerked straight, and his whole body turned stiff as a board. Only his dog eyes were left rolling around wildly and without pattern. Dahe, boss, my brain feels so itchy. No, now it's starting to hurt. My head is itchy and painful. Cheating knew this was Dahe talking to himself through the spiritual link. This was a normal ability Beastmasters gained after their spiritual power reached the 2nd tier, though he himself was also only at the 2nd tier now. But thanks to the power of the life and death contract, he had gained this ability back when he was still at the 1st tier. Still, one thing had to be said. After his spiritual power reached the 2nd tier, he had not gained any new ability through the life and death contract. Could it be that the life and death contract's effect was to bring the next tier S ability forward by 1 tier? Cheating wasn't too sure, and he didn't care much either. He was confident he could break through to the 3rd tier of spiritual power before the Federation retest. It's fine. Your brain is just starting to grow. That is a good thing. That was what he said out loud. But Cheating knew very well that evolving from a dog into a wolf was one thing. But gaining the power of the elements of heaven and earth would naturally cause pain in the body. So next, Dahe's evolution could only be described as bizarre. Though his whole body was stiff and straight, he was still baring his teeth and grimacing. The flesh beneath the skin on his face seemed to twitch and writhe. His canine features started becoming abnormally savage, gradually transforming into wolfish ones. The fur on his body also began to grow longer and harder, black as ink and glossy enough to reflect light. His body started lengthening as well. His entire frame visibly swelled by a full circle right before the naked eye. And Cheating watched everything with shining eyes, full of curiosity. So this was the evolution of a spirit beast? Before he knew it, just as Cheating was staring in fascination, something sharp suddenly pressed against his hand. He reflexively pulled it back at once and lowered his head to look. His eyes narrowed. Dahe's claws, which originally hadn't been that noticeable, were now clearly protruding outward and seemed to still be expanding. Those pitch-black wolf claws were filled with a metallic texture, as though they were not keratin growths at all, but actual metal claws. This evolution did not take long. From the moment Dahe finished drinking the evolution fluid until now, only a little over 20 minutes had passed in total. After completing his evolution, Dahe's body length had reached 2.5 meters, and his shoulder height was 1.3 meters. At this moment, all he felt was an empty stomach and intense hunger. Even when he looked at Cheating, his eyes carried a primal green glow. His voice had also become a bit strange. It was not just a simple wolf howl, but also carried a sound like rusted iron sheets scraping together. Oh, whoa, boss. I'm so hungry. I'm really hungry. Cheating said nothing. He was just quietly trembling, naturally because the feedback from Dahe's evolution had hit a little too hard. A few minutes later, Cheating let out a long breath as though he had been reborn. Beast, Shajin Wolf. Aptitude, good. Element, metal. Level, 11, high tier. Abilities, extremely vindictive. Stone body, black iron claws. Bloodline, canine, 9. Wolf, 909. Dragon, 01. Evolution path. Dragon type. Requires dragon bloodline purity to reach 10. Evolution path. Wolf type, 1991. Evolution path. Canine type. Requires canine bloodline purity to reach 10. Aptitude upgrade. Requires reaching level 31. Description. A close combat wolf specialized in the physical body. Fierce in melee, but somewhat lacking in speed and agility. It may be kite by very fast enemies. It has decent cultivation value. Stone body. The moment he saw this ability, Cheating's eyes practically lit up. One had to know that the Shajin wolf was already famous for its close combat ability. Now, Dahe's physical strength was 20% stronger than that of a normal Shajin wolf of the same kind. Although stone body would also reduce the body's flexibility, creating some conflict with the Shajin wolf's own shortcomings. Did that matter? No, it didn't because Dahe would not be fighting alone. He, the Beastmaster, wasn't dead. Ability, black iron claws. The claws are completely formed from metal element power. Extremely sharp. They can easily tear through the surface defenses of same-tier spirit beasts that are not shell-type. Dahe noticed Cheating staring at him, ignoring him and not saying a word, and couldn't help feeling a little troubled. He couldn't figure out at all. How had his boss suddenly entered this dazed state? It was weird for no reason. Still, had his original vindictive turned into extremely vindictive? So he had just become even more vindictive? Whoa, boss, my stomach is so empty. Can you buy me some meat to eat? Ability, extremely vindictive. The Shajin wolf remembers every enemy and every grudge, and will take revenge whenever it gets the chance. After reading the ability description, Qingding fell slightly silent. There wasn't much difference, was there? Just better memory? Oh woo. Boss. Did you even hear what I said? Em starving. Seeing Qingding ignore him and instead mutter to himself about who knew what, Dahe finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Unable to resist, he reached out a claw and gave Qingding's pant leg a light swipe. Ryup, Dahe. The clear sound of fabric tearing brought Qingding back to his senses. He looked down. With just one light swipe from Dahe, not only had his pant leg been torn open, but several obvious claw-shaped red marks had also appeared on his calf. And that was with Dahe only swiping lightly. If he had used a little force, those wouldn't have been red marks anymore. They would have been bloody wounds. And this was while Qingding was already sharing 20% of Dahe's current physique effect. The corner of Qingding's mouth twitched with difficulty. Great. He had only gotten a little too absorbed in looking at Dahe's spirit creature record. And now not only was his pants gone, his leg had almost gone too. A little annoyed, Qingding lifted his leg and lightly kicked Dahe. Have some sense now that your evolution's done. Later on, don't go swiping my leg off. I know you're hungry. Let me finish looking over the changes after your evolution first. Forget it. I'll order you some farmed wood pig meat, alright? His annoyance vanished almost as soon as it appeared. Dahe, who clearly didn't care at all, immediately nodded excitedly after hearing Qingding's words. Qingding shook his head helplessly and took out his phone to order a late-night meal for the black dog. Dahe lay on the ground, watching Qingding. His head tilted slightly. Just as Qingding put down his phone, Dahe suddenly spoke up. Owo, boss, when the time comes. Should we kill the owner of your chicken too? Qingding, who had just set down his phone and hadn't even removed his hand yet, froze for a moment. His brow lifted slightly, as if he finally understood what extremely vindictive meant. 4 spirit beasts. Revenge meant killing enemies and grudge bearers. So extremely vindictive meant always remembering to take revenge? Qingding's gaze shifted slightly. He bent down and patted Dahe on the head. If there's a chance, we will. Not long after, the takeout arrived. After receiving the raw meat, Qingding directly tossed it to Dahe, while he himself washed up and went straight back to his room to begin cultivating. And in the pitch-black living room, the sounds of Dahe chewing meat and swallowing echoed out in steady rhythm. The next day, at the Chongqing Breeder Association, now announcing the list of those who passed the first round. Bai Musa, Zhang Ziyan, Su Xiaohan, Su Ming, Lin Fan, Ye Yu, like he was reading off a menu. The examiner rattled off names for about a minute before finally raising his head and moving his gaze from the list down to the hundreds of candidates below. The 30 people whose names were called, come with me and take part in the final refinement of the nurturing fluid. Anyone who successfully refines, it will pass the assessment. Refining nurturing fluid. Mushiwe was a little nervous inside. Most of what she had was theoretical knowledge. This was her first time actually doing hands-on work. The second round of the assessment tested primary nurturing fluid. If you passed successfully, you could become an apprentice nurturer. But if you wanted to learn more formulas, then you had to join the Federation's Nurturer Association. The Federation was selfless, as long as it did not involve top-tier spirit beast evolution formulas like dragons and phoenixes. Then once you joined the Federation Nurturer Association and your nurturer rank was high enough, you could learn the rest of the spirit beast evolution formulas. For example, Flood Dragon, Earth Dragon, and other spirit beast evolution formulas powerful enough to dominate some small or even medium-sized cities. Of course, there was another situation entirely. That was if you had a good teacher. Then you could skip all of the above steps directly. Compared to the first round, the second round of the exam was much stricter. Each person had an individual assessment room, and the proctor inside was at minimum a primary nurturer. An apprentice nurturer was someone who had successfully passed the Nurturer Association assessment. At this stage, a nurturer was only allowed to make and sell nurturing fluid. They were not allowed to accept evolution fluid orders in any form. If they did, and it caused an accident with someone else's contracted beast, then aside from sky-high compensation, both their hands would be chopped off for 5 years. During those 5 years, they would not be allowed to go to a spirit beast hospital for arm reattachment or reconstruction. This is the formula for primary nurturing fluid. It only lists the types of spirit herbs. How much of each herb to use and how to mix them will all need to be judged by yourself. The exam time is a quarter of an hour. The moment you take the formula, the exam will be considered started. Without hesitating, Bai Mushiwe immediately picked up the formula from the table. Spirit flower, water treasure grass, red fruit, water. The formula for primary nurturing fluid was very simple. Just 3 spirit materials plus water. After just one glance, the correct proportions appeared in Bai Mushiwe's mind. She immediately took half a spirit flower, 1 stalk of water treasure grass, and 2 red fruits from the nearby shelf, then returned to the workbench and lit the fire. At the same time, she drew 500 milliliters of water and poured it into the refining pot. When the proctor at the side saw Bai Mushiwe's decisive movements, and saw that the materials she took were all the correct answers, his eyes began widening uncontrollably. That fast. She knew the answer from one glance? The proctor silently lowered his head to look at the timer in his hand. Only 1 minute had just passed. When he looked up again, he could already smell a faint, sweet fragrance. As a proctor, he knew very clearly which step this meant she had reached. Refining the red fruit, then blending and fusing it with the spirit flower. This step needed to continue for 5 minutes, and this girl had such a clear thought process. One batch of primary nurturing fluid normally took about 10 minutes. The extra 5 minutes were for the examinee to think while selecting herbs. But she had already directly reached this stage. Which middle school's top student is she from? Yes, at this moment, the proctor was already wondering which middle school's academic genius by Mushiwa was from. Otherwise, it was hard for a normal person to have this kind of decisive execution and clear analytical ability. Of course, it was also possible that she had a teacher and had already practiced making primary nurturing fluid under guidance. Time passed little by little. 10 minutes later, Bai Mushiwa carefully poured 100 milliliters of pale green liquid into a vial through a special spout. My assessment is over. After sealing it with a wooden stopper, Bai Mushiwa calmly turned around to look at the proctor. The proctor said nothing. He only gave Bai Mushiwa a somewhat complicated look before stepping forward to pick up the vial and inspect it. The color was normal. The smell produced during refining was normal. There were no omissions in the refining steps or the bottling process. This girl must have had a teacher and practice before, right? Otherwise, how could she be this familiar with it? But that thought only flashed through his mind. What the proctor cared about was only whether she could pass. Bai Mushiwa, your assessment is over. This is your apprentice nurturer certificate. From now on, in any city of the Federation, you may refine and sell primary and intermediate nurturing fluids under the identity of a Federation apprentice nurturer. This is an intermediate nurturing fluid formula. It is your reward for passing the assessment. As for the rest of the Nurturer Association's rules, they will be sent to you later through our association's dedicated app. Remember to scan the code and download it. In addition, when apprentice nurturers purchase spirit materials from shops under spirit material companies officially certified by the Federation, they can enjoy a 5% discount. As he spoke, the proctor pointed to the lower right corner of the certificate. There was a QR code there, and on the front of the certificate were printed the 5 words, Apprentice Nurturer. Bai Mushiwa, who took the certificate, understood clearly that this certificate itself was not actually important. What mattered was downloading the app and completing real name verification on it. Only then would she truly become an apprentice nurturer. The existence of the certificate was only to make it more convenient for nurturers when they needed to prove their identity. Even the photo on the certificate had to be pasted on by herself. Next, I will take you out of the assessment floor. Thank you. After thanking him out of courtesy, Bai Mushiwa followed behind the proctor back to the first floor of the Nurturer Association. The proctor who escorted her there had already left. Walking out of the Nurturer Association, Bai Mushiwa let out a breath. Apprentice nurturer still wasn't enough. At the very least, before the major exam, she had to become a primary nurturer. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for teacher. At that thought, the corner of Bai Mushiwa's mouth lifted for a moment. Now, she should count as having source of income, and she could also help ease some pressure for mom. Go home and tell Qin Ding and mom this good news. At Qin Ding's home, looking at the sky, which had already turned to dusk, Qin Ding stared in endless distress at Dahe, who had a face full of grievance and looked like he was enduring something. Are you really hungry? Or is your mouth just craving food? Tell me honestly. Oh, whoa, boss, I really am hungry. That pork stuff doesn't fill me up at all. I get hungry again in no time. Hearing that, Qin Ding seemed to understand something. Although the meat pigs raised for food were also spirit beasts, they were a type of meat pig specially bred by humans. Their entire rank was fixed at level 1, in exchange for having lots of meat and being easy to raise. Was it because the meat pig's spiritual power rank was too low, so the mutt got hungry so easily? Just then, Qin Ding's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Mr. Qin, your custom weapon has already been finished ahead of schedule. Please let us know when you'd like to come pick it up. The custom weapon was ready? Didn't they say 1 month? It had only been about 10 days, right? But right after that, as Qin Ding looked at Dahe with its hungry belly and thought about the call saying the custom weapon was finished, an immature idea suddenly popped into his mind. Maybe he could try taking Dahe, bringing the custom long spear, and heading out into the wilderness to test things out. Dahe was now level 11 and had completed its evolution, and the feedback he had received was also extremely high. Even if they ran into a high-rank spirit beast with elemental power, there was no need to panic at all. But the problem came quickly and left quickly. Before long, Qin Ding rejected the idea. There was no other reason. The custom spear he ordered was 2.4 meters long. Carrying that spear from home to outside the city, then back again would not be convenient. He still had to get Bambi's storage ring first. Just then, Qin Ding's phone suddenly rang again. It was a call from Aunt Zhao. Xiao Ding, Mushiwa got her apprentice nurturer certificate today. The food's almost ready, so come quickly. Oh, okay. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Qin Ding lowered his head and looked at Dahe. When I get back, I'll place an order for blood food for you. Stay at home for now. Woo. Okay, boss. I promise I'll wait quietly at home for you to come back. He opened the door, walked to the apartment across the hall, and opened that door. The moment he did, he was greeted by Zhao Min Xiao Ding. Wait a bit. The food will be ready soon. Okay, Andy Zhao. Qin Ding spoke while standing in the doorway and changing his shoes. As soon as he entered, he saw the dishes already set on the table, and his gaze trembled slightly. There were already 8 dishes on the table, and Andy Zhao was still cooking. On the sofa, the white fox that Bai Muxue had been petting nonstop froze the instant it saw Qin Ding, as if it had spotted a savior. It immediately broke free from Bai Muxue's lap. So while Bai Muxue was still blanking out, and Qin Ding was confused, the white fox darted in front of Qin Ding. It had even already come up with an excuse. White fox, didn't the big black dog come? Qin Ding lowered his head and stared fixedly at the white fox. He couldn't understand what it was saying, since he wasn't its beast master, but he could see its index. Beast, white fox. Aptitude, good. Element, none. Level, 10, low tier. Ability, spirituality. Bloodline, fox type, 95, dog type, 5. Fox type evolution path, requires reaching level 11. Dog type evolution path, requires dog type bloodline to reach 10. Aptitude enhancement, can only be viewed after completing evolution at level 11. Description, the higher a white fox's spirituality, the easier it is for it to awaken the mental element during its first evolution. If supplemented with certain mental type spiritual items, the probability will be even greater. Level 10, Qin Ding blinked, bent down, picked up the yipping white fox, and walked toward Bai Muxue on the sofa. You little fox, what were you saying just now? It said, why didn't you bring Dahe? As she took the white fox from Qin Ding's arms, Bai Muxue lightly knocked it on the head in mock anger. So close to Qin Ding? Who is your master? Huh? The white fox in her arms weakly stretched out a forepaw and patted Bai Muxue. It wasn't that it wasn't close to Bai Muxue. It was that Bai Muxue was too close to it. Every time she came back, she would keep hugging it in her arms and stroking it nonstop with one hand. At first it was fine, but now it was starting to be a bit too much. All right, you two, stop chatting and eat. At the dinner table, Annie Zhao asked Bai Muxue what she planned to do after passing the apprentice breeder exam. Bai Muxue's answer was simple. She planned to spend the break doing odd jobs at the Breeder Association, making basic and intermediate nurturing fluids to build up experience. Meanwhile, Qin Ding looked at the 2 large bowls in his hands and fell silent. All of this was Dahe's food, though it was more than usual for the current Dahe. After returning home, Qin Ding poured the leftovers from the bowls into Dahe's food basin. Eat. I'm going to cultivate. Oh, well, guaranteed to complete the mission. Qin Ding, who had just been about to go into his room, stumbled slightly. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he ignored it. At Bai Muxue's home, Bai Muxue, who was clearing the table, suddenly straightened up. Her brows furrowed, then relaxed. Why did that sound just now feel like a wolf's howl? Did it come from Qin Ding's house? But Dahe really did eat an entire black wolf. So a slight change in its voice would count as normal. But if the change is this big, did I hear wrong or? Muxue, help Mom bring the bowls in. Oh, okay. Time flashed by, and soon it was time to go back to school. Qin Ding called the weapon shop owner and told him he would come pick it up after some time. After the morning classes, Qin Ding and Wan Kong sat at a table in the cafeteria. I need you to help me with something. What is it? Just say it. Wan Kong, who had already decided to follow Qin Ding this time in the class competition, didn't hesitate in the slightest when he heard that and agreed right away. I need you to get me some personal items from Li Dong and Zhou Chong. For example, pens they use often. Wan Kong's gaze flickered. A thought almost instinctively rose in his mind. Could Qin Ding be planning to use his beast's tracking ability to take the initiative and strike first? The thought flashed through his mind, but Wan Kong didn't refuse. He simply nodded. That's easy. At most I'll just get home a little later. I'll bring you the stuff the day before the class competition. Good. What I promised you, I'll do for you too. Qin Ding wasn't exaggerating or bragging. Right now, he really did have the ability and confidence. There was no other reason. The location for the class competition was that mountain. And while that mountain was only a little over 1,000 meters high, the spiritual beasts inside would not exceed level 8. Lu Jun had told him this, telling him not to feel too pressured. After lunch, the two returned to the classroom. Qin Ding glanced at Bai Muxue and gave her a slight nod, indicating that the matter had been settled. The days passed one by one. 20 days were almost gone in the blink of an eye, and there was only one day left before the class competition. On this day, Qin Ding, Bai Muxue, and Wan Kong were kept behind. In the entire beast taming class 1, only the 3 of them planned to participate in the class competition. Tomorrow is the class competition. Our class only has you 3. The assessment site is that mountain you saw last time. Don't be afraid if your performance isn't good. There are quite a few fruit trees on the mountain. You're all from the same class, and your teacher hopes that during these 3 days of assessment, you'll help each other and overcome the difficulties together. After continuing to remind them of a few more things, Wang Chunfa finally let the 3 of them leave. Then I'll go get busy first. After leaving the classroom, Wan Kong greeted Qin Ding and headed straight for the school restroom. He planned to go to class 3 later to get the items. After all, Big Bro had spoken. Hadn't he? When the 2 of them reached the school gate, they found 3 people outside, apparently waiting for something. Li Dong and the 2 people he had seen last time. Qin Ding narrowed his eyes, and for some reason, A violent agitation rose in his heart. The kind of urge that wanted to Tiske. Seeing that the people they were waiting for had arrived, Zhou Chong looked at Bai Mushu meaningfully, his smile carrying ill intent. Then he left. Bai Mushu clenched her fists. The veins on the back of her fair hand were clearly visible. I really don't like the way he looked at me. Qin Ding silently watched the figure of the other party leaving. A trace of the kind of light only a wolf should have surfaced in his eyes as he answered softly. After returning home, Qin Ding lightly patted the village dog on the head. The dog, which had been eating, suddenly stopped. It lifted its head, baring its teeth a little. Oh, boss. You're very angry? Did something provoke you? Can you find someone through the smell on a pen? Although it didn't know what a pen was. Dahe understood what Qin Ding meant. He wanted it to track an enemy. And for enemies, there would only be one ending. A low rumble rose from Dahe's throat. It was the signal a wolf made after spotting prey and preparing to attack. Woo, don't worry, big bro. As long as I have their scent, as long as they're wind, I can definitely find them. Very good. Tomorrow morning, we'll take the weapon, join the class competition, and enter the mountain. Nothing happened that night. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Beast Taming Street, Yang Weapon Shop. The owner yawned as he opened the shop's front door. He glanced at the long spear set off to the side inside the shop, then rubbed his face to wake himself up. For a customer like Qin Ding, who left a weapon there for a period of time, the owner saw that sort of thing often. It was nothing unusual. Woo, The owner had just opened the door and turned around, preparing to head back to the back room for a little more rest. When he suddenly heard a loud whine from behind him, still somewhat drowsy, he instantly became fully alert. He suddenly turned his head and saw a black wolf with jet black fur, over 2 meters long, staring fixedly at him. The drowsiness from waking up early was scared away instantly. Gulp. Young man, you can keep your beast under control, right? Without my command, my family might 1T attack. Boss, just relax. Where's the custom weapon I ordered? As he spoke, Qin Ding even lifted his leg and gave Dahe a kick. Dahe also cooperated very well, immediately acting normal. Mutt, this is a dog. I'm not blind, okay? The boss rubbed his chest to calm himself and forced out a smile. Your spear is here. 12 kilograms. You asked for it to weigh between 10 and 15 kilograms. So it meets your standards. The blue hide wrapped around the spear comes from the fur of a high-tier spirit beast, the pure water beast. It absorbs water, and with one shake it dries right off. The shaft material also comes from a high-tier spirit beast, white iron tree. As for the spearhead, it's refined steel. It's sharp enough to pierce the outer defenses of quite a few elite-tier spirit beasts. After going on and on for a while, the boss suddenly noticed Dahe was still staring at him. The smile on his face instantly vanished. Customer, the remaining balance is 15,000. Qin Ding didn't waste words. After taking the spear, he directly paid the rest. Mutt, let us go. Only after watching Qin Ding leave did the boss finally let out a long breath. This wolf looks way fiercer than the ones I've seen before. TSK. This young man has got some skill. Qin Ding specially hailed a cargo truck and brought Dahe to the school. It was a little past 7, the time when students were arriving one after another. Quite a few people saw Dahe, who was over 2 meters long, and Qin Ding carrying a spear. Every one of them looked curious, but they all kept a good distance from him. That's Qin Ding, right? Yeah, today's the class competition. It's understandable if he doesn't want to use the school-issued standard spear. But if I remember right, was his beast a black dog? How did it become? What else could it be? He switched beasts, obviously. Did you forget the 200,000 for the class competition? Hiss. What you said is logical and flawless, but why does it sound weird to me? Hearing the discussion around him, Dahe's walking posture became even more arrogant. Praise me. Go on, praise me harder. I may be a wolf, but I can understand you. Qin Ding lowered his head and glanced at Dahe's condition, but had no intention of interfering. He simply walked slowly toward the Beastmaster department. At this moment, at the Beastmaster department, all the students from the 3 classes were gathered in front of the teaching building. Since they were sending the students participating in the class competition into the mountain, naturally all the Beastmaster students in the school had come to see them off. Each class was seeing off its own students. Bai Mushue and Wan Kong stood at the front of Beastmaster Class 1, holding the standard weapons issued by the school. Their beasts were at their sides. Only, the white fox was lying on top of the pink pig, and the pink pig didn't mind at all. The 2 beasts even seemed to be chatting. Bai Mushue, why hasn't he or Qin Ding arrived yet? At that moment, not seeing Qin Ding anywhere, Wan Kong asked Bai Mushue and patted the slightly bulging pocket of his clothes. After all, only a few of them were participating in the class competition. The other students of the Beastmaster department still had to attend class as usual, so those participating had to gather at school half an hour early. Bai Mushue's eyes shifted slightly after hearing Wan Kong's words. He'll be here soon. Further ahead, the teachers and instructors of the 3 Beastmaster classes were gathered together. Class 2 teacher, your class Qin Ding still ISNT here? Waiting any longer ISNT going to solve anything. How about our 2 classes send the students in first? Class 3 teacher, I think that works. Old Wong, what do you think? All right, then let us do that. This kid too. making it the last second has really become a habit. As he spoke, Wang Chuanfa shook his head with a disappointed look. The teachers from Class 2 and Class 3 rolled their eyes speechlessly. Oh, just keep pretending. If you actually wanted to control him, would Qin Ding have developed a habit of cutting it this close? As Class 2 and Class 3 left first for the class competition site, Class 1 was a little surprised but didn't think much of it. They were just discussing whether Qin Ding would show up in the final minute or two. Inside the Class 3 line, "Hey Li Dong, you were classmates with Qin Ding for a few days before. Do you think Qin Ding is scared?" Zhou Shan had a smile on his face, his tone carrying a bit of disdain. Li Dong, who had already been frowning because something fell off, furrowed his brows even deeper after hearing that. "No, Qin Ding doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd back down, especially after what your brother did yesterday at the school gate. I don't believe for a second that he didn't want to smash your brother's head open." The moment those words came out, Zhou Shan's smile vanished instantly. His whole face darkened as he turned to look at his older brother. Zhou Chang still wore that indifferent faint smile. "Oh well, even if he chickens out at the last moment, that's fine. ISNT by Mushu is still here. Maybe our deal will change by then and become even easier." Li Dong didn't respond to that. Instead, an inexplicable unease rose in his heart. He couldn't help but think of that day when the classes were split, when Qin Ding had smashed a stick into his jaw and split it open. One had to know, if that spot on the jaw got pierced through, it could kill. And Qin Ding had still dared to strike. That showed he was someone with no taboos at all. Someone like that would back down, flee at the last moment. Li Dong didn't believe it. So after entering the mountain, it would be better to separate from those two, especially after yesterday's provocation. He really had no idea what those two had been thinking. Only a few minutes after Class 2 and Class 3 left, Qin Ding arrived right on time. "Seems I'm late." With just one glance, Lu Jun's head filled with question marks. Why the hell was this kid carrying a long spear on his shoulder? A custom one? Wait, and that beast of his, wasn't he a black dog? How had it become a wolf? Lu Jun knew very well that Qin Ding had used a life-and-death contract. At this moment, he couldn't stop himself from sucking in a cold breath. He quickly walked up to Qin Ding, sized up the spear, then lowered his head to look at the Shajin wolf, which showed no fear at all and stared straight at him as if it would pounce and kill him the next second. "You brat came here planning to kill people?" Qin Ding's eyes moved slightly. He neither nodded nor shook his head. He only gave a light explanation. "To increase my chances of taking first place." Increase his chances of taking first place by a few points? Hearing that, Lu Jun only felt endless absurdity because all he saw was total crushing force. "Hey, good enough that you're here. Let us go, let us go." Wang Chunfa walked over and directly interrupted their conversation. Qin Ding took the chance to return to the class lineup. MHM, he stood in a row with Bai Muxue and Wan Kong. Then followed Wang Chunfa toward the class competition location. Holy crap. Wan Kong stole glances at Qin Ding's beast and weapon. The hand covering his pocket looked like it was touching some scalding hot potato. He decisively pulled the bag out of his pocket and shoved it into Qin Ding's hand with incredible speed. "The pens you wanted. I didn't know which one had more hand sweat on it, so I just packed all of them and brought them over. Thanks. Up ahead." Wang Chunfa looked at Lu Jun's solemn face and raised a brow. "Oh, didn't you say you'd let me see it today? I've seen it now. I still underestimated Qin Ding before. Why aren't you talking now? Why am I not talking?" Lu Jun repeated irritably. "Right now, all I can think is that when Qin Ding takes revenge, he is going to use lethal force." Hearing that, Wang Chunfa's expression changed. But in the end, he only shook his head, clearly unwilling to get involved. After all, the rules were changed by the Federation. What could teachers like them do? At the foot of No. 11 High School Spirit Beast Mountain, a middle-aged man with a faint scar on his face was glaring unpleasantly at Lu Jun, who had brought the group over late. "What is going on?" The participating students from the other classes have already entered the mountain. Lu Jun couldn't be bothered to talk. He decisively stepped aside and pointed at Qin Ding behind him. Principal Chu Shan swept his gaze over without understanding. But the instant he saw the baleful gold wolf, the old soldier who had once retired from the battlefield immediately narrowed his eyes. A baleful gold wolf? Since when did No. 11 High have a student from such a wealthy family? You recognized it? The moment Dahe was recognized, Qin Ding felt a bit startled inside. But it only lasted for an instant before he adjusted his mindset. A trace of genuine curiosity showed in his eyes. He really was curious. After all, Dahe's evolution had followed the record of living spirits, which meant it definitely existed in reality. It was just that their school principal seemed unusually knowledgeable. Then Chu Shan's gaze landed on the long spear in Qin Ding's hand, and his brows twitched. "You three from this class. Come up and put this wristband on. There are several tamed beasts in the mountain equipped with the same kind of wristband. When your vital signs show abnormal fluctuations, a signal will be sent to them, and you'll be rescued." At that point, Chu Shan paused and gave Qin Ding a meaningful look. "Among you, someone may have quite a serious conflict with participants from the other classes. But the rules for the class competition have already been changed by the Federation. So I won't say much more. I hope you know your limits." Qin Ding met his gaze without fear and nodded. "Principal, I understand. As long as you understand. Go in." Because Qin Ding's equipment and tamed beast were a little too extravagant, Chu Shan lost any intention of questioning Lu Jun. He handed the wristbands to the three of them, watched them enter the mountain, then turned to face the three classes. All classes, return to your classrooms under your teacher's lead and continue lessons. The instructors stay behind. But before the students had gone very far, a burst of noisy discussion immediately broke out, and the center of it was naturally Qin Ding. Only after the students had gone far enough did Chu Shan look at Lu Jun, a baleful gold wolf, a very outstanding wolf-type spirit beast. Just buying the evolution fluid starts at 500,000 Federation coins. Since one did know, 11 high get a student from such a rich family? How come I didn't know? Hearing that, Lu Jun spread his hands with a helpless expression. He is a kid from a poor family, but his childhood sweetheart probably has a very impressive breeder teacher. She got her apprentice breeder certificate more than half a month ago. Instantly, Chu Shan shut his mouth and nodded thoughtfully. So that is how it is. And the ones who offended this kid are Li Dong. He found two helpers, Zhou Chong and Zhou Shun. Li Dong's target is Qin Ding, while the Zhou brothers' target is by Mushue, Qin Ding's childhood sweetheart. Hearing that, Chu Shan almost laughed out loud. He turned to look at Spirit Beast Mountain and chuckled in a low voice. They've got some nerve. I wonder after this class competition ends, whether those three will still be alive. Behind him, Lu Jun hesitated for 2 seconds, but still spoke up about Qin Ding. Well, Chief, Qin Ding and his tamed beast signed a life and death pact. If the beast affects the human, then who knows? Chu Shan said nothing when he heard that. No one knew what he was thinking of, but he let out a faint sigh. It doesn't matter. The rules have changed too. The Federation's purpose. If those three can't survive, then so be it. In the world of beast tamers, provocation and coveting others always come with a price. Inside the mountain, after entering, Wan Kong held the standard issue spike club from the school, stuck close to the pink pig, and followed Qin Ding forward. Meanwhile, Qin Ding examined the wristband on his hand. Tamed beast, parasitic demon spore, splits subbody, ability, detects the vital signs of parasitized life forms. At the same time, when the host is at death's door, it will consume all stored energy to preserve the host's life. No wonder they weren't afraid of students getting into accidents in the mountain. With this thing, students wouldn't die immediately, and the mountain safety personnel could also make it in time to rescue them. So are we going to find Li Dong and the others right now? Whether it was fear or excitement from doing this kind of thing for the first time, Wan Kong's voice trembled slightly. Qin Ding glanced around a little and shook his head. No ruse. Let us head further up the mountain first and take a look. The insect sounds are pretty obvious, which means there aren't any spirit beasts nearby. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hear them. Hearing Qin Ding and Bai Mushue talking, Wan Kong scratched his head and chose to shut up and follow along. The three people were talking, and the three tamed beasts were talking too. Oh woo, little fox, just stick with your dog grandpa later. Dog grandpa will make sure you eat your fill. Lying on Dahe's back, the white fox, only about the size of a 1-year-old child, pressed its paw against Dahe's fur. The result was obvious. It naturally couldn't press it down. White fox, when did you evolve? You're way bigger than before, and your flesh is a lot harder too. Ow, I evolved a while ago. It's just that my boss kept me at home and wouldn't let me come out. The white fox nodded as if it half understood. The wolf and fox chatted just like that, until a pig complaining about being hungry cut in midway. Wan Kong carried the spike club in his hand. As someone entering the mountain for the first time, he nervously watched the surroundings. Even though Bai Mushue had just said there weren't many spirit beasts near the foot of the mountain, he still couldn't help being tense. Qin Ding, Bai Mushue, are we going straight to find Li Dong and the others? Right now, Wan Kong was both nervous and had no idea what to do. Like a headless fly, he started asking Qin Ding and Bai Mushue what they should do. No ruse. Let us head to the mountainside first and see if we can find somewhere to rest. We can even wait until tonight before going to look for them. Mutt, come on. You go ahead and lead the way. We'll follow behind you. As he spoke, Qin Ding kicked Dahe lightly, and Dahe contentedly carried the white fox as he walked in front. As a Dahe that had already evolved once and was also proficient in close combat, he was naturally the most suitable to walk in front in a wilderness setting like this. At the same time, 7 kilometers away from Qin Ding's side, Li Dong and the Zhou brothers were standing beneath a fruit tree. These fruit tree fruits are still far from becoming spirit items. At best, they can only temporarily fill your stomach. Zhou Chong took a bite, then disgustedly threw away the fruit in his hand. It's sour. Seeing the Zhou brothers standing so leisurely beneath the fruit tree, Li Dong gave the green wolf following at Zhou Chong's side a deep look. When are we going to find Qin Ding? What has the rush? We only just entered the mountain. For all we know, the instructors and the others might still be watching. Later, when the time comes, you deal with that Wan Kong. Leave Qin Ding and Bai Mushue to us brothers. Zhou Shun, the younger brother, looked at Li Dong as clenched fists and smiled meaningfully. Hey, think on the bright side. If you can't get her heart, then we'll get her body instead. When the time comes, you can join in too, can't you? Among the 3 classes. Aside from Class 1 having 3 participants, Class 2 had 6 people participating in the class competition, while Class 3 had 7. By noon, the three of them had only reached the mountainside, and they had no choice but to stop. There was no other reason. Halfway up, Dahe had kept muttering non-stop that he was hungry, and they just so happened to have reached the mountainside. Qinding, do you think there might be a wolf pack on this mountain? Bai Mushuet's sudden words clearly made Qinding freeze, and Dahe, who had been muttering about his hungry stomach, also shut his mouth. The man and the wolf exchanged a glance, and both saw greed and eagerness in the other's eyes. Wan Kong, meanwhile, had no idea what was going on. He took the initiative to gather some dry branches and fallen leaves to use as cushions for the three of them, while the dry branches would be used to make a fire later. After all, it was already noon, so they had to eat, right? During the assessment, they released a black wolf, which means there really might be a wolf pack on the mountain. Just then, Wan Kong came back carrying several fruits wrapped in his clothes. Here, these are the fruits I found while collecting branches just now. They're sweet, but fruit alone definitely won't do. We're used to eating them, but our beast companions might not be. As he spoke, Wan Kong didn't even bother hiding it as he looked at Dahe. Even though he couldn't understand what Dahe had been saying along the way, he could still feel it. It was almost exactly the same as when his own pink pig got hungry and started clamoring for food. Thanks. After taking 2 fruits from Wan Kong, Bai Mushuet thanked him, then handed one to Qinding. Wan Kong watched, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He turned to the side and waited for the team leader boss to speak, casually setting the spike club in his hand by his feet. Even if it was the lowest grade standard cold weapon, the thing was still far from light. Right then, Dahe, who had been lying on the ground whining about being hungry and wanted to go hunting with Qinding, suddenly stood up. Its wolf ears shot upright. Its pupils narrowed into vertical slits. Its wolf muzzle bared rows of ghastly white fangs. Its entire face tightened into a savage, terrifyingly cold line, and a low rumble rolled from its throat. Whoa, boss, something is coming. A spirit beast? The moment Wan Kong saw Dahe's reaction, he immediately set all the fruit in his hand on the ground, grabbed the spike club, and started warily scanning the surroundings. But the way his hand kept tightening around the handle exposed exactly how he was feeling. Qinding didn't rush to grab the long spear planted beside him in the dirt. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Dahe. Go catch it and bring it back so we can take a look. There were no level 9 or higher spirit beasts in the mountain, so Qinding wasn't worried at all that Dahe might get hurt in any way. As soon as his words fell, Dahe turned into a streak of black wind and shot out. But unexpectedly, Dahe didn't charge into the bushes or the woods. Instead, it ran straight toward a large tree a dozen meters ahead. Qinding was stunned. The enemy is in the tree? Why don't we go together? Wolves can't climb trees, so the 3 of us, holy shit. Nervous inside, Wan Kong had been about to say that wolves couldn't climb trees, and they should all go together. But in the next second, his eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out of their sockets. Because Dahe was like some giant black rat. Its sharp foreclaws, like curved hooks, easily dug into the trunk. Then with one kick of its hind legs, it shot straight up, for obvious claw gouges were left on the surface of the tree. Hisses. A violent burst of snake hissing rang out all around. Before the 3 of them could go up and check, Dahe had already leapt down from the tree with a snake over 4 meters long in its jaws. Spirit Beast, Forest Snake. Aptitude, Ordinary. Element, None. Level, 6, Low rank. Ability, Shedding. Bloodline, Snake, 100. Evolution Direction, Snake type. Requires level 11. Aptitude Improvement. Description, a fairly common spirit beast in the forest. It has decent cultivation value. Bitten around the body by the Shajin wolf. The forest snake opened its maw in a series of hisses and snapped toward Dahe's face. At the same time, its body coiled, trying to constrict and crush. The ferocity in the Shajin wolf's eyes only deepened. It directly released its bite and whipped its head, flinging the 4-meter-long forest snake away. Then it lunged forward, its wolf claws like black iron-forged weapons, and slammed down on the snake's head. A crisp crack sounded. The forest snake's head was crushed flat on the spot, and its body began thrashing wildly without any pattern. But this level of flailing was practically like acting cute to the Shajin wolf. Its sharp claws came down like a guillotine on the snake's body, instantly chopping it into 2 halves. Blood gushed from the severed end like a spring. Lowering its head, the Shajin wolf directly bit off one section and began crunching on it. Standing there with the spike club in hand and leaning against the pink pig, Wan Kong swallowed hard and turned somewhat stiffly to look at Qinding beside him. Qinding, your beast companion is kind of fierce, huh? He truly hadn't expected that a fight lasting only 1 or 2 minutes would end with Qinding's beast companion pinning the opponent to death and already starting to eat. So this was the combat power of a spirit beast that had evolved once and gained an element? Halfway through eating, Dahe immediately picked up the remaining half, trotted over to Qinding, set the snake meat down in front of him, and looked up at him as if asking for credit. Very good. Leave the snake head. It can count as Bambai's first bit of income. Bambai was a competition over who could cut down the most spirit beast heads. And now, they had their first one. We don't have a pot, so let us roast it. I brought lighters. Sharp-eyed, Wan Kong immediately pulled several lighters out of his pocket, smiling. Perfect. Meanwhile, Qingding used the long spear to push the snake head off to one side. 2 meters long, as thick as an arm. Plenty to eat. Wan Kong was muttering to himself with a grin, but his hands were anything but slow. He grabbed the lighters and started fire, while Qingding's spear blade became a kitchen knife at this moment. After the meal, all the remaining forest snake meat ended up in Dahe's stomach. Qingding had thought this meal would finally fill Dahe up, but when he looked over, Dahe was still staring at him eagerly. Qingding's brow twitched at once. He knew that looked way too well. It meant it still wasn't full. The small appetite white fox came over and looked at Dahe curiously. Ing, you're still not full? Want to eat some fruit like that pig? Pigs were omnivorous spirit beasts. For the pink pig, there wasn't too much difference between meat and fruit. As long as there was enough, it could eat its fill. And the fruit the pink pig had eaten was what Wan Kong had gone back to pick from the fruit tree while they were roasting meat. He made 3 trips in total. Woo, I want meat. You want meat? The white fox blinked, then actually turned together with Dahe to look at Qingding, making the Qingding who had just pulled out a bag fall silent. Let us give it a try. We'll follow the scent and go look for them. If we find them, we can eat another meal. Everyone present understood what that meant. Wan Kong's hand holding the spiked club trembled slightly, but he said nothing. When Dahe saw Qingding place several pins in front of it, it immediately perked up. It hadn't been craving that brocade fighting chicken for just a day or two. Oh woo, boss, don't worry. I could definitely find them. Dahe lowered its head and twitched its nose at those pins, then began catching the scents carried in the air by the wind. After 1 or 2 minutes, under Qingding and by Mushua's watchful gaze, Dahe suddenly lifted its head and looked in one direction. Qingding and by Mushua exchanged a glance and said nothing. Qingding grabbed his spear and gestured for Dahe to lead the way. Wan Kong also didn't hesitate much. With spike club in hand, he climbed onto the back of the pink pig, which had just eaten its fill and was about to go to sleep. Don't sleep yet. We're heading over now. Later, you'll get to eat another meal too. Can still eat? Instantly, the pink pig, which had been drowsy and ready to flop down, became full of energy and let out a series of excited grunts. Qingding glanced at Dahe's body, which was as long as a door panel, then suddenly grabbed by Mushua's hand. Bai Mushua turned and looked at Qingding in confusion, but instead of an answer, Qingding led her over to Dahe's side. Dahe is already big enough to carry a person. Your stamina, isn't very good. So ride on Dahe and let it carry you. I got a lot of feedback from Tugu. As long as Tugu keeps its speed down, I can keep up. As he spoke, Qingding raised a hand in front of his chest and made a V sign. The moment Bai Mushua saw that gesture, she immediately understood something. Her pupils shrank, and she subconsciously glanced at Dahe's eyes. Under Wan Kong's curious gaze, she didn't refuse. Instead, her cheeks reddened slightly, and she nodded obediently. Okay. Dahe blinked and looked at his boss, then at Bai Mushua. His dark, bright dog eyes were full of that deeply human-like understanding of things. Oh, wasn't this just the trial phase before a male found a female to mate and reproduce? I could do that too. Thinking of this, Dahe felt a little proud. But then, when he thought about the white fox's size, he immediately lowered his head again, and a trace of distress appeared in his dark wolf eyes. Would she still grow? As for Bai Mushua, who was already sitting on his back and hugging the white fox, Dahe felt nothing at all. With his stubborn stone body and 1 round of metal element evolution, his strength was now tremendous. The white fox gently patted the back of Dahe's neck. Ing, I'm seated. After giving things a rough glance, Qingding also picked up on Mushua's spear and turned to look at Wan Kong. Knowing what Qingding meant, Wan Kong nodded with certainty. Don't worry. My pig eats a lot, but in mountainous terrain like this, it can run just fine. Its load-bearing ability is pretty good too. Good. Dirt Dog, lead the way. As soon as his words fell, Dahe shot out in front. Because he was afraid Qingding and the pig behind him wouldn't be able to keep up, Dahe only used 30% of his strength. Qingding, carrying 2 spears in his right hand, immediately followed, staying steadily at Dahe's side, neither ahead nor behind. Bai Mushua turned her head and looked at Qingding's profile. Second-rank spiritual power, a life and death contract. He could receive a 20% feedback boost to all physical attributes from his beast, including Dahe's stamina and reaction speed. But when this scene fell into Wan Kong's eyes from behind, not understanding any of it, his eyes nearly popped out. His mouth fell open in shock, and he unconsciously muttered, "Is that even human?" Still feeling like it wasn't real, Wan Kong turned to look around him again. After confirming that the surrounding scenery really was rewinding like a slideshow, the shock in his heart grew even stronger. Meanwhile, under a fruit tree, Li Dong and the Zhou brothers were butchering 3 ball squirrels. As for their 3 beasts, they didn't need that kind of trouble. After all, spirit beasts didn't care whether food was raw or cooked. They could eat either. It's afternoon now. When dusk comes, we could go find Qingding and the others. Oh, right, Li Dong, where's the stuff? As Zhou Chong muttered to himself, he seemed to think of something. He turned to Li Dong beside him and held out his hand. Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Chong and Zhou Shun, Li Dong reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small glass vials. Instantly, The two brothers looked at Li Dong as if they had seen a ghost. This can't be Qin Ding's urine from the urinal, right? At this sight, Li Dong clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, and a few words were squeezed out through his teeth. What the hell are you two thinking? These are what was left from the mineral water Qin Ding and by Mushu drank. I collected them. If that doesn't work, I also have pins they used. As he spoke, Li Dong pulled several pins out of his pocket, along with a handkerchief. At this moment, Qin Ding's and the Zhou brothers' thoughts coincided perfectly. The instant they saw the handkerchief, the Zhou brothers' expressions became extremely meaningful, but they said nothing. Zhou Chong turned to look at his Qinglang, which was eating. Go. Head over and see if you can catch the scent. With this many kinds of things, one of them should work, right? The Qinglang subconsciously paused its eating. After hesitating for 2 seconds, it got up and walked over to Li Dong, lowering its head to sniff. Starting with the water, then the pins, then finally the handkerchief. In the end, the Qinglang began catching the scent the wind carried through the air, under the curious and expectant gazes of the three men. The Qinglang's wolf face suddenly froze. The owners of these scents were rapidly approaching, and there was also an 11th level metal element wolf frantically releasing warning pheromones. What is wrong? Don't tell me you didn't find them? Noticing the Qinglang's change, Zhou Chong frowned and thought to himself, that shouldn't be possible. There were so many items, water they had drunk from, a handkerchief used to wipe sweat, pins soaked with hand sweat. The air would also carry scent for the Qinglang to confirm and lock onto. How could it possibly fail to find them? How could that be? Just as Zhou Chong was beginning to doubt life itself, the Qinglang turned to look at him and let out several fearful whimpers. Woo-woo. Zhou Chong blinked. After taking a few seconds to process it, his pupils suddenly shrank. He no longer cared about the roasted meat in his hand. In disbelief, he sprang to his feet with his weapon, grabbed his younger brother, turned around, and ran. Zhou Shen's beast was also a Qinglang, just smaller in size. When it saw its master getting dragged away, it started running too, not knowing what had happened, and only feeling extreme absurdity and confusion. Li Dong remained seated where he was, staring blankly at the Zhou brothers as they fled at top speed, as if escaping for their lives. What is going on? In the forest, Qin Ding could already see some figures. He narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace, starting to accelerate. But before he could rush over, the other side had already taken off running. Only one person remained behind, still sitting there stupidly roasting meat, his appearance unclear. The one left behind is Li Dong, right? Qin Ding, give me my spear. Dahe, Xiaobai, and I will chase them, so they don't run too far. Otherwise we'll have to find them all over again. Qin Ding. Hearing that, Qin Ding's first reaction was stunned surprise. At this time, Bai Mushua, lying on Dahe's back, continued, trust me, and trust yourself too. After all, Haven T, all my spear techniques lately been taught by you? Looking at Li Dong, whose features were becoming clearer and who had already noticed them, Qin Ding spoke. My spear, keep it and use it. Wan Kong, follow my beast, and keep going. Go after Zhou Chong and the others. As his words fell, Qin Ding handed his own spear to Bai Mushua. He himself took the standard issue spear distributed by the school, split off from the group, and went alone to face Li Dong and the brocade fighting chicken. Hey, how about I also? Wan Kong had seen how strong Qin Ding's beast was. So when he heard that Qin Ding was staying behind alone, Wan Kong instinctively also wanted to stay and have his pink pig go along. He could stay behind with Qin Ding to deal with Li Dong and Li Dong's beast. But Qin Ding's pace was simply too fast. Wan Kong had only gotten out 2 hays before Qin Ding had completely split off in a group. Perhaps Qin Ding had never planned to stop in the first place. Brocade fighting chicken. Li Dong hurriedly got to his feet, grabbed his spear, and immediately called out to stop the brocade fighting chicken, which was still eating. Cluck. Still not understanding what was going on, the brocade fighting chicken hadn't yet sensed the danger. It only stopped eating in confusion and stepped toward Li Dong. At that moment, footsteps approaching from far to near caught its attention. When it turned around, it happened to see Qin Ding charging out of the forest, his eyes filled with killing intent. Fuck, those 2 little bastards. No wonder while tracking the scent, they suddenly grabbed their brother and beast and ran. They sensed the other side had already found them and charged close, didn't they? What cowards. They made it sound so nice too. Damn it. We're also 3 people and 3 beasts. What are we Afra? His furious cursing abruptly stopped, as if something had suddenly seized his throat. Because Li Dong saw a huge black wolf carrying Bai Mushua chasing in the direction Zhou Chong had fled, with Wan Kong following behind on a pink pig. Neither of them even glanced at Li Dong. They left as swiftly as a gust of wind. A bold thought instantly surfaced in Li Dong's mind. Qin Ding's beast had broken through to the high rank, and even evolved? No, it's fine. Qin Ding's the only one staying here. Heeing. A fox cry, filled with a harsh warning, rapidly came from the direction Dahe had left in. It darted to Qin Ding's side, baring its teeth as it stared fixedly at the somewhat cowering Jindo chicken. Looking at the white fox by his feet, Qin Ding's gaze shifted slightly, but he said nothing. After taking 2 breaths where he stood, he slowly raised the long spear in his hand. Li Dong's scheme was not just aimed at him. More importantly, it was aimed at Bai Mushua. Thinking of this, Qin Ding's eyes turned even colder. Carrying the long spear, Qin Ding advanced toward Li Dong step by step. Have you seen the way you're going to die? Gulp. He wants to kill me? The rules had just changed, and he was already revealing his true intentions without the slightest hesitation. The white fox lifted its head and glanced at Qin Ding, who was about to make his move. It sprang out first and charged at the Jindo chicken, driving it away from this side. Watching his tamed beast get chased off by its natural predator while he himself had to face Qin Ding directly, Li Dong panicked. Only now did he understand why Zhou Chong had directly run off with his younger brother. So he already knew what kind of lineup Qin Ding's side had. Huh? Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound burst through the air. The standard-issue long spear in Qin Ding's hand turned into a streak of cold light, thrusting straight and without the slightest concealment toward Li Dong's chest. He really wants to kill me. This thought exploded in Li Dong's mind like thunder. In his panic, he instinctively raised his own long spear to block. With a bang, Qin Ding's spear was knocked off course. At the same time, a huge force traveled through the colliding shafts into Li Dong's hands, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. Damn it! Knowing that Qin Ding's tamed beast had completed its evolution, and that under the current circumstances it could utterly crush him, Li Dong became even more terrified. Wait, Qin Ding. However, Qin Ding had no intention of paying attention to him. He thrust out his spear again, this time aiming at Li Dong's abdomen. Under the pressure of fear, ruthlessness suddenly flashed through Li Dong's heart. His original intention to block instantly turned into trading injury for injury. Then let us fight to the death. Qin Ding's expression did not change. Looking at Li Dong, who neither blocked nor retreated and instead dared to stab at him, he twisted his wrist and turned his waist. The spearhead suddenly drew a half circle and, with a thump, stuck to the incoming spear. In an instant, the 2 long spears coiled together like snakes. This is Li Dong, who also practiced with a long spear, understood what Qin Ding was trying to do. Terror surged in his heart, and he tried to pull his spear back, but Qin Ding was faster and stronger. Qin Ding's spear shaft slid swiftly along Li Dong's weapon. Then came a wet stab. Half the spearhead sank into Li Dong's abdomen. Qin Ding's expression remained unchanged. With a violent outward flick of the wrist holding the spear, he directly knocked away Li Dong's long spear, which had lost strength from the pain. That swing tore open a massive gash in Li Dong's abdomen. His internal organs were exposed, and even part of his intestines spilled out, which Li Dong desperately held in place with one hand. A fatal wound. Qin Ding calmly looked at Li Dong, whose hands were clutching his spear shaft. Li Dong raised his head, his eyes filled with pleading and despair, blood froth spilling from his mouth in whimpering sounds. Oh! Only when the parasitic bracelet on Li Dong's hand lit up with green light did his blood-drained, deathly pale face begin to improve slightly. Seeing this, Qin Ding's gaze shifted. White fox, kill his tamed beast. Not far away, savagery flashed in the white fox's beast eyes. With one pounce, it pinned the Jindo chicken to the ground, and its pale, razor-sharp fangs instantly bit down on the chicken's neck. It bit down hard. Crack. Splurt. With the death of his tamed beast, Li Dong only felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. Dizzying pain overwhelmed him. He could no longer hold onto the spear and collapsed sideways to the ground, his eyes unfocused as he was about to lose consciousness. Before he passed out, Qin Ding's next sentence filled him with complete dread. What a pity. If it were a life-and-death contract, it could still be written off as an accident. If Li Dong's contract had been a life-and-death contract, then Qin Ding killing Li Dong's tamed beast and causing Li Dong's death would, to outsiders, only count as an accidental incident rather than personal revenge or anything like that. Qin Ding did not know whether Li Dong had a life-and-death contract. No one had told him, and he would neither ask nor could ask. Besides, in Banbai, the death of a tamed beast was considered a fairly common occurrence. If he guessed right, he would be pleased. If he guessed wrong, he would feel a little regret. That was all. Seeing that Li Dong was still forcing his eyelids open instead of closing them, Qin Ding smiled. The smile carried cold-bloodedness and danger. The Federation's rules can't protect you anymore. After saying that, Qin Ding did not spare Li Dong another glance, because the emerald green parasitic bracelet on Li Dong's wrist had already turned into a decayed gray. In another 1 or 2 minutes, the school proctor would arrive. Qin Ding understood now. So this thing was used like this. Then, without hesitation, the long spear in his hand pierced through Li Dong's neck, and blood gushed out. Woo! The white fox, carrying the Jindo chicken's corpse in its mouth, quickly walked to Qin Ding and looked up at him, as if asking what they should do next. As for the already dead Li Dong, the white fox merely swept him a casual glance. In the worldview of spirit beasts, death was something that could happen at any time. It was not worth dwelling on. Hearing the movement, Qin Ding lowered his head. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sincere, faint smile. Let us go. We're going to find Mushue. Over there. It should be over too. As he turned around, he looked at the wound on Li Dong's body. Earlier, Li Dong had still been clutching it, but now he was not. It was fully exposed in the open. Seeing that, A trace of discomfort rose in Qin Ding's heart. On the other side, evolved. Qin Ding's tamed beast evolved. Level 11. These words were like sharp daggers, stabbing into Zhou Chang's heart again and again. Impossible to fight. Completely impossible to fight. Even if it was a level 11 spirit beast against an evolved level 11 spirit beast, it was still impossible to fight, and in all likelihood would still be crushed. That was entirely because once a beast evolved, it meant not only gaining elemental power, but also that its physical body would be greatly strengthened. More importantly, the Federation's Bambai rules had changed. Brother, what do we do? If that black wolf catches up to us, we'll die, right? The two green wolves ran side by side. Younger brother Zhou Shun looked at his brother with eyes full of panic. His hand on the green wolf's back, trembling uncontrollably. Hadn't he that Li Dong said Qin Ding's tamed beast was trash? I don't know. I also want to know where Qin Ding got so much money to raise his tamed beast. I also want to ask him, wasn't he an orphan? Where did he get the money to evolve his tamed beast? Zhou Chang was incomparably agitated at this moment. If someone said Qin Ding had used the 200,000 from Bambai to raise his tamed beast to level 11, he would believe it. But if they said Qin Ding had not only done that, but had also evolved it, and that it had crossed races from a dog into a wolf, he did not believe it, because for a dog to evolve into a wolf, even the cheapest breeder on the market would charge at least 200,000 Federation coins. And if he wanted it to evolve into an even stronger wolf, then it would require even more money. That little bit from Bambai simply was not enough. On the back of the Shajin wolf, Bai Muxue slowly raised her long spear. Wan Kong, after I pierce through Zhou Chang, follow right after and knock down the one who has fleeing too. Huh? Only after a beat did Wan Kong finally process Bai Muxue's words. His eyes widened like bronze bells as he stared fixedly at Bai Muxue, who had raised her long spear, her posture like a knight launching a charge. Pierce through. Knock down. Gulp. Wan Kong swallowed hard. He had wanted to say something, but Bai Muxue gave him no chance to speak at all, because the moment she finished speaking, the Shajin wolf accelerated. Knock down? This is a spike club. If I smash someone with it, won't his body end up full of holes? After thinking about it a little, Wan Kong accepted Bai Muxue's arrangement. There was no other reason. He didn't want to give up being a beastmaster, so clashing with other beastmasters was only a matter of time. He might as well treat this as practice and get familiar with it ahead of time. Pink Pig, speed up, slam straight into the other one. In an instant, although the charging pink pigs had fat jiggling all over their bodies, their speed clearly rose by another notch. Their breathing also grew much heavier, and their pig eyes turned slightly bloodshot. Bai Muxue took a deep breath, tightly gripping the shaft of her spear with one hand. She lowered her body, the spear tip almost scraping the ground. As the two sides closed in, her face turned sharp, and the long spear in her hand suddenly flicked upward. At that instant, as if sensing something, Zhou Chang just so happened to twist around and look back. What greeted him was a dazzling point of cold light. That point of cold light shrank endlessly in Zhou Chang's eyes, reaching him almost in an instant, and froze his boiling blood ice cold. Puchi. The long spear pierced straight through Zhou Chang, punching out through his abdomen. His whole body was skewered and lifted up like a slab of cured meat. Ugh. I was wrong, Bai Muxue. I was wrong. I should have listened to Li Dong. I should have let greed blind me and come after Qin Ding. Bai Muxue gripped the spear shaft tightly with both hands, trying to keep it from slipping free and letting Zhou Chang fall to the ground. Her fair, pretty face flushed red from the strain. Zhou Shun turned his head after being drawn by Zhou Chang's miserable scream. At the same time, the bursting pink pig had already carried Wan Kong to the side of the green wolf beneath Zhou Shun. Hardening his heart, Wan Kong raised the spike club in his hand. Bro, get down. Zhou Shun's words cut off halfway, because the spike club had already smashed into his shoulder from the side. A pain beyond words swept through his entire body. Ugh. Thrown off the back of the speeding green wolf and rolling several times on the ground, Zhou Shun hurt so badly he couldn't even make a sound. He curled up like a maggot, trying to touch the wound, but the crushing pain throughout his body left his outstretched hand frozen in midair. After completing Wan Kong's objective, the pink pig suddenly shed all its force and actually came to a rapid stop. But after stopping, all four of its limbs trembled violently, as if it would collapse to the ground the next moment. Bai Muxue casually glanced over at Wan Kong's side. Seeing that he had decisively knocked Zhou Shun off, a flicker of approval flashed through her eyes. The next second, Bai Muxue, who was sitting on the Shajin wolf's back, suddenly staggered. Both hands lost their grip on the spear, causing Zhou Chang and the spear to both drop to the ground. Just now, after hearing Zhou Chang's words, Dahe could no longer hold back. With a violent twist of its body, it shook off the spear, skewering a person from Bai Muxue's hands, then decisively pounced forward at the green wolf ahead. Oh, they all have to die. They all have to die. Hey, Dahe. The spear had been knocked free, and Bai Muxue hurriedly shouted, only to see that the Shajin wolf had already completed its pounce, and Zhou Chang's green wolf was pinned beneath the Shajin wolf. Puchi Kacha. The green wolf's fur, flesh, and every bit of its external defense became meaningless at that moment. All of it was easily torn apart by the Shajin wolf. Even the spine at the back of its neck was severed by one swipe of the Shajin wolf's claw. It happened almost instantly. The green wolf's head was already dangling from the Shajin wolf's jaws. The Shajin wolf's eyes were still blood-red. Carrying by Mushiwa, it turned around. After releasing the prey in its mouth, it decisively charged toward the other green wolf that was tearing at the pink pig. Its low breathing sounded like an alarm. The green wolf that was biting at the pink pig's front leg had just taken a hit from Wan Kong's cursing spike club and immediately let go in pain. At the same time, its body had gained many bloody holes that were steadily pouring blood. Whoa, weird grandpa. If you got the guts, come on. Holding the bloodstained spike club, Wan Kong roared angrily at the green wolf, using it to force up his own courage. The next second, the growling green wolf suddenly tried to run. Wan Kong's expression stiffened at the sight, but before the green wolf could even turn and take 2 steps, a pitch-black streak had already slammed into it. The terrifying wolf claw was like a sharp iron rake, instantly ripping open the second green wolf's side abdomen. The green wolf, which had looked pretty imposing just a moment ago, died on the spot. After killing both green wolves, the Shajin wolf only felt incomparably exhilarated. It took 2 slight steps back, lifted its head, and let out a resounding wolf howl. Oh, I killed them all, now there's meat to eat. Because she was not the Shajin wolf's beastmaster, by Mushiwa couldn't he understand what Dahe was saying. She simply took that wolf howl as the proclamation and triumphant song of a wolf king after the hunt was over. Dahe, let us go over there. Qingding's spear is still there. By Mushiwa patted Dahe's neck. Dahe instantly understood and carried her in a short run to Zhou Chong, who was still struggling desperately. Seeing that Zhou Chong wanted to struggle to his feet, Dahe immediately bared its teeth again and directly smacked him over onto his side. Its broad wolf paw pressed down on Zhou Chong's arm, its sharp claws sinking straight into the flesh and drawing bright red wounds. The immense force and pain spread through Zhou Chong's whole body in an instant. His face was deathly pale and covered in sweat. Looking at by Mushiwa, sitting high above him on the wolf's back and looking down at him, a trace of hope rose in his heart. By Mushiwa, this is a competition. Students can't. Dahe, I don't like his eyes. HM. Dahe's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, its claw lashed out. Most of the flesh on Zhou Chong's face vanished instantly, exposing ghastly white bone. The bridge of his nose was also torn apart, and his vision went black in an instant, like a cable had been ripped out. Awa! Dahe shook off the flesh stuck to its paw in disgust, but was suddenly drawn to something. It stepped back 2 paces, its wolf eyes locked on Zhou Chong's wrist as he clutched his face. That parasitic halo was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Zhou Chong's life signs also began stabilizing. Woo! Clearly sensing that Zhou Chong had survived, Dahe immediately let out a dissatisfied whine. Its wolf face turned savage at once, and its broad paw slowly rose again. Seeing this, by Mushiwa's heart jumped, and she immediately shouted, Dahe, wait. After pausing for 2 seconds, Dahe lowered its paw and turned back to look at by Mushiwa with a hint of grievance, as if questioning why she wouldn't let it kill this person. Seeing that Dahe was still willing to listen to her, by Mushiwa let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had spent plenty of time with Dahe when it was little. You're right, but not completely. Those are the old rules. Not anymore. As she spoke, by Mushiwa took 2 deep breaths, as if building herself up mentally. After climbing down from Dahe's back, she grabbed the end of the spear shaft. Her eyes tightened instantly. With a twist of her wrist, she forcibly yanked the spear out, dragging out a large amount of blood and organs with it. Wug! Zhou Chong, who had still been hanging on to life and was unconscious, instantly snapped his eyes wide open, staring at the sky in death with eyes that would not close. What gives you the right to target me? You think you're worthy? Looking at Zhou Chong, whose eyes had already died and whose arms hung limp at either side of his head, the gruesome wound made by Mushiwa's face turned pale. But only for a moment. Oh right, Dahe. Over there. There's still one more. She had long since finished preparing herself mentally, and there was no way she would regret it. As for Wan Kong beside her, both his legs were already trembling a little, especially when Dahe had shaken the flesh off its paw just now, and when Mushiwa had acted without the slightest mercy. His face had gone completely paper white in an instant. Hey, another one? Wan Kong's lips trembled as he hid behind the pink pig, scared but still peeking his head out in curiosity. The pink pig, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Another shrill scream rang out. Qingding, who was hurrying over with the white fox, had already heard 2 screams in a row. He could be sure now. The voices were not by Mushiwa's or Wan Kong's. Qingding let out a sigh of relief inside. He walked over Dahe's side and gently patted its head. Good job. But when Qingding looked up at by Mushiwa and saw that her face was pale even though there were no wounds on her body, he immediately understood why. How is it? Still feeling bad? His voice was gentle and full of concern. By Mushiwa gave a slight shake of her head and forced out a small smile. Mifine. All right, Qingding, your spear. Hearing the obvious apology in her voice, Qingding glanced at the spear covered in blood and shook his head slightly. The blood on it doesn't matter. We can just wipe it off with our clothes. The security guards and doctor should be here soon. Otherwise, there'd be no point in giving that bracelet to students. Bai Muxue continued along with Qin Ding's words. Off to the side, Wan Kong watched everything, and the corners of his mouth, eyes, and face kept twitching uncontrollably. Good lord, people at school ship these two like crazy. But do they know these two are the kind of living Yama pair who prove that if two people aren't from the same family, they want to enter the same door? Wait, Zhou Chang and Zhou Shan are dead. Then could it be that Li Dong also? Wan Kong had heard Qin Ding and Bai Muxue's conversation very clearly just now. From start to finish, they never asked about the enemy's injuries. Oh no, that wasn't right. From start to finish, they only talked about the spear being covered in blood, and after that, the conversation ended. They simply did not care about anything else. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps rang out. Some kind of large animal was coming this way. The Shajin wolf instantly became alert, its nostrils twitching as it analyzed the scent in the air. Woo, big brother, that big tiger from inside the iron fence is here too. And that grass-growing person is here as well. Dahe didn't know the names Treading Flame, Flowing Tiger, or Twin Green Vines. But the moment it described them like that, Qin Ding understood immediately. He could not help but look toward Bai Muxue. The security guards and doctor are here. Bai Muxue said nothing. She only gave a slight nod and looked in the direction the sound was coming from. The Treading Flame, Flowing Tiger walked out from the forest. Sitting on its back was the school doctor the three of them all knew. Vines extended from the doctor's body and spread across the tiger like ropes. Hanging from those rope-like vines were two people, one of whom was the dead Li Dong. But to Qin Ding and Bai Muxue's surprise, besides Li Dong, there was also another person hanging there whom they did not recognize. It seemed the ones who had grudges to settle were not just the two of them. The two exchanged a glance without thinking. The Treading Flame, Flowing Tiger looked at the two bloody figures on the ground, and there was a trace of surprise in its huge tiger eyes. It had killed quite a few beastmasters before, so it naturally knew that Zhou Chang's wound was an obvious fatal injury, and one inflicted after the parasitic bracelet had already taken effect. The intention was clear. It had been aimed at taking a life. The school doctor on the tiger's back looked at Zhou Chang's injuries, then at Qin Ding and Bai Muxue, and immediately understood something. He rubbed his brow with a splitting headache and could not help but mutter in a low voice. Don't tell me it's the usual lust-driven nonsense again? Sigh, sigh, another 3 perfectly fine people dead. Why did the Federation have to change the rules? It was no wonder the school doctor said that. There was no other reason. Lust-driven trouble was the most common thing in the wild. Federation law did not reach beyond the city-states. Just as common was personal revenge. Even murder and robbery had a rank behind those. But now, the Federation had changed the rules, and the school would become the first target for angry parents. At that thought, the school doctor could not help but shake his head. In the end, he let out a resigned sigh and got to work collecting the bodies. The main body of the twin green vines, living symbiotically on the school, doctor spread out emerald vines, like spirit snakes shooting from their holes. They swiftly wrapped the Zhou brothers into a wooden cocoon and hung them from both sides of the Treading Flame, Flowing Tiger. Seeing this, Qin Ding had thought that at this point, the tiger would carry off the doctor and the wounded. But it did not. Under the gazes of the three, the school doctor frowned as he studied them thoughtfully. In the end, his eyes locked on a Qin Ding. These two are even worse off than the one from earlier. As class monitor of this class, you strike pretty hard. Yes, that was right. With just a glance at Wan Kong standing beside the pink pig and Bai Muxue standing at Qin Ding's side, the school doctor concluded that Li Dong and the Zhou brothers had all been killed by Qin Ding. It was simply because Wan Kong's reaction was too obvious and fit the state of a rookie beastmaster perfectly. As for Bai Muxue, he had heard of her too, the top student of number 11 high. That meant only Qin Ding, who trained in martial arts, would be capable of such ruthless attacks. After all, a knight-errant breaks the law through martial strength. The stronger a person's martial power, the more likely he was to gradually develop the feeling that he stood above others. Just like beastmasters, after being a beastmaster for long enough, one would also start to feel superior to ordinary people. After running through all this in his mind, the school doctor looked at Qin Ding with a troubled yet meaningful expression. Young man, don't carry so much killing intent. It'll make things hard for the school to deal with later. The moment he said that, the twin green vines reacted at once. A slender jade green vine extended from the school doctor's collar and swayed, as if supporting his statement. Qin Ding fell silent at those words. Bai Muxue blinked, seeming to realize something. Wan Kong looked utterly confused. He looked at the school doctor, then at Bai Muxue, and the confusion in his eyes deepened even more. I understand. After a brief silence, Qin Ding did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and accepted it. Only then did the school doctor give a slight nod and ride away on the Treading Flame, Flowing Tiger. Only the Treading Flame, Flowing Tiger, which was sensitive to auras, knew the full truth. Before leaving, it glanced at Bai Muxue, but did nothing. And that blood-stained spear that had pierced through Zhou Chang had also fallen to the ground. The blood on it had already been cleaned away by the twin green vines. Only after the massive tiger had disappeared did Bai Muxue's eyes curve slightly. She stepped close to Qin Ding and stared at the side of his face without blinking. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't he want to? There was no need. Although being protected felt very nice, Bai Muxue still frowned slightly in distress, because what she wanted was not just that. She reached out and gently pinched Qin Ding's cheek. Qin Ding did not move. He turned his face and simply looked at her quietly, though there was confusion in his eyes. Next time, remember to say it. HM. The confusion in Qin Ding's eyes deepened, but Bai Muxue had no intention of explaining. Instead, she pinched a little harder. Remember? MHM, Wan Kong. Can I just say, there's still a person here? And besides, that's murder. If someone is willing to take the blame for your bad name, isn't that a good thing? That was what Wan Kong thought, but he really did not understand. Compared to the people here, Dai had far fewer thoughts and even fewer things it wanted to do. It directly led the pink pig and the white fox over, and the three beasts gathered around the two green wolves and the brocade fighting chicken. Oh woo, here, these are all ours. You can eat without worry. The white fox did not even spare a glance. It directly picked up the brocade fighting chicken in its mouth. Seeing that, Dai turned to look at the pink pig. Unlike the white fox, the pink pig did not move, as if it were waiting for something. At this, Dai nodded its wolf head in satisfaction. Not bad. This pig already had the awareness needed to be a proper beast pet. Very good. After taking the spoils and moving to another spot, it was not long before the familiar campfire was lit once again. The dim yellow sky also signaled that night was about to fall. Wan Kong, who was roasting a wolf leg, raised his head and looked at the dusky sky and the setting sun. Suddenly, he spoke. I heard that once night comes, a lot of carnivorous spirit beasts start moving and choose to hunt at night. Do you think we might run into that? Bai Muxue ignored him. From time to time, she checked how the meat Qin Ding was roasting for her was coming along, and from time to time, she rubbed the white fox. Wan Kong's mouth twitched. The feeling was all too familiar. Then he turned to look at Qin Ding. Qin Ding did not disappoint Wan Kong. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded. There is a pretty high chance. Do you remember that black wolf that got thrown out during the assessment? Maybe there is a wolf pack on this mountain, or even several packs. What we're doing right now. It wouldn't be wrong to say we're attracting their attention. He had barely finished speaking when Qin Ding heard a clear swallowing sound. He turned his head to look. Because of the firelight, Wan Kong's face was lit bright red, making it hard for Qin Ding to see much. Scared? Bro, quit messing around. That is a wolf pack. Not just one or two like this. I believe your beast is definitely strong, but with just a few beastmasters we've got here. That is really hard to say. At those words, Qin Ding lifted his head. His gaze was like a pitch-black blade, locking straight onto Wan Kong. The sharpness in his eyes made the hairs on Wan Kong's body stand up, and his mouth snapped shut. I'm not joking. I'm taking first. Muxue is taking second. And you, just like we agreed, I'll do my best to help you take third. Compared to third place, Wan Kong actually valued his life more. That was what he thought inside, but when he met Qin Ding's gaze, he didn't dare make a sound. Dahei, who had been eating, suddenly raised his head. His black wolf eyes stared at Wan Kong's side profile. This guy was way too cowardly. What was there to fear from a wolf pack? Which one of them could take one of his claws? If anything, he was worried no wolves would come. All right. Qin Ding handed a section of wolf leg in his hand to Bai Muxue, and she naturally took it. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. It felt like something was stuck in Wan Kong's throat. He wanted to say something, but didn't he have the strength to get it out? Inwardly, he thought to himself, even if we were really going to do that, we came here to compete, not to go on a spring outing. Night arrived, right on schedule. The bonfire flickered, giving off the crackling sounds of burning wood. Wan Kong didn't rest. He sat by the fire, saying nothing and doing nothing, only occasionally looking up at the moonlight. As for Qin Ding and Bai Muxue, the two of them were leaning against the line to hay, resting, while the white fox was sprawled across both of them. The sight made the corners of Wan Kong's mouth twitch, but if he searched his conscience, maybe he really should learn this kind of mindset from them. Fear in the wilderness was a deadly emotion. It could make people lose their composure and make wrong judgments. And wrong judgments in the wilderness meant death. Just as Wan Kong was sitting there doing nothing, not far away, in the woods rustling under the night wind, a pair of glowing green eyes suddenly lit up. Then came a second pair, a third pair. A dense row of them lit up. 6 pairs in total. 6 of them? Counting their beasts, they also had exactly 6 on their side. After realizing that, Wan Kong didn't feel overly worried. He turned his head, about to wake Qin Ding and Bai Muxue, only to discover that Qin Ding, Bai Muxue, and the Shajin wolf were all already sitting up. In fact, before those green wolf eyes had even appeared, when the other side was still approaching, Dahei had already told Qin Ding, wolves were coming. Picking up the long spear planted upright in the ground beside him, Qin Ding said softly, 6. This probably 1 TB easy. Spirit beast, black wolf. Aptitude, ordinary. Element, none. Level, 8, low tier. Ability, holds grudges. Bloodline, wolf, 92, dog 8. Evolution path, canine, requires canine bloodline to reach 10. Evolution path, wolf, requires reaching level 11. Aptitude improvement. Description, a pack-dwelling wolf. When facing a powerful enemy, it will decisively retreat and remember that enemy, taking revenge in the future. Because of its grudge-holding trait, it is not very suitable for rookie contracts. If things go wrong, it may instead bear a grudge against its contractor. One living creature record after another appeared before Qin Ding's eyes. He gave them a rough glance. Without exception, they were all black wolves. The highest level among them was level 8, and the lowest was level 5. 6 in total. A small to medium wolf pack. Bah! Bah! The Shajin wolf stepped forward from behind Qin Ding. Its black wolf eyes also glimmered with the green light of a predator, staring fixedly at the highest level black wolf. An invisible pressure belonging to a high-tier spirit beast pressed down on the wolf pack ahead. Woo! Big brother, I'll go up first and test them out. After greeting Qin Ding, the Shajin wolf's leg muscles tensed, and it shot out like an arrow loose from the bowstring. The opposing wolf pack reacted quickly. The lead wolf immediately brought 2 level 7 black wolves forward to meet the hay. As for the remaining 3 black wolves, they charged from the left and right toward Qin Ding's group behind the Shajin wolf. Huh, just fighting one? Seeing that the main pressure had been taken away by the Shajin wolf, Wan Kong felt much more relaxed. If he only had to fight one black wolf, then he was still pretty confident in himself. Holding his spear, Qin Ding subconsciously turned a glance at Bai Muxue. Seeing her shake her head at him, he decisively gripped the spear and stepped forward, charging toward the black wolf coming from the right. Almost instantly, the black wolf targeted by Qin Ding showed nothing but anger on its savage wolf face, anger at being challenged. It let out a short, vicious howl, then kicked off with its hind legs and pounced straight at Qin Ding. Qin Ding, who had been charging, suddenly stopped, calmly watching the black wolf pouncing at him. He flicked his wrist. The long spear shifted, then thrust upward from below in a fierce strike, fast as lightning. No unnecessary movement. The fine iron spear tip pierced with perfect accuracy straight into the black wolf's open mouth, punching through its skull like a knife slicing tofu. A shrill howl had only just begun before it came to an abrupt stop, cut off in its throat. One black wolf was directly skewered on the spear tip. Warm blood rapidly flowed down along the blade, all of it absorbed by the red tassel made from the fur of a water-absorbing beast. The once clearly separated strands of the tassel now looked like soaked, swollen strips, flashing a dazzling crimson under the moonlight. With a flick of the spear and shake of his wrist, the entire black wolf was flung to the ground, producing a heavy thud. Even the wolf blood absorbed by the red tassel was shaken clean in that motion, leaving a striking red stain on the ground. After dealing with his own side, Qin Ding immediately turned to look toward Bai Muxue and Wan Kong. He saw Bai Muxue thrust her spear straight into a black wolf's left shoulder. The white fox, like a ghostly shadow, instantly seized the chance and closed in. Using both teeth and claws, it tore straight through the black wolf's abdomen in a single moment. As for Wan Kong's side, with the pink pig serving as a meat shield in front, Wan Kong smashed a spiked club straight into the wolf's body and knocked the black wolf flat. The pink pig took the chance to press down, pinning the black wolf that was trying to get back up. Right after that came one dull impact after another. Only after seeing this did Qin Ding turn his head toward the Shajin wolf, who was fighting 1 against 3. On the beast battlefield, after the Shajin wolf easily tore off the foreleg of one harassing black wolf and casually ripped through its throat, its gaze locked onto the highest level lead wolf. Perhaps it had been frightened by the Shajin wolf's strength, but the lead wolf's momentum had clearly weakened, and it was even starting to retreat. Then a completely unexpected scene appeared. The lead wolf's slight retreat not only failed to draw agreement from the other level 7 black wolf, but instead, that last level 7 black wolf suddenly bit toward the lead wolf that was showing signs of backing down. The Shajin wolf had originally planned to keep pressing forward step by step, subdue the lead wolf, and take it in as a dog pet under its command, a living radar for mountain competitions in this class. But when it saw the guard wolf at the side turn on the lead wolf without hesitation and clamp down hard on the lead wolf's neck, the Shajin wolf froze for an instant. Then it burst forward at once. In its open jaws, the exposed white fangs gave off a cold gleam as it bit straight toward the back of the guard wolf's neck. Crack! In an instant, the guard wolf's nape was bitten through, and it died on the spot. Shaking the guard wolf off, the Shajin wolf looked at the already dying alpha wolf, and a trace of human-like regret flashed through its wolf eyes. Then it stretched out a claw and gave the alpha wolf the final blow. At the end, it turned back in extreme displeasure and glanced at the guard wolf's corpse. This scene left Qin Ding and the other 2 behind them dumbfounded. What was going on? Wan Kong was a little lost. He wanted to ask Bai Muxue, but felt like she wouldn't bother with him. So he instinctively looked at Qin Ding in front of him, then consciously shut his mouth again. He had almost forgotten. Qin Ding's literary grades were far worse than his. Not sure, and it's not important. Maybe they already had some kind of grudge? Qin Ding said casually, not caring about this kind of thing at all. Then he looked at Wan Kong. Didn't you say you brought woven sacks? Take them out. We're getting ready to pack the wolf heads. 6 black wolves, plus the 3 spirit beast heads from Li Dong and the other 2. That makes 9 beast heads total. So that should be 9 points, right? It's just a bit of a pity about that 4 snake S beast head. We didn't bring it. Hearing that, Wan Kong's mind went blank. He seemed unable to process Qin Ding's train of thought, and even started stammering. Is that how it counted? No, I mean, Li Dong and the others contracted beasts count too? Qin Ding frowned. Why wouldn't they count? Didn't the rules say 1 spirit beast head equals 1 point? Wan Kong opened his mouth. After understanding what Qin Ding meant, he no longer dared say anything. In class competitions, it wasn't unheard of for someone S contracted beast to get killed. But killing someone else S contracted beast, then taking its head to count toward your own score? He had truly never heard of that before. Maybe people in the past had never thought of that. Or maybe the beast corpses had been completely taken away by their masters. Wan Kong didn't know, but he did know that Qin Ding's way of thinking was a little terrifying in some ways. Not bad, not bad. That move just now was great. Bai Muxiue crouched down, praise in her voice as she stroked the white fox's fur along its back. Qin Ding, standing to the side, looked at the already level 10 white fox, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. After the class competition ended, the white fox would break through to high rank and evolve, right? He just didn't know whether the person who had helped Muxiue gather all the positive and negative effects of the life-death contract was Muxiue's teacher on the path of beast cultivation. Right at that moment, Dahe came sneaking behind Qin Ding with a bulging mouth, looking suspicious as hell, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. It lightly bumped Qin Ding's, but with its body. HM, what are you doing? Wait, what is wrong with your mouth? Why is blood dripping out of it? Qin Ding turned around in confusion, and the first thing he saw was the blood at the corner of Dahe's mouth. The very next second after he asked, Dahe opened its mouth and revealed a fairly intact brain. Qin Ding. Because it was holding something in its mouth, Dahe's speech was muffled. Whoa, Boboss, this is good. Eat. Hearing that, Qin Ding took a deep breath. No, I'm not eating that. You eat it. You eat it. Dahe tilted its head in confusion, apparently unable to understand why its boss didn't like something so soft and delicious. But the moment it thought of how tasty the black wolf's brain was, saliva immediately began to fill its mouth again. It no longer bothered with Qin Ding. It simply closed its jaws, pushed with its tongue, and swallowed it whole. Qin Ding stared at the native dog, which was already impatiently moving to crack open another black wolf's skull, and his expression became increasingly strange. When had the native dog he raised started liking to eat prey brains? Could it be that it had always liked them, but before Qin Ding could think it through, he saw the native dog start chewing on the black wolf's internal organs. His whole body froze on the spot, his eyes full of deep confusion, to the point that he was starting to question life itself. Bai Muxiue noticed that something was off with Qin Ding. She looked at him, then followed his gaze and immediately understood. She stood up, walked to his side, and said softly, "For wolves, a prey's internal organs are highly nourishing. It's instinct. Dahe isn't a little black dog anymore." HM, is that so? Qin Ding was stunned. The strange, life-questioning mood was instantly suppressed. He turned to look at Bai Muxiue and got a firm nod in response. Of course, dogs and wolves may be in the same family, but they're still 2 different creatures. Qin Ding blinked, then nodded in understanding. That is fine then. I thought the native dog had picked up some weird fetish. Wan Kong, who was setting up firewood, looked up at Dahe eating the black wolf's internal organs and couldn't help muttering, "Not eating meat and going for the organs instead? Are organs really that nutritious?" Then Wan Kong turned to look at his own pink pig, which was lying on the ground and ate everything, meat or vegetables. Picky about nothing and able to stomach anything. There was so much prey here, 6 black wolves. Qin Ding's contracted beast probably wouldn't be able to finish all those internal organs, right? When the time came, should he let the pink pig eat some too? His pink pig was still only level 7. If it could eat more nutritious parts from spirit beasts, maybe it could reach level 8. After working for about an hour, Wan Kong looked at the 2 bulging woven sacks, and the grin on his face wouldn't stop. That's 9 points. And this is only the first day. There's still 2 days left. Even if we only kill 2 spirit beasts a day over the next 2 days, that LL still be enough for the 3 of us to lock down 1st through 3rd place. Even while cultivating, his face still carried a smile. The 3 of them sat around the campfire and cultivated their spiritual power, while their contracted beasts became the ones that, after eating their fill, sprawled on the ground and prepared to sleep. Smelling the blood in the air, Bai Muxiue frowned uncomfortably. She stopped cultivating and opened her eyes, then subconsciously looked toward Qin Ding. But with that glance, she saw something different. Why is there a faint white glow around Qin Ding? Startled and uncertain, Bai Muxiue quietly shifted a little closer to Qin Ding. After confirming that a faint white light really was radiating from his body, her whole body froze in place. She had heard her teacher say before that if a person gave off a faint white glow while cultivating, it meant they had entered a state of unity between man and heaven, a kind of resonance with heaven and earth. In that state, the speed of cultivating spiritual power would rise dramatically. But that kind of state only appeared in 5th rank beastmasters or even higher. She had never heard of it appearing in a newcomer who had only just entered the path of a beastmaster. Was Qin Ding special? Bai Mushua's pupils shrank sharply. She covertly glanced at Wan Kong. Seeing that he was grinning and showed no sign of waking up, she slowly got to her feet. Her movement woke Dahe and the white fox. Under the gaze of the two beasts, she brought back a pile of branches and dry firewood. Then she quietly fed them into the campfire. Before long, the campfire swelled to a much larger size, and the blazing flames completely covered the white glow coming off Qin Ding's body. Only then did Bai Mushue finally relax and sit back down, continuing her cultivation of spiritual power. The night passed without incident. The jade rabbit sank in the west, and the golden crow rose in the east. The moment Qin Ding opened his eyes, the stench around him hit him head-on. Last night's blood, after settling overnight, had already begun to rot. He could even hear quite a bit of buzzing. He immediately turned his head to look at the native dog, only to find that some of the fur on its body had already clumped together into sticky matted chunks. At the sight, disgust appeared on Qin Ding's face. He stretched out a leg and kicked the native dog twice. Ugh, you stink to death. Can you find a water source? Dahe stood up and ignored Qin Ding's teasing abuse. Instead, it turned around and nudged the still sleeping white fox with its head, waking it up too. Ing? It's morning already, Dahe dog. Are you hungry? A sound like a puppy's low whimper came from the white fox's throat, carrying a lazy, relaxed tone. Hearing it, Qin Ding's gaze instantly locked onto the white fox. Was that how a fox sounded? Thinking of the white fox's behavior and the noises it made yesterday, the confusion on Qin Ding's face deepened. Wasn't he supposed to pan like a dog? Oh, a little. There was still a lot of meat left from last night. Finish eating, and we'll go wash up in the river. My big brother just said you stink to death. Qin Ding. Just when Qin Ding thought the white fox would run to complain to Bai Mushue, he discovered that not only was the white fox not suspicious, it even sniffed itself and then nodded at Dahe with complete seriousness. Come, have 2 fruits. It's not suitable to eat things that are too greasy in the morning. Bai Mushue walked over. After glancing at Dahe, leading the white fox off to eat meat, she handed 2 fruits to Qin Ding. If nothing else, there really were quite a lot of fruit trees on this mountain. Wan Kong happily ate his fruit, feeling delighted, and thought life was starting to look more and more hopeful. Before long, after everyone finished breakfast, they placed the 2 snakeskin bags full of beast heads onto the pink pig. Wan Kong had requested this himself. Compared to putting them on the Shajin wolf and affecting its ability to block enemies at the first moment, it was better to put them on the pink pig. Ow! Boss, follow me. I can smell the scent of plants in the water. It's this way. Qin Ding raised a brow and looked somewhat surprised at Dahe, who seemed to be showing off, then couldn't he help but praise him. Not bad, not bad. Ow! Boss, it's right here. Listen. Already near the water source. Dahe couldn't wait to claim credit to Qin Ding. It quickly walked out of the forest and stopped by the stream. When he reached the riverbank, Qin Ding's attention was quickly drawn to a bestiary entry that had just popped up. The target was a pale blue little ball half floating on the water's surface. Spirit beast, water slime. Aptitude, inferior. Element, water. Level 1, low tier. Ability, water spray. Bloodline, slime 100. Evolution path, slime type. Requires reaching level 11. Aptitude upgrade. Description, an elemental life form born between heaven and earth. Although it innately possesses the power of an element, it is extremely weak and has no cultivation value. The water slime also noticed Qin Ding's gaze. Its body visibly trembled as if frightened, then it immediately sank to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this kind of elemental life form for the first time, Qin Ding couldn't help taking a few more looks. The next second, a pitch-black dog filled his vision. Dahe had clearly noticed the water slime Qin Ding was watching as well. It rushed into the river, swallowed the water slime in one bite, and clamped down hard. Poochie. Dahe's eyes turned puzzled. It chewed a couple more times, then opened its mouth, and a mass of water flowed out from inside. Oh, what is going on? Didn't I already get it in my mouth? Why is it gone? Water slimes were elemental life forms. After death, they turned into a lump of water. Because of that, the appearance of water slimes in a river was also regarded as a symbol of cleanliness. Bai Mushue explained at just the right moment. She crouched down and gently poked the white fox. You should go take a bath too. Hurry and get in. In the stream, Dahe's eyes rolled. It lowered its head, and its whole body sank straight toward the bottom. Seeing this, Qin Ding raised a brow, somewhat unable to understand what Dahe was trying to do. The white fox, which had just entered the water, hesitated when it saw Dahe's actions. After a few seconds of hesitation, its curiosity got the better of it, and it decided to dive down too to see what was going on. On the shore, Wan Kong had just unloaded the 2 snakeskin bags from the pink pig's back. With an easy expression, he patted the pink pig's head. Go down and soak for a bit. Hung hung. The pink pig burst forward in a charge. Its heavy body was like a cannonball as it crashed into the stream and sent up a huge splash. But unlike Dahe and the white fox, the pink pig simply floated comfortably on the cool water's surface. Bai Mushue looked at Wan Kong, who was sitting under a tree in the shade waiting for the pink pig, then quietly walked over to Qin Ding's side and tugged on his sleeve. What is it? Qin Ding, do you think, right now, during the class competition, if we run into people from other classes, will we end up fighting? People from other classes? Qin Ding fell into thought because it really was a question worth considering. There was a saying, you can manage yourself, but you can't control others. Judging from what happened last night, there had still been a student-s corpse hanging from that fire-treading, flowing tiger. That was enough to show the others wouldn't be good people either, if they ran into each other by chance. Even if Qin Ding's group didn't want to make a move, it didn't mean the other side wouldn't. Suddenly, Qin Ding looked up at Bai Muxue, his tone carrying a trace of casualness. We'll see when the time comes. If they don't provoke us, it wouldn't be right for us to attack first. But if they make the first move, then we can only kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Not hearing the answer she didn't want to hear, a cool, faint smile appeared on Bai Muxue's face, beautiful enough to make hearts tremble. To be honest, she was a little afraid Qin Ding would become addicted to solving problems by killing people. Because once that kind of mentality took root, sooner or later, beastly nature would crush human nature. In the end, he would clearly still be human, but his way of thinking would be no different from a beast's. Seeing Qin Ding stare blankly, Bai Muxue didn't mind and spoke to pull him back to his senses. They said 3 days, but tomorrow is already the last day. We have to go down the mountain before dusk to complete the tally. If all 3 of us want to be in the top 3. Just these few beast heads may not be enough. Hearing that, Qin Ding nodded in agreement and looked at the stream in front of him. It really isn't enough. So after Dahe and the others finish washing up, we can follow this stream and look around, see if we can run into any spirit beasts. Spirit beasts need to drink water too. Nearby, Wan Kong watched the pink pig enjoying its soak. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he decisively took off his shoes and socks, walked to the shore, and stuck his feet into the water. Woo, so comfortable. He had wanted to call out to Qin Ding and Bai Muxue to see if they wanted to try it too, but when he turned his head to look, he shut his mouth before the words could leave it. Forget it. Those 2 really were acting like they were here on a spring outing. At the same time, 2 kilometers away from here, the only 3 people left in Class 3 were all heading this way. Of the 3, it was obvious the one with torn cloth wrapped around his shoulder was the leader. Zhou Xiang, there are only 3 of us. Isn't that too dangerous? I heard all 5 people from Class 2 are taking part in the class competition together. It's safer and more efficient. Should we go look for Li Dong and the other 2? When Chen Rue looked at Zhou Xiang, his voice trembled slightly, as if he feared something. Hearing Chen Rue's words, the other person also nodded in strong agreement. Yeah, Zhou Xiang, the 3 of us are still too vulnerable. Especially after last night. Before the third person could finish speaking, Zhou Xiang, who was walking in front, turned back and shot him a look that scared the rest of his words back down his throat. Didn't Zhu Ping deserve to die? Just because his tamed beast was 1 or 2 levels higher than ours, he forced us to scout the way for him. The moment we ran into 2 mountain pigs, he turned tail and ran without even looking back, selling us out. He deserved to be killed. At that point, Zhou Xiang paused, turned to look at the 2 of them, and spoke with a hint of disdain. You're saying we should go find Li Dong and the others? What a joke. If Li Dong had any ability at all, he wouldn't have been driven in a Class 3 by Qin Ding. Not to mention Qin Ding's side also has 3 people. Whether Li Dong or Qin Ding comes out on top is still hard to say. Chen Rue and Chao Yun exchanged a look, not daring to say a word. What happened last night had really been too shocking. Zhou Xiang had pinned Zhu Ping's emerald mantis with a machete and killed Zhu Ping on the spot. Even now, they still hadn't recovered from it. Seeing that the 2 had given up on looking for Li Dong, Zhou Xiang let out a cold sneer. He had heard a little about what kind of person Qin Ding was. Qin Ding had always been a loner. Other than Bai Muxue, he had no close acquaintances. How could someone like that offend people? Anyone with half a brain knew the problem was with Li Dong. The facts proved his guess was right. Because Li Dong could get along with those Zhou family brothers. That was also why he had stopped Chao Yun just now. Going to meet up with Li Dong and the others was basically no different from facing 3 Zhu Pings at once. Maybe even worse. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the earth rat that had run ahead to scout darted back to Zhou Xiang's feet, squeaking about something. It found people, and also found 2 snakeskin sacks reeking heavily of blood. The moment Zhou Xiang heard that, he perked up at once. No one was watching them, huh? Zhou Xiang wasn't stupid. Anyone who could fill 2 whole snakeskin sacks with beast heads was definitely not some nobody. But when he heard from his beast that all 3 of them were some distance away from the bags, the greed in his heart began to surge uncontrollably. The reward for first place was a 10 cubic meter storage ring. Market price was 500,000. Even selling it cheap, getting more than 400,000 would be no problem. By then, even his earth rat could. As if he had thought of something wonderful, the corners of Zhou Xiang's mouth unconsciously curled upward. He even lowered his head and gave the unsuspecting earth rat a meaningful look. Come with me. Once we steal this stuff, we leave. Chen Rue and Chao Yun exchanged another glance. Neither said anything, or rather, neither dared to. If I can make the top 10 and get the 30,000 prize, that'll be enough for me. Right, Zhou Xiang. My goal isn't that high either. I'd already be satisfied if I could get 30,000. Afraid Zhou Xiang would drag the 2 of them to their deaths, They hurried to make their positions clear. It was also their way of reminding him, as tactfully as possible, But the only response they got was a cold, emotionless grunt. There was nothing they could do about it. After each glancing at their own weak beast pets, they followed him. More than 10 minutes later, walking bent over, Zhou Xiang finally followed the earth rat to the target location. He also saw Qingding's group of 3 resting by the river. As the one with the best physical test scores and 11 high, Qingding was known by most of the school. So when Zhou Xiang saw him, he was somewhat stunned. A whole day had passed, and Li Dong's group of 3 still hadn't gone to trouble Qingding? Had they not gone? Or had they already been dealt with by him? But Zhou Xiang only thought about that briefly before dropping it. The 3 of them are all some distance away from that tree. If we steal the stuff and run right away, they probably won't react in time. And from the looks of it, their beast pets all seem to be bathing in the river. As Zhou Xiang spoke, his eyes kept moving. He saw the pink pig soaking in cool water, as well as Big Black and the white fox playing in the stream. Still, there was one thing Zhou Xiang hadn't quite processed. Qingding's black dog looked a little different from the last time he'd seen it. It seemed to have gotten bigger. Chaoyan looked thoughtfully at the black dog floating on the water and pawing at the white fox, his tone uncertain. That black dog seems a little different. Chunrui swept him with a disdainful glance. It's been over a month. No matter what, it should be grown a little, right? Isn't it normal for it to get bigger? Like a claw cat. Hasn't it puffed up by a whole circle too? Hearing that, Chaoyan lowered his head and looked at the claw cat following at his feet. It really had grown quite a bit. His claw cat was already level 7, and his family had spent a lot of money on nurturing fluid. Even if he couldn't get a top 10 reward this time, he still had to kill as many spirit beasts as possible and use them as food for his claw cat. Maybe if it ate enough spirit beast meat, it would level up again. While studying the situation, Zhou Xiang blinked, then turned back to look at the 2 whispering behind him. Hold your blades in your hands. The 3 of us will move over together. When the time comes, you 2 grab the snakeskin sacks and run. I'll cover your rear. Our beast pets will follow behind us. Then my earth rat can lead the way back in front, which can help make sure we don't run into spirit beasts while escaping. This time, Chunrui and Chaoyan didn't hesitate. They nodded decisively. There was no other reason. They had already come this far. Saying no now would just be deceiving themselves. If they really hadn't wanted to do it, they would run off halfway the moment Zhou Xiang wasn't paying attention. On the river, Big Black, who had been using its paws to wash the white fox, instantly lost that relaxed, content wolf expression. It turned sharp and serious. To go. Boss, someone is coming. They're moving toward the bags. Qingding, who had been rinsing his feet, suddenly heard Big Black's voice in his head. Through the contract, a beast pet could communicate remotely with its beastmaster. Normally, a beastmaster needed 2nd rank spiritual power to do that. With a life and death contract, 1st rank was enough. And Qingding had both. Is that so? Stealing, huh? What? Someone here. Their target is to steal our spoils. A flicker of light flashed through by Mushua's eyes. Using the corner of her eye, she secretly glanced toward the snakeskin sacks. Sure enough, the grass there was swaying ever so slightly. Obviously, someone was there, before Mushua could say anything. The sound of splashing rang out first. Big Black had already shot up from the stream onto the shore and arrived at Qingding's side, with the white fox close behind. Oh, boss, what do we do? They've got 3 beast pets. Their strength is decent. Should we eat them all or what? That question only passed through Qingding's mind for a few seconds before he had an answer. Just kill the leading beast pet. Let us go over. Qingding stood up from the riverbank barefoot, not putting his shoes back on. Mushua followed closely behind him as they headed for the long spear, standing not far away. Huh? What's going on? Didn't they just start rinsing their feet? Still clueless, Kong only saw the 2 of them stand up again after having just taken off their shoes to rinse their feet, then go get their spears barefoot. It wasn't until Kong saw the sharp edge in Qingding's eyes when he turned around and saw him walking toward the snakeskin sacks under the tree, that his mind exploded with a buzz. Damn it, someone is trying to steal our stuff, huh? Splash. Dead pig, stop soaking. Our home is gone. Oink. The pink pig had no idea why its master's temper had suddenly become so explosive and froze in the river. Seeing that, veins bulged on Kong's forehead, and he immediately changed his wording. All your rations are about to be gone. HRR. This time, the pink pig understood. With a whoosh, it charged from the middle of the stream straight toward the shore like a small tank, kicking up a huge splash. Qingding turned his head and saw Kong already charging over ferociously with a spike club in hand, the pink pig following behind him. He was fairly approving of Kong's reaction speed and ability to keep up. Inside the shrubs, over 1 meter tall, Zhou Xiang, hunched over and almost walking in a crouch, suddenly stopped. It was because his earth rat had started trembling all of a sudden, squeaking with a quavering voice. With just one look, Zhou Xiang's pupils shrank sharply. Stop hiding. Let us go now, grab it and run. Grab? Wasn't the stealing? Before the question could even properly form in Chunrui and Chaoyan's minds, they saw that Zhou Xiang had already stood up and rushed out while shouting. His objective perfectly clear. The two were like ducks being forced onto the rack, helplessly made to stand and follow. But the moment they got up, they saw Qin Ding's group of three already holding weapons with their beast pets beside them, staring this way with cold eyes. We got discovered? Sounds like you're stating the obvious. Qin Ding narrowed his eyes and focused all his attention on Zhou Xiang, whose shoulder was wrapped in bandages. At the same time, he noticed the rat following by Zhou Xiang's feet, nearly half a meter long, and immediately treated it as the leader. Actually, who the leader was didn't matter. What mattered was who stepped out first to be the one taking the lead. Dahe go. Baihu, go bite that rat to death. The smaller white fox shot out without the slightest hesitation. At full speed, its body instantly stretched into a moving, short white streak. Seeing that, Qin Ding made a snap decision and charged forward with his spear alongside the Shajin wolf. Wan Kong followed at the rear with his spike club and Funju. Drop the stuff and let us run. Drop the stuff and run? That thought didn't even finish passing through Zhou Xiang's mind before he gave up on it completely. The other side had already rushed right into their faces. Whether to give up or not wasn't up to him anymore. Some things, once you chose to do them, were fine if you didn't get caught. But once you were caught, how could there be any way back? As for the Shajin wolf, though, having its spoils stolen was a mortal grudge. So it charged at once, intending to pounce on Zhou Xiang and kill him on the spot. From the corner of its eyes, the wolf suddenly caught sight of a not too big, not too small white afterimage rushing in from the side, clearly trying to stop it. In an instant, the Shajin wolf's fury soared even higher. The killing intent in its pitch-black wolf eyes seemed as if blood could drip from it. Oh woo, where did this little runt come from? Get lost. No dodging, no attacking. Relying purely on its tough body, the Shajin wolf was like a truck, turning direction and crashing straight into the claw cat charging directly at it. With a dull bang, the claw cat was sent flying like a broken doll, letting out a shrill scream in midair. The Shajin wolf only paused for a moment before continuing its charge toward Zhou Xiang without any hindrance. So fast. Seeing that Xiao Yun's claw cat couldn't even delay it, Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth, dropped the snakeskin sack in his hand, raised his standard-issue chopper, and slashed straight at the oncoming Shajin wolf. Duong. The Shajin wolf let out a short cry, casually smacked the chopper on its shoulder, and snapped in half with one paw, then easily pounced Zhou Xiang to the ground. Those claws that could easily cut through steel now just as easily crushed Zhou Xiang's ribs. The black steel-like wolf claws also sank effortlessly into his flesh, digging out 5 blood-soaked holes. The Shajin wolf had already grown used to hunting. In its mind, when an enemy was easily pinned down and injured by it, they would show terror on their face. That was what it expected. But when it lowered its head and met Zhou Xiang's eyes, it saw no fear and no panic. There was only unwillingness at being discovered and resignation. A low growl rolled in the Shajin wolf's throat. It couldn't help lowering its head further, carefully studying Zhou Xiang's expression, trying to find even the slightest proof that he was only putting on a brave front. Right at that moment, Zhou Xiang's face suddenly flushed red, his eyes turned faintly white, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His tamed beast, the earth rat, was dead. Even with a master-servant contract, when a beast died, the beast master would still suffer backlash from the shattered contract. Li Dong had been like that. And now Zhou Xiang was the same. The victor becomes king, the loser becomes bandit. Kill me, or carve me up, do as you please. Even though Zhou Xiang was clenching his teeth and spitting saliva from the corner of his mouth, his words didn't soften in the slightest. He was still stubbornly tough. That completely enraged the Shajin wolf. Its pupils shrank sharply. It found it hard to believe that the enemy under its claws, who could lose his life at any moment, still dared to act this tough. Just as it was about to go for the kill and tear Zhou Xiang apart, a spear swept across first. Zhou Xiang didn't even see it clearly. He only felt a pain in his right arm, and then saw his own arm in the air. Pada! The severed arm hit the ground, landing beside Zhou Xiang's head. It made his heart tremble too. Qin Ding slowly spun the spear, shaking off the blood staining the blade, and stared at Zhou Xiang with a calm expression. Your eyes tell me you've killed people, but that is not a reason for you to act tough in front of me. If you're a thief, then be a proper thief. Acting all righteous just makes it look like you think you did the right thing. But there's one thing you said that was right. The victor becomes king. The loser becomes bandit. After saying that, Qin Ding ignored Zhou Xiang's furious, unwilling glare. After checking that the snakeskin sack was intact, his gaze landed on the fertilizer sack in Chen Rui's hand. The moment Chen Rui noticed Qin Ding looking over, he instinctively wanted to hide the sack. But it was already too late. Qin Ding stared at him and extended his left hand. Hand it over. Your spoils belong to me now. Chen Rui was unwilling, and for a long while he didn't move. Just then, Wan Kong, who had come over, spat to the side. So a thief wants to act tough too? Hand it over. Without any extra nonsense, Wan Kong strode up and directly snatched the fertilizer sack from Chen Rui's hands. As for Zhou Xiang, who had lost an arm, Wan Kong could only say that after seeing scenes even bloodier and more violent last night, his brain's tolerance had risen at high speed. This kind of scene already counted as a small one. The moment he grabbed the fertilizer sack, Wan Kong felt a bit of weight to it. He blinked, then widened his eyes and looked at Qin, his face full of delight. Could be some really big beast head. After all, Banbai's points were determined by the size of the beast heads. Now that the sack had been taken, no matter how unwilling Chenrue was, all he could do was glare helplessly. He didn't dare let out a single peep. He even glanced at Chao Yun's claw cat, which had only just recovered enough from its injuries to slowly walk back step by step. Better not resist, right? What are you still standing there for? Take your boss and get out. After getting their spoils, Wan Kong's tone turned extremely hostile as he urged the three to leave. Only then did Chenrue and Chao Yun snap back to themselves. One of them propped up Zhou Xiang, while the other, his face a little pale, picked up Zhou Xiang's severed arm. Without looking back, they quickly fled as if escaping for their lives. It's that heavy? Open it and take a look. Only after the three had left did Qin turn curiously toward the fertilizer sack in Wan Kong's hands. Wan Kong didn't waste words. He chuckled twice, squatted down, and directly untied the sack. But the moment he opened just a small gap, a foul stench instantly rushed out. Bai Muxiue couldn't help taking 2 steps back, her narrowed eyes full of disgust. What spirit beast head is this? Why does it smell so bad? Qin, yeah. It smells way worse than that black wolf head from last night. Wan Kong, it is ridiculously bad. Let me see what's inside. Covering his mouth and nose with one hand, Wan Kong opened the sack completely. Inside were 2 mountain boar heads, and then a mantis head about the size of a baby's fist. 3 beast heads in total. 2 mountain boar heads and 1 chui mantis head. Those 2 pig heads have to be worth quite a lot of points. After seeing clearly what was inside, Wan Kong's eyes widened even more. The contents of this fertilizer sack meant his chances of taking 3rd place had greatly increased. He just hadn't expected that the group from before was actually pretty capable, able to kill 2 mountain boars and 1 chui mantis. Wan Kong blinked, and his eyes gradually lit up. Looking at it this way, his 3rd place had a lot of hope. Zhou Xiang's face was deathly pale, his body weak as he leaned against Chenrue. Looking at Chao Yun carrying his arm, his gaze gradually turned unfocused. But the anger in his heart kept him barely conscious, stopping him from passing out on the spot. On his left wrist, the parasitic wristband had already begun to turn gray. Clearly, the injuries to his chest and severed arm had made the parasitic wristband judge that Zhou Xiang had entered a near-death state. We're really just going to keep carrying Zhou Xiang like this? Chenrue's words were like a stone thrown into still water, forcing Chao Yun, who had been silently walking ahead, to face the current situation. His wristband changed color. The Banbai protocol says the school will do its best to guarantee the lives of us students. If I'm not mistaken, the rescue team should be here in about 1 or 2 minutes. It had to be said, that news greatly reassured Chenrue, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. I still want to try and see if we can make the top 3. Even though we have to head down the mountain tomorrow afternoon for the tally, there's still 1 more day left. If the 2 of us work hard, we might actually pull it off. Hearing that, Chao Yun seemed to finally come out of what had just happened. But when he turned to look at Chenrue, his gaze accidentally swept over Zhou Xiang, who was all but unconscious, and irritation rose in his heart. Sounds nice holding the rear. He got pinned to the ground like a dead dog. I even had my claw cat go help him. And in the end, my claw cat got injured because of it. The more he thought about it, the angrier Chao Yun became. In the end, though, he could only sigh helplessly. After all, they had all done this together. Since they had failed, he had no right to blame Zhou Xiang too much. If it really doesn't work, then the 2 of us could try to push 1 person into the top 10 and split it together afterward. The moment he made that suggestion, Chenrue's expression instantly brightened. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Right at that moment, a huge tiger jumped out from who knew where and blocked the 3 of them. It was the flame-stepping flow tiger, and naturally, the one on its back was the school doctor. Only this time, there was no one hanging from the tigress body. After all, carrying a corpse around everywhere wasn't exactly appropriate. At the same time, the family had to be notified to come to the school and claim the body. But with the Banbai protocol in place, nothing much would come of it. A severed arm, for broken ribs, claw marks left on his chest. For some reason, when a school doctor saw the wound on Zhou Xiang's chest, it felt strangely familiar. He stared at Chenrue and Chao Yun for a while. Just as the 2 of them started feeling nervous under his gaze, the school doctor spoke. You 2 also went to cause trouble for Qin? Chenrue and Chao Yun. The 2 exchanged confused looks. What did he mean by also? Could it be that before them, someone else had already gone to wait? Could it be Li Dong and the other 2? Was it also Li Dong, Zhou Chong, and Zhou Shun? Sheng Huizvalovit. After learning they weren't the only ones who had gone after Qin, he curiously asked the school doctor for confirmation. The school doctor only shot the 3 of them a speechless glance. Yes, all 3 of them are dead. I'm honestly curious. Qin has such a huge wolf with him. Were you blind? Why would you still go looking for trouble with him? As far as I know, Qin is a lone wolf and an orphan. How exactly did he offend you? The moment Chenrue heard that and saw the school doctor's speechless look, he immediately choked on his words. Chao Yun, however, sorted out his thoughts and explained everything from start to finish. Oh, so that's what happened. Still, You got some nerve. One of you dared to think it, and the other actually dared to follow after seeing that wolf clearly. After hearing the explanation, the school doctor looked even more speechless. You saw that black wolf in the river and still rushed over? What strength do you have, and what strength does it have? Even if it let you run first, did you really think you could get away? Shaking his head, too lazy to argue any further over the matter, the school doctor gave Chunrui and Xiao Yun one last look before leaving. Are you two going to keep participating? If not, I could take you down with me on the way. No, we plan to keep participating. The two looked at each other, both of them feeling helpless. Well, this was great. Not explaining it would been embarrassing. Explaining it made it even more embarrassing. Meanwhile, Qin Ding's group followed the riverside, trying to find spirit beasts coming down to drink. Wang Kong was in increasingly high spirits and took it upon himself to carry the 2 snakeskin sacks and 1 urea bag, all piled on a pink pig's back. There was still more than a day left. Wang Kong felt that third place was practically already in the bag. Even if they didn't hunt a single spirit beast for the rest of the day, as long as another wave of wolves came tonight, it would be settled. Strange. We've walked this far, so why haven't we seen a single spirit beast coming to drink? They were almost at the downstream section, yet Wang Kong still hadn't seen a single spirit beast by the river. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. Logically speaking, spirit beasts should be fairly concentrated near a river. At the very least, it shouldn't be possible to walk all this way without seeing even one. Hearing Qin Ding's words, Bai Mushua looked at the river, which was gradually turning from clear to somewhat muddy, and a thought formed in her mind. Maybe there's some powerful spirit beast staying in the downstream section of stream, making the nearby spirit beasts too afraid to come close. Qin Ding paused, then turned to look at Dahe, who was walking along in an easy, carefree manner. Mutt, do you smell anything unusual? Dahe blinked, then nodded and shook his head. Ow. There's some unknown blood smell, but it's very faint. There's more of a muddy smell. The source is still farther ahead. Dahe's words made the answer to the mystery surface at once. No wonder Dahe hadn't said anything earlier. They had still been some distance away, farther ahead. Huh, then let us pick up the pace. 10 minutes later, after reaching the place Dahe had mentioned, Qin Ding fell silent. Bai Mushua helplessly pressed a hand to her forehead, and Wang Kong did his best to hold Pink Pig down and stop it from charging into the river. Because the river in front of them was muddy, and for pigs, this kind of mud-like river was exactly what they liked. The problem was, there was something in the river. 3 crocodiles, each close to 3 meters long, or even over 3 meters. Wang Kong couldn't help muttering under his breath. Good lord, is this really the kind of mountain they use for Bambai? First the wolf pack, now social crocodiles? Is that even reasonable? Spirit beast, sharp-toothed crocodile. Aptitude, inferior ordinary. Element, none. Level, 78, low rank. Ability, sharp teeth. Bloodline, crocodilian, 100. Evolution path, crocodilian, requires reaching level 11. Aptitude upgrade. Description, a type of crocodile that lives in the downstream river area. Small in size, but extremely sharp-toothed. Its body strength is average among crocodilian spirit beasts, but has decent cultivation value. Crocodiles. Qin Ding looked at the one floating in the middle of the river, the one close to 3.5 meters long, and fell in a deep thought. Small in size, sharp teeth, 3 meters, even more than 3 meters. Does that count as small? This time, even a usually fearless Shajin wolf looked uncertain as it stared at the 3 large crocodiles, then turned to Qin Ding. Ow, boss, should I go into the river and fight those 3 things? Qin Ding slightly shook his head. You can't go into the river. At the same time, Bai Mushua nodded in agreement with Qin Ding. These are sharp-toothed crocodiles. Their bite is extremely dangerous, even though they're only low rank. If their level is a little higher, they can still injure spirit beasts that have just stepped in a high rank and evolved once. And there are 3 of them on the river surface. We can't even confirm whether there are more sharp-toothed crocodiles hiding under the river. Let Dahe go into the river and solo 3 crocodiles with sharp teeth, while they also have the advantage in size and terrain. Seriously, if anything went wrong, Dahe would suffer heavy injuries. Reaching level 11 and gaining an element really was Dahe's greatest advantage. But that didn't mean the other side's teeth were for show. What if they could still injure Dahe? What if, just like Bai Mushua said, there were more sharp-toothed crocodiles than just the 3 in plain sight? Bai Mushua stared at the 3 sharp-toothed crocodiles sunning themselves on the river surface. Her tone was decisive as she turned to Wang Kong. We need to lure them onto the shore. Pink Pig has a big body and plenty of meat. Crocodiles love that kind of prey most. There's no bait more suitable than Pink Pig. Wang Kong blinked, a little slow to react. It wasn't until Bai Mushua's gaze shifted to the Pink Pig that he suddenly jolted. Huh? You want my Pink Pig to be the bait? This seeing Wang Kong hesitate, Bai Mushua's eyes flickered. She realized it wasn't that he was unwilling, but that the current benefit wasn't enough for him to take that kind of risk. What if the Pink Pig dies, but we capture a heavily injured, sharp-toothed crocodile alive? Right at that moment, Qin Ding looked at the lake and noticed the sharp-toothed crocodile slowly approaching from that direction. Slightly surprised, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Looks like it's not just us eyeing them. Maybe he got their eyes on us too. The sharp-toothed crocodiles are coming closer to us. They want to hunt us too. There is no need for the pink pig to go into the river. It just needs to stand by the shore and point its butt at the sharp-toothed crocodiles. That'll be enough to hook them in. Once a crocodile comes on to land, it isn't agile. Hiss. That sound like there's not much danger? His pink pig, if nothing else, was pretty good at running. And once crocodiles came ashore, they could only crawl. They couldn't run. After thinking for a moment, Wong Kong immediately nodded. All right, I'll take the stuff off the pink pig first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wong Kong, now decided, immediately removed the 3 bag from the pink pig and gave a few instructions. Then the fearless pink pig swaggered straight toward the part of the shore closest to the sharp-toothed crocodiles. Oink, Gurulu. As if afraid the sharp-toothed crocodiles circling and testing the approach wouldn't notice it, the pink pig let out a loud cry the moment it reached the shore. It glanced at the crocodiles staring fixedly at it, lowered its head, and took a couple of sips of water. Then it turned around and started swaying its plump body at the 3 sharp-toothed crocodiles. In an instant, the 3 sharp-toothed crocodiles floating on the river froze. Their 3 pairs of brown vertical pupils stared straight at the pink pig after it drank, turned around, and pointed its butt at them. A nameless fury exploded through their hunting plan like a thunderclap. The 3 sharp-toothed crocodiles had already been tempted to begin with. Now, after being provoked by the pink pig in a way that was basically the same as shitting on their heads, they dropped all pretense. No more acting, no more testing. In perfect unison, they charged at full speed through the water toward the pink pig on the shore. Holy shit. Stupid pig, run. Wong Kong, who saw with his own eyes the 3 sharp-toothed crocodiles slicing across the lake like fish as they sprinted toward the pink pig, shouted in panic. The pink pig, on the other hand, wasn't in any hurry. It only started running on its 4 thick legs after hearing the splashing behind it grow much louder. The highest level one, the level 8 sharp-toothed crocodile, leaped straight out of the water to pounce, aiming to bite down on the pink pig's hind leg. But just by chance, hearing how close the water sounds had gotten, the pink pig had already started running. Not only did the bite miss, the crocodile also got a mouthful of mud. Visible rage rose in its brown vertical pupils. The other 2 level 7 sharp-toothed crocodiles followed it onto land and, as if they had discussed it beforehand, crawled after the pink pig, watching the sharp-toothed crocodiles on the shore, their bodies swaying side to side in a way that was almost comical. Chinding couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from lifting. Wong Kong, not bad. You pulled aggro really well. Wong Kong was dumbfounded when he heard that. He could swear this absolutely wasn't his plan. The only thing he had whispered to the pink pig earlier was to run faster and bolt the moment it heard splashing. But now he couldn't exactly say that out loud. He could only brace himself and nod, accepting credit that didn't belong to him, while forcing a stiff smile onto his face. But by now, Qin Ding and Bai Mushiwe weren't paying attention to him anymore. As long as it worked. Let's go, Dahe. The identities of hunter and prey have switched. Take down these 3 crocodiles, and we can finish ahead of schedule. Bai Mushiwe looked at the white fox by her feet and softly instructed it. Those sharp-toothed crocodiles are among the smaller crocodilian spirit beasts. You still can't break their defense. Once the fight starts, just focus on drawing aggro. Draw aggro, like the pink pig just now. Half understanding. The white fox nodded and followed behind by Mushiwe, who was carrying a long spear. Wong Kong carried his spike club at the rear, his gaze staying fixed on the cheerful pink pig the whole time. For some reason, looking at the pink pig like this, Wong Kong felt a strange sense of seeing it for the first time. Was it really this happy? Inside the battle zone, the pink pig was tirelessly teasing the 3 sharp-toothed crocodiles. And aside from those 3, no 4th or 5th one appeared in the river. Looks like there are only these 3. Oh woo, boss, watch how I strip the hide off this fish. The Shajin wolf muttered without even turning its head. It lowered its body and shot forward along the ground like a phantom. Its glossy black body tightened into a bow packed with power. As it lowered its head, its gaze locked onto the level 7 sharp-toothed crocodile running at the rear. Suddenly, the sharp-toothed crocodile, chasing after the pink pig ahead, seemed to sense the danger behind it. Without turning its head, it decisively swung its steel whip-like tail while twisting its body and snapping back with a fierce bite. Oh whoa, you stupid thing, too late. You fat fish. The Shajin wolf abruptly halted its body to dodge the tail's sweep and return bite, then sprang forward to pounce again. Like a bolt of black lightning, it landed behind the sharp-toothed crocodile and opened its jaws, biting down precisely on the point where the spine and tail connected. With a muffled thud, the sharp-toothed crocodile only felt pain in its tail before it suddenly went numb. In panic, it desperately tried to whip its tail around and fling off the Shajin wolf clamped onto it. Yet that move was practically helping the Shajin wolf. Not only did the tail swing fail to throw it off, but using that force, the Shajin wolf directly tore the thick tail completely off. Slightly cool crocodile blood splashed across the Shajin wolf's face. After swallowing the blood from the crocodile's tail in its mouth, an excited red light appeared in the wolf's eyes. Still not satisfied, it licked its muzzle. Woo, your blood is kind of sweet. The next moment, there was only a heavy thud. The spear tip, gleaming with cold light, shot down like a meteor, striking the back of the sharp-toothed crocodile's head without error. It pierced through the crocodile's armor and stabbed into flesh, and the huge 3-meter beast instantly stopped moving. Only its massive mouth, packed with dense, sharp teeth, was still opening and closing. Such tough defense. Qin frowned slightly for an instant as he tugged twice before pulling the spear back out. When that spear thrust landed just now, it hadn't gone in immediately. It had paused for a moment before finally penetrating. If not for the feedback from the earth dog, then even if the spear in his hand was made from good material, if his strength wasn't enough, it still might not have pierced through. Seeing that the final blow had been taken by its boss, the Shajin wolf had wanted to say something. But right then, the corner of its eye caught sight of something, and its pupils instantly shrank to needle points as it dashed out again. Not far away, Bai Muxiwe and the white fox had pinned down another level 7 sharp-toothed crocodile that was chasing the pink pig. Just as Bai Muxiwe had said, because of its size and strength, the white fox didn't attack directly. Instead, it stayed as close to the sharp-toothed crocodile as possible, drawing its attacks and creating openings for Bai Muxiwe. The standard issue long spear thrust out. The spear tip did not pierce the crocodile's outer armor. Instead, it scraped past after kicking up a few sparks across the surface of its body. So it really won work. Looks like I'll have to catch it when it opens its mouth and stab through its upper or lower jaw. Bai Muxiwe adjusted her target and kept a certain distance from the white fox. First, to prevent the sharp-toothed crocodile from suddenly switching targets and charging. Second, to leave the white fox enough room to jump and evade. As long as an opportunity appeared, she could rush forward a few steps and drive the spear in. As he thought about it, things were already happening. The white fox suddenly moved close to the saber-toothed crocodile and let out a series of giggles. The laugh sounded a little eerie, and it made the saber-toothed crocodile even more furious. It opened its mouth, shifted on its 4 short little legs, and lunged at the jumping white fox in a bite. Kikik. The white fox jumped straight up on the spot, dodging the bite and landing to the side. Following right after it was a spear blade flashing with a streak of cold light. Now, Bai Muxiwe's heart tightened. Staring at the upper jaw exposed by the saber-toothed crocodile's open mouth, she quickly strode forward and thrust out the long spear in her hand. Poochie. The sharp blade tore through flesh. The saber-toothed crocodile's upper jaw was pierced through directly by the spear, and the intense pain made it instinctively clamp its teeth shut and whip its head around. A huge force traveled through the shaft. Bai Muxiwe made a split-second decision and immediately let go of the hand gripping the spear, looking at the saber-toothed crocodile wildly shaking its head in the clearing. Along with the constantly swaying spear shaft, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Bai Muxiwe's forehead. If she had let go even a little slower, she might have been flung away with it. The thought had only just appeared when, the next second, there came a crack. The connection between the spearhead and the shaft was bitten clean through by the saber-toothed crocodile. Bad news. The standard issue spear from school was broken. Good news. The spearhead had remained inside the saber-toothed crocodile's mouth and caused secondary damage. Large amounts of crimson, sticky blood kept flowing from the corners of the saber-toothed crocodile's mouth. Having already suffered badly, the saber-toothed crocodile no longer dared keep its mouth shut. It was now possible to clearly see the spear blade lodged in its upper jaw, leaving behind a horrifying wound. After taking such a huge loss, the saber-toothed crocodile charged straight at Bai Muxiwe with its mouth wide open, no longer caring about anything else. The white fox had not expected this at all. It was startled and let out a short cry as it chased after it. Ing, Poochie. A black figure was even faster than the white fox. In a flash, it caught up from behind and directly stepped on the head of the charging saber-toothed crocodile. The wide-open mouth was forcibly shut by the immense force coming from the wolf claw. In an instant, the brown crocodile pupil was replaced by a pure blood-red color. Its brain had been pierced through. Blood covered the pupil as it flowed out, and even a bulge was forced up on the top of its head. Bai Muxiwe let out a breath of relief. After coming back to her senses, she had wanted to thank Dahe, only to find that Dahe had already disappeared. Realizing what that meant, she turned her head toward the direction of the last level 8 saber-toothed crocodile. Wan Kong, holding a spike club, stared at the 3-meter-long giant crocodile, the corner of his mouth twitching wildly. He simply had no way to get close enough to attack. The reason was simple. A spike club was a short weapon. It could not create distance and pull like a spear could, so against a saber-toothed crocodile this large, going into close combat was unavoidable. And he did not have Qin terrifying feedback, which led to the current situation. If he got close and gave the saber-toothed crocodile a solid whack, he could neither deal enough damage nor make it stagger, while the saber-toothed crocodile could just tank the blow like nothing had happened and bite him into 2 pieces on the spot. Seeing that his pink pig was starting to pant, clearly tired from running, Wan Kong gritted his teeth and steeled himself. He immediately stepped forward, raised the spike club, and brought it down hard on the saber-toothed crocodile's head. Zong! A short, heavy, muffled sound rang out, making the slightly open-mouthed, saber-toothed crocodile obediently close its mouth at once. Already irritated to the extreme, the saber-toothed crocodile ignored Pink Pig after Wan Kong pulled that stunt. It opened its mouth and bit straight at the close-up Wan Kong. The instant he was locked onto by those brown, cold vertical pupils, Wan Kong had the illusion that even his blood had frozen, until he saw the saber-toothed crocodile open its jaws and lunge at his waist. Only then did Wan Kong suddenly react. In panic, he instinctively thrust out the spike club and stuffed it straight into the saber-toothed crocodile's mouth. The 1-meter-long weapon, under the force of the crocodile's lunge, slipped directly into its mouth without the slightest error and jammed all the way into its throat. Even though Wan Kong let go at the very first moment, he was still so frightened by the saber-toothed crocodile's movement that he stumbled backward and fell. Just as Wan Kong thought, "My life is over," the saber-toothed crocodile did not make a next move. Why didn't it bite me? Because a feeling it had never experienced before shot straight into the saber-toothed crocodile's brain. Even that biting lunge was forcibly interrupted halfway, and it dropped straight out of the air. The saber-toothed crocodile opened its jaws wide and stood there shaking its head, trying to fling the spike club out. But the result was, every time it shook its head, not only did the weapon fail to come out, it also brought searing pain and more blood pouring out. The rage faded from those brown crocodile eyes, replaced instead by a helpless panic. Wu, the Shajin wolf, which had originally helped by Mushue finish off the second saber-toothed crocodile and had instinctively turned to attack the last one, the highest-level saber-toothed crocodile, suddenly stopped short. Its huge momentum dragged out a several-meter-long mark across the ground. In those pitch-black wolf eyes was a strangely human-like look as it stared fixedly at Wan Kong, who was scrambling backward to widen the distance, and at the saber-toothed crocodile whose throat was blocked, where the more it struggled, the worse the wound became and the more blood poured out. Woo! A low, anxious, beastly roar mixed with the constant spray of blood from the saber-toothed crocodile's mouth. Looking at that spike club, the Shajin wolf had no idea why, but it inexplicably felt a strange sense of empathy. Even its own throat seemed to start hurting a little. At this moment, the saber-toothed crocodile had absolutely no intention of chasing or continuing its attack. All it wanted, in misery and pain, was to throw out the thing stuck in its throat. Ow! That works too? Seeing that the last saber-toothed crocodile also seemed to have been dealt with, the Shajin wolf turned back to glance at Qinding as he walked over. It then stayed where it was and watched the saber-toothed crocodile struggle with great interest. Gulu. Pink Pig, noticing there was no movement following behind it, looked a little confused. It first turned back, and, after confirming there was not a single saber-toothed crocodile behind it anymore, its half-squinted pig eyes opened noticeably wider. Like a child who had lost a favorite toy, it turned around in confusion and anxiety to search. Very quickly, it found the saber-toothed crocodile still struggling miserably in place. It stood there and watched for a while, and Pink Pig's eyes gradually brightened. Gululu. Its pig mouth bared its fangs as it let out a loud, charging beast roar. Then it kicked up all four legs at full speed and charged straight at the saber-toothed crocodile. The saber-toothed crocodile saw Pink Pig charging toward it, driven by danger instinct. It subconsciously tried to attack Pink Pig. However, although its mouth could open with all its strength, it could no longer fully close, always leaving a gap that was neither too big nor too small. That was the helpless result of the spiked club jammed inside. It bit down on Pink Pig's leg, but only scraped the surface of Pink Pig's skin. What awaited the saber-toothed crocodile, however, was a creature not much smaller than itself, and even heavier, crashing straight down onto its head. The sound of heavy crushing and something breaking rang out almost at the same time, and then the body began shifting and grinding down repeatedly. The solid, pure, iron section of the spike club directly crushed through the saber-toothed crocodile's upper jaw. Originally, the saber-toothed crocodile's bleeding had at least been rhythmic. At this moment, the blood at the corners of its mouth poured out in huge quantities like a burst pipe from a broken faucet, and it smeared all over Pink Pig's belly. Qinding stood beside the Shajin wolf. One man and one wolf, the two sides bound by the life-death contract, wore almost exactly the same expression at this moment. What an unexpectedly fought battle. Or perhaps this was what a real battle should be like. Full of accidents and surprises. By the end of it, even Qinding could not help but shake his head and chuckle. As for Bai Mushue, her expression was a little conflicted, but it was not important. Success was all that mattered. Dead? At this moment, even Wan Kong, the one who had caused all of this, could hardly believe his own eyes. He rubbed them, then discovered that the saber-toothed crocodile really was dead beyond dead. The corners of his mouth kept rising uncontrollably. It was just that there were still two fiercer ones present. So he tried hard to restrain himself and did not laugh out loud. Ahem, let us cut off the heads of these 3 crocodiles, shall we? This time, the points should definitely be enough. Qinding, who had walked over, nodded slightly. With the 3 sharp-toothed crocodile heads, plus all those beast heads from before, our points might already be enough to sweep the top 3. 6 black wolf beast heads, 2 green wolf heads, 1 brocade, fighting chicken head, 2 mountain boar beast heads, 1 emerald mantis head, 1 earth rat head, and 3 sharp-toothed crocodile heads. After counting everything up, there were 16 beast heads in total. Among them, the emerald mantis, earth rat, and brocade fighting chicken heads would probably be worth very few points, but the rest would convert into quite a lot. After finishing the cuts, Wong Kong hummed happily to himself, then pulled out a snakeskin sack from the inner pocket of his jacket and wrapped up the 3 sharp-toothed crocodile heads. By the time they were done, it was already noon. The 3 of them didn't care about the smell of blood at all and directly lit a fire by the river to roast meat for lunch. As for their beast companions, they ate raw meat off to the side. Full and satisfied, Dahe lay on the ground, staring somewhat bored at the white blue sky. Oh woo, not sure why, but I'm kind of looking forward to whether something will come looking for us tonight. Honestly, the continuous fighting over the past few days had not made the Shajin wolf feel tired in the slightest. If anything, it was enjoying itself, completely immersed in it. Fighting. Awesome. While thinking about when it would get to hunt again, Dahe still didn't slack off. It kept trying its best to catch scents in the air and sense whether prey was approaching. Unfortunately, there was none. At one point, a deer tried to come closer for water, but the moment it saw that the 3 crocodiles in the river were gone, the shore was covered in crocodile blood, and the Shajin wolf was lying right in the middle of a pool of blood. It didn't hesitate in the slightest. It spun around and ran with all its might. This situation continued all the way until the morning of the 3rd day. It's light out. Time to head down the mountain. Qin Ding, who had been cultivating, was woken by Mushue. He stood up and casually brushed the dirt off his body, muttering in a low voice. Then, as Qin Ding looked at Wong Kong, who was also getting up, he seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke. Wong Kong, if you get 3rd place, remember to give Su Hai a share of the prize money. 10,000, 20,000, either is fine. Wong Kong, who was putting the snakeskin sack onto the pink pig, froze for a moment when he heard that. After reacting, he instead seemed to let out a sigh of relief inside. Why would Qin Ding say that to him? He knew very well himself. Back then, the one who had known about Director Li's matter was Su Hai, while he had only played the role of middleman. And now, the main provider of the information. Su Hai could only get a small part of the prize money, while he was the one taking the biggest share. What was there for him to be unhappy about? He had to know, at the very beginning, he had thought that if he could get 30,000, he'd already be grinning from ear to ear. With that thought, after settling the snakeskin sack on the pink pig's back, Wong Kong turned around, smiled at Qin Ding, and patted his chest in promise. If you're saying it like that, then I'll definitely give Su Hai a portion. Qin Ding gave a faint nod. All right then, let us get ready to head down the mountain. We can go a bit slower on the way and see if there are any suitable spirit beasts we can hunt. Mushue, meanwhile, let out a breath of relief as if a burden had been lifted. She lowered her head and looked at the white fox at her feet. It's for now somewhat dirty and messy. A trace of heartache flashed through her eyes as she crouched down and scooped the white fox into her arms. It's finally over. I'll give you a proper bath when we get back. The white fox didn't resist, but in its intelligent eyes, there was a faintly strange look. Just me? Really? As the 3 of them deliberately dragged out their descent. It wasn't until afternoon that they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Several crimson snakeskin sacks hung there, and one of them was dripping blood. That was because on the way down, they had run into 3 mountain horned deer. The Shajin wolf had chased after them and only managed to bite one to death. In just those few seconds of delay, the other 2 bounded and leaped away straight into the forest. Although it could still catch their scent, under Qin Ding's restraint. The Shajin wolf did not continue the chase. We're almost there. Let us confirm one more time. Wong Kong, yours are the brocade fighting chicken head, the emerald mantis head, the earth rat head, and the 2 mountain boar heads. Mushue, yours are the mountain horn deer head and the 3 sharp-toothed crocodile heads. As for me, I've got the 6 black wolf beasts and the 2 green wolf heads. No problem, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ding's gaze didn't even look at Mushue. As if locked on, it landed on Wong Kong first. Wong Kong didn't mind at all. After spending 3 days and 2 nights together, he was already getting used to it. He immediately shook his head. No problem. But, isn't my share a bit too much? 5 beast heads. Even if 3 of them count as small beast heads, there are still 2 mountain boar beast heads. Those are big beast heads. One of those can count for several small ones. Qin Ding nodded slightly when he heard that. All right, then let us speed up. For the rest of the trip, the 3 of them didn't speak again and simply quickened their pace down the mountain. Only Dahe, the lone wolf, though leading the way in front, still kept looking back at the path behind with obvious reluctance. Wong Kong, walking back, saw that and thought Qin Ding's beast companion was afraid he might run off with the cash on the spot. He had seen the Shajin wolf's battle scenes clearly and completely. He immediately chose to keep a certain distance from the pink pig, his gaze firm and expression serious. About half an hour later, led by Dahe, the 3 of them returned to the place where they had gone up the mountain 3 days earlier. And at this very moment, the only ones there were the 3 homeroom teachers of the beast taming classes, the 3 instructors of those classes, and the principal. Other than that, there were the rest of the students who had participated in the class competition and had already come down from mountain. Qingding roughly swept his eyes over the crowd. Zhou Xiang, whose arm he had cut off yesterday, was not there. Perhaps right now, he should be receiving treatment in the school infirmary? After all, it was a severed arm injury. Even with a beast companion over level 30 serving as the attending physician, it would still take a few days to fully heal without leaving aftereffects. Principal Chu Shan stood at the very front, hands clasped behind his back, expression stern. But when he saw the piled-up snakeskin sacks and fertilizer sacks on the pink pig's back, the corner of his brow still twitched uncontrollably. With just that one glance, Chu Shan understood that first and second place were already beyond dispute. Only third place might still hold some surprise. The class monitor of Class 2 turned pale at the sight of those huge snakeskin sacks, and even his legs wobbled a little. This has to be fake, right? The participants from Class 3 were standing beside the people from Class 2. Hearing the commotion from Class 2, their reactions were more or less the same. Their eyes practically glued to the snakeskin sacks on the pink pig's back. Only Chenrei and Chao Yun wore expressions of calm that said, just as expected, no, this was only natural. I think first and second are definitely Qingding and Bai Muxue. Shenghui, do you think third place might go to this guy named Wan Kong? Hearing that, Chen Rui's mouth twitched. Without making it obvious, he glanced at the class monitor of Class 2, who was already so nervous that his fists were clenched tight. This is already enough to make you nervous? If your side had brought some genius to lead a move to cut Qingding off, you'd know just how close death could really feel. Qingding was only considered principled. Even when he made a move, he only targeted the one leading the charge, and didn't he make things difficult for him and Chao Yun. As for their spoils being taken away, just like Zhou Xiang had said, they had tried to do things on the sly. They failed. The winner becomes king, the loser bandit. That was all. If they had won, then the ones standing at the front right now would be them. As the instructor of Class 1, Lu Jun felt very satisfied and happy inside at this face-winning scene. But on the surface, he still had to put on an iron-faced, impartial look. Hey, put the bags down and open them. Separate the big beast heads from the small beast heads. Don't stack them. Hearing that, Qingding instinctively gave Lu Jun an extra look. And only then did the 3 of them open the bags one by one. Holy shit, that many wolf heads? No. Was this guy running into a wolf pack up on a mountain? Forget surviving. Didn't he even get injured? Wolf heads? Did you see the huge crocodile head or not? Answer me. That one alone should count as 2. Not the baboon heads, wolf heads, or crocodile heads. Didn't you notice some of those beast heads looked really familiar? Green wolf heads, earth rat heads, and emerald mantis heads. Don't they look familiar to you? Chen Rui and Chao Yun didn't say a word. They just stood there quietly, rolling their eyes. Oh, now you're scared? When the 2 of them came down the mountain earlier, they already said it. So why did barely anyone believe them? Only now do you believe that both beast tamers and their beast pets died on the mountain, instead of just getting injured and being taken away for treatment? As for Li Dong and the others ending, Chen Rui and Chao Yun had already figured out the moment they came down the mountain and didn't see the 3 of them. Wang Chuanfa blinked. As the liberal arts teacher of Beast Tamer Class 1, when he saw the large number of wolf heads and that enormous, sharp-toothed crocodile head, he rubbed his eyes several times in disbelief. Then he looked in shock toward the answer his heart had already given him. Qingding. Damn, this. Only Lu Jun showed no shock and no astonishment. Only thick, undisguised delight. Why? Because he was a military-type beast tamer. What true strength needed was not other people's shock, but other people's acknowledgement. The weak sought acknowledgement from the strong. The strong sought acknowledgement from those even stronger. Chu Shan walked up to Qingding, lowered his head to glance over the 8 wolf heads laid out there, then looked deeply at Qingding. Wolf heads, 5 points each. 8 heads, for a total of 40 points. Currently first place. Crocodile head, 10 points. Deer head, 5 points. Total of 35 points. Currently second place. Finally, Chu Shan walked over to Wan Kong. Looking at the corner of Wan Kong's mouth, which wanted to curl up but was being forcibly suppressed, Chu Shan felt helpless. Because this was a point source made up mostly of students who had been carried. In terms of real strength, they were far below what they appeared to be. That was why Chu Shan felt so helpless. Still, being good at hugging thighs was itself a kind of ability. It just depended on how long this kid could keep hugging. Earth rat and other small beast heads counted as 1 point each. Mountain boar head counted as 10 points. Total, 23 points. Currently third place. After announcing the final rankings, Chu Shan quickly turned around, took a ring and 9 bonus cards representing Chongqing No, 11 high school from the vice principal, and began handing them out from 10th place upward, going from the back to the front. But when Chu Shan reached the Class 2 monitor, the 4th place winner, he could clearly see the somewhat dull look in his eyes. After quickly finishing with Wan Kong and Bai Muxue, Chu Shan stopped in front of Qingding and placed the storage ring, worth 500,000, into Qingding's hand. His eyes locked directly onto Qingding's. This reward given by the school cannot appear in anyone else's hands in any form. If it is forcibly taken, report it to me immediately. The school will stand up for you, no matter who the other party is. As for how to bind and use the storage ring, that requires spiritual power. As for the exact operation, you can learn it online. After saying that, Chushan turned to look at the teachers from each class, both liberal arts and martial arts. All right, teachers, take your students back and announce this class competition's rankings along the way. Dismissed. Hearing that word, dismissed, Qin Ding's gaze shifted slightly as he obediently followed behind Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa. That single word made him remember. The Federation High School Beast Tamer Department was part of the Federation military system and directly under the Federation military department. So all students in Beast Tamer high schools were considered reserve members of the Federation military. As for whether they would actually serve, that depended on their situation and choices after retaking the exams. Besides that, the principal of a Beast Tamer high school had the authority to stand up for students. And that standing up wasn't some simple verbal expression or helping students handle disputes with others. It meant something simple, crude, and direct, using force to suppress the other side. For example, if the class competition reward he had just received was stolen not long after he got it, and the thief escaped Changcheng and entered the wilderness, then what awaited that robber would be a carpet-style manhunt led by Changcheng's station troops, the Federation military, and headed by a level 51 monarch rank. 6th rank Beast Tamer, going all out without holding anything back, dead or alive, in the world of Beast Tamers. Although almost no one would patiently sit down and reason things out with you, there are iron-blooded red lines that absolutely could not be crossed. That was completely different from what he had experienced in his previous life. As for whether it would trigger a beast tide, ever since the spirit realms appeared 6 years ago, there had been almost no beast tides on a global scale. It was hard to even see one in a year, and even then, they were all small or medium-small ones. Most likely, the Federation higher-ups had reached some kind of agreement with the Beast Kings in the wilderness outside each city, right? Could the contents of that agreement be to jointly resist the spirit realms? One question gave rise to another. Qin Ding spent the whole walk thinking about these things, so lost in thought that even his steps were a little sluggish until the three of them were brought to the school gate. Only then did Wang Chunfa's voice pull him back. You just finished participating in the class competition. Wang Chunfa paused, looked at the three of them, their messy hair and mud-covered pants, and, after a few seconds of thought, continued, so go home and get some proper rest first. Tomorrow's a holiday anyway. Of course, our Beast Tamer department doesn't really have homework in the first place. At this point, a trace of seriousness appeared on Wang Chunfa's face. Don't spend the rewards the school gave you recklessly. You're all Beast Tamers. Spend it where it matters. And remember what Principal Chu just said. These rewards were issued directly to you by the Federation. If anyone tries to take them from you in some form, the Federation military department will directly take over everything that follows by force. No one can walk out of the Federation military department unharmed. This is the Federation's guarantee to students. Do you remember? The three of them all understood. After hearing Wang Chunfa's words, they nodded slightly. Seeing Qin Ding and Bai Mushue greet Wang Chunfa before leaving the school, Wang Kong did not leave, which made both Wang Chunfa and Lu Jun confused. The two of them both looked over. In response, Wang Kong chuckled twice. Teacher, instructor, school's not over yet, right? Suhai and I have something to discuss. I want to go back to class. Something to discuss? Thinking of what he had just said, and then thinking of how Wang Kong had taken third place, Wang Chunfa's face immediately darkened. No way, right? Suhai looked pretty honest, even a little timid. Could he really threaten this guy riding a giant pig and carrying a wolf-tooth club? Lu Jun, however, seemed to think of something the moment he heard Wang Kong's words. He directly pressed a hand on Wang Chunfa's shoulder and pulled him behind him. Under Wang Chunfa's green-faced stare, Lu Jun instead smiled lightly at Wang Kong. Go on. Thank you, instructor. Watching Wang Kong directly mount his pink pig and dash toward Tai Yuan, Wang Chunfa's face turned completely black, like the bottom of a pot. Lu Jun, do you even know what you're doing? Breaking the law knowingly will cost you your head. Lu Jun had been in a pretty good mood, but hearing Wang Chunfa's completely unrestrained accusation instantly gave him a huge headache. When he turned back to look at Wang Chunfa, his eyes were full of helplessness and a bit of disdain. TCH, that head of yours is only good for teaching students. Enough. It's not what you think. Looks more like splitting the loot. Wang Chunfa. The Wang Chunfa who had just been imposing and black-faced instantly went stiff when he heard the words splitting the loot. His brain crashed on the spot, and he stood there stunned for a long while. Splitting the loot? What do you mean? The prize money? How could that have anything to do with splitting loot with Suhai? Hearing that, Lu Jun rolled his eyes, voiced the guess in his heart, and added, if it's given willingly, the Federation doesn't care. Wang Chunfa finally understood. He nodded belatedly, unable to stop himself from murmuring, so that is how it is. Whatever Director Li and the others wanted to do, it wasn't just us who knew. Suhai actually knew too, and even told Qin Ding in advance. No wonder you called it splitting the spoils. Seeing that his old friend's wooden head had finally started turning, Lu Jun let out a long, exhausted breath. Exactly. Even without all that, you already said it clearly enough just now. And look at how Wong Kong reported it to you. His eyes were full of happiness. Did he look like someone who was being oppressed or bullied? All right, just focus on teaching and raising students. You don't need to deal with these filthy, troublesome relationships. Your brain just doesn't turn fast enough for it. Wang Chunfa. When Wong Kong placed the pink pig in the iron enclosure, he saw the treading fire-flowing tiger dozing inside. As if it had sensed a familiar aura, the treading fire-flowing tiger lazily lifted its eyelids a little, glanced at the ingratiating Wong Kong, snorted through its nose, and went back to sleep. Bootlicker. Wong Kong had no idea what the treading fire-flowing tiger was thinking. After securing the pink pig, he immediately headed for the classroom of Beast Taming Class 1. At this time, because the teacher was waiting for students at the foot of the mountain, no dismissal had been announced inside the classroom. The students from all 3 classes were still doing self-study in the room, but with no teacher around, calling it self-study was just a formality. Most of them were whispering to each other, while some were playing on their phones or sleeping. At the end of the day, young people at this age generally had poor self-discipline. That was, until Wong Kong, his pant legs covered in mud, returned to the classroom and broke the original atmosphere. Ignoring the startled and suspicious looks thrown his way, Wong Kong's gaze quickly locked on Su-hai, who was sitting in his chair and reading obediently. He strode straight over. Su-hai, school's over. Come on, I'll take you to the bank and get you some money. Su-hai. Su-hai had been studying properly and had no idea what was going on. After being yanked to his feet by the mud-covered Wong Kong, who looked like he had just been beaten up, and hearing those words, almost without hesitation, Su-hai instinctively assumed Wong Kong was going to rob a bank and was dragging him along to make him a scapegoat. THDHDH. All right, look at you. Same as before. The money I'm giving you is from the reward I got for taking 3rd place in the class competition. Chinding told me to do it too. Just take it without worrying about anything. The words class competition 3rd place were like a fish tossed into oil. The students, who had gradually quieted down and turned their attention to Wong Kong, instantly exploded. What? Who got 3rd? Wong Kong said he got 3rd in the class competition. Pay better attention and listen clearly. Compared to Wong Kong getting 3rd, I'm more curious why Chinding told him to split the money with Su-hai, and why Wong Kong looked so willing about it. No kidding, your ears really are sharp. Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. Shouldn't this money be untouchable? 3rd in the class competition? Wong Kong, you got 3rd? Then what about by Mushiwe? And Chinding, the strongest one? What places did they get? Don't tell me you 3 took 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Hearing the last person's words, Wong Kong's eyes lit up. He cleared his throat. Chinding got 1st. By Mushiwe got 2nd. I got 3rd. After saying that, Wong Kong patted Su-hai, who still hadn't come back to his senses, then wiggled his brows and grinned. So just take the money without worrying. I'm more than happy to give it. I'm not stingy either. 100,000. I'll split 30,000 with you. How about it? Su-hai didn't agree after hearing that. Instead, he looked a little shaken. 30,000? For most young people, that was half a year's salary, only if they saved every bit of it without eating or drinking. And back then, it had been Wong Kong who decisively dragged him to find Chinding and tell him everything. Without Wong Kong, this would have had nothing to do with him at all, right? When Wong Kong saw that Su-hai still hadn't agreed, he gradually started feeling speechless inside. He should have expected this. Su-hai was an honest person with a weak temperament. All he did all day was study, with basically no entertainment at all. His liberal arts grades were always around the top 10 too. All right, stop trying to refuse. Chinding remembers the favor of you reporting the situation truthfully. As for me, I was involved the whole time. If you take this money, I'll feel better too. Just come with me after school. It's settled. With a tone that left no room for rejection, Wong Kong pressed Su-hai back into his seat. He himself turned around and returned to his own seat. The mud on him had already dried up, so he wasn't too worried about dirtying the stool too badly. Now all he had to do was wait for Wang Chunfa to slowly stroll over from the school gate and announce class dismissal. As for Su-hai, even after sitting down, he was still dazed, almost in disbelief. He couldn't believe this kind of good fortune would actually fall on his head. That was 30,000 federal coins. It was the kind of money his dad and mom would have to work painfully hard for several months to save up. After that, Su-hai had no mind left for reading. All he could think about was how he should tell his parents once he got the money. Not long after, Wang Chunfa slowly wandered back to the classroom from the school gate like he was out for a stroll. The moment he entered, his eyes locked on Su-hai. When he saw Su-hai sitting there in a daze with reddened eyes, his head gave a slight nod. Looks like old Lu was right. Sigh. He was a kid from an ordinary family after all. Since Chinding said so, and Wong Kong was willing to, then let them split it. After all, just like Lu Jun said, Wong Kong himself was perfectly happy about it. Wasn't he? Thinking of this, Wang Chunfa swept his gaze over the others and let out an annoyed snort. The rest of the students were all staring at him with shining eyes like wolves half crazed from hunger. All right, your eyes are practically glowing while you stare at me. You think I don't know what you're all thinking? This semester is over. Winter break will last 1 month. I hope you all have a good new year. Also, next year's reassignment will bring in 1 or 2 second-generation officials or rich second-generation kids from a second-tier city to our 11 high school. I hope everyone gets along with them when the time comes. Don't stir up any conflicts. As the light in the student's eyes gradually dimmed, Wang Chuanfa acted like he didn't see it all and continued going over a long list of holiday precautions, along with reminders to try getting along well with the new classmates next semester. As for this so-called reassignment, it was a rule set by the Federation's upper ranks. The second-generation officials and rich second-generation kids from top-tier cities would be reassigned down to first-tier cities. Those from first-tier cities would be sent to second-tier cities, and those from second-tier cities would be sent to third-tier cities. As for how city tiers were determined, it depended on the strength of the strongest beast king around the city. For example, out in the wild near Chong City, the strongest nearby beast king was at the monarch rank. So the Chong City Lord's main beast was a monarch rank beast above level 50, and he himself was also a 6th rank beast tamer. That was why Chong City was considered a third-tier city, and so on. As for the Federation's core city, Federation City, there was no such thing as a city lord there. That place was the center of the Federation, home to hundreds of millions of people. There was no city lord because whenever the 12 counselors had no work to do, they all stayed there. The reason for doing this was to prevent some of these second generations from becoming high-minded but low-skilled in the future, people who not only couldn't contribute anything, but might even cause huge trouble for their families. At the same time, it served as training for these second generations while also giving them a layer of gilding. During the reassignment period, their original families were not allowed to provide any help at all, including protection. In fact, when this reassignment proposal was first put forward, the Council of 12 passed it directly with 11 votes in favor. The remaining one wasn't opposed. He had died in the spirit realm, and the vacant seat had entered the replacement process, so he was unable to participate in the vote. Because of that, this reassignment policy was something that made some people happy and others worried. And the ones worrying were mostly children from official families. The headquarters of the Breeder Association, along with the headquarters of various well-known security companies and spirit material companies, were basically all located in Federal City. All right, class dismissed. After explaining a whole bunch of things, Wang Chuanfa picked up the teacup on the podium. Before he could even take a sip, he could only watch helplessly as the students rushed out the door like they'd gone crazy. Wang Chuanfa said nothing. He just silently drank his tea and watched. Gradually, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction and emotion. This was youth, full of vigor, unable to wait. Elsewhere, Qin Ding and Bai Muxue had returned home. At this moment, both of them were in the bathroom. Qin Ding in particular had even specially bought a unique brush on the way back. The purpose was to give Dahe S for a thorough scrubbing. After all, rinsing off in the river had only been a temporary measure. It didn't mean the bloodstains on Dahe had really been cleaned off. Inside the bathroom, Dahe sat under the shower head, silently letting the hot water pour over him while wondering why Qin Ding still hadn't come in to scrub him down. Oh, boss, didn't you specially buy that brush to scrub me clean? Why haven't you started yet? In the living room, Qin Ding was looking at a tutorial on his phone, preparing to place an imprint on the storage ring. When he heard that, he took a breath, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. Although he had already looked up how to place an imprint on a storage ring while on the road, it had been hard to calm his mind and focus while walking, so he had carried the spear all the way back. Wait quietly for a bit. I'll wash you in a minute. Using spiritual power to place an imprint on the storage ring would also change its appearance. What would it turn into? Muttering to himself with some curiosity, Qin Ding put the storage ring on his index finger, then closed his eyes and sent his spiritual power toward the ring. The moment the inside of the storage ring was scanned by Qin Ding's spiritual power, a side-profile wolf head with its mouth slightly open immediately appeared on the ring's surface. The gray ring also began turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. I can't keep injecting spiritual power anymore. That means the recognition is complete. After finishing the infusion of spiritual power, Qin Ding opened his eyes and lowered his head to look at the storage ring on his hand. When he saw that the gray storage ring had turned black and now had a wolf head design on it, Qin Ding froze for quite a while. Isn't this a mutt? The ring had turned black. It even had Dahe's design on it. Could this pattern have been affected by the spiritual link between him and Dahe? Thinking about it that way, it did make sense. What he and Dahe had signed was a life and death pact. Their lives were linked. Oh, woo. Boss, are you done yet? All my fur is soaked through. Dahe, who had been squatting under the bathroom shower for several minutes already, finally couldn't help letting out a second, urgent cry. All right, I'm coming. Replying to the mud in the bathroom, Qin Ding gave the ring on his hand one last glance, then got up, picked up the brush and a change of clothes, and walked toward the bathroom. Not long after, a strange sound of a beast moaning in comfort came from inside the bathroom. Woo, it's kind of itchy. Boss, use a little more force. Qin Ding frowned. Qin Ding said nothing. His hands started putting in more strength. Woo, comfortable. This brush is good. So comfortable. Dahe lay on the floor in complete contentment, enjoying the shower while also enjoying Qin Ding's service. The blood grime and other dirt on his body were washed away, and the water flowing out was black with a hint of red. Even the foam was a bizarre dark red. 10 minutes later, Qin Ding's hands were sore from scrubbing before the black water finally turned clear, which meant the filthy mud had finally been washed clean. All right, shake your fur, dry yourself, and wait off to the side. After finishing up, Qin Ding casually tossed the brush into a corner of the bathroom and directly began taking off his clothes for a shower. Dahe, already used to this, went over by the door and started shaking the water off his body. After that, he sneakily glanced back once, then quickly turned his head away and secretly lowered his gaze to look downward. Boss S size down there. Why does it feel like it's not much smaller than mine? How could that be? Facing the door, Dahe's wolf eyes were filled with confused bewilderment, as if he couldn't understand how this could possibly be the case. After thinking for a while and still not figuring it out, Dahe decisively stopped thinking about it. Oh, boss, you said earlier it's almost New Year. When are we going to prepare a gift for Annie Zhao? Qin Ding, who was washing up, didn't pause at all. A few seconds later, he answered, in the next few days, we'll be going out into the wilderness, and we'll have to keep it from Mushiwe. But Mushiwe has already been a probationary breeder for a month now, so she'll probably be spending most of this winter break at the Breeder Association. No need to deliberately hide it. Oh, in a few days? Then we're going out into the wilderness in a few days? Dahe's eyes instantly lit up. At by Mushiwe's home, the bathroom door, hazy with steam, was pushed open, and a cloud of warm mist drifted out first. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Bai Mushiwe stepped out. Water was still dripping from the ends of her wet hair. The bathrobe hung loosely on her body, revealing a stretch of cold, pale collarbone. Only after lowering her head and changing into a clean pair of slippers at the bathroom door did she bend down and scoop up the white fox following behind her. Now this counts as clean. I'll blow dry you in a bit. The white fox, having just finished bathing, looked like she had gone through an intense battle. The moment Bai Mushiwe picked her up, she directly went limp in Bai Mushiwe's arms. Ing, so comfy. I want to bathe again next time. Aksu has to scrub me more. Bai Mushiwe chuckled. You like baths? All right, I'll wash you again next time. As Bai Mushiwe gently stroked the white fox's still wet fur, she turned to glance toward the living room. When she saw that her mother still hadn't returned, a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Working overtime, shaking her head and not thinking too much about it, Bai Mushiwe carried the white fox back to her bedroom. 20 minutes later, her hair was dry, and the white fox's fur had been dried too. Now she was sitting at the computer desk with the white fox in her arms, looking at the messages on her phone. Mom, the school already sent us parents a notice about your class competition. I heard that this year, 4 students from class 11 died during the class competition. Good thing you were all right. Mom, at the same time, Mom also has to congratulate you and shouting. One got first place, one got second place. But Xiaoshiwe, did shouting help you get that second place? Mom, doesn't he really believe you're that good at fighting? Mom, even though Mom can't make it back, I still congratulate you both on getting first and second, as expected of the most outstanding children in the world. Mom, but Mom has to work overtime tonight, so I can't personally come back and hold a banquet for you. There's food in the fridge that I left for you, shouting, Dahe, and the white fox. Heat it up later and call shouting over to eat at home. Bai Mushiwe stared at those messages for a long time. The longer she looked, the more her brows curved and the corners of her lips lifted, while a warm current called family affection flowed through her heart. She murmured to herself, Mom really is sharp. She could guess that Auding helped me. As for the first message, Bai Mushiwe automatically ignored it because out of those 4 people, 2 had been killed by her, though that really counted as Dahe's contribution too. Without Dahe killing those 2 green wolves with lightning speed, she and the white fox wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Thinking of that, Bai Mushiwe couldn't help pinching the white fox's cheek in her arms. I almost forgot about you. You've been stuck at level 10 for quite a while now, and on top of that, these past few days you've eaten plenty of high-quality low-rank spirit beast meat and organs. There is also 1 portion of the advanced nurturing fluid teacher left behind. It'll definitely be enough to help you push to level 11. When that time comes, you can evolve too, and you won't look so much smaller than Dahe anymore. The white fox, who had been so comfortable it was almost asleep, heard that and its eyes brightened a little. It forced itself to stay awake and straightened up in Bai Mushiwe's arms. Ing, right now, I look like a tiny little thing in front of him. Then, can I grow to half the size of that big black wolf? Bai Mushiwe said nothing. It wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but that she didn't dare. She didn't even dare lower her gaze to look at the white fox, because her thoughts were the same as her teacheress. The white fox could awaken a spiritual power element, and with guidance from spiritual items afterward, the odds would increase quite a bit. So what the white fox said about becoming half the size of Dahe wasn't realistic. What spiritual type spirit beast grew that huge after evolving just once? And that was exactly why Bai Mushiwe didn't dare say it. It would definitely get a little bigger. Beep, 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 beep. A high priority alert box popped up on the computer, and a familiar chat interface entered Bai Mushiwe's site. Teacher, your class competition file from Chong City has already been uploaded. I checked on my end. Not bad, Xiao Mushiwe. Couldn't tell it all. You actually have quite the talent for being a beastmaster. Second place in the class competition. Teacher, I heard 4 students from your 11 high school died. our Xiao Muxue is so pretty. Was there anyone with bad intentions toward you? Anyone provoking you? HM? Looking at the messages flashing across the computer screen, Bai Muxue unconsciously leaned forward a little. Those eyes of hers, always seeming veiled in mist like a cold, deep pool, turned bright and sharp at that moment. The school really moved fast. It had only been about 1 hour since it ended, and the class competition results had already been uploaded to the Federal Military Department. Bai Muxue murmured softly, a little amazed by the school's speed, and also surprised that her teacher had specially gone to retrieve a result she could have learned just by asking. Still, the Federal Nurture Association was extremely important to begin with. Its president was one of the 12 counselors, and her own teacher was the vice president. For the military department, to give that much face was only normal. In just a few seconds, the thought passed through Bai Muxue's mind, and then she looked at the second message, her gaze turning cold. Bai Muxue, yes. 2. Took care of them. Teacher, 2. You took care of them? Impressive, impressive. Looks like our Xiao Muxue excels in both brains and brawn. With a whoosh, Bai Muxue, whose eyes had been icy and cold just a moment ago, couldn't help but blush when she saw the words excels in both brains and brawn. Other people might not know what that meant, but how could she not? Just as Bai Muxue was thinking about how to reply, another message popped up in the chat box. Teacher, oh right, the assignment quotas on your side are already out. 1 male and 1 female. One is the grandson of an enforcement officer from East City, and the other is the eldest miss of some spiritual item merchant association in East City. Teacher, want teacher to help you out? Those young masters and young ladies, raised in luxury since childhood, quite a few of them are arrogant beyond belief. No telling what they might do to make you unhappy. Arrogant beyond belief? Bai Muxue felt nothing when she saw that phrase, because it was perfectly normal. Strength was a person's right to speak. If someone had strength, they could be as arrogant as they wanted. There was nothing strange about that. Bai Muxue, no need, teacher. I plan to spend this winter break at the Chong City Nurture Association and try to pass the Junior Nurturer exam during the holiday. I'll also help Xiaobai evolve while I'm at it. Teacher, good idea. Our Xiao Muxue is truly hardworking, even more hardworking than I was back then. Teacher is counting on you to become the president of the Nurturer Association one day. When that time comes, the two of us, master and disciple, will become quite the legendary story. Teacher, but if you run into any difficulties, tell teacher, okay? In a third-tier little city like Chong City, even if there are spiritual-type spiritual items, you 1T have the channels to get them. If you need anything, just tell teacher. No need to be polite. Seeing that message, Bai Muxue stayed silent for a moment before replying. Bai Muxue, teacher, I won 300,000 federal credits in the class competition. I can buy spiritual items across cities through the Nurture Association. That's one of our Nurture Association's special channels. Did you forget? Federal City, Nurture Association headquarters. Dugameng looked meaningfully at the message on the screen. She didn't reply right away, but turned her head toward the young man sitting idly in a chair in the office, waiting. He was handsome, but with one hand propping up his cheek. He looked like he was dying of boredom. What's wrong, my dear little nephew? Coming to your aunt's place. What is it you need? Hearing her voice, Dugu Kong instantly swept away his weary look and turned to his aunt with complete seriousness in his eyes. Auntie, you know I'm about to be assigned out, but I don't know which first-tier city to go to. Can you recommend one for me? Dugameng wasn't surprised when she heard that. She set down her phone, sank into the sofa, toyed with her scarlet nails, and smacked her lips. TSK. How about Annie recommends a third-tier city instead? The moment those words came out, Dugu Kong looked like he just heard something unbelievable. His eyes widened as he stared at Dugameng's lazy, seductive expression in disbelief. A third-tier city? Auntie, are you serious? Going to that kind of low-level city, would it even do anything? Wouldn't I just crush them all if I went there? Yet the affirmative answer he had expected never came. Instead, his aunt only looked at him with a meaningful gaze. He was far too familiar with that look. He knew his aunt's lifebound beast partner was a spiritual-type fox. Because beasts could influence people, every time his aunt wanted to mess with him, she would stare at him like this. Just as Dugu Kong started to rise, intending to move away, Dugameng withdrew her gaze and said thoughtfully, "What tier is your spiritual power at now?" Second tier? Dugu Kong, who had already looked a little awkward, turned completely red this time. He turned his head aside, and even his voice became stammering. And not yet. Probably still need another 2 months. Another 2 months? Dugameng's eyes flickered, and she thought of the first-place winner of the class competition at Chong City No. 11 High School, that young man named Qin Ding, whose beast was a Shajin wolf. If she remembered correctly, something like a black dog could evolve into a Shajin wolf. She might not understand Qin Ding, but she understood Bai Muxue. With Bai Muxue's strength, it was absolutely impossible for her to kill her way to second place, especially after killing 2 beastmasters. But if a Shajin wolf was added into the mix, then anything was possible. This wasn't a teacher belittling her student. It was because she knew very clearly where her student's effort was being spent and in what direction. Originally, she had wanted her nephew to go to Chong City. Now, it looked like that probably wouldn't work. What first-tier cities were near Chong City again? Dugameng was thinking and didn't speak. Seeing that she said nothing, Dugu Kong thought his aunt was disappointed in her useless nephew and lowered his head unwillingly. Go to Dongfang City. The Dongfang family is quite skilled with blades. And aren't you studying the blade as well? You could go exchange pointers with them. So she was looking down on him as her useless nephew? Seeing things weren't developing the way he had imagined, Dugu Kong immediately let out a sigh of relief. His expression turned confident again in an instant. Don't worry, Andy. Among the people I know, only 7 in the entire Federation can reach second tier within half a year. I'm estimated to hit second tier in 8 months. That is still considered very fast in the whole Federation. Hearing that, Dugameng merely gave Dugu Kong a casual glance and responded with a lukewarm hum. Seeing this, Dugu Kong twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed inwardly. Wasn't it supposed to be that an aunt was like a mother? In the end, his aunt still disliked him, her nephew. Suddenly, Dugameng laughed. All right, now that you've asked what you wanted, get going. Don't stand here making a spectacle of yourself. Annie will wish you in advance to take first place in the Eastern Region retake. After sending her nephew away, Dugameng lightly lifted a finger. The phone on the table rose straight into the air and flew into her hand with a flick of her finger. The chat screen once again stopped on that photo of the black dog. Could Xiaomu Shui, South second place, have been helped by her little man? And when Xiaomu Shui asked last time whether reaching the 3rd tier of spiritual power before the retake would matter, was that also a roundabout probe? Qin Ding's surname was Qin. Click. After receiving the message, Qin Ding brought Dahe to Bai Mushue's house. He closed the door behind him and found that the familiar woman was not in the kitchen, and he immediately had his answer. He casually glanced at the mutt walking toward the white fox, then pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the steaming dishes on the table. Surprise showed in his eyes. Auntie Zhao is working overtime today? You made all this? Bai Mushue walked out of the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice. Naturally, she placed 1 bowl in front of Qin Ding and handed him a pair of chopsticks before pulling out a chair and sitting down herself. Mom made it earlier and put it in the fridge. I just heated it up. Let us eat. As for Dahe and the white fox, they were squatting at the end of the table, whereby Mushue had already prepared meat for them. While eating, Dahe glanced at the white fox and suddenly noticed that there were several large meaty bones in the fox's bowl that it hadn't touched. Instead, it was eating the other meat first. Dahe's eyes lit up at once. Oh, you're not eating those meat bones? Then I'll eat them. The instant it finished, Dahe directly stretched its head over and opened its huge mouth toward the bowl, since it was far bigger than the white fox. That one move shoved the fox aside. By the time Dahe pulled back and the white fox reacted, the meat bones in the bowl had already vanished. The white fox's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Gone. My favorite thing to eat, the big bones I wanted to save for last. Gone. Beside it, the sound of bones being easily crunched echoed out. It was like a little hammer lightly striking the white fox's heart, pounding it into pieces too. At the dining table, Qin Ding, who had been eating, suddenly frowned. After quietly glancing at Bai Mushue, who looked slightly curious, he immediately stretched a leg under the table and kicked the mutt. Bai Mushue couldn't understand what the mutt was saying. He could, and because he could, he knew very clearly. The mutt his family raised had definitely started stealing food again. Seemingly after getting kicked by Qin Ding, Dahe behaved itself. It picked up 5 big bones from its own bowl and dropped them into the white fox's bowl. Oh woo, I thought you didn't like eating them, so you wanted to save them for last. I ate yours just now, so I'll give you what I have left. Dahe had always eaten a lot, so whenever Zhao Min cooked for it, she always made plenty extra. In other words, Dahe could eat 3 meals worth of what the white fox ate, and that was before evolving. Zhao Min didn't know Dahe had evolved. As for how much Dahe could eat now after evolving, it could probably eat 3 white foxes in one meal. Looking at the 5 extra meat bones that had suddenly appeared in its bowl, the white fox's eyes, which had lost their shine and turned dim, gradually brightened again, even more than before. But with all its attention fixed on the meat bones, the white fox completely failed to notice Dahe, observing its change from his side, a crafty glint flowing from its wolf eyes. Qin Ding, now that winter break has started, what are you planning to do during this time? Having finished eating, Qin Ding naturally put down his bowl and chopsticks, pulled out a napkin, and wiped his mouth. I'll just cultivate at home. If there is nothing going on, I'll take the mutt out for walks once in a while and get some fresh air. Just cultivating at home? Bai Mushue's gaze shifted slightly. That answer and that plan fit Qin Ding's behavior very well. After all, at school, he didn't even attend class and just sat in his seat cultivating spiritual power. Even so, the school had no intention of stopping him. After all, anyone with a brain could see clearly what Qin Ding's future direction was. For Qin Ding, cultivation was what mattered most. Looks like he has no intention of secretly going out into the wilderness. Having settled on that thought, Bai Mushue let out a small sigh of relief inwardly. The dangers in the wilderness were not something Bambi Mountain could compare to. When the time came, he might encounter more than just one person. And the spirit beasts he ran into definitely wouldn't be as weak as the ones on Bambi Mountain either. I'm planning to stay at the Breeder Association, make some breeding fluid, and see if I can earn the beginner breeder certification during this winter break. And while I'm at it, I'll evolve Xiaobai too. I can't fall too far behind you. Can't fall too far behind me? Qingding blinked, but said nothing. Just then, Dahe, who had given the bones in its bowl to the white fox, stood up and walked toward Qingding. There was no other reason. After giving the last 5 bones in its bowl to the white fox, its own bowl was empty. It planned to eat a few bites of the leftovers on the table. Woo, boss, that long strip-looking thing looks pretty good. Put it in my bowl so I can have a couple bites. Qingding. In the end, the clenched fist in his hand did not land on the mutt's head. Not daring to look at by Mushu, Qingding picked up the plate of spicy stir-fried tofu skin and poured half of it into Dahe's bowl. As for the rest, he left it for Annie Zhao when she got back from overtime tonight. Half a plate of food vanished into Dahe's mouth in just a few slurping bites. Woo, spicy, salty. Seeing that the mutt still looked unsatisfied, but after getting a taste clearly wanted more, Qingding finally couldn't hold back. He reached out and pressed a hand onto the mutt's head, then turned to Bai Mushiwe with an apologetic look. Mushiwe, I'll take the mutt back first. Bai Mushiwe lowered her eyes to Dahe, whose mouth Qingding had clamped shut with his palm. She held back the urge to laugh out loud and gave a slight nod. Okay. The moment he turned back around, the apology vanished from Qingding's face, replaced by a look that said, "You're dead. Move." Dahe shuddered in fright and timidly raised its head to look into Qingding's eyes. Seeing those pitch-black pupils looking as if they were about to spit fire, it quickly lowered its head. Clearly, it was a fierce and powerful black wolf. But now, Qingding had reduced it to a little chick with a single word, driving it ahead of him. Click. Listening to the sound of the front door closing, Bai Mushiwe shook her head with a laugh. Dahe really hadn't changed. It had just gone from stealing Qingding's food to stealing Xiaobai's food. That was because the white fox's days stayed after getting its food stolen wasn't he just blankly staring and doing nothing. Through the life and death contract, it had been crazily complaining to Bai Mushiwe. And the curiosity in Bai Mushiwe's eyes wasn't curiosity about what had happened between Dahe and the white fox. She was curious what exactly that single wolf howl from Dahe had meant to make her Xiaobai complain in such a shattered way. After returning home, Qingding stared at Dahe with an unfriendly expression. The black wolf had curled up in its dog bed like a quail. It was one thing when you used to steal my food, but now you're even stealing food from a fox that tiny? You can eat 3 white foxes in one meal. There was annoyance and helplessness in Qingding's voice, but not the slightest real intent to scold. Though Dahe looked timid and shrinking, it wasn't actually afraid. Carefully lifting its head to glance at Qingding, Dahe decided it should still speak its mind. Whoa, boss, listen to me. I just thought that little fox was small, didn't eat much, and looked pretty cute, so I wanted to tease it a little. I didn't expect it to be so easy to tease into tears. It looked like it was about to cry right away. The moment those words came out, Qingding froze. Seeing that, Dahe thought his boss had finally taken it in and immediately added more. Oh whoa, and I even gave it the 5 meat bones left in my bowl. 3 for 5. It made a huge profit. But when it smiles, it looks pretty nice. Qingding fell silent. Qingding's gaze gradually turned complicated. Looking at Dahe's utterly serious face, he shook his head slightly, said nothing, and went back to the bathroom to wash up. After that, he returned to his room to cultivate his spiritual power. Watching his boss say nothing and directly go back to his usual routine, Dahe was completely lost and deeply confused. Whoa, what is wrong with boss? Why did he suddenly leave? Forget it, I'm going to sleep too. 7 days later. During these 7 days, Qingding had not been doing nothing. Aside from cultivating, he had also kept a slight eye on Bai Mushiwe's movements. For example, when she went to the Breeder Association, and when she came back. On the first day of the vacation, Bai Mushiwe had moved like a normal office worker, going out in the morning, coming back at noon for lunch, then going out again, and returning at night for dinner. Only these past few days had she started staying out longer. She had even not come back the day before yesterday, apparently staying overnight in the Breeder Association's laboratory, and only returned last night. Besides that, he had also reviewed the area around the wilderness outside Chongqing. He cultivated in class every day, only listened to a little of the lessons about the wilderness, and had forgotten almost all of it. He needed to review a bit. Or, if he accidentally wandered into an area with higher-level spirit beasts, there would probably be trouble. Whoa, boss, we should be heading out, right? As if afraid of alarming something. Dahe had subconsciously lowered his voice a lot. His wolf eyes stared at Qingding's back as he packed his things. Full of anticipation. Qingding did not answer. Instead, he simply clenched his fist, then loosened it. Each time his fist tightened, the custom long spear would appear in his palm from the storage ring. He had been doing this often over the past few days as well. The purpose being to get used to this kind of thing suddenly appearing. Now, he could be considered proficient. There were still 5 days until the new year. We go today and come back tomorrow. Quick trip, quick return. The so-called investigation into Bai Mushiwe's schedule was not about going out while she was away from home, but about avoiding getting caught red-handed by her. Being exposed to Annie Zhao and being exposed to Bai Mushiwe were 2 completely different things. At most, Annie Zhao would think he had gone out to have fun or take care of something. But Bai Mushiwe was different. she would probably instantly lock onto the fact that he had gone to the wilderness outside Changchun. Just one day out, Dai did not think that was too little time. On the contrary, as long as he could go out and hunt spirit beasts, he was excited and thrilled. Oh, but boss, why aren't we bringing Big Sis and that little fox? Qin Ding packed a simple set of clothes and a blanket, then turned to look at the mutt. Xiaobai still hasn't evolved. Even in the safest part of the wilderness outside Changchun, there is still a certain chance of encountering spirit beasts that have already evolved once. This time ISNT like Bambi. Back there, we had absolute crushing strength. But this time we're going into the wilderness. Bringing them along would be irresponsible with their lives. Rather than that, it's better not to tell them. It also saves them from worrying about us. Irresponsible with their lives. Hearing those words, Dahei instantly understood Qin Ding's thoughts. He did not want to lose them. He did not want to lose the family by his side because of anything risky. Dahei was the same. He did not want to lose Boss. And he also did not want to lose by Mu Shue, who used to hold him and rub him when he was little. But aside from that, the most important point was that bringing others might drag down his plan. One had to know that the wilderness had no rules. It was bloody survival of the fittest. The savage law that only the adaptable survived. And his plan was actually to go alone, take what he could, run if he couldn't win. A lone wolf plan. It was also the choice of many people in the Federation. As for numbers, he and Dahei were just right. After that, neither man nor wolf spoke. He sent Annie Zhao a message on his phone, saying that he would handle meals at home himself for the next 2 days. Then took Dahei and left the residential complex directly. On the road, looking at the vehicles coming and going, Qin Ding directly hailed a small cargo van. Where to, young man? The driver had thought he was picking up a delivery job, but when he saw Qin Ding and the giant wolf over 2 meters long, even the smile on his face started trembling a little. The East City exit gate, not the official East City Road checkpoint. As Qin Ding answered the driver, he opened the rear door of the van. After letting Dahei jump in, he got into the passenger seat. Inside the van, the driver turned to look at the wolf in the back seat, his neck shrinking slightly. To be honest, this really was the first time he had taken this kind of fare. Likewise, Qin Ding had not given him any chance to refuse. All right, young man. About an hour. Soon, the vehicle slowly started moving. The driver, who had originally still been a little nervous, gradually stopped feeling tense and began chatting with Qin Ding on and off. Most of the time, Qin Ding stayed silent. Occasionally, he gave a response, but for the most part, he kept his eyes closed and rested. Seeing that, the driver awkwardly quieted down as well and focused on driving. 1 hour later, the car began slowing down smoothly. Qin Ding, who had been resting with his eyes shut, opened them. How much? Just give me 100. This car of mine doesn't burn much gas. There was a bit of regret in the driver's tone. He had originally thought it was a cargo job and that he could make a little more money. But in the end, it had turned into using his van as a taxi. But after receiving the money, when the driver looked at Qin Ding's back as he got out with the Shajin wolf and walked away, the envy in his eyes could not be hidden. Taking a wolf like that around, so damn cool. Too bad I didn't have any talent back then. If only I could become a beastmaster too. After sighing to himself a few times, the driver did not linger and drove off elsewhere. Woo, gulp boss. So many spirit beast scents. So many. Some are like me, some are lower than me, and some are higher than me. So many. Hearing Dahei swallowing drool, Qin Ding's face twitched. Arriving at the city gate, he looked at the city wall that stood 15 meters high and 3 meters thick, and stopped there for quite a while. If he remembered right, the city walls of every city had been built by powerful earth element beastmasters using the power of the element. Fast, sturdy, convenient. And on the walls at both sides of the street, maps were hung up, clearly marking which areas were dangerous and their danger ratings, and which places were relatively safe. And then there were the constant shouts that could be heard everywhere. Forming a team to hunt spirit beasts near Bihu Lake. Anyone coming? We've got 3 people right now, planning for 5, still short by 2. Anyone going to Lingmu Forest? Anyone going to Lingmu Forest? Hunting high-rank earth element spirit beasts in Kondi Forest. Any teams? Just as Qin Ding was silently observing and listening, a solidly built man walked up. He first glanced at the Shajin wolf, and after a flash of seriousness passed through his eyes, he smiled at Qin Ding. Young man, heading to the wilderness too? Want to come with us? Hearing that, Qin Ding merely swept a glance over the burly man in front of him and decisively shook his head. No, there was no other reason. Through the life and death contract, Dahei had told him that there were 3 very dense high-rank spirit beast auras on this man's body. That meant either the man himself had 3 high-rank spirit beasts, or he had 2 companions with high-rank spirit beasts. No matter which it was, if anything unexpected happened, it would not be something Qin Ding could handle. After saying that, Qin Ding did not linger at all. He directly walked past the burly man with Dahei, clean and decisive the whole way without the slightest hesitation. Only when he was staring at Qin Ding's rapidly departing back did the burly man come back to his senses. His expression kept changing, annoyance, dissatisfaction, and more than anything, regret. TSK. These days, young people who look like newbies didn't seem as easy to fool as before. The burly man scratched his head. His gaze was practically locked onto the black ring on Qin Ding's right index finger, and the dissatisfaction in his heart only grew stronger. TSK. I should VE had Hongxi come over. Maybe she could seduced him a little. How could this kind of cool-acting young brat possibly handle that? Just as the burly man was wallowing in frustration and regret, a red-haired woman with a seductive figure and pretty face, along with a tall, skinny man, walked over from not far away. Boss, the young guy left? He didn't agree? Hongxi looked at Qin Ding's faintly visible back. A trace of regret flashed through her eyes for an instant. A storage ring. Even I can't bear to buy one. Just wonder how big the space inside it is. Her words stabbed into the burly man's heart like a thorn. He turned his head and glared at Hongxi irritably, his tone full of obvious impatience. Enough. ISNT your red breath, Snake. Pretty good at tracking sense? If we can't trick him into traveling with us, then we could just find him ourselves later, can't we? Seeing that the mood in the group was getting a little off, the tall, skinny man immediately stepped out to smooth things over. All right. There's nothing worth arguing about. Boss, let us leave the city first. Even if we can't find that kid later, it's really not a big deal. After all, he is so young, and there was a single person following him around. Even if he does have a storage ring, it's probably the lowest grade kind with only 1 cubic meter of space. We've gotten plenty of those before. There's really no need to keep this matter on your mind. It had to be said, the skinny man really knew how to smooth things over. After he said all that, the pointed blame in Hongxi's words vanished, and the anger she had stirred up in the burly man also subsided. Skinny, I'll give you this. You know how to talk. Let us go. First, let us get our beast companions and head into the wild. Meanwhile, after quickly leaving that burly man behind, Qin Ding thoughtfully raised his right hand and examined the storage ring on it. Was it because of the storage ring that he targeted me? If that was the case, then the other party was probably someone who often did robbery and murder in the wild. After all, why work hard to earn things when stealing them was so much faster? Qin Ding muttered softly, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Woof. Boss, I've memorized that person's scent. As long as he is not too far away, I should be able to find him. Hearing that, Qin Ding's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. To be honest, he was also a little curious about what his own native dog meant by not too far. This time, he could test it properly. He walked straight to the city gate. The one stationed here were no longer patrol officers, but soldiers. In his field of vision, the soldiers stood beneath the wall, one post every 20 meters, one person and one beast companion at each. But unlike the standard issue beast companions of the patrol officers, every federal soldier had a different beast companion. There were dogs, snakes, pigs, and cows, a huge variety of them. But one thing was certain, not a single beast companion here was below level 21. And among those guarding the city exit, one soldier who was obviously a federal officer had a beast companion that had reached level 33, commander rank. Beast companion, Po Kwang Shao. Aptitude, good. Element, wind. Level, 33, commander. Abilities, wind element control, beginner, silent night vision, sharp eyes, piercing claws, night killer. Bloodline, owl type, 85, eagle type, 15. Evolution path, eagle type, requires reaching level 51. Evolution path, owl type, requires reaching level 51. Aptitude improvement. Introduction, a killer whose mobility and offensive ability are both fully maxed out at night. It can even prey on eagle-type creatures significantly larger than itself. Its combat ability declines during the day, but it is still a strong aerial spirit beast. It usually lives in forests with tall trees and has excellent cultivation value. Shao! Looking at it like this, was it an owl? The officer swept his gaze over Qin Ding. When he noticed that he was very young, he subconsciously prepared to say something. But by chance, he met Qin Ding's eyes as Qin Ding looked over. Those pitch-black eyes had relaxed pupils. Calm. No anticipation or nervousness about entering the wild for the first time. There was not even the slightest emotional color in them. This young man had killed before. The officer narrowed his eyes slightly and gave up the idea of warning him. At the same time, he began to wonder which of Chongqing's 12 middle schools this young man was a class competition participant from this year. After the shift change, I'll ask around. Qin Ding naturally walked past the officer with Dahe. He did not stop until he had passed through the city gate. Then he looked around. The surroundings were not what Qin Ding had imagined. It was not the case that a forest began the moment one left the city. Instead, there was a stretch of cement road extending farther ahead, connecting all the way to the edge of the forest 100 meters beyond the city wall. Looking at the others leaving the city, all of them boldly picked a direction and moved out without hesitation. And nearly all of them were in teams of 2 or more. Someone like him, with just one person and one beast companion. He was the only one in the whole place. Woof. Boss, are we following other people, or how are we going? Any direction is fine. Just depends on how lucky we are. The internet did say that after leaving the city, one should just pick a direction at random, while paying attention to whether anyone was following, and after completely entering the forest, leave the area at full speed. After a rough glance around, Qin Ding chose a direction with fewer people. This way. As soon as he said that, Qin Ding swung himself up and sat directly on Dahe's back. After all, what they needed to do next was quickly get out of other people's sight. Compared to running on his own 2 legs, it was better to ride Dahe like this. Oh woo, boss, sit tight. I gotta let you experience my full speed. Ding said nothing when he heard that, only raising an eyebrow. He naturally knew that last time during the class competition, when Dahe, carried by Mushu, he had used only 20 to 30% of his strength. All right, let us go. The moment the words fell, the Shajin wolf shot out like an arrow released from the bow. The powerful inertia nearly threw Ding off on his first time riding a wolf. He immediately lowered his body, almost lying flat against Dahe's back as he clung on. So fast. At this moment, Ding was a little unsettled in shock. He had never expected Dahe to be this fast. It was a little outrageous. He slightly turned his head and swept his gaze over the surroundings, where the scenery was rushing backward like a slideshow. His heart was filled with astonishment. At this speed, it doesn't he feel any slower than some lousy compact cars. Is it because of the stubborn stone body? Physical strength 20% stronger than others of the same kind. At the city gate, the burly man stared at the black wolf that had vanished almost in the blink of an eye, then sucked in several sharp breaths through clenched teeth. Wasn't he that black wolf's aura only level 11? How can it be this fast? The woman called Hongxi laughed and shook her head. At this speed, don't even think about tracking it. Just treat it as having lost him. This kind of thing has happened plenty of times before anyway. Hearing that, the burly man fell silent. After a short while, he sighed and shook his head. That's the only way. Pat, pat, pat. Wolf claws swept rapidly across the ground. In only a short moment, the Shajin wolf had already carried Ding 1,000 meters away, lying prone on the wolf's back. Ding could also see other beastmasters riding their own beast companions, but only for an instant. Almost the very next second after spotting each other, everyone voluntarily veered off in different directions to avoid one another. The sounds of insects and birds could already be heard in this area. As long as they didn't go more than 100 li deep, the spirit beasts here weren't too high level. Most were low tier below level 10, while only a few were above level 11 and had reached the high tier. Ding thought to himself. After maintaining this pace for another dozen minutes or so, Ding lightly patted Dahe's neck, signaling that he could stop. Do you smell anyone else nearby? The Shajin wolf stopped and carried Ding in place for a moment before shaking his wolf head. Oh, there's other people's scent in the air, but it's not strong. There's some distance from us, but I smell a rotten blood stench, boss. Should we go take a look? A rotten blood stench? This was Ding's first time hearing such a description, and he didn't react at first. But after a second thought, was that just the smell of rotting flesh going bad? The smell of something decaying? Is it far from us? Can you tell what it is from the scent? Oh, not far, boss. We should get there in a little while. It's right ahead. Feels about the same as me, but definitely not as strong as me. Hearing that, Ding gave a slight nod. All right, let's go take a look. The wolf's paws started moving again. Ding lay low on the Shajin wolf's back. At first, his expression was normal, but gradually, his brows began to furrow. And as the Shajin wolf pressed farther forward, that frown deepened more and more. A faint stench filled the air. It was the smell of rotting flesh. But the problem was that as Dahe advanced, that smell was rising at a terrifying speed. Wine. What the hell? Why does it smell this bad? Even the running Shajin wolf couldn't take it anymore and slowed down. It was also because of this that Ding realized something was wrong. Even if several spirit beast corpses were piled together and rotting at once, they still shouldn't produce a smell like this. Tugu, are you sure there's only one target? The moment he said that, the Shajin wolf stopped, instinctively sniffed the air, then nodded with complete certainty. Oh, boss. I'm sure. Absolutely only one. And the smell is kind of like a pig S. A pig? Fine. Let S go. With a look that was both disgusted and grim, Ding let the Shajin wolf carry him onward. Very soon, they reached the edge of stream. Almost instantly, man and wolf both found the source of the stench. It was right by the river. There was a round, raised dirt mound there. Judging by its height, it was about 5 or 6 meters tall. Branches and leaves decorated the top of the mound, making it look like a little house. That wasn't the source of the smell. The source was the pile of white bones stacked in front of the mound. There were spirit beast bones. Human bones, too. With one rough glance, there were probably more than 20 human corpses alone. Dense maggots covered that mountain of rotting bones. Ding's pupils suddenly contracted. He was so shocked he couldn't say a word. He had never imagined it, and couldn't understand it either. This was his first time coming out into the wild. How had he run into something like this? At first, he had thought some spirit beast was just good at hunting, and the stench was from prey it hadn't finished eating. But now, that clearly wasn't the case. The Shajin wolf was the same. This was his first time seeing such a scene too. A pig did this? A pig about as strong as his two go? Those human bones, all of them were Beastmaster's bones, right? Those beast bones, all of them were contracted beast bones, right? Whatever had created a scene like this didn't matter. What mattered was that it was supposedly around the same strength as his two go. Was this really something a pig could do? A pig you thought was about as strong as you? After snapping back to himself, Ding clenched his teeth and lowered his head with a look like he'd seen a ghost, staring at the Shajin wolf, who was already dumbfounded. The Shajin wolf was snapped awake by that grinding voice and immediately nodded. "Oh, woo, boss, I definitely didn't smell wrong. It really is a pig about as strong as me. As for why there's so many bones, I don't know either, boss." It had to be said. Ding had originally thought the Shajin wolf had smelled wrong, which had led to the current scene. But now his brows couldn't help but knit together. "You're sure?" There was no time to run now. The thing inside the dirt mound had already come out. As he spoke, Ding had already flipped off the wolf's back. He reached out with his right hand, and a long spear fell into his grip. Snort! Snort! A violent, coarse pig roar came from the opening in the mound. Ding stood beside the Shajin wolf with spear in hand, staring vigilantly at the pig head already poking out. Spirit beast, blood pig. Aptitude, good. Element, earth. Level, 13, high tier. Abilities, bloodthirst, man-eating, stone-hide body. Bloodline, pig 100. Evolution direction, pig type. Requires level 31. Aptitude enhancement. Description, originally a mountain boar living in forested hills. Shortly after consuming a spiritual object, it then consumed large amounts of human flesh and organs, evolving into this form. After evolving, it gained an extremely sharp sense for the smell of blood, especially human scent. A red-skinned, hairless pig walked out. Its body length was close to 3 meters, its shoulder height more than 1.5 meters, and 2 tusks over 10 centimeters long jutted from both sides of its mouth. When those half-open pig eyes saw Ding, they flashed with a strange crimson light and locked onto him without moving. TCH. After reading the record, Ding's grip on the spear tightened. This thing was coming for him, but Daihe had been telling the truth. The other side really wasn't all that much stronger, and, judging from that description, this blood pig had probably spent plenty of time in this forest scavenging and eating the corpses of beastmasters and spirit beasts. This beast has eaten people and gotten addicted to it. Tugu. In an instant, the Shajin wolf understood what Ding meant. At the same time, he felt an incomparable rage rise from the bottom of his heart. The pupils in his pitch-black wolf eyes shrank to pinpoints. The irises were bloodshot, and his gaze nailed itself to the blood pig like spikes. No wonder the pig hadn't looked at him when it came out. It wanted to eat his boss. Hiss. The wolf bared his upper lip and exhaled a burst of white vapor with a spray paint hiss. There was no howl, only a low growl rolling in the Shajin wolf's chest. He slowly stepped forward toward the blood pig, seeming sans signe danger. The blood pig had no choice but to shift its gaze away from Ding, who held the spear, and onto the Shajin wolf. The Shajin wolf broke into a run, then suddenly lowered his body and burst into a sprint. "Whoa, you damn thing!" Snort. Facing the Shajin wolf lunging in for the kill, the blood pig instinctively jerked its head upward, trying to use its 2 sharp tusks to skewer the Shajin wolf through the belly. Clack! The wolf's paw landed on the blood pig's tusks. The brutal tusks did not pierce through the wolf's paw immediately. At that moment, confusion appeared in the blood pig's crimson glowing eyes, because the feeling transmitted back through the tusks didn't feel like striking flesh at all. It felt more like slamming into rock. Hard, not soft. Not something it could punch through in one hit. More like the kind that needed a few more tries. Using the blood pig's tusks for leverage, the Shajin wolf pressed with his forepaws, then switched with his hind legs, directly vaulting over the blood pig's head and landing behind it. Once he landed, the Shajin wolf and the blood pig both turned at the same time to face each other. But the Shajin wolf was faster and more agile. Killing intent burst from his dark wolf eyes. His wolf claw had already shot out, aiming like a scalpel at the blood pig's left ribs just as it finished turning. During that time with Bambai, after staying around Pink Pig for so long, the Shajin wolf had learned nothing. At the very least, it had become familiar with the Pink Pig's body structure and knew where a pig's heart was, right by the left ribs. Ding's gaze sharpened. Looking at the blood pig's exposed back, he didn't hesitate and strode forward with his spear. In an instant, a flash of black light cut through the air. A glaring gash was ripped open across the blood pig's blood-red belly, even exposing grim white bone. Blood sprayed all over the Shajin wolf like water bursting from a broken pipe. Howling in pain, the blood pig violently whipped its head around. Its sharp tusks slammed straight into the Shajin wolf's side and sent it flying more than 3 meters away. Snort grunt. The pain in its abdomen and the heavy loss of blood made the blood pig completely lose its mind. Fully enraged, it stared at the Shajin wolf, trying to get back up, scraped its scarlet hooves twice against the ground, and with its body like a mountain of meat under those 2 tusks, it looked exactly like a compact car about to charge. The Shajin wolf didn't move. It stared at the blood pig charging straight at it, because it had already seen Ding rushing in ahead of time. At the exact moment the tusks were about to slam into the Shajin wolf again, the wolf suddenly exploded with force through all 4 limbs and leaped into the air to the side, perfectly dodging the strike. The blood pig missed and immediately slammed on the brakes, turning around to charge again. But what it faced instead was a spear tip under the sunlight. radiating a blindingly cold gleam. Qingding gripped the shaft with both hands, his eyes sharp as he locked onto the blood pig's eyes. Obviously large, yet somehow looking like they could never fully open. The long spear shot out savagely. The cold spear tip was like a venomous snake flicking out its tongue, striking precisely into the wound the Shajin wolf had torn open on the blood pig's abdomen, plunging straight in without the slightest obstruction. Qingding's eyes turned fierce. His hands twisted and jerked hard, and in an instant, the blood pig's heart and lungs were shredded to pieces by the sharp spear tip. A large amount of blood spilled from the corners of its mouth. But then something Qingding hadn't expected happened. Even with its heart and abdomen mangled, the blood pig didn't die on spot. Instead, after suddenly coughing out a huge mouthful of blood, it let out a terrifying beastly roar. Huff! The blood pig fully opened its eyes at last, and immediately began scraping the ground at Qingding right in front of it. A flash of shock passed through Qingding's eyes. Its heart was already ruined, and it still didn't die immediately. Without hesitation, Qingding exerted force with both hands again. The spear shaft, crafted from the body of a wood-type spirit beast, bent under the pressure. Then in the next second drove even deeper into the blood pig's abdomen. That motion made the blood pig's whole body tremble violently. Its strength had clearly drained away, yet still swayed and didn't fall. At this point, Qingding's feelings could no longer be described as mere shock. This is a pig. Just then, the Shajin wolf, which had landed and steadied itself nearby, charged out again and slammed fiercely into the blood pig from the side. The tremendous force knocked the blood pig over, and also yanked the spear free from where it had jammed in the pig's ribs, tearing its abdomen fully open in the process. A dull, heavy thud sounded as it hit the ground. At that moment, the blood pig finally died. Qingding looked at the blood pig, its eyes wide open in a dead stare, looking thoroughly unwilling to die. Then he looked at the swollen red tassel on the spear, sticky from all the blood it had absorbed. Goosebumps rose on his skin, and he immediately shook the blood off the tassel. This thing ate people, and not just a few. How clean could the blood on its body possibly be? Abruptly, that thought rose in Qingding's mind, and he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Mutt, don't eat it!" Shajin wolf. The Shajin wolf had just rammed into the blood pig to confirm it was truly dead. It had been thinking about starting from the pig's abdomen and had already opened its mouth, but at those words, it froze on the spot and slowly turned its head. The Shajin wolf that had been brimming with killing intent just moments ago now looked exactly like a little dog that hadn't been rewarded a meat bone by its owner. Qingding ignored his mutt's aggrieved eyes and shook his head firmly. You can't eat it. This thing eats people. Who knows whether there's still undigested human remains in its stomach. If you end up swallowing that too, I'm really not brave enough to imagine what might happen. Because of the life and death contract, humans affected beasts, and even across species, Qingding's words weren't hard for Dahe to understand. After staring blankly for a few seconds, Dahe finally got it and climbed down from the dead blood pig with a look of regret. Woof, what a waste. I've never eaten such a big pig before. There'll be chances later. We're out in the wild now. There'll be plenty of opportunities. There's water nearby. Qingding had been about to say there was a river nearby, and they could wash off the blood. But the second half of the sentence froze in his throat, because he saw a black line as thick as an adult man's thigh, one that was actually wriggling, stretching from the pile of bones into the river. Let's follow the river a bit farther first. That side is upstream. We'll wash there. It wasn't just Dahe that needed washing. His spear needed it too. The spear tip had plunged into the blood pig's abdomen, and part of the shaft below it had gotten stained with blood as well. But before that, there was one more thing to do. Mutt, split open that blood pig's head. Split open this pig's head? Dahe didn't really understand why. Didn't he just say it couldn't be eaten? Even though he didn't understand, Dahe still did as told. The blood pig's skull was pretty hard though, and it took some effort before his wolf claws finally chopped it open. Yes, chopped. Qingding had taught him that. After all, when Dahe brought his claws together, they were basically no different from an indestructible cleaver. Just as Dahe was chopping away enthusiastically, a thumb-sized bead, earth yellow with a trace of blood red, was knocked flying by his movements. Dahe, what is that? Qingding's eyes lit up when he saw the inner core fall to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a thick tissue appeared in his palm. Under Dahe's curious and puzzled gaze, Qingding crouched down and carefully wiped the blood off the bead, restoring its original appearance. Overall, it was a light earthy yellow with several irregular blood red patterns on it. Inner core, earth element inner core, mutated high rank. Effect, a mutated high rank earth element spirit beast inner core. It can be used normally. The user can increase his blood chi by a certain amount without side effects, provided the element matches. Qingding only glanced at the description in the record of living beings, and his eyes immediately brightened, because he thought of a certain kind of trinket on the market, luxury accessories made from spirit beast inner cores. Not only did they look good, but they could also nourish and improve the wearer's body. The only issue was that the effect took a long time to show. Their main use was being pretty, luxurious, and somewhat beneficial. But if consuming a blood pig's inner core could increase blood chi, then what if it were made into jewelry and worn all year round? That way, not only would it avoid causing problems for weaker people, it could also steadily, slowly, over time, improve the wearer's blood chi. Good stuff. He flipped his hand, and the inner core vanished, stored away in a Qin Ding's storage ring. Oh, woof. Boss, what was that thing? Small and round. Was that what you had me pry open this pig's head for? Can it be eaten? Does it taste good? Will it fill me up? The Shajin wolf had originally just been curious about what an inner core was and why Qin Ding wanted it, but for some reason, that curiosity seemed to trigger something strange. His questions instantly turned into whether it was edible, whether it tasted good, whether he could eat it. He was just one step away from directly asking, "Can I eat it?" knowing perfectly well what his mutt was asking. Qin Ding's expression didn't change as he picked up his spear and walked toward the upstream section of the river. You can't eat it. You're a metal element, and this inner core is earth element. If you eat it, at best your 7 orifices will bleed, your meridians will shatter, and your cultivation will be completely destroyed. At worst, you might even die. Huh, what? If I eat it, I'll die? In an instant, the Shajin wolf that had been eyeing it like a starving dog just now suddenly turned clear-eyed and serious. As if the one who had shown that greedy side a moment ago wasn't it at all. Woo, then keep it and sell it for money to buy meat. Walking slightly ahead of the Shajin wolf, Qin Ding twitched at the corner of his mouth when he heard that. This thing can nourish a person's body. Oh, woo, then it's perfect for Auntie Zhao. Auntie Zhao is getting old, and the vitality in her body has weakened way too much. Seeing that Dahe understood with just a little prompting, Qin Ding nodded in satisfaction. This one wasn't stupid, as expected of the one he had raised himself. Since it was well-trained, talking to it was smooth too. It got at the moment he hinted at it. All right, let us head upstream to wash up. We can also see if we find any spirit beasts. It's about time to get lunch ready too. The man and the wolf followed the riverbank and walked forward for about 20-odd minutes before slowly stopping. Not because they thought this spot was suitable for getting into the river to bathe, but because in the view ahead, Qin Ding saw a scruffy middle-aged man sitting on a rock, holding a bamboo fishing rod in his hand and fishing in the flowing river. Almost instantly, both Qin Ding and the Shajin wolf stopped in their tracks. The man and the wolf both had wariness and hostility in their eyes. Dahe, do you smell any spirit beast nearby? Woo, no boss. Not only is there no spirit beast scent, I can't smell that person either. The Shajin wolf lowered its body, its wolf face taut, its blade-hidden wolf eyes fixed on the fishing man not far ahead. Qin Ding narrowed his eyes. No spirit beast scent, and he couldn't even catch the scent of the man in front of him. Out here in the wilderness, fishing wasn't hard to understand. But fishing here without even a single beast under his control, and not giving off any scent himself, in this kind of beginner area, was he some very powerful beastmaster, 3rd rank, or 4th rank? Just then, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and turned his head to look toward Qin Ding. Those eyes were deep as a frozen pool, heavy as black iron. It was only a glance, yet when it swept over him, it felt as if it carried the weight of 1,000 June. Those eyes were sharp like a blade that could pierce straight through a person's heart. And cold. He didn't look like he was looking at a person, or even a living thing. In that instant, Qin Ding's back went stiff like a drawn bowstring. Both hands clamped tightly around the spear shaft, his fingers gripping so hard that his fingertips turned pale. He wanted to look away, but found that his neck had gone rigid. A thought rose in Qin Ding's heart. This scruffy, imposing middle-aged man was at the very least a 7th-rank beastmaster, or even higher. Only beastmasters at that level could, through their contract, gain imposing pressure from their contracted beasts. It wasn't just a matter of having a powerful aura. It was recognition of one's place on the food chain. It meant being at the top of the food chain, the upper tier of the chain of life. Then what was this man's identity? A high-ranking federal official? Judging from that scruffy appearance, he was probably a high-ranking figure in the military, the kind who spent his days fighting and killing. A trace of panic also rose in Qin Ding's heart, but he wasn't so intimidated by that pressure that he collapsed to the ground. Instead, he forced himself to endure it and maintained eye contact with the other party. Though he didn't know why someone like this would appear here. In front of such a person, if the man wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. Even if this was just an unprovoked chance encounter, if the worst happened, then he might as well die with some backbone. Just like when he had made his move against Li Dong and the others back in Bambai. Now it was possible that his own life was hanging by a thread. There was nothing to complain about. The world of beastmasters was like this. Only the strong had the right to speak. Dahe boss, what is going on with this guy? Why can't I move? In his mind, Dahe's voice rang out through the life and death contract. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on Qin Ding's forehead. Qin Ding, don't know. Why would someone like this appear in a place like this just to fish? And why wasn't he fishing in a place where powerful water element spirit beasts existed? Could it be some kind of hobby? Just as the man and wolf were still in shock, the middle-aged man finally turned his gaze back. The feeling of 1,000 June pressing down on them vanished at once. But before the man and wolf could even catch their breath in their line of sight, the middle-aged man who had been there just now, along with the bamboo fishing rod in his hand, vanished in an instant. There was no warning at all. It happened so fast that Qin Ding felt as if the man in the rod had never existed in the first place. Oh, boss, where did he go? How did that guy just disappear? With no time to marvel at the pressure disappearing, the Shajin wolf, whose body had finally returned to normal, now had nothing but fear in its dark wolf eyes. As a wolf, its underlying logic worked like this. If a target suddenly vanished from its sight, then either it had fled far away, or it had already turned around to kill it directly. But in the current situation, it couldn't see the other party's movements at all. In a case like this, even the finest predator would panic and lose its composure. Qin Ding swallowed and lowered his head to glance at his arm, which was still trembling faintly. I don't know either, but we're not dead. So, Qin Ding suddenly shut his mouth before finishing. How could the weak possibly understand the thoughts of the strong? How could he know why that kind of powerhouse had appeared here? Shaking his head, Qin Ding stopped making such meaningless guesses. Forget it. None of that matters. Just treat it as a little episode. Come on, Mutt. Let us go take a look up ahead. Qin Ding didn't choose to dwell on the pressure from just now. Instead, he nudged Dahe's leg with the tip of his foot. If he used his hand to pat it, he'd probably end up with a hand full of blood and filth. Qin Ding and the Shajin wolf walked forward and took a look at the place where the middle-aged man had been sitting. Nothing had been left behind. Everything from just now seemed like it had never existed, just as Qin Ding had said, a mere episode. Qin Ding let out a breath and looked over the river in front of him. Compared to the downstream area where the blood pig had been, the water here was much cleaner, less washier. There is no need to care too much about what just happened. The Shajin wolf blinked its wolf eyes. Under the influence of its human, its emotional shift was also extremely quick. Oh, woo, boss, do you think the fish in this river are big? How about I go down and take a look? Hearing that, Qin Ding shot the Shajin wolf a speechless glance. Its body was still smeared with blood and stench. What did it mean by go down and take a look? It was supposed to go down and wash in the first place. It had pounced all over that dead pig. It was filthy and stank. After saying that, Qin Ding ignored the Shajin wolf and walked to the riverbank. He dipped the spearhead into the river and swished it around, using the flowing water to wash the bloodstains off the spear shaft. Whoa, no. How about to check whether there are fish down there at the bottom? With a whoosh, the Shajin wolf slid from the bank into the river. Slid, not jumped. After washing the blood off the spear shaft, Qin Ding casually put the long spear back into his storage ring and quietly watched the surface of the river. About a few minutes later, the Shajin wolf surfaced with a giant fish over 1 meter long clamped in its jaws. Spirit beast, strong river fish. Aptitude, inferior. Element, none. Level, 3, low rank. Ability, gluttony. Bloodline, fish type 100. Evolution direction, fish type. Must reach level 11. Aptitude improvement. Description, the most common type of fish in rivers. Because it can grow very large, it is an excellent meat fish. A very small number of special variants can be cultivated. Looking at the lifeform bestiary entry for this fish, Qin Ding's eye twitched. The beast illustration record of this fish gave off an extremely familiar sense of deja vu. Boss, this fish is great. Big too. We've got food. Qin Ding didn't waste words. He pulled a lighter, a cleaver, and a chopping board out of his storage ring. All right, go grab some branches from over there. Before long, Qin Ding had the fire going. He skewered several fist-sized chunks of fish belly with branches and started roasting them. Salt and soy sauce were set beside him, and from time to time, he sprinkled some over the meat. As for most of the remaining fish, Dahe dragged it off to the side and crunched through all. Crunch, crunch. Woo. Boss, what are we doing after we eat? Qin Ding's gaze flickered slightly when he heard that. Auntie Zhao's gift was ready. Shouldn't he prepare one for Mushiwa too? This blood-boar inner core was suitable for someone older like Auntie Zhao. But for someone like Mushiwa, would a wood element inner core be better, or a water element one? Let's keep looking. See if we can find a high-level spiritual beast with either the water element or wood element. Find spiritual beasts? Dahe, who'd been busy eating fish, instantly perked up. Searching for spiritual beasts was exactly what he was good at. After the meal, just as Qin Ding was putting out the fire, he heard Dahe's voice. It sounded a little urgent. Oh, whoa, boss, over there, a smell suddenly appeared. It's a little faint, like something about to ripen. Qin Ding's expression paused. He had heard this kind of thing before, back when Wang Chunfa was giving lessons. When a spiritual item ripened, it would release a unique, faint fragrance. The scent might seem light, but it carried very far. And spiritual beasts were extremely sensitive and accurate when it came to picking it up. A ripening spiritual item. Dahe, do you feel hungry? Like you want to eat it? As if he had thought of something, Qin Ding hurriedly asked. But the response he got was Dahe, shaking his head in confusion. Woo, it's just a nice smell. And I'm not hungry, boss. Didn't I just eat? Qin Ding, looks like it wasn't a metal element spiritual item, but some other element. If wild spiritual beasts didn't match the corresponding element, they generally wouldn't fight over it. But if beast tamers were involved, that was another story. Dahe understood what Qin Ding meant. It had smelled the fragrance, but it wasn't hungry, which meant the ripening spiritual item wasn't metal element. It also understood that only spiritual beasts of the matching element would fight over this kind of spiritual item. But beast tamers with contracted beasts would most likely join the scramble no matter what. That reminded Dahe of something. The playfulness instantly vanished from its wolf face. Its throat rolled, and it let out a low whine. Woo, boss, that guy from before, he wanted to steal our stuff, right? Will they go too? Qingding had still been wondering whether or not to go, but Dahe's reminder made him freeze at once. He turned to look at Dahe, and man and wolf stared at each other for several seconds. A moment later, Qingding made the call decisively and nodded. We're going. We'll sneak over. R&T, they after my storage ring? If there is a chance, we'll fan the flames of this fight all the way up. There seem to be quite a few people around, and the number of spiritual beasts has gone up too. Big brother, do you think that two-horned deer can hold on to that thing? The one speaking was a skinny tall man. His eyes were slightly red as he stared fixedly at a half-meter-tall little tree more than 100 meters ahead. It looked gray, withered, and lifeless, like nothing more than a section of deadwood. Yet this small tree, which looked as though it had long since rotted and died, bore a fist-sized fruit. It was round, smooth, entirely jade green, and brimming with the vitality of the wood element. That fruit gave off a faint fragrance, even from over 100 meters away. The skinny tall man could smell it clearly. His face was full of intoxication and greed. Rotwood spirit fruit. What a treasure. A true treasure you can't buy no matter how much money you have, the kind you only hear about in rumors. Even the lowest grade rotwood spirit fruit is enough to raise a beast tamer S beast from poor grade aptitude to good grade. If the beast S level is low too, it can even raise its level. There are no usage restrictions and no side effects. A real top tier spiritual item. Who would VE thought we'd be this lucky? The burly man's eyes were bloodshot and red. His hands clenched into trembling fists with excitement. He had to get this thing. He absolutely had to. Those merchants never lacked money. For the sake of the kids at home, what money would they be unwilling to spend? If we get it, that's at least 1 million. The burly man and the skinny tall man both looked thrilled and greedy. Only the red snake, among them, still showed a trace of clarity beneath her greed. She said nothing, but her slightly reddened eyes and gradually heavier breathing already proved that greed had arisen in her heart as well. It was just a different kind of greed. HM, a spiritual beast, rushed over. Looks like other people are here too, over there. The red snake, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke in a low voice and cautiously pointed in a direction. After a pause, her gaze shifted slightly. My contracted beast says there are 2 people and 2 spiritual beasts. In an instant, the burly man and the skinny tall man both looked over at once. Their blood-red eyes looked as if they had just spotted the enemy who had wiped out their entire family. Qingding and the fiend gold wolf were crawling forward flat against the ground. In his line of sight was a deer that was dark green all over. Its 2 antlers twisted together like tangled roots, and most eye-catching of all, several emerald green points of light flickered on the antlers. They stood out like pieces of jade. Because they were over 200 meters away, Qingding couldn't judge the deer's exact size, but one thing was certain. It was bigger than his own mutt. Spiritual beast, Sui Jiao deer. Aptitude good. Element, wood. Level, 20 high level. Abilities, Shui poison horn, thorn strangulation, healing vine, grudge bearing. Bloodline, deer type, 100. Deer type evolution path, requires level 31. Aptitude upgrade. Beast description, a kind of large antlered deer that lives in plains or among living creatures. The green tips of its antlers contain deadly poison. Combined with their extreme sharpness and the deer's powerful strength, once its charge hits an enemy, it will inflict a poisonous wound. The antidote is its Shui poison horn. It has considerable training value. Level 20 guarding that wood element spiritual item. Does it want to use that spiritual item to break through and reach level 21? A spiritual item that even a level 20 spiritual beast valued this much. One that could even be used to break through to level 21 had to be worth a fortune, right? Could probably trade it for quite a lot of nutrient solution for his mutt, right? As Qingding's eyes flickered, his gaze shifted as well. When it landed on that dead tree, so distant it looked tiny enough to almost disappear, except for the little green fruit hanging from it, his pupils contracted uncontrollably. Spiritual item, rotwood spirit fruit, high level. Element, wood. Effect, guaranteed to raise the aptitude of a poor grade spiritual beast to good grade, and raise a good grade spiritual beast to excellent grade, while also making up for part of its innate deficiency in level growth. In addition, it can cure all poisons. Enhanced spiritual beast abilities, has no usage restrictions, and no side effects. Qingding had originally only wanted to make things blow up and drag that burly man, who had his eyes on the storage ring, down into the mess and make him suffer a huge loss. But now, because of greed, his eyes turned slightly red, his breathing grew much heavier, and even his mind seemed to stall for a moment. He wanted this thing. He wanted it so badly. If he gave this thing to his mutt, not only could the mutt's aptitude rise another time, it could also level up and strengthen its abilities, and there were no side effects. That minute could just be eaten directly, in an instant. Qingding made up his mind. and a vicious look appeared on his face. To go. How many spirit beasts and beast tamers are nearby? The Shajin wolf, which had been catching the scents in the air all this time, showed an awkward and slightly troubled expression after hearing that. Woo. Boss. The smells are a little mixed up. I can only catch the general directions. I also smelled the scent of the person who patted your shoulder. I can confirm that aside from us, there are still 5 people and 6 spirit beasts hidden in the dark. Qin Ding had no reaction to the earlier part of Tu Go's words, but the last sentence alone, 5 people, yet 6 spirit beasts hidden in the dark. That was like dumping a huge basin of ice water over Qin Ding's head, right when his heart was surging with excitement. A 3rd-tier beast tamer. No way his main beast is over level 30, and he'd come to this kind of area to gamble on luck, right? The moment those words left his mouth, Qin Ding shut up. What had happened not long ago was still vivid in his mind. Could it be that middle-aged man had come for this rotten with spirit fruit? Did he know about it? And that beast exposing its aura, was it also weak in level, newly contracted? If that was the case, then it explained why someone unknown yet definitely powerful would appear in this kind of small fry area. Thinking of that man's eyes, Qin Ding did not hesitate any further. He grabbed the Shajin wolf by the neck and prepared to leave. The thing was indeed good, no doubt about that, but you needed to stay alive to take it. If that middle-aged man was here too, then once a fight broke out, there wouldn't be a single living thing left alive on the field. Everyone would die. He was a lone wolf. His first priority was survival. To go wee woo. Boss, it's out. Such a huge snake. Hearing that, Qin Ding instinctively turned his head to look while thinking to himself. Had that expert made the first move? But the result once again left Qin Ding utterly surprised. It was a very long snake, its whole body the color of withered leaves. Its thickness was hard to tell, but Qin Ding could see its spirit record. Spirit beast, scale, armor python. Aptitude good, element wood, level 17, high tier. Abilities, stone body, scale armor, self-healing, instant constriction kill. Bloodline, serpent type, 97. Dragon type, 3. Dragon type evolution path. Must reach level 31. Aptitude improvement. Creature introduction, a giant python of the forest. Huge in size and non-venomous, with tremendous strength and tough surface defense. After closing in on prey, it has the reaction speed and explosive speed to instantly coil around and crush its target. It has excellent cultivation value. Level 17, 5 people and 5 beasts, so the 6th one was actually a wild spirit beast, not a contracted beast. The sudden turn of events made Qin Ding's heart rise and fall wildly. He had to take several breaths before calming down. He had already been prepared to leave in regret, but now the truth was telling him he didn't have to go anymore. Sure enough, the world was unpredictable. Woo. Boss, are we still hiding? Hiding? Qin Ding came back to himself. He repeated the word in a low voice, then smiled and shook his head. We don't need to hide, but before we hide properly, there's one more thing we need to do. We need to make this battlefield completely chaotic. And if possible, it'd be best to kill that snake too. A snake with 3% dragon bloodline was very suitable as food for his own to-go. Qin Ding's eyes flickered. After discussing the next course of action with the Shajin wolf through their life and death contract, Qin Ding bent down, picked up a few stones from the ground, and advanced with the wolf in one direction. It was roughly where the trio of the burly man was hiding. That's a scale armor python. Those scales are good stuff. They can be made into close-fitting soft armor, something for saving your life. Those snake scales, plus the inner core and flesh, are worth at least 100,000 federal coins. The appearance of the scale armor python made the burly man instantly pull his attention back for where the other two were hiding. He subconsciously rubbed his hands together and swallowed hard. He looked completely unable to wait any longer. Or rather, he was already fantasizing about a total victory. Right at that moment, the woman in the group, Hong Shi, frowned. You said the smell of one person and one wolf is approaching us. So that is why the scent stood out? The moment those words came out, before the burly man and the skinny tall man could react, several fist-sized stones came smashing through the air. The force behind them was so great that they directly snapped the bushes and branches blocking their path. Every single one landed squarely on the burly man's head. Dong dong dong. Hongshi froze. The skinny tall man was dumbfounded. In that instant, the color drained from both their faces at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss, unable to keep enduring and hiding. The scale armor python twisted its nearly 10-meter-long body and slowly climbed down from a large tree. Its massive body brushed against the branches, making an unending rustling sound. Hiss. Its light brown vertical pupils completely ignored the greenhorn deer guarding the rotten with spirit fruit and stared greedily, without the slightest concealment, at the fully ripened fruit. The entrance of a large predator instantly cast a shadow of crisis over the greenhorn deer, which had only been somewhat wary before. Its throat rolled as it let out a warning cry, tinged with unease. Moo-woo. That cry, clearly filled with warning, attracted the scale armor python's attention, but only for a moment. Then its brown snake eyes looked once more toward the rotten with spirit fruit. And this time, The scale armor python directly ignored the greenhorn deer and twisted its body as it cautiously slithered toward the fruit. That action thoroughly enraged the greenhorn deer, which had still been somewhat worried. A vicious aura surfaced in its pale green deer eyes. Its muscular front legs stepped forward fiercely, stamping 2 clear pits into the dirt. Its huge body, over 3 meters long, moved directly in front of the rotten wood spirit fruit. Oh, fool! Hiss! The scale armor python stopped moving. Only now did it begin to properly size up this enemy that hadn't fled and still dared to provoke it. But in the python's cold, emotionless snake eyes, there was now an extra trace of disdain. A deer a little over 3 meters long and not even 2 meters at the shoulder dare provoke it. It had hunted bears even larger than this deer, outside the tense standoff, about 130 meters away. Cheated Ding held 3 stones in his hands and narrowed his eyes at the bush not far ahead. There was a burly man there. If not for how big the man was, relying only on his own eyes to spot him in the grass would probably have taken more time. At the same time, he also saw the man's contracted beasts. A level 17 blood breath snake, a level 18 boxing rabbit, and a level 15 sunflower. A very suitable team composition, an information position, an attacker, and a healing support. Seeing the burly man and all 3 of their beasts, Cheated Ding chuckled inwardly. Hope you can withstand being targeted by everyone. Without any extra thoughts, Cheated Ding held 2 fist-sized stones in his left hand while gripping another in his right. Drawing that hand back behind his head, narrowing his eyes, he aimed at the burly man's slightly swaying head and hurled it hard. Whoosh, crack, thud. The stone cut through the air with a faint sound and struck the back of the burly man's head with perfect accuracy. A dull impact rang out, and the intense pain made the burly man instinctively clutch the back of his head, gritting his teeth and trying to forcibly hold it in. The sudden scene caught Hong Shi and the skinny tall man completely off guard. The 2 of them instinctively turned their heads, trying to observe the surroundings and judge the direction of the enemy's attack. But in the next second, the second and third stones came one right after another. The burly man had just lowered himself even further while rubbing the back of his head when his right fingers were instantly struck hard. The moment he reflexively pulled his hand back, the third stone smashed into the back of his head, hitting the exact same spot again. This time, the burly man finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Getting hit again and always in the same place, especially the back of the head, made him furious beyond measure. He shot to his feet, enduring the dizzying pain as he roared in rage. Ah, which bastard is hiding in the dark and pulling this kind of crap? The back of his head had visibly swollen up into a huge lump. If his beast hadn't been a sunward flower, he would definitely collapsed unconscious by now. In the shadows, Cheated Ding's lips curled up slightly. After giving Shajin Wolf a look, man and wolf quietly retreated the same way they had crawled over, keeping low and sneaking back along their original path. After roaring, the burly man noticed that his 2 teammates' faces had turned deathly pale. Only then did he react. His throat bobbed with difficulty as he swallowed. He stiffly turned his neck and looked about 100 meters ahead. We saw that both the scale-armored python and the emerald horn deer were looking this way. No, staring right at him. His heart instantly went cold. They were exposed. No more playing the fisherman. Panic surged into the tall, skinny man's eyes. Boss, only you, Red Snake. Didn't you say there were 2 more people with spirit beasts? Let's drag them out. After getting hit in the back of the head and then getting exposed, the burly man had completely lost his reason to rage. He had no intention of holding back and wanted to drag out the other 2 who had been hiding nicely. You got yourself exposed to the prey you've been eyeing since this morning, and now you want to drag the other 2 out too? Red Snake's face was pale, but the strangeness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Still, with the burly man already showing signs of losing control, she naturally wouldn't tell the truth right now. Instead, she seriously considered whether his idea was feasible. It really was. Clear the field in advance. Those 2 spirit beasts both wanted to fight over the rotten wood spirit fruit. Before all nearby competitors were killed off, neither of them would dare eat it. Once a spiritual item was swallowed, it took time to digest and absorb. Even if one of the scale-armored python or the emerald horn deer was on the verge of death and tried to swallow the rotten wood spirit fruit to destroy it, it would still be useless, because as long as the surviving spirit beast killed the other at that critical moment and ate its stomach along with the rest of it, none of the spiritual item's medicinal effect would be wasted. Thinking of that, Red Snake's eyes suddenly lit up, and she even subconsciously ignored Cheated Ding's existence. After all, Cheated Ding's beast's level had already been exposed before leaving the city. Level 11. Red Snake was confident that a spirit beast at that level posed no threat to them at all. If those 2 spirit beasts see us fighting, their attention naturally won't stay too focused on us. Maybe not long after we start, they'll start fighting too. The tall, skinny man, who had practically no presence, opened his mouth to say something after hearing the burly man's words. But after hearing Red Snake's analysis, he silently shut it again. Better not say anything. Red Snake's reasoning did sound pretty convincing. There probably wouldn't be any accidents, right? Under the watch of the scale-armored python, the emerald-horned deer, Cheamed, and the other two beastmasters. Two more people suddenly appeared on either side of the standing burly man without any warning. The three of them, along with their beast-controlling brushes, dropped all pretense of hiding and charged straight at the other two beastmasters. Ho! I thought they'd directly break the deadlock between the emerald-horned deer and the scale-armored python, then turn it into a three-way melee. After that, the two-man team would join in and try to clean up as the fishermen. Didn't he expect the three of them to think like this, going straight for the other two-man team instead? But thinking about it in reverse, it does make sense. After all, my beast is only level 11. As Cheamed muttered under his breath, a smile spread across his face. It was the smile of a vicious wolf, one whose inner goal had been achieved, one about to watch blood flow like a river before harvesting everything in the end. At the hiding spot of the two-man team, the fat man stared at the burly man, who had a swollen bump on the back of his head and was now standing up roaring in pain. He clamped both hands over his mouth. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Can't he even hide properly? Fuck. Fatty wait. Why did two more people suddenly pop out beside him? No, that is not right. What is wrong with these three? They're not going after those two spirit beasts. Why are they charging at us? The short man, who had also been hiding a smile, abruptly changed expression. Fatty, those three are targeting us. They want to take us out first. In an instant, the fat man couldn't laugh anymore. The flesh on his face trembled. What the hell? We weren't the ones who hit him. So why is he coming after us? The moment the fat man's shocked words fell, the burly man had already pulled out a long saber from his storage ring. With another furious roar, he charged over in huge strides. At the same time, from the inner pocket of the burly man's clothes, a dark green branch as thick as a finger stuck out. Right after that, a sunflower the size of a fist poked out from his collar and bloomed toward the sun. Hiss! In the scale-armored python's vision, the heat signatures representing 5 humans and 5 spirit beasts had already collided. Only the humans still hiding in the dark, and that wolf had yet to make a move. Based on the heat display, the remaining human and wolf were still watching from over there. The scale-armored python didn't care. A level 11 wolf. What kind of trash was that? If it dared come over, one whip of the tail would shatter it, and then it would be swallowed whole. At that moment, Cheamed's gaze met the scale-armored python as from afar. Seeing the python dismissively turn its head away and launch a frenzied assault toward the emerald-horned deer. Cheamed grinned. Mutt, it's not just our own kind looking down on us. Even other species seem to look down on us too. Lying at Cheamed's feet and waiting for a chance to move, Shajin Wolf clenched its fangs so hard they were nearly grinding apart. It was furious. Back in class, back at school, it had always been the one showing off its might. Now, it had become the one looked down on and despised by other spirit beasts. That huge gap. No bloodthirsty wolf could endure that. Not to mention one bound by a life-and-death contract. A wolf whose views and thinking had been influenced by a human. Woo. Boss, I want to peel that snake's skin, gnaw its bones, eat its flesh, and drink its blood. Hearing the angry growl from beside him, Cheamed reached out and stroked the back of Shajin Wolf's neck, softly soothing it for a few moments. Even if he didn't say it, I do want to as well. That snake's flesh and blood would be a huge tonic for you. That was true. A snake with dragon blood, even if it only had 3%, which looked low, was still far better than his own mud-s dragon blood content. That was only 0.1%. At that thought, Cheamed narrowed his eyes. Wolf plus dragon blood. With the existence of the Life Spirit Atlas, he was already very clear on what the mutt should evolve into in the future. Seeing that the burly man's side had already begun fighting to the death, the scale-armored python no longer hesitated. It decisively twisted its body and shot straight toward the emerald-horned deer. The muscles in the emerald-horned deer's 4 limbs instantly tightened. Facing the incoming scale-armored python, it immediately launched a charge. Its hooves crushed fallen leaves and churned up dirt as its sharp, emerald poisonous horn stabbed straight at the python's vital 7-inch point. A shocking scene occurred. The scale-armored python showed absolutely no intention of dodging. Facing the emerald-horned deer's lightning-fast charge, the python neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the deer's horn to stab directly into its scales. At the instant the two sides collided and the scale-armored python was struck by the poisonous horn, a trace of human-like joy was reflected in the emerald-horned deer's pupils. But it lasted only for a moment, because in the very next moment, the emerald-horned deer raised its head in shock and confusion. It discovered that its antlers, which had always been unstoppable before, had not directly smashed through the scale-armored python's body. Instead, they had gotten stuck in its flesh. As if sensing the emerald-horned deer's shock, pain flashed through the scale-armored python's vertical pupils, which had shrunk into thin lines, and it let out a harsh, explosive hiss. At that moment, its giant tail swept out viciously and wrapped around the deer's body. In an instant, the coil was complete. The next step was to crush everything the emerald-horned deer had, grinding it into a boneless heap of soft flesh. Toot, toot. A series of crisp sounds of earth breaking rang out. On the flat ground, several thick, sharp thorn vines burst out in an instant and wrapped around the scale-armored python's body, trying either to injure it or buy the emerald horned deer a chance to breathe and break free. Hiss! The scale-armored python casually glanced at the thorn vines wrapped around it and tugging at its body, then continued tightening its coils without a care. In the emerald horned deer's eyes, the thorns on the vines were ground off by the python's scales, and the vines themselves were forcibly snapped apart by the python's continuously tightening, tensed flesh. Bah, bah. The sound of the vines breaking was like Yama's death summons. At that moment, a layer of moisture covered the deer's pale green eyes. The emerald horned deer, tightly wrapped and crushed, seemed to have already seen its own end. Its cry was miserable, but also filled with deep confusion. It did not understand why it could not break through the scale-armored python's body. It did not understand why, after its poisonous antlers had pierced into the other party's body, and even now while it kept struggling and tearing open the python's flesh, the other party still showed no signs of being poisoned. Hiss! Bloody light reflected in the scale-armored python's cold snake eyes. Having fully coiled around the emerald horned deer and already decided its fate, it raised its head, opened its huge mouth, and suddenly shot forward, biting down on the deer's neck. Deer blood instantly sprayed out. It mixed together with the snake blood on the python's body. As the python's coils tightened more and more, the sound of bones breaking crackled nonstop like beans being stir-fried. The emerald horned deer's cries also grew weaker and weaker, until in the end they turned into one long, unwilling whimper. Woo! The deer's head dropped weakly, signifying that the emerald horned deer was completely dead. The scale-armored python released the deer's corpse and raised its head, letting out a low roar that belonged to the victor. Hiss! There was a huge gash on its body, along with many wounds where its scales had been cut open and one small bloody hole after another. At the same time, a small section of deer antler was still broken off inside the scale-armored python's body. In the shadows, Qin Ding, who had witnessed everything, slowly stood up, his eyes full of excitement. Spirit beast, scale-armored python, poisoned. That was because the originally flickering status of the scale-armored python had frozen at this moment, proving that it truly had been poisoned earlier. But because of its self-healing ability, it had managed to hold on a little longer. Now, it could no longer withstand the poison. The poison was about to flare up, but judging from the look of it, this did not seem to be a lethal poison, but a paralysis-type poison. Qin Ding thought to himself, then flipped onto the back of the Shajin wolf, which had long since been unable to hold itself back. With a grip of his right hand, a long spear appeared in his grasp. Tugu, Shash, I'll nail through its snakehead, feeling the weight on its back. The Shajin wolf bared its face ferociously, then kicked off with all four limbs and launched a mad charge at the scale-armored python ahead, whose body was gradually stiffening. Oh, whoa! That loud wolf howl, full of killing intent, drew the attention of everyone present, including the scale-armored python, whose body had started to stiffen and which was trying to bite off the emerald horned deer's antlers to detoxify itself. Seeing this, Qin Ding's heart could not help but jump. This scale-armored python knows the emerald horned deer's antlers can detoxify poison. No wonder it dared to tank both the attacks and the poison. No wonder it ignored a weak scrub like me. So was the hidden fisherman all along. But even so, it was too late. The Shajin wolf had the stubborn stone body. Its physical strength was 20% stronger than others of its kind. A distance of 100 meters for the Shajin wolf beneath Qin Ding was nothing more than an instant. At the exact moment, the scale-armored python bit off the deer antler and swallowed it, its body beginning to recover from the poison. A cold flash of steel shot out with a sharp tearing sound through the air. Only a crisp ding was heard. In the instant, sparks burst forth. The spear-tipped shattered scales pierced through its skull and thrust out from its snake mouth. After completing all this, Qin Ding did not continue holding the long spear. Instead, he decisively made an upward pulling motion. Using the Shajin wolf's sprinting momentum, he yanked the spear back out in reverse. The reason for doing this was naturally because, riding on the wolf's back, he could not be sure whether the Shajin wolf's strength plus his own would be enough to drag along a 10-meter-long scale-armored python in one go. But he could be sure of one thing. Even with its head pierced through, a snake would not die immediately. Sure enough, the moment Qin Ding let go and the Shajin wolf rushed out of the scale-armored python's attack range, an enraged snake hiss and the sound of its tail smashing the ground rang out at the same time. Snakes really are hard to kill. Now, I just need to wait for it to gradually stop struggling. Having dealt with the great enemy before him, Qin Ding felt excited and thrilled inside. Without question, the strongest enemy on the field was the scale-armored python. Now that its head had been pierced through by him, the only thing it could do now was wait for death. And he had the status display from the living spirit record. If the scale-armored python truly died, he would know at once. But that was not important. First, he had to collect the rotten with spirit fruit. Oh right, he had almost forgotten. There were still 5 people over there. The Shajin wolf turned around, and together with Qin Ding, looked toward the other battlefield. 1 man and 1 wolf. It was this bastard. Hearing the snake's hiss and the trembling of the ground from behind him, The burly man could not help but turn back in shock. But with that single glance, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he could not stop himself from cursing out loud. It was also this action that gave the short man an opening. With a leaping slash, he swung the broadsword in his hand toward the burly man's neck. Fuck! The burly man reacted at the last possible moment, eyes bulging with fury as he forcibly shifted his steps. Though he avoided the fatal blow, his left forearm was chopped off and fell to the ground. There were already 4 corpses on the ground, the fat man and the tall, skinny man, along with their beast companions. Bah, if I were just a little taller. That slash would VE taking your head for sure. The short man landed, panting heavily, his body soaked with blood and sweat. When he saw that he had only chopped off one of the other party's arms instead of killing him, his eyes were full of rage and unwillingness. He had no strength left. His beast companion was a dog, and now was lying miserably on the ground on the verge of death, wrapped up by that level 17 blood breath snake. Death was clearly not far off, even though the contract he and his beast companion had signed was a master-servant contract. If the beast companion died, the beastmaster, would also suffer serious backlash. In the current situation, that meant death. However, the short man's gaze suddenly shifted away from the burly man and toward the young figure approaching the rottenwood spirit fruit. The corners of his mouth instantly split all the way to his ears, and he burst into wild laughter. All your plans have gone down the drain. The mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. At the very end, there's still another one. Poochie. Before the short man's words had even finished, the burly man's only remaining right hand had already swung his sharp broadsword and cut off his head. As for the wound on his left arm, his own beast companion had already stopped the bleeding for him. His personal condition was also recovering. After seeing that the battle on his side was finally over, Red Snake let out a breath of relief. Covering the spear wound in his chest left by the fat man, he staggered toward the burly man. Boss, give me. As Red Snake walked toward the burly man, he had originally wanted the other party's beast companion to treat him. What greeted him instead of healing branches was the chipped, long blade of death swinging down. The world spun in Red Snake's pupils. In those wide-open eyes was nothing but confusion, fury, and unwillingness. As his head hit the ground, 2 tears rolled out, and in silent venom, he stared at the burly man's merciless, savage grin. Heh, the skinny one's dead, and you're badly wounded too. If I kill you, won't he all the good stuff be mine alone? Just a brat and an 11th level wolf. I'm enough to deal with you by myself. Heh ha. With Hong Shi's death, his blood-breath snake, as his contracted beast, suffered the backlash from the master-servant contract as well. It rolled and convulsed on the ground, coughing up blood, and in just a few breaths, it died from the backlash. As he spoke, the burly man lowered his head and glanced at his severed arm, which had already completely stopped bleeding and was even beginning to sprout flesh buds in preparation for healing. The smile on his face grew even more arrogant. I'm a 3rd-tier spirit power beastmaster, with 15% feedback enhancement. A 1st-tier brat, like you probably can't even take a few hits from me, right? Heh, as long as I get the item, I'll have enough confidence to raise my beast to commander rank 2. Looking at Hong Shi's headless corpse, the burly man had already begun imagining his wealthy life after obtaining the rottenwood spirit fruit, along with a brand new road to heaven. Especially the transformation from an ordinary high-tier grunt into a commander rank powerhouse. It made his heart pound like thunder. He panted heavily, then turned to look at Qin Ding, who was reaching for the rottenwood spirit fruit, and charged forward in big strides. Qin Ding carefully extended his slightly trembling hands and slowly, cautiously plucked the rottenwood spirit fruit together with a small section of dead branch. Huff, first time handling something this precious. Next time, I need to bring more delicate tools. Dog bastard, hand over the item. Qin Ding had just put the rottenwood spirit fruit into his storage ring. Calm and unhurried, he turned around, pulled the long spear planted in the ground free, and looked at the red-faced, burly man with eyes as still as water. That flushed face made it hard for Qin Ding to tell whether it was from excitement, greed, and exhilaration, or simply from overexertion. But that wasn't too important. What mattered was that neither he nor Tugu had used up much stamina at all. It was this man's actions that left him full of confusion. Why didn't he run? Or did greed seize the high ground in your brain? Who would have thought that after hearing that? The burly man actually burst out laughing. From the look of you, you're still some school kid, right? At best, you're only 1st-tier spirit power. And so what if you're 2nd tier? I am 3rd tier. I can even perfectly withstand the feedback of an elite rank spirit beast. You're just some brat still studying at a Beastmaster high school. What are you going to use to fight me? Qin Ding looked at the burly man's arrogant grin and listened to that ear-piercing laughter. He froze. Gradually, after the burly man's self-assured speech as if victory was already in his grasp, Qin Ding couldn't hold it in anymore. He shook his head slightly and let out a laugh. His shoulders trembled faintly, unable to stop. Hiv. Master Servant Contract. Beastmaster Spirit Power at 3rd tier. 15% beast feedback. But your beast is a non-offensive healing support beast. What you're trying to say is this, just this, that ill-timed laughter, the strange twitching of his shoulders, and Qin Ding's calm mockery made a trace of panic rise in the burly man's heart for no reason at all. The arrogant smile instantly froze on his face, and Qin Ding's next words turned that trace of panic in his heart into absolute terror. Third tier, huh? Indeed. That lets you perfectly withstand the feedback of a 21-level elite rank spirit beast. So you don't have to worry about your spirit power being lower than your beast's strength and causing abnormalities in your body. Qin Ding paused. There was no tension in his eyes at being challenged one-on-one, only amusement. My spirit power is second tier. Life and death contract. The moment those words fell, Qin Ding lunged forward in big strides, his spear thrusting out in sync like a spirit snake darting from its hole. Duong. The burly man instinctively raised his blade to block, but an unimaginable force came from the spear tip, transmitting through the blade and into both of his arms. At that moment, the burly man truly panicked, because the force told him that Qin Ding hadn't lied. Everything Qin Ding said was true. How was that possible? How could it be possible? How could he be second tier? And for his first beast, he even dared to sign the life and death contract left behind by the first emperor. How could young people these days be this bold? Who the hell signs a life and death contract with their very first beast? The burly man's face turned deathly pale, his heart filled with shock and terror. And how could he not be terrified? A life and death contract and second-tier spirit power meant 20% beast feedback. The other side's feedback value was above his. The other side's beast was a main combat beast, so its strength, speed, and defense were definitely above his Sunward Flower's. Just like Qin Ding said, his own beast was a healing support type. The feedback it gave him was basically toughness, self-healing, and increased endurance. As for strength and the like, it was actually very limited. The reason he had dared to step forward and intercept Qin Ding was because he had been convinced Qin Ding was just a young man with first-tier spirit power. There were simply too many self-important youths of that age. He had seen plenty of them. He had even killed quite a few. With youths like that in the past, he only needed 1 or 2 swings to cripple them, then wait for their beast to die for backlash. On top of that, his beast was healing type, so he never had to worry about not being able to reattach a severed arm or dying from injuries. But now, reality told him he had been arrogant. He had overplayed his hand. He was going to die. What are you spacing out for? Shocked by reality? Seeing that the other party had blocked his attack, Qin Ding calmly withdrew his spear. The world was fair. How far a beastmaster could go did not depend on how strong the beast was, but on how strong the beastmaster himself was. You could be third-tier spirit power. Naturally, I can be second tier. And naturally, the contract I use can be a life and death contract. Surprised? Stunned? Can't accept it? Then go die. In the burly man's already numb gaze, he saw a glint of cold light arrive first. Then the spear shot out like a dragon. The burly man wanted to block, but this time, unlike before, he failed. Because the force behind it was too great. The spearhead slid directly off the back of his blade. Suddenly, several vines stretched out from inside the burly man's clothes, rapidly spreading toward the spearhead like a virus as they tried to block it. Qin Ding's expression did not change. His hands abruptly exerted force, and the custom-forged spearhead directly pierced and sliced through all the vines before stabbing straight into the burly man's chest. Ugh! The burly man let out a cry of pain and instinctively lowered his head. Qin Ding's eyes turned sharp. He did not pull back the spear. Instead, he gripped the shaft tightly and violently flicked it upward. The sharp spear blade easily ripped open the burly man's chest, then his neck, then his chin. In an instant, flesh split outward and blood sprayed everywhere, nearly splattering onto Qin Ding. The sunward flower hanging on the burly man's body began trying like mad to save its master. But injuries like these were simply not something a high-tier healing beast in the teens could recover. Under Qin Ding's cold gaze, the burly man's pupils lost focus and his body fell backward. The sunward flower's vines on his body also withered at high speed, turning into a dead flower. Qin Ding withdrew his spear and stood still, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as he began calculating the spoils of war. 5 people, 5 high-tier beasts, 5 inner cores. Oh, right, this 3-man team, each of them had a storage ring. In an instant, Qin Ding felt a little happy inside. After all, the Rottenwood Spirit Fruit had already set the bar high. A single high-tier inner core was worth anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 Federation dollars. All 5 of these people's beasts were above level 15, so earning over 10,000 Federation dollars was guaranteed. As for the Emerald Horn Deer's inner core, it would probably be even more expensive. It should be able to fetch around 5,000. At that moment, the Shajin wolf walked over to the burly man's corpse, yanked out the already withered sunward flower, and then, under Qin Ding's puzzled and gradually horrified gaze, raised one hind leg. The sound of trickling water sizzled in the air. Watching all of this, Qin Ding's thoughts were as tangled as a mess of threads forcibly kneaded together. Oh woo, what kind of trash dares look down on me and my boss? A nobody that dies in one hit. After finishing its business, the Shajin wolf still chose not to let the burly man off. Only after spitting out that contemptuous insult did it happily start pawing at the withered, dead sunflower. Very soon, the flower was completely ruined, and a round little green bead rolled out. Whoa, boss, this flower has an inner core too. Cheating looked at the mutt offering it up like a treasure with a complicated expression. But in his mind was still the scene of that mutt lifting its leg to pee just now. He felt that scene might never leave him. He would probably remember it for life. No, maybe not. There was a good chance he'd see something like it again in the future. After picking up the inner core from the ground, Cheating walked over to the burly man and took a look. Only after confirming that puddle of water hadn't landed on the man's only remaining right hand did he squat down and quickly pull off the man's storage ring. Once the master died, a storage ring became ownerless. As for what was inside, he would have to go back and check later. With that, Cheating swung himself onto the Shajin wolf's back. Let us go, mutt. We'll collect the spoils from the remaining few people and the beast corpses too. That is all worth a lot of money. Meanwhile, at Cheating's home, Bai Mushiwe, who had come back early today, looked at the empty house and the wardrobe missing several pieces of clothing. In her calm eyes, there was a trace of as expected. Beasts affect people. Under Dahe's wolf nature, how could you possibly hold back from going into the wild? But why couldn't you wait just one more day? Rip, mutt, slow down. Don't tear the snakeskin. This stuff sells for a lot more if it stays whole. Getting several 10,000 Federation coins for it shouldn't be hard. Cheating and the Shajin wolf worked together, one pulling down with his hands, the wolf biting with its teeth and tugging in sync. It took them more than 10 minutes to peel the scaled python's skin off intact. Not long after, Cheating coiled up the scaled snakeskin of the Linjiao python and stored it in the storage ring. The 10 cubic meter storage ring really was huge. When the time came, even the Linjiao python itself could be coiled up and put inside without wasting an inch of space. Though by then, it might need to be cut up a little. The Tsuejiao deer would probably need some cutting too. As for the rest, forget it. Taking the best parts was enough. Oh whoa, let us start eating with this snake. As soon as it finished working with Cheating, Dahe used its black claws to split open the Linjiao python's belly. The first thing it ate was the snake heart, followed by the snake gallbladder. Things like the intestines, it didn't eat. In just a few minutes, the Linjiao python's organs had been completely devoured by the Shajin wolf. As soon as it was done here, the Shajin wolf immediately turned around to deal with the Tsuejiao deer. Done eating? Woo, done, and I'm full too. Boss, why don't we take all this meat with us? Looking at the mutt walking toward him with bits of meat falling from the corners of its mouth, Cheating glanced at it. Fine, your claws are pretty sharp. Drain the blood first, then cut it up. The Tsuejiao deer was crushed to death, so there's a lot of pooled blood inside. The moment those words came out, Dahe, who had just sounded like it was asking while discussing it, instantly perked up and turned around at once, swinging its claws. The 4 deer legs and the deer head were separated directly from the body. It was so fast and clean that in Cheating's eyes, it looked like the mutt had just walked one circle around the Tsuejiao deer. Then came the Linjiao python. Without the scales and the tough snake skin, the Shajin wolf actually found it even easier to cut up than the Tsuejiao deer. In almost no time at all, Master Sha had finished cutting up both spirit beasts. Oh woo, boss, where are we going next? The sun looks like it's about to set. Cheating was stuffing chunks of bloody meat into the storage ring one by one, without even turning his head. Home, we got a lot this time, so we won't stay out in the wild any longer. Quit while we're ahead. We'll go back. Let you eat all this stuff, and when we get stronger next time, we'll come out again. Cheating paused, then continued, but before we go back, we need to wash up first. Remember that river from earlier? We'll wash there, then head back. Dahe had never expected this outing to end here. The whole wolf looked a little stunned, and the anticipation in its wolf eyes for tonight froze in place on the spot. Huh, we're just going back? Not staying in the wild? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Little Dahe simply couldn't figure out how things had changed so much. Just now, hadn't they been slaughtering everything and reaping all the rewards? So why were they suddenly leaving? Whoa, all right, boss. Hearing that muttering, sounding exactly like a child reluctantly compromising, Cheating turned around and rolled his eyes. He knew Dahe could understand what he meant. It was just that Dahe was a wolf, and it had seen blood more than once already. Whether spirit beasts or humans, it had killed more than once. Its wild nature had already been stirred up, so naturally it might get carried away. All right, when not only coming here once. Are you stupid? There'll all be plenty of chances to come back later. That one sentence from Cheating hit the mark perfectly. The mutt, which had been a little down just now, instantly perked back up the moment it heard they would come again, and many times at that. Clearly, it was a majestic, imposing wolf. Yet at this moment, it was acting more like a lapdog, panting with its tongue out as it came over, rubbing its head against Cheating's pant leg again and again, filling Cheating's face with disgust. Oh, whoa, as expected, a boss. So far-sighted. You idiot dog. All the blood getting wiped onto me. Stop rubbing. Woo. Boss, let me rub a little more, boss. Hiss. At dusk. Beast Taming Street. Yang Weapon Shop. The shop owner looked at the familiar face walking into the store like he'd seen a ghost. Seeing Cheating about to open his mouth, he cut in first. Let me say this first. Once weapon customization starts, there's no backing out, and once the custom weapon is finished, you must pay the remaining balance. You already finished all those steps, and you've had the weapon for a while now. Kid, I'm telling you, this thing can't be returned. The Federation stands with us merchants on this point. Qinding stood there listening for a moment, smacked his lips, and looked at the righteous shop owner with an extremely complicated expression. Boss, is it possible that I came here to customize something else? The boss froze for a second when he heard that. Then, while sizing Qinding up, he noticed the complicated look in Qinding's eyes, awkwardly realized what was going on, and forced a smile. Kid, don't mind it. I'm used to this. In our custom weapon business, there are actually quite a few people who come looking for trouble. The most common kind are those young people who have the weapon made exactly to their requirements, then realize they can't even lift it and come back demanding a refund. You're a student too, right? You've definitely seen this kind of thing at school before. You understand me, right? Qinding tilted his head slightly, avoiding the shop owner's pleading look for understanding. To be honest, he didn't know. At school, aside from cultivation and eating the free meals provided by the school, he knew nothing else. Now that things have been made clear, Qinding couldn't be bothered to argue over something like this. He placed an arm on the table and lightly tapped it a few times. Boss, do you buy Linjia python scales here? The kind still attached to the skin. And do you make custom inner armor? Linjia python? The moment the boss heard that term, he froze first, then his eyes instantly lit up. Yes, we do. A weapon shop also takes this kind of armor business. But I need to ask first, what level was the scaled armor python? How long was it? And when the hide was stripped, what were the loss and integrity like? Looking at the shop owner, whose bearing, attitude, and eyes had completely changed the moment business came up, Qinding couldn't help but take a couple more looks. Level 17. No loss. 10 meters long. I need 3 inner soft armors. 1 men-s, 2 women-s. Deduct the processing fee from the value of the remaining materials. What do you think? After hearing the details, the boss didn't speak. He put on a thoughtful look, rubbing his fingers together. His brows furrowed at times, then relaxed, while the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Qinding wasn't in a hurry. On the way here, he had roughly checked the market price of the scaled armor python materials online. A level 17, 10-meter-long one could probably sell for around 50 to 60,000 federal coins, and it should be enough for about 5 sets of inner armor. Very soon, the boss's furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile appeared. 1 man and 2 women, right? I just need their height and weight data for custom sizing. If the subcontracting fee is offset with the material cost, then I can still give you 15,000 federal coins. Young man, what do you think? Hearing that number, Qinding didn't hesitate and directly nodded. Deal. Should I take it out for you now? There is plenty of open space in the shop. Just put it there. Then fill in the height and weight data. The inner armor is adjustable, so as long as the data is correct, there definitely won't be any issue with it not fitting. As for time, it'll probably take about 3 weeks. Young man, just come pick it up then. Qinding nodded slightly at that. 3 weeks. That wasn't a problem. As long as it was before school started, everything was fine. After coming out of the weapon shop, Qinding went to a jewelry shop. He had the blood pig's inner core made into a necklace, and the emerald horn deer's and sunward flower's inner cores made into 2 bracelets. The extra material cost and processing fee came to 5,000 federal coins. The work was done pretty fast. Everything was finished in less than half an hour. After that, he went to a spirit beast material shop and sold off the scaled armor python's inner core, along with the beastmaster beast cores from the other 4 beast tamers. All in one go. 5 inner cores earned him a total of 18,000 federal coins. Balance, 73,000. 73,000 federal coins left, huh? I wonder how much high-tier metal element nurturing fluid costs. On the way home, Qinding took out his phone and searched under the Breeder Association's platform. When he found that metal element nurturing fluid was only 5,000 more expensive than advanced nurturing fluid, he was a little surprised. After all, element nurturing fluid required an inner core to be added, and the spirit materials used would definitely be more than those in nurturing fluid for low-tier spirit beasts. Only 5,000 more? He had thought it would be 20,000 more. In that case, I'll order 2 first and see the effect. Thinking that, Qinding moved his fingers and placed the order. On the purchase page, he could already see that the items were being delivered. But just as Qinding reached downstairs in his residential complex, his phone suddenly gave off a high-priority alert, knowing very clearly what that alert meant. Qinding froze on the spot, as if he'd been hit by a mobilization spell. Dahe, who was following behind him, was forced to stop as well. It walked to Qinding's side, looked up, and found that its boss was frowning slightly, his expression serious, as if facing a great enemy. Not good. Could there be an enemy? Reacting on instinct and assuming there was an enemy, Dahe immediately began twitching its nose. But aside from smelling by Mushiwe and the little fox. By Mushiwe and the little fox? As if it had realized something, Dahe quietly took 2 steps back. Woof. Boss. I smelled Big Sis and the little fox. Did we get exposed? Yeah, if I'm not wrong. She's waiting for us at home. And just now, she even helped me receive the delivery. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinding saw the delivery worker coming down the stairs. Their eyes instantly met. The worker reacted first and showed a professional smile, adjusting the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Hello, Mr. Chin. Your goods have already been delivered to Miss Bai. However, Mr. Chin, since Miss Bai is a junior breeder of the Federation, you can actually use her channels to purchase nurturing fluid and reserve materials. That way, there are certain discounts and preferential rates." After reminding Chin Ding that he had spent some unnecessary money, the worker politely smiled again in acknowledgement, then brushed past Chin Ding and walked away. Chin Ding didn't move, because his mind was full of what the man had called Bai Muxiue. Junior breeder? Muxiue. She already passed the junior breeder exam? Inside Chin Ding's home, Bai Muxiue sat in a chair and looked at the exquisitely packaged bags and boxes. After opening them and giving them a glance, her brows furrowed, then relaxed the next second. High-tier metal element nurturing fluid. Forget it. I still haven't told him that I became a junior breeder. If he's south able to place orders now, he is probably already back in the city. As luck would have it, right after Bai Muxiue finished speaking, she heard the sound of the door lock turning. She only glanced at the main door, then simply sat in the chair with her arms crossed. Tilting her head, she looked out the window. The spirit fox lying on the floor lifted its pupils and observed Bai Muxiue's current state. For some reason, Ashue's condition felt a little weird right now. It was the first time seeing her like this. Pushing open the door, before he even stepped inside, Indian smelled a familiar cool fragrance. It was Bai Muxiue's scent. "Muxiue, why did you come?" Hearing the sound, Bai Muxiue still couldn't help turning her head back. She looked at Chin Ding, changing shoes by the door, and Dahe, with its tongue hanging out. There was a trace of blood in the air. Chin Ding had it on him. Dahe had it too, and even more strongly. She had already thought through what she wanted to say, but suddenly fell silent. She just quietly watched Chin Ding changing shoes and Dahe walking toward her little white. Then suddenly smiled for no particular reason. "I came to tell you that I passed from trainee breeder to junior breeder. I can now enjoy the Federation as policies. For purchases of spirit materials, nurturing fluid, evolution fluid, and the like made through the Federation Breeder Association, there's a 10% discount. If you need to prepare nurturing fluid for Dahe next time, you can tell me. I have internal channels. Maybe I can even make it myself. Then we'd only need to spend a bit on materials." Bai Muxiue stood up and walked toward Chin Ding. As she spoke, her eyes kept sizing Chin Ding up, from top to bottom, then bottom to top, trying to find something. Chin Ding instantly stiffened in embarrassment. Without question, Bai Muxiue's actions were telling him that she already knew he had gone into the wilderness. The fact that she wasn't saying it also meant she didn't object to him going. But with how things were now, was she hoping that next time he would tell her first? Was that a white fox? Why'd it look a whole size bigger? Could it be? Beast, spirit fox. Aptitude, good. Element, mind. Level, 11, high tier. Abilities, spiritual power, low altitude flight. Bloodline, fox type 100. Evolution path. Fox type, reach level 31 to view. Aptitude enhancement. Description, the spirit fox is a type of spirit beast that lives on plains. It has a gentle temperament and is close to people. Its telekinetic and offensive abilities are both fairly good, and it possesses the ability to silently kill enemies from a distance. Compared to before its evolution, the white fox, which had been around half a meter long, was now, counting the tail, about 70? No, probably 80 centimeters in body length after evolving. The Spirit Fox's creature catalog also gave Chin Ding a chance to steer the topic away from Bai Muxiue's current behavior. "Muxiue, you're a little white. Evolved?" Bai Muxiue, who had walked up behind Chin Ding, paused for a moment. After confirming that there were no major injuries on him, she nodded lightly in satisfaction, her brows and eyes curving slightly. Not bad. He knew to protect himself when going out into the wild, and he even knew to come back after just one day. Hopefully he can keep it up next time. Yeah, looks good, right? This kid was making a fuss before about wanting to grow bigger. Now it really has gotten a lot bigger. Wishing all Gaokao students effortless words from the brush and that their dreams come true this golden summer. A lot bigger? From half a meter to close to over 80 centimeters. That really could be called a lot bigger. You can tell. It's way bigger than before. The exchange between Chin Ding and Bai Muxiue was all heard by the spirit fox lying on the ground. Even when it looked at Dahe walking toward it, it couldn't help but stand up. It even lifted its head and puffed out its chest at Dahe, looking all proud, as if to say, "I'm amazing now. I'm huge," while arrogantly looking up at Dahe's head. Huh, didn't Aksu and the others say I got bigger? Then why do I still have to look up at this big black dog? The delighted, smug look froze in the spirit fox's eyes. Only now did it slowly realize that things didn't seem as wonderful as it had imagined. It seemed. In front of this big black dog, it was still tiny and kind of ridiculous. Its confidence crumbling and spirit drooping. The spirit fox was completely broken by what Dahe said next. It dropped to the ground with teary little eyes. "Whoa, why are you standing up? You want to compare height and body length with me? But you're not taller than me, and you're not longer than me either." Dahe circled around the spirit fox. Everything coming out of his mouth was phrased like a question, but in those pitch-black wolf eyes was nothing but the fox's tiny figure, with a sly glint reflected in his pupils. Why did this little fox lie down? seeing that the spirit fox, which had been proud as could be just now, suddenly flopped down and started curling into a ball. Dahei, unable to understand what it was doing, reached out a paw and started nudging it. Ow! Are you sleepy and trying to sleep? The spirit fox's eyes had only just reddened, tears just beginning to gather, when Dahei tugged at it. It couldn't resist at all. The moisture hanging in its eyes immediately rolled down in drops. In an instant, Dahei froze at the sight. Why is it crying now? Ding and Bai Muxiue didn't pay attention to Dahei and the spirit fox, or rather, their attention was there at all. This bracelet is for you. This necklace is for Andy Zhao. Taking the bracelet and necklace from Ding's hand, Bai Muxiue froze on the spot. She was a breeder, a junior breeder. She knew what an inner core was, and she knew what jewelry was. She recognized the inner core at first glance, right in front of Ding. She rubbed and examined it. The curiosity and gentle softness in her eyes gradually turned into shock, complexity, gratitude, but also a trace of anger. A level 20 high rank wood element spirit beast's inner core. Dahei was clearly only level 11, and the necklace from Mom, the inner core level in that one wasn't low either. He had only gone out today, and when he came back at dusk, he brought back these things. Bai Muxiue was turning it over in her mind, but in Ding's eyes, it looked like she was just standing there in a daze, so he instinctively thought, could it be that Bai Muxiue was feeling embarrassed? So he took out the bracelet made from the sunward flower inner core and waved it in front of Bai Muxiue. I have one too. These are New Year gift from me to you and Annie Zhao. If I get the chance in the future, I'll give more. Bai Muxiue gradually came back to herself. In Ding's eyes, she had gladly accepted it, but that wasn't the case at all. Another bracelet made from a high-rank wood element spirit beast, inner core too? In less than a day, 3 high-rank spirit beasts. Wait, he didn't also sell several high-rank spirit beast inner cores, did he? From confusion, to gratitude, to heartache, then anger, and now stunned disbelief. Her emotions had been like riding a roller coaster. After brewing her thoughts for quite a while, Bai Muxiue ultimately kept her questions to herself and didn't ask them out loud. The gifts are great. I like them a lot. Thank you, Audang. Hearing that I like them, and thank you, Ding let out a huge sigh of relief inside. He didn't even clearly hear what Bai Muxiue said afterward. He just shifted his gaze away a little awkwardly and scratched his cheek. Good, as long as you like them. But Muxiue knew he had gone into the wild, and she didn't ask about it either. Mushue's Xiaobai had evolved too. In that case, maybe next time he could consider taking Mushue along. The moment that thought popped up, Ding found it hard to stop, and could even be said to feel a little expectant. Taking a well-behaved girl like Mushue along to play the lone wolf style. Woo, why are you crying? I'll lick it clean for you. What the hell? What is this much saying? Ding had already come out of gift-giving mode. When he heard Dahei, he froze for a second, then instinctively turned his head to look. Seeing that, Bai Muxiue immediately followed his gaze. Slurp, slurp. Dahei, who had only licked twice, suddenly stopped. When he turned his head, his wolf eyes were full of confusion. Woo, big bro and big sis. Why are you both looking over here? Weren't you two chatting happily just now? Under their stares, Dahei had no choice but to stop helping the spirit fox wipe away its tears. The spirit fox also blankly lifted its head and looked at Dahei, who was staring up at Ding and Bai Muxiue. Bai Muxiue blinked, her eyes showing a trace of lively spirit somewhat similar to the spirit fox's. Faced with what was happening, she didn't say much. Instead, she looked at Ding. I'll take Xiaobai back first. Mama's going to be working overtime these few days before the new year. When she gets back tonight, I'll give her the gift for you. All right, remember to come over for dinner later. Xiaobai, we're leaving. The spirit fox froze for a moment, then stood up from the ground. Before leaving, it turned back to glance at Dahei. Bang! The front door shut, and Dahei smacked his lips. Woo, salty. The last time I tasted tears, it was Boss S. Ding choked. After a pause, he took out the rotten wood spirit fruit, which looked like a jade-carved work of art, from his storage ring. Eat this. I'm not taking you over for dinner tonight. After you eat it and wake up, I'll take out the scale armored python's flesh and blood for you to eat. There was no concept of time inside the storage ring, so he wasn't worried that things like flesh and blood would rot and stink after being put in there. Dahei stretched out his nose and sniffed it. Ow, boss, didn't you say before that I'm metal element and can't eat spirit items of other elements? Then why can I eat this one? Ding. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. How was a lousy student like him supposed to answer that? But whether it was the record of living spirits or the way those burly men had fought over it, both were enough to show that the rottenwood spirit fruit was a good thing. If I say you can eat it, then you can eat it. Stop babbling. Hurry up and open your mouth. Out of unconditional trust in Ding, Dahei didn't waste words. He opened his big mouth and waited for Ding to feed him. Same as when you ate the blood spirit fruit last time. Don't let any leak out. Not a single drop. Eat slowly. Carefully, Ding stuffed the thing into Dahei's mouth. Only after personally seeing Dahei chew and swallow it did he slowly nod. All right, I'm going to eat dinner. Tomorrow I'll give you something good to eat. When Ding came back after eating at Bai Mushue's house, he saw that Dahei had already returned to the doghouse and fallen asleep snoring pretty loudly. He didn't say anything. He just took one look, then went to the bathroom to wash up, cleaning all the grime off himself. After that, he returned to the bedroom and carried out the mental power cultivation session he never skipped, day after day. Spiritual power was very important. That was something Wang Chunfa had taught in class, and he had even specifically said at the moment he walked into the classroom. He was probably worried Qin Ding would slip into a cultivation state and not understand it. It was also one of the few pieces of theoretical knowledge Qin Ding had remembered. First rank spiritual power corresponded to low-tier spirit beasts, second rank corresponded to high-tier spirit beasts, and third rank corresponded to elite tier ones. If a Beastmaster's spiritual power rank was one rank lower than the Spirit Beast's, then physical discomfort might occur during battle. If it was lower by 2 ranks, their spiritual power would be unable to control the feedback given by the beast, and they could cough up blood and suffer internal injuries at any moment. If it was lower by 3 ranks, their spiritual power would be completely unable to receive the feedback transmitted from the beast to the Beastmaster. That would inevitably cause the Beastmaster's death, and afterward, because of the contract linking both sides, the beast would die as well. On the other hand, if the Beastmaster's spiritual power was higher than the beast's rank, then this kind of situation would not happen. Instead, it would help the beast. That was also why, when facing that burly man, he had said that what made a Beastmaster strong was not the beast, but the Beastmaster himself. Mu Xue's current spiritual power seemed to still be first rank. He had to make her avoid battle as much as possible. With that thought cut off, Qin Ding began wholeheartedly devoting himself to spiritual power cultivation. Only with higher spiritual power could he shamelessly find supplements for Dahe. If he had no money and could not buy them, then he would go snatch them in the wild. But if his own spiritual power was too low, then all of that was just empty talk. He could only stare helplessly. As Qin Ding entered his cultivation state, that familiar milky white faint glow covered his entire body. The night passed quietly. Sniff, sniff. At the same time that a familiar sensation came from his foot, Qin Ding also caught a faint stench. A dirt dog wouldn't crap in its own nest, right? No way. It had always been pretty intelligent since it was little. Thinking this, Qin Ding had not even opened his eyes yet, but his brows were already tightly furrowed in a serious expression. You didn't crap in the nest, did you? The moment those words came out, Dahe, who had been full of joy, instantly froze. But what Qin Ding got in return was not indignation. Instead, he saw something like self-doubt in the dirt dog's eyes. Right after that, he watched as the dog lay down directly, lowered its head and sniffed itself, then got up and decisively shook its head. Qin Ding witnessed the whole process from start to finish. His eyes went blank. I take back what I just thought. You're still some distance away from being intelligent. Woo. Boss, I do smell a little, but that has nothing to do with me. I woke up like this, but I can feel that I've gotten a lot stronger. Qin Ding said nothing. He only quietly observed the Spirit Beast illustrated record of the dirt dog. Before long, he nodded in satisfaction. All right, it should be the effect of the rottenwood spirit fruit. That thing is supposed to make up for some innate deficiencies. The smell on you should be whatever got expelled. Come on, I'll take you to wash up. Beast, Shajin Wolf. Aptitude, excellent. Element, metal. Level, 13 high tier. Abilities, extremely vindictive, 100 tempered body, metal severing claw. Bloodline, wolf type, 9.95. Dragon type, 0.05. Dragon type evolution path, requires dragon type bloodline purity to reach 10. Wolf type evolution path, requires reaching level 31. Aptitude improvement, requires reaching level 31. Description, a close combat wolf specializing in the physical body. Fierce in melee, but somewhat lacking in speed and agility. It may get kite by very fast enemies. It has decent cultivation value. Rock body and black iron claw had both improved. Extremely vindictive was not important. If it did not improve, then so be it. Its level had also gone up by 2. The rottenwood spirit fruit truly lived up to those people risking their lives to fight over it. And it also lived up to the description in the Spirit Beast illustrated record. However, what surprised and delighted Qin Ding the most was that the dirt dog's bloodline had actually been purified too. The canine bloodline had completely disappeared, replaced by purified wolf-type and dragon-type bloodlines. The purity of its dragon-type bloodline had directly increased 5-fold, from 0.1% to 0.5%. But this was a good start. After all, there was still an entire armored python corpse in the storage ring that carried 3% dragon blood. As Qin Ding was thinking about all this, he subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the dirty water being scrubbed off the dirt dog's body. It looked a bit like bloody grime. No wonder the smell was so weird, like something had gone rotten. So it was the expelled bloodline. Holding the brush, Qin Ding scrubbed Dahe while checking the description of 100 tempered body. If he was not mistaken, this should be the upgraded version of rock body. Ability, 100 tempered body. Physical body strength is around 50% stronger than others of the same kind. Qin Ding, 50% stronger? No side effects? Didn't rock body before have the negative effect of reduced flexibility? After it became 100 tempered body, that was gone? Qin Ding rubbed his eyes, afraid he had seen wrong. He looked it over carefully again. After confirming there was no problem, he could not help laughing out loud. At the same time, his left hand, which was applying body wash to Dahe, could not help patting Dahe's belly. Good, very good. Dahe twisted its head back and looked at its boss in confusion as he carried out this bizarre behavior. Then it lowered its head and looked at its own belly, which was being patted with loud smacks. What was boss doing? Among humans, was this movement and behavior called beating a drum? What was beating a drum? How did it know that word? And what was a word? Gradually, confusion appeared in Dahe's eyes, but quickly chose to stop thinking. Under the influence of the life and death contract, and with Dahe's aptitude having improved, some changes were beginning to appear. Words it had once heard before began surfacing in Dahe's mind, and it started to understand what those words meant. Ability, metal severing claw. The sharpness of the claws is doubled compared to black iron claw. While washing it, Cheending glanced at the dirt dog's claws. If before they had been black, and the edges still clearly looked like nails, then now that was no longer visible at all. The dirt dog's current claws, rather than being claws, looked more like wolf claw-shaped tungsten that had grown out of flesh and blood. Its physical body had become much stronger, and the sharpness and hardness of its claws had increased. As the dirt dog grew stronger, the feedback Cheending received also rose quite a bit. Woo, boss, aren't you done washing yet? I've been lying here for so long. Dahe turned its pair of wolf eyes back toward Cheending with some speechless resentment. It had originally thought it could enjoy its boss personally bathing it, but for some reason, boss would move a little, stop a little, move a little, stop a little, and then just zone out. Coming back to his senses, Cheending answered with a slightly awkward tone. Right, almost done. After her bath. Bai Mushiwe carried the spirit fox back to the room to change clothes. At that moment, the spirit fox, which was using spiritual power to control the hairdryer, looked toward Bai Mushiwe. Aishwe, yesterday I could clearly feel that you were angry. So why was it that when he came, you stopped being angry instead? It was like you had a lot of things you never said out loud. Bai Mushiwe had just changed and was using a towel to dry her hair while waiting for the spirit fox to finish with the hairdryer. Her movements paused slightly, and a trace of thoughtfulness appeared in her eyes. Then, with a half-smile, she turned to look at the spirit fox. I don't know. But Xiao Bai, haven't you always wanted to become bigger and stronger than Dahe? Then why weren't you angry yesterday? Why did you even look back at Dahe once when you were leaving? The spirit fox, looking at Xiao Bai's stunned expression, its eyes wide and face full of disbelief, Bai Mushiwe smiled and shook her head. And also, he has a name. It's not him. It's Cheending. And Dahe, since I was little, I've always treated that naughty little black dog like a younger brother. As a spirit-type fox whose mind had always been quick, the spirit fox didn't even know what to say after hearing Bai Mushiwe's words, and simply fell silent. But then why hadn't it attacked that big black dog yesterday? When it had opened its mouth and moved closer back then, it had really felt like it was about to eat her. Seeing the spirit fox looking like it was questioning life itself, and that even Bai Mushiwe's control over the hairdryer with her spiritual power had gone crooked, she let out a soft laugh, took the hairdryer back, and started using it herself. Speaking of which, Xiao Bai, you're already a high-ranked spirit beast now. I need to hurry and raise my spiritual power to the second tier too. Otherwise, when the time comes, I'm afraid I'll only drag you down. Those words instantly pulled the spirit fox out of its self-doubt. Almost instinctively, it thought of that figure who had always been the first to step forward whenever something happened during the class competition. A sentence nearly slipped out on its own. Aksu, don't you still have Cheending? The LL definitely stand in front of you. Bai Mushiwe froze for a moment and said nothing. She merely hummed a pleasant little tune under her breath. It piqued the spirit fox's interest, and seeing that, Bai Mushiwe explained. This was something Aunt Shun, a Ding's mother, used to hum often for me, Dahe, and a Ding when we were little. But her voice paused. Nostalgia and a trace of sadness appeared in Bai Mushiwe's eyes. But it still doesn't sound as good as when Aunt Shun hummed it. Let us not think about that for now. I need to cultivate my spiritual power. Otherwise, if some accident happens later, that LL be troublesome. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. And just like that, it was New Year's Day. Early in the morning, before the sky had even brightened, Cheending, who had been cultivating in his bedroom, was woken by the constant sound of fireworks and firecrackers. Opening his eyes, he saw the dim sky outside the window. But Cheending knew clearly, today was the new year. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheending flipped out of bed, walked over to the dog bed, and directly kicked the native dog awake. Native dog, wake up. Stop sleeping. It's New Year today. We'll be spending the whole day at Aunt Zhao's house. The native dog had still been groggy, bleary-eyed, and drooling, but the moment it heard the second half of Cheending's words, its eyes brightened a lot. Awu, it's New Year already? New Year's good. New Year's good. Boss, wash me up. Haven't seen that little fox for several days now. Kinda miss it. Cheending's brows instantly furrowed, as he stared fixedly at the native dog, which had immediately climbed out of the dog bed and very consciously headed toward the bathroom. A somewhat strange smile slowly appeared on his face. Interesting. Very interesting. Not long after, freshly washed and smelling nice, Dahe even walked ahead of Cheending. clearly looking a little impatient. Qin said nothing and showed no reaction. He simply followed behind Dahe. Even after opening the door, he let Dahe go in first. The moment the door opened, Qin smelled a familiar scent. It was a kind of traditional New Year food in Chong City called gung, made with glutinous rice flour, wood ear mushrooms, meat, shiitake mushrooms, and other ingredients. Xiao Ding, you're here? The gung is ready. Gulme. Carrying a big pot of gung and setting it on the dining table, Zhao Min looked at the entering Qin with a warm smile on her face. Around her neck, she was wearing the blood-bore inner core necklace Qin had given her. Xiao Ding, this blood necklace you gave me. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Was it expensive? Why Haven Tea? I heard of it before. Blood necklace? Almost instinctively, Qin turned his head and looked at Bai Muxue, who was sitting there calmly drinking gong. As long as you like it, Auntie. It wasn't too expensive either. I bought it with the school bonus. After hearing that, Aunt Zhao said nothing more and just kept smiling and nodding, though her eyes slowly turned red. Of course, Annie believes Xiao Ding. Our Xiao Ding is still very outstanding, whether intentionally or not. As Zhao Min said this, she seemed to glance at Bai Muxue. Because of the spirit fox, Bai Muxue's perception had risen sharply, and she could clearly sense her mother's gaze. Combined with what had just been said, the tips of her ears turned a little red, but she said nothing. Huff, 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 huff. Qin Bai Muxue. Qin smiling face stiffened. Bai Muxue, who was drinking gong, nearly sprayed it out, and Zhao Min, as the elder, was laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. This child Dahe is still the same as when he was little. He is always in a rush when drinking gong. Hearing that, Qin suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Fine, he had missed one part of the equation. He'd deal with it after they got back. Right, Aunt Zhao. I have some meat here that I got from the school during the class competition. Usually, make it for Muxue and Xiao Bai to eat. If people are going to eat it, cook it a little more thoroughly. During the class competition, Zhao Min was stunned at first, but after reacting, she didn't refuse. Instead, she smiled and nodded in agreement. The way she looked at Qin was like she was looking at a child she had raised with her own hands, feeling gratified as he gradually became more and more outstanding. Bai Muxue caught the hidden meaning in Qin words. She subconsciously glanced at his hand. He raised 2 fingers and shook them up and down twice. 2, shaken twice. Level 20 spirit beast meat? No wonder he said it should be cooked more thoroughly if people were going to eat it. Wouldn't he that just let more of the spiritual energy contained in the meat dissipate? He was worried her mom's body wouldn't be able to handle it. The 3 of them ate and chatted at the table, while Dahe and the spirit fox were on the floor at the end of the table, quietly talking about something. Woo, the gung tastes good, but the nutrition dropped a lot. I'll ask my boss to get you some high-quality meat later. After you eat it, you'll definitely grow bigger. Dahe was secretly whispering to the spirit fox. Clearly, it had set its sights on the emerald horn deer's meat too, and was planning to secure a share for the spirit fox. After all, there was still so much flesh and blood from the scale armor python left. It hadn't even finished the little bit it still had, let alone that huge deer. Sharing some with the little fox wasn't a problem at all. And the little fox was Big Sis' beast companion, so boss would definitely support it. What Dahe didn't know was that because of the way it was eating, its little movements had already drawn the full attention of Qin and Bai Muxue the entire time. Second level city, East City, the separate courtyard of the Xiong family. Law enforcers, Xiao Dian, there is still some time before you're assigned downward. You've been arranged to go to the 3rd level city, Chong City. This is the ranking of the first place results from the class competitions of the 12 middle schools in Chong City. Take a look. Xiong Tian, who was stroking his beast companion, the Shajin wolf, paused when he saw the document his grandfather handed over. He took it, then casually placed it off to the side. Grandpa, it's a 3rd level city. What kind of young and promising beastmaster could a place like that produce? If it really could, then why would they still be in a 3rd level city? After all, who among the capable would stay tied down to a 3rd level city? Once they make it, don't they all move to cities with better resources? At this point, a sense of superiority appeared in Xiong Tian's eyes. Shajin wolf, in a city like that, other than people born like you, Grandpa, into the Federation's management class, how many have ever seen one, or even heard of one? Xiong Tian's voice was full of disdain, cruel, and realistic. The strong only pursue even stronger places as their stage. Those without ability just keep sinking lower and gathering together. But a city never lacks rich people. I only need to look at the roster of the top 3 high schools in a city. As for the rest, there is no real need. Xiong Tian's grandfather listened to his grandson's words, his brows slightly furrowing, but he said nothing because his grandson actually wasn't wrong. Families with real capability would all send their children to the top 3 schools in a city, because the principals of those top 3 high schools were all city rulers. In other words, they concurrently held the title of city lord. Even though he was a law enforcer in a 2nd level city, he would still have to lower his head and speak humbly before the city lord of a 3rd level city. However, he had looked through this list. When the time came, his grandson should be sent to Chong City No. 11 High School. There just happened to be a young man there whose beast companion was a Shajin wolf. He simply hoped that in reality, his own grandson could change a little. That was also one of the purposes behind the Federation's downplacement policy. Thinking of this, Xiang Ding felt much better. He gave a slight nod. As long as you've made up your own mind, that's fine. Once the downplacement begins, we won't be able to give you too much help. That's a Federation rule. Aside from giving you a sum of money in advance and some fixed resources, we can't offer much support. Your Shajin Wolf is level 11 right now. Wait until you break through to second-rank spiritual power before using the nurturing fluid to raise its level. Otherwise, you could easily run into trouble. Hearing this, Xiang Tian was somewhat dismissive. Don't worry, Grandpa. At most 2 months, and I'll break through to second rank. That speed would count as fast even across the entire Federation. About 1 month after next semester starts, more or less. As for those classmates in the future, they're not people from the same world as me. School will just be the only way they'll ever get to know me. At that point, seeing that worry still lingered on his grandfather's face, Xiang Tian took a breath and gave his assurance. Don't worry, Grandpa. Within the regulated zone, there's no way I'll kill anyone. Xiang Ding looked at his grandson. After a long silence, he still did not say aloud the other cruel reality behind downplacement. Girl, you're about to be sent down soon. You can't keep acting this willful. You need to get along well with your classmates. Don't go learning from Xiang Tian, that lawless young wastrel. A few days ago, you said you'd need about 2 more months before reaching second-rank spiritual power, right? That's already very good speed. Once your second-rank spiritual power arrives, feed the nurturing fluid to your beast. By then, Dad will have it all prepared for you. Chui Yin was sunk into the sofa, her left leg resting on a low stool, a bandage wrapped around her right hand. Pouting, she looked speechlessly at her pot-bellied father, who was earnestly advising her. Her tone was reproachful, with a trace of exasperation. How can you compare me to Xiang Tian? Is he even worthy? His strength is just SOSO. If it weren't for the fact that he has a grandfather serving as an enforcement officer, and you're a businessman afraid of getting targeted afterward, I'd have broken his legs already. Chui Gong looked at his daughter's energetic short hair, and the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly. I believe you. How could Dad not believe his daughter? I'm just saying this on purpose. When the downplacement starts, rein your temper a little. Our family's capabilities aren't that great. But in a place like a third-level city, some talented people from all walks of life still come out every year. You and Xiang Tian are being assigned to the same third-level city. Xiang Tian definitely won't care about this kind of thing, but our family is different. Above, we fear being targeted. Below, we fear collapse. Chui Yin already had a fiery temper to begin with. The moment she heard her father's words, she angrily waved her hand. Oh, enough, Dad. I get it. Aren't you just afraid I'll provoke some grassroots underdog who rise up in the end and wipe out our whole family? Chui Gong froze. His expression tightened, and his gaze suddenly changed, turning cold. That is not all Dad means. What Dad means is, if someone really comes after you, then find a suitable chance and get rid of them. Xiang Tian is no exception. When it comes to downplacement, this is when the children of officials and the children of businessmen die the most. And among those who die at this stage, very few die innocently. The Federation will investigate, yes, but once it finds out it happened in the wilderness, it won't make any moves at all. When Dad said, we fear collapse from below, I didn't mean the company failing to hold its basic foundation. I'm afraid you'll be the one who falls. I'm afraid Xiang Tian will use dirty tricks on you. By the end of that, Chui Gong's expression looked awful, like a deflated balloon. He slumped back against the chair. That brat hasn't had his eye on your old man's family fortune for just a day or two. The moment those words came out, Chui Yin's expression changed. Her earlier impatience turned grave, as if she had understood something. She stared fixedly at her father. Dad, are you saying the Federation is deliberately trying to strangle those? Hey, Dad didn't say that. Don't say things that hurt unity. Looking at how eager her father was to avoid the topic, she knew it. She had guessed right. The Federation was doing this because it feared that if such people entered the Federation's upper ranks in the future, who knew what massive trouble they might cause. No matter how talented they were, the Federation still wanted to crush them. The population base was there. What kind of genius couldn't it find? Missing one person like he was no big deal. And so, a rule called downplacement appeared. As for the rich second generation and official second generation who treated people mildly, or no, more accurately, those who were just normal people, they would not, and could not, fall into this kind of life and death danger. Put simply, the Federation wanted to eliminate some future internal parasites in advance. My God, if that is really the case, then the purpose of downplacement itself couldn't be. She looked at her father and asked with difficulty, Dad, is the Federation raising you? Silence. Chui Gong did not answer his daughter. There was only silence. But sometimes silence itself was a kind of tacit admission. The room instantly fell quiet. After a long while, Chui Gong let out a heavy sigh. Girl, don't put too much pressure on yourself. 2 people being sent down 1 TB in the same school. When the time comes and you take part in the school competition, just be careful. That piece of news pulled Chui Yin out of her previous speculation. She let out a long breath. True, it's not like I'm some vicious woman. What am I scared of? Not bad. 2 portions of elemental nurturing fluid. and it raised him by 2 levels. Those 30,000 Federation credits weren't wasted. Looking at his own Mutt-S level 15, Cheating-S tone held no pain whatsoever over the money spent. There was only complete satisfaction. To him, money existed to be spent. His spiritual power was at 2nd rank. Even if the Mutt reached level 20, his own spiritual power would still be able to perfectly bear the feedback the Mutt gave him through the Life and Death Pact. What he needed to do now was to raise the Mutt-S level at all costs, then claim the reward the Federation would grant at school opening 1 week later. Level 15, plus 100 refinement body. His Mutt-S physical toughness was equivalent to 150% of a Shajin wolf of the same level, while the feedback he obtained was equivalent to 30% of the physical toughness of a normal level 15 Shajin wolf. In other words, right now, he was equivalent to a humanoid spirit beast. Oh woo, boss, I went up 2 levels. How S your spiritual power? It hasn't moved at all for 2 months. Qin Ding paused. His brows furrowed, then relaxed. Probably still need about 2 months. More or less 2 months after school starts. By then, I should be able to break through to 3rd rank spiritual power. Thinking about how he had gone from 1st rank in 1 month to 2nd rank after 2.5 months, and now was expecting 3rd rank after 4.5 months, that speed was practically unheard of outside. Maybe it really was just like that saying, when God closes a door for you, he opens a window. He was too good at studying. So his spiritual power cultivation was very fast. It was strength he had cultivated himself. So what was there to overthink? When Dai heard his boss's words, his eyes lit up. Oh woo, boss, when you reach 3rd rank spiritual power, 1T that mean you can raise me to level 21. Easy for you to say. You make it sound like I've got that much money. But speaking of nurturing fluid, Mu Shui did say this morning that she'd help me make it. 13,000 Federation credits per portion. That saved quite a bit. Qin Ding muttered in a low voice. He might not care about spending money to raise the Mutt, but if he could save some, he was more than happy to. However, elemental nurturing fluid was different from normal nurturing fluid. Normal nurturing fluid was taken once every other day, while elemental nurturing fluid required a 5-day interval. Teacher, TSK, a custom nurturing fluid for Shajin Wolf? Besides wanting to learn the one for spirit foxes, you want to learn this too? Bai Mushue stared at the 2 TSK on her phone screen and replied with a simple yes. That left Duga Meng frozen on the other end of the phone. Could it be that this Qin Ding really was little Mushue's boyfriend? She couldn't have been tricked, right? But that didn't make sense either. Little Mushue wasn't stupid. At this moment, after confirming the answer, Duga Meng found it hard to imagine that the elementary school student she had always thought of as clever and quick-witted, able to infer many things from one example, had found herself a little boyfriend before even she had found a man. Duga Meng struggled inwardly for a moment, then let out a helpless sigh. After all, this was her only student. Teacher, same rank, same attribute inner core, 1 extraction method. Bai Mushue carefully looked over the 2 sets of materials and extraction methods for customized nurturing fluid that Dugu Meng had sent. As for the raw materials, they would cost around 10,000. If she went through the Breeder Association S channels, it would be 9,000. Just as Bai Mushue finished memorizing the formula and was about to delete the conversation, another message from Duga Meng made the finger she had reached out freeze in front of the screen. Teacher, customized nurturing fluid will increase the purity of the wolf bloodline and reject other bloodlines. Make sure you understand the situation, little Mushue. Customized nurturing fluid would reject all of Dahe's bloodlines other than wolf blood? Bai Mushue suddenly hesitated. She didn't like uncertainty. What if Dahe had an even better bloodline inside him? This brought up one of the most common and easiest ways to judge such a thing: appetite. If a spirit beast ate noticeably more than others of its kind while remaining healthy, then there was a high chance it carried a superior bloodline within its body and needed more energy intake to keep that trace of bloodline from dissipating. Dahe could really eat. At least among the normal high-tier wolf-type spirit beasts she knew of, none ate that much. The only problem was that there were simply too many superior bloodlines that might appear in a wolf. By Mushue. Then if there are other high-quality bloodlines, how can I judge that? Teacher, your spiritual power is too low. You want to be able to tell. Ask that kind of question after the 5th rank. Anyway, once you make it, you can sell it. Even though that was what Dugu Meng said. Her fingers still tapped on the screen and sent over the materials required and the production method for a normal high-tier metal element nurturing fluid. Teacher, start with ordinary ones for practice. Customized ones really are difficult. Your Spirit Fox-S nurturing fluid can be postponed. Spirit-type nurturing fluids are about as hard to make as spatial element ones. This. Things had suddenly become perfect, so perfect that Bai Mushue became wary. It was almost as if her teacher knew what she wanted to do and what she was worried about. Unless her teacher had guessed something, and was very sure that what she guessed was the answer. Had Ah Ding already been exposed to her teacher's sight? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Bai Mushue sent an OK sticker and said nothing else, which made Duga Meng on the other end laugh in irritation. Still pretending. Fine. I want to see just how well this little guy named Qin Ding can do in the city re-exam. 1 competition zone, 100 third-tier cities, 50 second-tier cities, 10 first-tier cities, and over 1 million people of the same age stuffed into the same spirit realm. The next evening, after cultivating at home for 2 days and 1 night, Qin Ding received a message from Bai Muxiue. The moment he stepped out of his room, he saw Bai Muxiue opening the door, carrying a foam box wrapped in a transparent bag. She glanced up at Qin Ding as he came out of the room. After changing her shoes, Bai Muxiue walked to the table and gently set the foam box in her hand down. Her voice was soft, but it carried a trace of self-reproach. 2 portions of high-tier metal element nurturing fluid. The raw materials for 1 portion cost about 4,000. I failed the first time, so I transferred the extra 1,000 back to you. Qin Ding walked over. He had originally been curious about what it was, but his mind blanked for a moment. After realizing what she meant, he quickly shook his head. Even if all 3 attempts had failed, it wouldn't matter. Just treat it as practice. Next time will be better. As if she had heard exactly what she wanted to hear, Bai Muxiue gave a pleased little hum and nodded lightly. Dahe finished the second portion 5 days ago, right? Did he level up? He did. When I woke up today, I could feel some improvement in his strength. Hearing that, Bai Muxiue gave a slight nod. Then tonight Dahe can drink the new element nurturing fluid. With 2 portions, it should be enough for Dahe to level up once more. It wasn't that Bai Muxiue looked down on Dahe. It was just that whenever a beast tamer's pet beast entered a new stage, the energy required for the first 5 levels and the last 5 levels was different. The higher the rank, the more that gap could stretch, maybe into 4 level segments, 3 level segments, and so on. Suddenly, just as Qin Ding was thinking about how much nurturing fluid Dahe would probably need before he could break through to level 21, Bai Muxiue interrupted his thoughts with a single question. You've been close to breaking through to second-rank spiritual power for more than 2 months now, right? If that's the case, then next semester you should be able to break through to third-rank spiritual power, shouldn't you? Why are you suddenly asking that? Though puzzled, Qin Ding still nodded without hiding anything. Yes, I feel like after school starts, in about 2 months or so, I should be able to break through to third-rank spiritual power. Why? Just as expected, Bai Muxiue took a deep breath. Her expression turned serious and solemn, making Qin Ding also become a little serious and tense, while inwardly feeling baffled. What's going on? Ding, when the time comes, do you want a guaranteed admission? Skip the city re-exam and get directly admitted into the Federation's No. 1 Beast Taming University, also commonly known as the Federation's No. 1 Martial Academy. Guaranteed admission? The Federation's No. 1 Martial Academy? Me? Why? Just because of third-rank spiritual power, I can skip the exam? So this world had guaranteed admission too? No. Maybe it wasn't that he had never heard of it before. More likely, you needed connections. Looks like that teacher behind Muxiue has a lot of influence. After that thought ran through his mind, Qin Ding looked at Bai Muxiue's serious expression and shook his head just as seriously. No need. There's no point. If you can't reach third-rank spiritual power and go take the re-exam, I want to feel at ease. Qin Ding paused. After holding it in for a few seconds, he still did not say the sentence in his heart out loud. I'll just take the re-exam with you. In the end, Bai Muxiue left Qin Ding's house humming a tune. Oh woo, boss, do I get more sweet water tonight? Sweet water is good. Sweet water should be drunk. Drink. After feeding Dahe the nurturing fluid, Qin Ding followed the familiar routine. Wash up, cultivate, and strive to raise his spiritual power to the 3rd rank as soon as possible. The next day, Yangyang Weapon Shop. Kid, your custom armor is ready. Come pick it up today if you've got time. Looking at the message on his phone, Qin Ding calmly set it down, glanced at Dahe, who was still sleeping, and headed alone for Beast Taming Street. Only this time, when Qin Ding reached the entrance of Yangyang Weapon Shop, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The weapon shop that usually had no one around now had an extra father and daughter pair inside. TSK, old Zhao, what can I even say to you? Back then I told you to come work with me. With your craftsmanship, staying hidden in some corner of Beast Taming Street in Chong City is a waste. Uncle Zhao, I think my dad is right. We have to look forward. Qin Ding looked at the backs of the 2 figures inside the shop, one fat and one thin, then walked in. Boss, I'm here to pick up my things. Oh, kid, you're here? Zhao Qua, who had originally been in a complicated mood, even somewhat grief-stricken, instantly suppressed all of it the moment he saw Qin Ding. A professional smile, one Qin Ding knew very well, appeared on his face. Kid, your 3 custom inner armors are all in this bag. Each one weighs about 6 or 7 Gene. Especially the one you said was for your own use. It's not light at all. That one weighs 10 Gene. A trace of worry appeared on Zhao Qua's face. Kid, and that long spear you customized last time too. With these 2 things plus what you already have on you, can you even handle it? Hearing that, Qin Ding knew the man, just like that burly guy from last time, had taken him for a beastmaster with first-tier spiritual power and a beast at the initial stage level. He didn't explain anything. He simply reached out and placed a hand on the inner armor on the table, and the armor was taken into Qin Ding's storage ring, without saying another word, and without even sparing the father and daughter a glance. Qin Ding turned and left the shop. Only after Qin Ding's figure disappeared from sight inside the shop did Zhao Kuo clap his hands and sigh. See? ISNT, this a customer? He came here twice, and what I earn from him is enough for me to spend for half a year. Even if this place has a bad location, I 1T starve, and I can still live pretty well. This time, Chui Gung didn't T say a word. His fat face wrinkled up, and he narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. That young man feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Yin Yin, do you have any impression of seeing that young man before? Her father's sudden question left Chui Yin baffled. She rolled her eyes. How would I know anyone from a third-level city? As Chui Gung's old friend, Zhao Kuo immediately reacted and shook his head as he cut in. Hard to say. Maybe you really have seen him before. ISNT Yin Yin going to report to her new school in a few days? That young man, just now, is the class ranking first from Chong City No. 11 High School. It was announced by Chong City officials some time ago. Chong City No. 11 High School as first? That precise place name instantly jogged Chui Gung's memory, and there was a hint of surprise in his voice. The one whose beast is a Shajin wolf? Not just that. He is also an orphan. The slow to react Chui Yin gradually came back to her senses. Her pupils widened slightly, full of disbelief. An orphan? Where would he get the money to hire a breeder who knows the evolution method for a Shajin wolf? Forget the evolution itself. Where would Chong City even have a breeder like that? Or was it that he had the ability to get a senior breeder from the Chong City Breeders Association to move? Maybe even the president? But was that possible? An orphan? A Shajin wolf? Wait, were those things that could even go together? Looking at the deep thought on the elder's face and the shock on the younger's, Zhao Kuo chuckled. I also heard that before this kid's beast evolved, it was a black dog. The moment those words came out, Chui Gung suddenly raised his head. His plump face made his narrowed eyes turn into slits. When I looked at the list before, my first impression was that he was the child of some merchant association in Chong City, so I didn't dig deeper. But now it seems if what you said is true, old Zhao, then this young man is definitely not simple. I'm afraid he is the decisive and ruthless type. If he didn't kill and rob for money and resources, then even if he smashed things through with huge profits, how could an orphan possibly come up with a Shajin wolf? And at such a young age, he already dares to frequently head into the wild with an initial stage beast. That courage and nerve make him seem even less like someone ordinary. As for other possibilities, he couldn't think of any. It couldn't be that some top-tier breeder had taken a liking to him with a slap, right? After all, a top-tier breeder was bound to be a top-tier beastmaster. There was simply no reason for that. Meanwhile, after leaving Yangyang Weapon Shop, Qin Ding had already gotten into a taxi back home. 1 hour later, at Qin Ding's home, Dahe had already woken up and was now curiously watching Qin Ding take off his clothes and put on the inner armor. Armor made from the scales of a scale python was worn close against the skin. It felt cool against the body. Once Qin Ding put his normal clothes back on, he didn't look bulky from the outside. Instead, it made his clothes look more filled out. It felt a bit like the physique of someone who worked out. Not bad. There's still 6 days until school starts. Earth Dog, let us go. We're heading to the wild. Qin Ding suddenly turned his head toward the curious-faced Dahe at his side. If we want to keep winning, then the fighting can't stop. This time, they were really going to stay in the wild for several days. Oh, whoa, boss, really? We're going to the wild again? There wouldn't be any more accidents on Mu Shui's side. As for these 2 inner armors, he just had to leave a letter from Mu Shui at home. She would know and hand them over to Aunt Zhao. With that amber blood necklace there, Aunt Zhao's body would get better day by day. When the time came, she could put on the scale armor. If that really didn't work, then he'd just get her an even better necklace later and nourish Aunt Zhao little by little. Let us go. 1 man and 1 wolf headed downstairs. When the downstairs neighbors saw the huge Dahe, they instinctively moved aside, and when they looked at Qin Ding, their eyes carried a trace of surprise and fear. It seemed hard for them to imagine that the kid who used to smile every day and run around the courtyard had now become this cold. This time, Qin Ding had learned his lesson. He specifically called for a van meant for carrying beast companions. Only after the van drove off did the people in the residential complex park gather in 2s and 3s. Oh my, what do you all think Shao Qin's beast evolved into? It got this big, all of a sudden? How would people like us who aren't beastmasters know? But from the look of it, probably a wolf? It's a wolf. When it walked past me, I saw those claws, pitch black like black steel. Look at this cement ground. It leaves marks just from walking. Sigh, that child Shao Qin really has had a hard life. Good thing he has a good aunt willing to raise him. In a few more years, that girl Zhao Min will be able to enjoy an easy life too. ISNT, that the truth. 1.5 hours later. All right, kid, we're at East City's exit gate. Being able to control such a big beast at your age, impressive. Thanks. After paying the driver, Qin Ding took Dahe and got out. With the experience from last time, Qin Ding didn't stop at all this time and headed straight for the city exit. As he moved forward, the corner of Qin Ding's eye caught 2 familiar figures. Weren't those 2 the father and daughter he had seen at Yangyang Weapon Shop just now? Almost the instant Qin Ding's gaze locked onto them, Chui Gung, who noticed it right away, also looked over and met Qin Ding's eyes. His own eyes narrowed involuntarily. This kid, Dad, what are you looking at? Not understanding what her father was doing, Chui Yin followed his line of sight and saw Qin Ding, who was staring straight ahead while meeting her father's gaze. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Ding gave a slight nod in greeting and didn't linger any longer. That action left Cui Gong and Cui Yin both greatly surprised. Was he afraid? No wonder he dared to head into the wild alone. Cui Yin was somewhat stunned. Her father was no kind man. Back when he was still in school, he had already become famous in East City for being ruthless, let alone now. A broad hand lightly patted Cui Yin on the shoulder. All right, let us go too. You'll be studying here for the next half year, so there's no need to go to the school Spirit Beast Mountain. That place is just childish play. In the future, you could try teaming up with classmates you get along with and come to the wild. Today, Dad will take you around so you can get familiar with what spirit beasts are here. After school starts, you'll only be able to rely on yourself. Qin Ding, who had already left the city, was riding Dahe at high speed, charging deep into the wild. The last time he came, Dahe had only been level 11, and he had dared go too deep. This time, Dahe's strength had improved a lot, so they could try going just a little deeper than last time. Woo, boss, do you know those two people from just now? Why do you even nod at them? Under the high-speed sprint, even Dahe's whining seemed to be stretched out by the howling wind, out of basic courtesy, since I was the one who looked at him first. But for that man to react instantly and lock onto me, his spiritual power level should be pretty high. But none of that mattered right now. The Shajin wolf that was running suddenly smelled something. Its eyes widened, its pupils shrank, and as its lips curled back to bare its fangs, a low growl, like rumbling thunder, rolled from its throat. The Shajin wolf tilted its head slightly and glanced behind. Whoa, boss, something's following us. More than one. Qin Ding's words were cut off. Crouched low on the Shajin wolf's back, he turned to look, trying to find the spirit beast tracking them. Spirit beast, Xiaoyao wolf. Aptitude, inferior ordinary. Element, earth. Level, 1214, high rank. Abilities, earth fur, sharp claws, wolf pack. Bloodline, wolf type 100. Evolution path, wolf type. Requires reaching level 31. Aptitude improvement. Description, a wolf-type spirit beast of the plains and mountains with tough fur that offers a certain armor-like effect. It understands unity and cooperation, has no fixed den, and has some training value. 5 Xiaoyao wolves. All of them were high rank. The highest level one was only one level below Tugu. Knows how to unite and cooperate. This was the forest. If he wanted to find narrow terrain or an area dense with trees, he might not be able to find one anytime soon. The battlefield was unfavorable. Tugu, speed up. He barely had to think about it. As a lone wolf, when facing an unfavorable battle, you had to think. If it really didn't work, then run. There was nothing shameful about that. In the wild, staying alive came first. But in a situation like this, with 5 high-rank enemies whose levels weren't much lower than Tugu's, then he'd need a different method. The Shajin wolf was puzzled inside, but it still accelerated as Qin Ding ordered. Woo, boss, why are we shaking them off? I think I can kill them all by myself. Maybe. As he spoke, Qin Ding looked back at the Xiaoyao wolves still chasing them. When he noticed that the leading one had already started to separate a little from those behind it, his tone turned decisive. A little faster. The Shajin wolf seemed to sense something. Somehow, vaguely, it seemed to know what its boss was planning. While doing as Qin Ding said, it also stayed ready to turn at any moment. 1 minute. 2 minutes. When he confirmed that the distance between the highest level Xiaoyao wolf and the second one had stretched to about 10 meters, Qin Ding took out his long spear from his storage ring and gripped it tightly in his palm. Turn around. Charge and kill the one in front. In the middle of its high-speed sprint, the Shajin wolf suddenly lowered its center of gravity. Its hind legs pushed sideways against the ground, and its body nearly rotated while hugging the earth. The Shajin wolf completed a 180-degree turn in an instant. Its hind legs exploded with force as it kicked off, launching itself in the opposite direction while releasing a clear, ringing wolf howl filled with hostility and attack. The whole movement was completed in one smooth flow, leaving behind nothing but a crescent-shaped skid mark on the ground. A woo! Its grudge-holding nature almost drove the Shajin wolf's killing intent and bodily functions straight to their peak. Its speed jumped sharply again. The leading Xiaoyao wolf clearly hadn't expected that the level 15 wolf ahead would suddenly turn around. It couldn't even understand where the other's courage came from. The opponent was only one level higher than it, with just one extra human on its back. They were a small wolf pack, 5 high-rank wolves in total. Once it figured that out, the Xiaoyao wolf's face tightened, and a fierce look immediately surfaced. It was about to charge head-on into the Shajin wolf, planning to avoid that sharp-looking thing and pounce on the human riding above. The Shajin wolf shot past like a bolt of black lightning, rushing back at extreme speed, far faster than the leading level 14 Xiaoyao wolf. If not for the gray dust kicked up behind it, the leading Xiaoyao wolf probably wouldn't have been able to catch the Shajin wolf's figure at all. At that moment, the Xiaoyao wolf instinctively felt a trace of fear. The development of the situation had completely exceeded its expectations, and its charging steps paused for an instant. Afraid? With the 20% feedback from the Shajin wolf, Qin Ding barely caught that instant when the Xiaoyao wolf planted its feet and slowed. He lowered the long spear in his hand. He was going to send it flying. Scared now? Too late. In that instant, just as they were about to close in, Qin Ding bent low, and the Shajin wolf lowered itself with him. Man and wolf almost slid along the ground. At the moment of contact, Qin Ding thrust out the spear with absolute decisiveness. The long spear swept upward from below. The spear tip flashing with cold light stabbed in through the Xiaoyao wolf's lower jaw and pierced through its skull. Its body was directly flung into the air and sent flipping on the spot by the inertia of that tremendous force. Meanwhile, using the Shajin wolf's charge, Qin Ding smoothly yanked the spear back out with almost no resistance, leaving behind only the pack leader Xiaoyao wolf with its head pierced through, blood pouring all over the ground. Its limbs twitched a few times, then it stopped moving. For left. As he murmured, Qin Ding glanced at the remaining 4 Xiaoyao wolves. Seeing their leader die brought them neither grief nor fear. Instead, every wolf face looked even fiercer. With one hand gripping the fur at the back of the Shajin wolf's neck and his legs clamping its belly, Qin Ding seemed to merge into one with the wolf at this moment. He held the long spear level like a lance, pointing straight at the second target as the Shajin wolf charged. That Xiaoyao wolf was running with its fangs bared, roaring at him. Its whole face was twisted into a savage, vicious snarl. Just as the Shajin wolf rushed close, it suddenly twisted sideways in a sharp turn. Borrowing the centrifugal force of the spin, Qin Ding swung the spear in a full arc and smashed it brutally toward the wolf's waist. The shaft of the spear came crashing down with immense force, carrying a shrill rush of wind as it struck the Xiaoyao wolf's side. With a crisp crack, the level 13 Xiaoyao wolf let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Its lower body had completely lost all feeling. It could only drag itself forward with its front claws, its jaws opening and closing as it let out unwilling growls. Bronze head, iron bones, tofu waist. Second one. Along with that cold, calm voice, the long spear stabbed out. The second Xiaoyao wolf died. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Qin Ding's mouth as he rushed with the Shajin wolf toward the nearest, and also the angriest, Xiaoyao wolf. This one was at their side. From the looks of it, it wanted to pounce on him. The Shajin wolf's eyes shifted slightly toward the right. Without hesitation, it rammed directly to the right. At the moment they drew close, the long spear shot out like a venomous snake leaving its hole, stabbing straight for the third Xiaoyao wolf's eye. Poochie! The sharp blade pierced through the eyeball, and the spear tip sank into the socket. The third Xiaoyao wolf, which hadn't even had time to pounce, came to an abrupt halt in the middle of its charge. Its huge body crashed to the ground, large amounts of bloody foam spilling from its mouth as its limbs twitched with the last traces of life. Woo! Boss, 2 left. 2, level 12's left. Hearing the Shajin wolf's panting voice, and feeling the rise and fall through his legs clearly, Qin Ding knew that Tugu had used up quite a bit of strength. But in the current situation, they couldn't stop for even a second. Don't stop. 2 left. We rest easy only after killing them. Just then, the last 2 level 12 Xiaoyao wolves, who hadn't managed to keep up with the main group, began maintaining the same pace, one on the left and one on the right, flanking the charging Shajin wolf. Awoo! Awoo! The 2 Xiaoyao wolves let out wolf howls, as if exchanging some kind of signal, and began to accelerate. 1 black, 2 yellow. 3 wolves swept through the forest, 1 in front and 2 behind, moving in a pincer. Whenever the Shajin wolf tried to close in on one of them, that one immediately pulled away after sensing its intent, while the other moved closer instead. They maintained their flanking formation the whole time. Qin Ding narrowed his eyes when he noticed this. The distance advantage he seized earlier was now gone, with only 2 Clawfang wolves left, both at the same level and with the same aptitude, plus the Shajin wolf's earlier exhaustion. Neither side could open up any obvious gap anymore. If they forced it, the Gu could still outrun them, but it would burn even more stamina. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Ding lightly patted the Shajin wolf's back with his left hand. The Gu, wait for them to close in. We'll slow down first, then burst out again once they get close. The Shajin wolf's eyes flickered. Understanding Qin Ding's meaning, it immediately did as he said. Sure enough, as the Shajin wolf gradually slowed down, combined with the earlier high-speed sprint and the sudden turn of charge back into battle, in the eyes of the remaining 2 Clawfang wolves, this was clearly a sign that it was running out of stamina. The last 2 Clawfang wolves moved in toward the Shajin wolf in tacit synchronization. Qin Ding clenched the long spear in his hand tightly, and his heartbeat slowly sped up as well. Seeing that the distance was about right, the 2 Clawfang wolves pounced at the same time. Just as Qin Ding assumed one of them would definitely go for him, and had already raised the spear to thrust, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Because both Clawfang wolves had actually lunged at the Shajin wolf at the same time. At that moment, Qin Ding's pupils shrank sharply. He had misjudged. Caught in the middle, the Shajin wolf could only hastily aim at one of them, while the other let out a howl and slammed directly into the Shajin wolf's body from the side. Roar! In an instant, man and wolf were both thrown off balance. Qin Ding was flung straight off the wolf's back, afraid of injuring himself and afraid of losing his grip on the spear. He wrapped himself around the shaft and rolled across the ground for 7 or 8 meters before finally stopping. The Clawfang wolf that had been pinned down by the Shajin wolf broke free with the help of the second one, then immediately charged at full speed toward Qin Ding, who had just hit the ground. The Shajin wolf instantly tried to chase after it, only for the second Clawfang wolf to leap onto its back and entangle it. The moment the Shajin wolf realized this, its eyes nearly split with rage, and an extremely furious wolf howl exploded from its chest. "Oh, wolf, you deserve to die." Qin Ding hurriedly pushed himself up from the ground, only to look up and see the Clawfang wolf pouncing straight at him. Damn it! In his haste, although the spear thrust out normally, it lost its accuracy. The cold gleam slid past the Clawfang wolf's shoulder, tearing through wolfskin and leaving a glaring wound, along with a spray of blood. But that wasn't enough to make the Clawfang wolf lose momentum, nor could it stop the pounce. Thud! Qin Ding was knocked to the ground, a heavy stench rushing straight into his face. The long spear in his hands was jammed hard against the Clawfang wolf's jaws. Its claws pressed down on his shoulders, and his clothes were instantly torn open, revealing the scale armor lining underneath. The Clawfang wolf had thought it would either kill Qin Ding or severely wound him, but when it realized its claws had landed on armor, it was visibly stunned for a moment. Get off! That brief moment of daze was exactly the chance Qin Ding needed. His arms exploded with force, and he flung the Clawfang wolf biting onto the spear shaft off to the side. Rip! On the other side, the Shajin wolf rolled on the spot, throwing off the Clawfang wolf clinging to its back, then sprang to its feet and charged at the Clawfang wolf that had just managed to steady itself. It bit down on the wolf's throat in one savage snap, with the difference of 3 levels plus the 100 tempered body enhancement. The Clawfang wolf's windpipe was almost instantly crushed by the Shajin wolf's bite. After doing that, the Shajin wolf rushed toward Qin Ding with everything it had. A woo! In its pitch-black wolf eyes was reflected the Clawfang wolf Qin Ding had thrown aside, and Qin Ding himself as he was trying to get back up. At that instant, it was as if all the Shajin wolf's killing intent had been soothed away, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. It bit straight into the back of the last Clawfang wolf's neck. Its terrifying bite force instantly tore through the Clawfang wolf's flesh, blood vessels, and the spinal bone behind its head. The pale white spine was practically ripped out by the Shajin wolf in one vicious motion. It was my mistaken judgment. Good thing nothing happened. As he spoke, Qin Ding glanced at his injured arm. It had been cut by the Clawfang wolf's claws when he threw it off earlier. After dropping the Clawfang wolf, the Shajin wolf immediately darted over to Qin Ding's side, looking at the wound on Qin Ding's right arm, where the flesh had slightly split open. Anger and sorrow intertwined in the Shajin wolf's heart. "Whine. Boss, I failed to protect you." HM. Seemingly a little surprised by the Shajin wolf's words, Qin Ding was briefly taken aback, then decisively shook his head. "You already did very well. When going in and out of the wild, getting injured is only a matter of time. It's impossible for us to safely go back every time like last time. It's just a flesh wound." After saying that, Qin Ding glanced at the missing fur and torn skin on Dagu's back and curled his lips. "You're talking about me, but don't you have claw wounds on your back too?" The scene quieted down. One man and one wolf just stared at each other for a while. Then Qin Ding took out another storage ring from his own storage ring. "I remember this storage ring is filled with medicine." As Qin Ding muttered to himself, he had already taken out 2 kinds of medicine from the ring. This storage ring belonged to that burly Meanest group. Other than clothes, it contained mostly medicine and, aside from that, only a few Federation bank cards. Qin Ding also had no idea where to fence this kind of storage ring, so he had simply kept it inside his own storage ring. It had been sitting there for more than half a month, and only now, after getting injured, did he remember there was medicine inside. Ointment for external wounds. Recommended for spirit beasts below level 21. Ointment for external wounds. Recommended for beast tamers below 3rd rank spiritual power. Looking at the 2 portions in his hands, which looked completely identical aside from one being for humans and one for beasts, along with the simple and straightforward instructions, Qin Ding couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He had long heard that medicine from beast hospitals was simple and crude, but was this what that meant? Since it was medicine, the record of living spirits didn't pop up. Qin Ding sniffed it and caught a bitter fragrance, like the bitterness of traditional medicine mixed with the scent of spirit materials. To be safe, Qin Ding held the medicine jar out in front of the Shajin wolf. "Here, take a sniff and see if you can tell whether there's anything wrong with it." Dahe stepped forward, sniffed it, and shook his head. "Oh, whoa, boss, I can't smell any problem." Hearing that, Qin Ding nodded slightly. Then he took out the little scoop that came with the medicine, scooped up a spoonful, and tossed it onto the corpse of a nearby Clawfang wolf. When he saw that the corpse showed no signs of rotting, he was finally fully reassured. "Cool, me. I'll apply medicine to you first." Holding the scoop, he applied spoonful after spoonful of ointment onto Dahe's body, then spread it as evenly as he could by hand. After that, Qin Ding opened the jar meant for humans and narrowed his eyes. The human use one is this thin? Inside the human use jar wasn't solid ointment, but a more fluid paste, almost like porridge. Other than that, the 2 kinds of medicine looked exactly the same when sitting still. There was even a scoop included inside. After letting Dahe smell it too, Qin Ding confirmed that the human use medicine was only thinner than the beast use one. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ding glanced at Dagu's somewhat comfortable expression, then thought of how he shared 20% of Dahe's physique. In the end, he put the human use one away and directly chose to use the beast use medicine. The instant the ointment was applied to the wound, Qin Ding's first sensation was cool. Very cool. So cool that he couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath. And so cool that the wound felt incredibly comfortable, completely lacking the burning sensation from before. Qin Ding couldn't help but shiver. He took a deep breath. This beast medicine really packed a punch. The good thing was, it would probably heal faster too. He quickly took out gauze and tape from his storage ring and wrapped up his own wounds. After that, he bandaged Dahe as well. Only then did Qin Ding begin collecting the corpses of the 5 clawfawn wolves. 5 high-level earth element inner cores, plus these 5 wolf pelts. Could sell for 10 to 20,000 Federation coins. There was no annoyance in Qin Ding's tone over his injuries, only a desire for money. To him, making money meant growing stronger, and growing stronger meant he could accomplish the goal he and the dirt dog shared. Dahe watched from the side, its wolf muzzle twitching. Clearly, it was getting hungry. The last one. Woo, boss, I smell one of my own kind. It's coming this way. HM, your own kind? Hearing that, Qin Ding, who had been wiping the blood off the last inner core, paused. He frowned. Your own kind? One like the ones on the ground? A wolf? Or one like you? Dahe's pupil shrank. Its body moved, instantly blocking itself in front of Qin Ding. A woo. One like me has come. A white light flashed from the storage ring on his finger. The spear he had just put away less than a few minutes ago was back in his hand. Qin Ding turned serious and looked in the direction Dahe was staring. From the dim forest ahead, a familiar black wolf emerged with a young man riding on its back. Beast, Shajin wolf. Aptitude, excellent. Element, metal. Level, 12, high rank. Abilities, holds grudges, stone body, black iron claws. Bloodline, wolf type, 100. Evolution path, wolf type, requires level 31. Aptitude enhancement, requires level 31. Description, a melee wolf spirit beast specializing in the physical body. Fierce in close combat, but somewhat lacking in speed and agility. It may be kite by very fast enemies. It has solid training value. The young man on the wolf's back narrowed his eyes as he sized up Dahe. His gaze gradually darkened. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But a low growl from the Shajin wolf beneath him interrupted him. Woo! The young man's moving lips froze. He narrowed his eyes and looked Qin Ding over. Thinking to himself, a Shajin wolf. Higher level than mine. Is he a second-order spiritual power user, or just a stupid brute? But judging from this battlefield and the aftermath, he doesn't look stupid. It looks more like he really does have second-order spiritual power. In a place like Chong City, where did someone like this come from? He searched his memories and confirmed that no such person existed in Chong City's first, second, or third high school. The young man's expression gradually turned wary. Could it be that Chong City got 1 extra demotion quota this year? Cultivation talent was innate. But if one's parents or ancestors had powerful beast tamers, then their future descendants would have a chance to go even further. The more generations apart, the smaller that possibility became. Commonly known as ancestral reversion, a phenomenon unique to humans. Appear with second-order spiritual power? Both his parents were probably at least 7th rank, starting at commander-level beast tamers. His parents were probably much stronger than even my grandfather. Did he come down from first-tier city? No. Maybe even from Federation City. Not daring to think too deeply, Xiang Tian suddenly shook his head. You're not a student from Chong City? Among the families in Chong City with assets. There's no one like you. Who are you? That way of speaking. So he's some rich kid sent down here? Because of the dirt dog? He thinks I was sent down too? The moment he guessed that, Qin Ding's inner vigilance instantly rose to the maximum. His eyes shifted in their sockets, trying to discover a new creature record around Xiang Tian. When his gaze shifted behind Xiang Tian toward the pitch-black forest with no light, his pupils trembled. Beast, Huangshan Earth Lion. Aptitude, rare. Element, Earth. Level, 53, Lord. Abilities, Barrenstone Domain, Earth Perception, Mountain Strike, Earth Bind, Tempered Body. Bloodline, Lion Type 100. Evolution Path, Lion Type, requires level 71. Aptitude Enhancement, requires level 71. Description, a powerful lion spirit beast of the Sandy Lands. It combines offense and defense while also possessing ranged and area attacks. It is a Beast King class spirit beast capable of ruling a region. Level 53, Lord rank. A 6th rank beast tamer, on the same level as the Chong City Lord. The creature record displayed behind the other party left no doubt in Qin Ding's mind. This person really was one of the rich young masters sent down to Chong City this year. He was very unhappy that Dahe was a Shajin wolf, or rather, unhappy that Qin Ding had a Shajin wolf as his beast. But he also seemed to be wary of something and didn't dare act directly. He had even suppressed that initial displeasure. Because the dirt dog thinks I have some special background? He thinks I'm like him, one of the students sent down here. So that's why he's asking who I am. Oh whoa. Just then, Qin Ding's thoughts were interrupted by a lion's roar. The elder lurking in the shadows behind Xiang Tian stepped out, and Qin Ding froze for a moment. Not because the man had appeared, but because of what the young man on the other side said. Grandpa. Judging from appearances, the owner of the Huangshan Earth Lion looked like a middle-aged man no older than 40, yet he was this young man's grandfather. Had the beast's feedback prolonged the beast tamer's lifespan, making him appear younger? Xiangding glanced at his grandson. Honestly, seeing his grandson hesitate just now made him rather gratified. However, his grandson didn't know Qianding, while he himself knew that Qianding was the #1 in his class at Chong City's 11th high school. Just as Xiangding was about to speak, a familiar and powerful aura entered the Huangshan Earth Lion's perception. Whoa, boss, someone else is coming. This time, the scent is somewhat familiar. Qianding, someone else too? Without any warning, a giant bear larger than the Huangshan Earth Lion quietly walked out from the side. On its back were two people, precisely the father and daughter Qianding had seen at Yangyang Weapon Shop. Yo, isn't this our East City's law enforcement officer? I told you my dumb bear smelled an old acquaintance. Didn't expect it to be you, Officer Xiang. Beast, Quantity Barbaric Bear. Aptitude, Rare. Element, Earth. Level, 52 Lord. Abilities, Sharp Crag Domain, Tempered Body, Earth Armor, Earth Fury. Bloodline, Bear Type 100. Evolution Path, Bear Type, requires level 71. Aptitude Enhancement, requires level 71. Description, a powerful bear spirit beast of the mountains. It combines offense and defense, while also possessing ranged and area attack capabilities. It is a Beast King class spirit beast capable of ruling a region. Its only flaw is that it is sleepy and irritable. Seeing the Quandary Barbaric Bear, whose body was like a small mountain, Xiangding was clearly a little surprised. Chui Gong, roar. The Quandary Barbaric Bear let out an extremely displeased roar toward the Huangshan Earth Lion, or rather, toward Xiangding, who had directly called its master by name. In an instant, Xiangding's face darkened, and Xiang Tian's expression turned ugly as well. As for Chui Gong, he acted as if nothing had happened and smoothly stepped in as the peacemaker. Don't be mad, Officer Xiang. My dumb bear just can't stand seeing me get treated without respect. My fault, my fault. I didn't teach this kid properly. Oomph. The Quandary Barbaric Bear let out a loud snort, white mist spraying from its nostrils. Its gaze also shifted from Xiangding to the Huangshan Earth Lion. Qianding took a quick look around. When he saw that neither side was paying attention to him, he waved a hand at the dirt dog beside him. In his view, these two sides were obviously at odds. He had no intention of getting dragged into it, or he might not even know how he died. Still, he gave Chui Gong a couple more looks. If not for the other party helping him out just now, he really would not have known how to deal with that situation. One man and one wolf immediately began to quietly back away, trying to leave. As for those 5-claw servant wolf corpses that had not been skinned yet, he could only give them up. Fortunately, he had already dug out all the inner cores, so it was not a complete waste. However, Qianding's movement was noticed by Chui Yin, and Chui Yin's movement was, in turn, noticed by Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian's already gloomy face turned even darker. Chui Yin knew this person who was suspected to be the third one sent down. Chui Yin herself did not think that much about it. When the adults were confronting each other, what did that have to do with juniors like them? Other than her and Xiang Tian, was there not only Qianding left as a young person around their age? On top of that, they had run into each other twice already. If she was not looking at him, who else would she look at? To be honest, she really was curious how a local orphan from Chong City had managed to get a beast like the Shajin wolf as his beast companion. Could it really be like her father said? Murder and looting? Qianding, where are you going? Awkward. His retreating steps came to an abrupt halt. There was no astonishment or shock on Qianding's face. He only frowned instinctively, a cold light surfacing in his eyes. They had investigated him? What did that mean? Unlike Chui Yin, after hearing Qianding's name, Xiangding's brows furrowed, loosened, then furrowed again. Qianding? No matter how hard he thought, he could not remember any family in the second-tier cities of the eastern region with a child named Qianding. Could he really have come from a first-tier city? Someone sent down from a first-tier city, not going to a second-tier city, but coming to a third-tier city instead? The very next second, a heavy muffled boom came from the open ground at the center of the three groups, and everyone instinctively looked over. The air there suddenly twisted. A pitch-black spatial crack rapidly and silently spread open, its edges glowing with a strange blue light. In almost the blink of an eye, the palm-sized fissure became a gigantic gash more than 10 meters long. It stood there like a ghostly blue eye overlooking all living beings. The moment Qianding saw that crack, his body could not help trembling, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was far too familiar with this thing. Starting 6 years ago, he had become familiar with it online. He had also studied far too much knowledge related to it. He was a poor student, but when it came to anything other than spirit realms, he knew absolutely nothing. Almost instinctively, Qianding blurted out, "Spirit realm. Not good. Shouty on, get behind Grandpa. Girl, don't move. Daddy-s holding you." Hearing those two anxious voices explode through the air, Qianding's chest rose and fell. Then he suddenly let out a soft laugh. Useless. The instant a spirit realm was born, everyone in the surrounding area who met the conditions would be forcibly dragged into it. Judging by the size, this was an elementary spirit realm. So this was fate? The words had barely fallen when Qin Ding felt his feet lighten. He and the dirt dog were lifted into the air and sucked into the spirit realm fissure. Xiang Tian and Chui Yin were the same, along with their beast companions. Unlike the fear and panic in the other two, there was only a helpless madness in Qin Ding's eyes. Dahei was the same, its eyes filled with frenzy. Woo, boss, are we going to find Dad and Mom? Qin Ding froze for a moment, then nodded with a crazed laugh. More or less, even if we are not the ones starting at this time. If this is fate, then bring it on. Damn it all. Realizing that their grandson and daughter had been swept into the spirit realm while they were powerless to protect them, the two men began cursing at the same time, their eyes filled with unwilling fury and endless terror. Because if the death rate in the wilderness for beast tamers increased upward from 20%, then the survival rate in a spirit realm for beast tamers decreased downward from 20%. For example, the spatial fissure before them was 10 meters long, which meant this spirit realm was an elementary spirit realm. The beast king inside would not be that high level either, only a commander class between level 31 and level 40. To them, that was something they could crush like ants. But spirit realms had their own rules. Whatever strength the beast king inside had, that was the highest tier of spirit beast allowed to enter, and only one could go in an elementary spirit realm. The strongest beast a beast tamer could bring in, or summon in, could only be one commander class beast companion, and only by killing the beast king would the spirit realm dissipate. In simple terms, the two of them could not go in. Their beast companions could not go in either. They were completely powerless. Worse, all three young people who had entered were newcomers who had only recently become beast tamers, and the strongest beast among them was only a level 15 Shajin wolf. Now is not the time to act on impulse. I'll take a flying beast back to the city first and inform the city lord of Chong City about this. You and my old lion guard this spirit realm. No one is allowed to approach it. The hell are you telling me for? You think I don't know that? You're a federal law enforcer. So move already. Chui Gong was so anxious his whole body was trembling. He could no longer care about face, and his words turned sharp and merciless. Xiang Ding did not mind in the slightest. A ripple spread through the space above his head, like a teleportation gate. It formed an oval mirror-like passage. Through that oval opening, one could even see the situation on the other side. That was where the Beast Tamer's beast companion was located. This was an ability beast tamers gained upon reaching 4th rank spiritual power, directly summoning a beast companion that was not by their side to their location, and likewise sending it back along the same route. It was an exclusive two-way passage between beast tamer and beast companion. What appeared on the other end of the passage was a black-feathered giant eagle. Judging from its energy fluctuations, it was probably a little over level 40, an overlord-class beast. Screech! The black-feathered giant eagle let out a piercing cry that could split metal and stone, instantly crossed through the passage to the designated location, and shot toward Chong City at top speed. Watching the back of the black-winged ghost eagle, Chui Gong took a deep breath. It had to be fast. It had to be fast. They absolutely had to bring over a suitable spirit realm surveyor from Chong City as quickly as possible. Splash! Qin Ding only felt the world spinning around him. Before he could adjust, he fell straight into water and choked on a mouthful. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly raised a hand and wiped the filth from his face, then turned his head and looked around. There was no sun in the sky, yet it was incomparably bright and clear. There was no soil nearby, only endless swamp and all kinds of swamp vegetation. The dirt dog was right beside him, currently shaking water from his fur like mad. Besides that, Xiang Tian and Chui Yin were also climbing up from the swamp. So entering the spirit realm at the same time means landing in the same spot? Qin Ding muttered to himself. He only swept a glance over Chui Yin, but his gaze lingered on Xiang Tian for 2 extra seconds before he lifted a foot and nudged Dahei beside him. The splashing sound drew the attention of the other two. Dirt dog, we're already inside the spirit realm now. Let us go. Oh woo. So this is the spirit realm that ate Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma. There really are so many spirit beast scents in the air. The scents of low rank, high rank, and elite class spirit beasts were chaotically mixed together. After noticing this, Dahei felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma had disappeared inside a spirit realm. But now that he and Boss had come in, they would definitely be able to find a way to see Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma again. Chui Yin did not react at once when she heard Qin Ding's words. But when she saw that Qin Ding was really lifting his leg to leave, her eyes widened involuntarily. No, Qin Ding, have you been to spirit realm before or something? How are you just walking off the moment you land? And even if you have, every spirit realm is different. Don't tell me you don't even know the situation inside a spirit realm. Hearing this, Qin Ding and Dahei stopped and turned back in surprise to look at Chui Yin, who had kindly called out a warning. You investigated me, yet you're also kindly warning me? What does that mean? He pondered for a moment. Where did you learn my name? The moment he said that, Xiang Tian also looked toward Chui Yin. Though he had been eyeing the Chui family's company and assets for far more than a day or two, it was obvious that figuring out Qin Ding's identity was even more important right now. There might be no rules in the wild, But if the other party really did have a background stronger than his, if he really had parents starting at commander rank, then if they decided to crush the Xiong family and the Chui family without discrimination, what difficulty would there be? There were indeed rules inside the city. But if they cut off all your supplies and all your cooperative ties within the city, then from that point on, anyone related to you would be killed the moment they left the city. What could you do? Not leave the city? Then stop living? Are you serious? You are the first place winner of the class competition at No. 11 High School. Your name and photo were posted on Chongqing's official website. You don't know that? When she heard Qin Ding's question, Chui Yin looked like she'd seen a ghost. Especially after she finished speaking and saw that Qin Ding seemed a little dazed, her eyes widened even more. You really don't know? Qin Ding said nothing, though he felt a little awkward inside. How would he know? Day after day, all he did was cultivate, eat, feed the mutt, and chat with Bai Muxue. Go online. Wasn't he cultivating and getting stronger better? Shaking his head and not thinking further about it, Qin Ding gave Chui Yin one last look, turned, and left, dropping a sentence behind him at the same time. In a spirit realm, all spirit realm spirit beasts will attack any intruding life form without discrimination. Any life form. They won't stop until one side is dead. When you land, the commotion is too big. A bunch of spirit beasts will immediately come running over at the sound. Staying where you are is suicidal behavior. What you said only applies when there's a seasoned spirit realm explorer with you. Qin Ding's parting words left Chui Yin standing there in a daze. Xiang Tian was also rooted in place. But what kept echoing in his head was what Chui Yin had said. Changqing No. 11 High School. First in the class competition. That meant no background, second-rank spiritual power. And a beast companion that was also a Shajin wolf just like his own. Xiang Tian's expression shifted constantly, ugly to the extreme. If I'd known, I would check the first-place winners of the other 9 schools too. This is really losing face on a massive scale. Still, to be fair, the other party's cultivation talent and beast companion were both stronger than his. Just his cultivation talent alone could rank among the top in the entire federation. At that thought, Xiang Tian's face changed again and again. Why was his spiritual power cultivation so fast? Why would a native of a third-tier city have a beast companion that was the same Shajin wolf as his? And he had actually thought before that Qin Ding had powerful parents? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Born into a privileged family, yet outclassed by grassroots nobody at that moment. The balance in his heart completely collapsed. The malice in him and his desire to kill Qin Ding began to surge and solidify. Inside the spirit realm, I need to think of a way to kill him. Not only is there a high chance I'll lose to him in Chongqing's school competition over the next half year, when the city competition is retaken, he'll definitely be a huge roadblock too. A dragon brought down to the shallows, getting beaten by the local mudfish. Where would he even find the face to go back? And after going back, how would he keep mixing in those circles? Suddenly, Qin Ding, who was walking ahead, seemed to sense something. He whipped around, his eyes full of icy light, and stared dead at the distracted Xiang Tian. In an instant, that gaze jolted Xiang Tian back to himself by sheer force. Then Qin Ding's next words made his expression turn unnatural. You, just now, were you thinking about how to kill me? As soon as the misunderstanding over how Chui Yin knew his name was cleared up, Qin Ding naturally had no intention of staying in such a dangerous place any longer. He directly took Dahe and prepared to leave. Yet after only a few steps, his body suddenly stiffened, and a familiar sense of danger rose in his heart, just like back in the school cafeteria. At that time, Bai Muxue had told him that Li Dong was standing at the cafeteria entrance with a few lackeys, sizing him up. Abruptly, Qin Ding's expression turned ice cold. He snapped his head around, and his gaze instantly locked onto Xiang Tian, who was looking at him while seeming slightly absent-minded. In your heart, were you thinking about how to get me killed in the spirit realm? The moment those words came out, Xiang Tian's expression froze instantly. His pupils trembled, and deep within them flashed a trace of disbelief. How'd he know? Even second-rank spiritual power shouldn't have that kind of sensitivity. Xiang Tian's Shajin wolf stepped forward and locked eyes with Qin Ding's Shajin wolf. Same species, same kind, yet at this moment they stood in sharp opposition. Chui Yin, who had heard those words as well, froze for a moment. She instinctively glanced at Xiang Tian, then unconsciously took a few steps in Qin Ding's direction. But unexpectedly, that very movement made the vigilant Qin Ding frown on the spot. His right hand flickered, and a long spear appeared in his grasp. His gaze fixed directly on Chui Yin. You kindly warned me just now. Even if you were wrong, your intention was good, so I corrected what you said. Consider that my repayment. Don't follow me. I'm afraid you'll drag me to death. His tone shifted as his gaze locked onto Xiang Tian again. Especially you. With that, Qin Ding glanced at the wound on the mutt's back, where the bandages had just been wrapped not long ago. He didn't climb onto its back. Instead, he moved quickly together with the mutt in one direction. What Qin Ding didn't expect was that not only did his words fail to worsen Chui Yin's impression of him, they actually left her very surprised. That tough. Chui Yin had practiced with the whip since childhood, so her figure had always been good. Her looks came from her mother, so they were naturally not bad either. But because of her family background, most of the people who had actively gathered around her from childhood to adulthood were fake friends speaking insincere words. Their purpose was obvious, nothing more than flattering her in hopes that she'd toss them a few rewards. Her family had always spoiled her too, so she looked down on the type who never worked hard themselves and only schemed for shortcuts, or those men trying to climb upward through relationships. Especially someone like Xiang Tian. In her eyes, Xiang Tian was just a pampered young master who relied on his family background to throw his weight around. His pursuit of her was only for her father's company and the premium spirit material channels it could provide. But someone like Qin Ding, who clearly had nothing yet still carried himself with such confidence and force, and who even knew to repay her after the misunderstanding was cleared up, she really was seeing that for the first time. Still, from what he said just now, he really understood the rules of the spirit realm. Interesting. Wasn't this the sort of knowledge one only came into contact with after entering a martial academy? Maybe if I follow him, the chances of getting out alive will be higher. He has an orphan. He has nothing. As if she had thought of something. Cui Yin directly chased after Qin Ding's departing figure. As for Xiang Tian, if he could die in the spirit realm, that would be perfect. It would save her dad from having to wrangle with his grandfather later. Watching the two departing figures ahead, one in front and one behind, Xiang Tian couldn't help clenching his fists. Woo, boss, where are we heading next? The instant a spirit realm opened, anyone and any spirit beast meeting the rules would be swept into it. Though the landing point was random, they would land near the rift. Qin Ding swept his gaze over the surroundings. Must smell around. See which direction all the spirit beast scents are moving toward. Woo, boss, I know. Does that mean the spirit beasts inside the spirit realm can also pass through the rift to our side? Qin Ding nodded. That's right. When a spirit realm appears, the spirit beasts inside it can enter our world. But the strongest beast king inside the spirit realm can't get out. For example, the one we're in right now is a beginner spirit realm. The strongest beast king here is a commander rank spirit beast. And the only way to destroy a spirit realm is to kill the beast king inside it. As for going back, that's not. Right as Qin Ding was speaking, the swamp about 5 meters to his side suddenly exploded. A huge python with a head nearly the size of a human lunged at Qin Ding with its bloody maw wide open. In that instant, Qin Ding, spear in hand, only had time to turn his head. The stinking gust had already rushed into his nose first. So fast. No, there's no time to thrust the spear. A woo, a low wolf howl suddenly exploded beside Qin Ding. The pitch-black figure moved far faster than Qin Ding could raise his spear, slamming the ambushing giant python over directly. Claws like black steel sliced across the python's lower jaw. At the moment of impact, the python's scales were like butter against a hot knife. They were instantly cut open, melted apart, and its entire lower jaw was severed on the spot. Spirit Beast, Wuxi Python. Aptitude, Ordinary. Element, Water. Level, 11, High Rank. Abilities, Soundless, High Pressure Fong Shot. Bloodline, Snake Type, 100. Evolution Path, Snake Type, requires level 31. Aptitude Upgrade. Description, a common python-type spirit beast found in swamps. After biting prey, the sharp teeth in its mouth can be shot into the target's body through the wound with the help of water element propulsion. Its combat power is heavily limited by terrain, not recommended for cultivation. Ability, Soundless. When moving in swamps, it makes no sound and does not expose its aura. The Wuxi Python, its head split open by the Shajin wolf, crashed straight into the swamp. The splashing mud and water sprayed both Qin Ding and the Shajin wolf all over. Woo, boss, it's fine now. Looking at the corpse floating up and the blooming blood in the water, Qin Ding let out a breath of relief. But his expression also turned serious. After we take the inner core, we need to leave quickly in case something smells the blood and comes over. With one stab and one flick of his spear, a pale blue round bead emerged. Qin Ding quickly put it away. He didn't even have time to wipe off the blood before storing it directly into his storage ring. Let us go. Just as Qin Ding and the Shajin wolf were about to keep moving, a hurried and familiar voice came from behind them. Qin Ding, wait. Woo, boss, are we waiting? No. If you understand spirit realms and can get me out, I can promise you one spirit item that can be bought on the market with Federation coins. The standard is commander rank or below. Wait. Qin Ding's tone changed instantly. His face turned resolute, his eyes firm, and he nodded seriously. We can wait. Oh woo, I get it, boss. We're earning her spirit item for me to eat, right? Boss really does dote on me. Qin Ding ignored the mutt happily wagging its tail because his mind was already spinning at high speed, thinking about what kind of spirit item would suit Dahe best right now. The answer was practically on the tip of his tongue. Dragon type, a spirit item connected to dragons, used to enhance Dahe's dragon bloodline. For example, dragon bloodgrass. After standing there for about 1 or 2 minutes, the splashing sound of someone wading through water came closer and closer until it reached a spot not far behind him. After taking 2 breaths, Cui Yin lowered the hand that had been supporting her waist. Only then did Qin Ding half turn and look behind her. That person hadn't come along. although he didn't know why the other party had such strong hostility toward him. But this was a spirit realm. If that person ignored the warning, then he would have no choice but to kill without mercy. Let us go. Qingding casually swept a glance at Cui Yin. Without wasting words, he strode forward immediately. He moved very fast, cutting through the swamp water with a constant splashing sound, and Cui Yin followed closely behind him. Seeing Qingding move so decisively in one direction, Cui Yin directly voiced the doubt in her heart. You know where the spirit realm exit is? Our landing point 1 TB too far from the exit. This is only a beginner spirit realm. Cui Yin had still been worried inside, but after hearing Qingding's calm voice, much of her anxiety eased. Looks like he really is pretty confident. So you know which direction the exit is in? I don't, Cui Yin. The sudden reversal caught Cui Yin completely off guard. The heart she had just put back down instantly leaped up again, and her voice carried disbelief and a slight tremble. You don't know? You don't know, and you're still walking so decisively in one direction? Hearing that, Qingding glanced at Cui Yin, whose expression was starting to crack. Thinking of the price she had offered, he explained, in a beginner's spirit realm, whether someone is forcibly teleported in or enters voluntarily, they will appear within 100 li of the spatial rift. And after the spatial rift opens, the spirit beasts inside the spirit realm will most likely pour out, and not just one or two. So when moving, I'm judging by which direction the scent of spirit beasts in the air is flowing, and where the beast scent is gathering the most. That's why once you enter a spirit realm, you have to keep moving. Waiting in place is just courting death. After hearing that, Cui Yin's expression stopped falling apart. Instead, she nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Woo, boss. I smell several high-rank spirit beasts heading this way. They all smell different. We should follow them. Qingding's eyes immediately lit up. Let us follow them. Found the way out? Not sure. I can only say the odds are pretty good. After all, if they're not pack-type spirit beasts, and there are several of them, how could they possibly be traveling together? So the two kept walking. Cui Yin found it boring. So along the way, she would take the initiative to talk to Qingding, trying to pass the time. But Qingding's reactions were completely different from what she had imagined. Forget taking the initiative to reply. Even when he did answer, it was only or O, and even those were pitifully rare. Other than that, he only asked once what my beast was and where I was hiding it. After I refused to say, he went right back to how he was before, only giving and O again. He looks pretty good, and he and his wolf can kill 5 clawfong wolves by themselves. His strength is decent too. So how is he such a block of wood? At that moment, Cui Yin couldn't help doubting herself a little. If nothing else, the spirit realm was extremely empty. There was nothing here except endless swamp. Wouldn't chatting to kill the boredom be nice? Right at that moment, Cui Yin, who was following slightly behind Qingding, suddenly stopped. Her whole body went limp, like a doll with its frame yanked out, and she collapsed straight to the side. Qingding reacted quickly and grabbed Cui Yin's arm, stopping her from falling. At that moment, a red snake drilled out from the position of Cui Yin's waistband. Restlessly flicking its tongue, it shot straight toward the swamp beneath Cui Yin's feet. Beast, Chilean snake. Aptitude, excellent. Element, fire. Level, 11, high rank. Abilities, fire poison. Fire body, long strike. Bloodline, snake type, 100. Evolution path, snake type, requires level 31. Aptitude upgrade, requires level 31. Description, a fire element snake type spirit beast that lives underground. Its body can stretch and contract to a considerable degree, and it can also instantly spring and extend itself to launch surprise attacks. It has decent cultivation value. So this was the beast Cui Yin had been acting mysterious about and refusing to mention, so it had been wrapped around her waist the whole time. Hiss. Within seconds of going down, the scarlet chain snake slithered back up along Cui Yin's calf. Its crimson snake mouth holding a leech as thick as a baby's arm. Spirit beast, poison leech. Aptitude, inferior. Element, none. Level, 6, early stage. Ability, paralysis. Bloodline, leech type 100. Evolution path, leech type, requires reaching level 11. Aptitude improvement. Description, a leech type spirit beast commonly found in swamps. It parasitizes larger spirit beasts, sucking blood while injecting paralyzing venom. A swamp leech? Qingding thought to himself. He glanced at Cui Yin, whom he was supporting. Her legs were a little unsteady, and his brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't he this bad? Medicine. Medicine? How would I have antidote pills? Just as Qingding was feeling confused, a medicine jar suddenly appeared in Cui Yin's hand out of thin air and was caught by the scarlet chain snake. Seeing the scarlet chain snake coil around the medicine jar and hand it to him, Qingding instantly understood. He opened it and found pill after pill inside. He immediately stuffed one into Cui Yin's mouth. Maybe the medicinal quality was excellent. The moment she swallowed it, Cui Yin's face, which had been a little pale, began recovering at a visible speed. In just over 10 seconds, she was back to normal. Thanks. I almost capsized in a gutter. After regaining clarity, Cui Yin stood properly on her own and glanced at Qingding, who was putting the lid back on. You keep that. Take it as thanks for what you just did. This medicine can neutralize most commander rank poisons. Anything below commander rank goes without saying. All right, then I'll respectfully accept it. Qin Ding had originally been about to hand the medicine jar back, but the moment he heard that, he had absolutely no intention of being polite. He directly put it into his storage ring. Looks like among the released students, not everyone was like that Xiang Tian. Hey, now that I think about it, we've been walking for so long. Why doesn't it look like the sky is getting dark at all? As they started moving again, Cui Yin noticed that the sunlight overhead showed no sign of weakening, and she couldn't help feeling puzzled. Perhaps because he had just earned himself a valuable bottle of medicine. Qin Ding took the initiative to explain after hearing her question. Inside a spirit realm, there is indeed day and night, but there is no day-night cycle. In other words, if you enter during daytime, then it stay daytime the whole time. There won't be any night. Chong City Administrative Building. The city lord of Chong City was sitting in his office, drinking tea and reading documents, when his brows suddenly lifted. 45, Black Wind Ghost Vulture, Overlord Beast. Which city's people are acting so recklessly? White Dragon, take him. In the middle of the garden in front of the administrative building, a ripple suddenly appeared at the center of the enormous artificial lake. The next second, that nearly unnoticeable ripple expanded into a massive vortex. A silver-white figure, a giant creature radiating a white halo, burst out of the water from within it. Its scales were as white as frost and snow, and the dragon mane behind its head flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds. The white dragon raised its head to the sky, its pale golden vertical pupils fixed on the Black Wind Ghost Vulture vaguely visible above the clouds ahead. Huh! A wisp of white breath spilled from its slightly opened dragon mouth. The white dragon's body arched slightly, then shot upward. Its snow-white body tore through the cloud curtain and reached the Black Wind Ghost Vulture in an instant, its dragon claw shining white under the sunlight. It went straight for the Black Wind Ghost Vulture's face. A spirit realm. A spirit realm has erupted. The attack came to an abrupt stop. The Black Wind Ghost Vulture's pupils trembled because that halted dragon claw had stopped right in front of its face. If its master had spoken just a little slower, the outcome would have been completely different. Xiang Ding stared at the white flood dragon before him, the one glaring fixedly at him, and his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. That pressure. Level 60? Chong City's city lord is about to become a martial rank beast tamer? Now was the time to think about such things. The thought only passed briefly through Xiang Ding's mind before he immediately explained the matter to the white flood dragon. A low-level spirit realm erupted outside the city. My grandson Xiang Tian, Cui Gung's daughter Cui Yin, and your Chong City's Qin Ding, a total of 3 people, were pulled into it. Please have Chong City's city lord immediately send an appropriate spirit realm exploration team and come with me. Inside the administrative building, City Lord Mo Qian's hand suddenly paused. There was no surprise or shock in his eyes. Instead, there was a kind of calm that seemed used to this. It erupted again. The frequency of spirit realms seems to be rising again. 2 release students got dragged in. That is a bit troublesome. Though he said that, Mo Qian immediately picked up the landline phone on his desk. Team 3, their work. Your squad is going together with my white dragon. 2 release students and our Chong City's local top student. Bring those 3 back for me. Another job again? Sigh, what a life of toil. The person on the other end complained a little before hanging up. Mo Qian set down the phone as well. He had already done everything he could. Whether they could survive or not would depend on whether those 3 young people could hold out until the rescue arrived. In the administrative building, among the 4 young people, aside from the one in the lead, who looked somewhat troubled, the other 3 all wore slightly shrinking expressions. Captain, are we heading out on another mission? The captain turned back to glance at his team members. In this squad, aside from his own beast, which was a level 40 commander rank beast, the main beasts of the 3 team members were all level 30 elite rank. The reason for this setup was naturally to push the Spirit Realm's rules to the limit and enter the Spirit Realm to eliminate the Spirit Realm Beast King. After all, there was just a Beast King inside a Spirit Realm. There were also countless Spirit Beasts. Once an attack was launched on the Beast King, the Spirit Beasts around it would immediately converge on it. If the Beast King couldn't be taken down quickly at that point, then it would no longer be a simple matter of escorts. It would directly trigger a Spirit Realm Beast Tide, with all the Spirit Beasts in the entire Spirit Realm gathering around the Beast King. Without question, the death rate of Spirit Realm exploration teams was terrifying. Every time they came back alive, it felt like heaven given luck. Alright, perk up a bit. If you're really afraid of dying, then work hard on your spiritual power and break through to 5th rank spiritual power. Then you won't have to deal with low-level spirit realms anymore. After offering a bit of comfort, the squad was lifted by the white flood dragon in the sky and followed the Black Wind Ghost Vulture toward the spirit realm. Very soon, a notice was sent to every Chong City resident's phone. Chong City official, a spirit realm has appeared outside the East City Gate. People have already been dispatched to handle it. When leaving the city for the wilderness, avoid heading toward the East City Gate. Inside Chong City's Breeder Association, Bai Muxiue had just finished preparing nurturing fluid for a customer and was taking a short break. When she saw the message, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. East City Gate. Did A Ding leave the city? If he did, then based on Dahe's strength, he most likely went through the East City Gate. The moment she thought of that, Bai Mushiue's heart suddenly clenched. Panic appeared on her face for no reason. She immediately got up, hugged the white fox, and rushed home. Every step she took felt like it was landing on the tip of her heart, and the worry inside her grew heavier with each one. Right now, she wanted to go home. She wanted to see that person at home. 1 hour later, inside Qin Ding's house, Bai Muxiue was breathing hard, holding the note Qin Ding had left behind before leaving. I went out into the wilderness through the East City Gate. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. She was clearly gasping for breath. Yet as she looked at the handwriting, all Bai Muxiue felt was a terrifying chill. A coldness rushing from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Her fingertips, clenched so tightly they had turned pale, crumpled the note into folds. Looking at the words on it, Bai Muxiue lost her voice. Her eyes reddened, and the fearful premonition in her heart swelled without limit at that moment. 6 years ago, she lost her dad, lost Uncle Qin and Aunt Shun. Now, she only had Mom and Qin Ding left. Was heaven really this cruel with its jokes? And now it want to take one more from her side? In the exact same way, a spatial rift wouldn't T appear beside you, right? Ling Hu didn't T really understand spirit realms or spatial rifts, but Bai Muxiue had told it about her past with him. It could also feel the fear in its master's heart growing heavier and heavier, and that extreme sense of unease. But now, listening to the sound of the note being torn apart, Ling Hu, a spirit beast with mental attributes, actually didn't T know how to comfort its master. It could only gently rub against Bai Muxiue. Aishue, Qin Ding will definitely be fine. Not to mention how strong that big black dog is. And who knows if it's really that much of coincidence. Bai Muxiue didn't respond to Ling Hu. She just stood there blankly. After a long while, she finally came back to herself and hurriedly took out her phone, staring at the message sent by the officials. Right. Xiao Bai, you're right. That was what she said, but the redness in her eyes didn't fade in the slightest. The worry, fear, and pain in her heart had only transformed into something firmer, something more certain. Outside the spirit realm, spirit beasts were still constantly rushing out of the spatial rift. The corpses piled on the ground had already formed a mountain of flesh more than 10 meters high. The wasteland mountain lion let out an impatient snort. It had only just lifted its eyes when a spirit beast that had rushed out of the rift suddenly exploded without warning. Flesh and blood bursting apart into a rain of gore that splashed down from the sky. Centered around the spirit realm rift, more than 100 meters out, over a dozen native spirit beasts of Earthstar were quietly watching this place. What they were looking at was not that mountain of corpses, but the rift itself. In every pair of beast eyes burned a kind of hostility that seemed etched into the bone, as if the rift itself were an unforgivable enemy. More and more native spirit beasts were gathering from all directions, like a muster before a great battle. Ayo! Suddenly, a dragon-esque roar exploded across the sky without warning. The clouds were forcibly torn open by a crack, and a terrifying sound wave crushed across the entire forest. The beasts in the forest all dropped to the ground at once, their heads pressed tightly against the dirt, trembling so hard they didn't even dare breathe. That's the white flood dragon of Chongqing's city lord. Chui Gong looked up at the sky. When he saw the white flood dragon over 30 meters long with surging silver scales, he couldn't help muttering to himself, that aura. Level 60? The white flood dragon's gaze locked onto the spirit realm rift at once. It dived down from the clouds and suddenly halted in midair just before smashing into the ground, hovering there with mist winding around its scales. It casually glanced at the wasteland mountain lion and the wildland savage bear below, then urged the passenger on its back to hurry and get down. We're here? That big black eagle can't keep up at all. The captain of Team 3 slid down along the white flood dragon's body. After glancing at the spirit realm rift ahead, he turned back and waved at his companions who were jumping down one after another. I'll repeat it. First mission, rescue the person. Second, gather intel on the spirit realm. This mission is mainly about the rescue. After the person is saved, then we'll consider whether to hunt the Beast King. Move out. Team 3 didn't exchange a single word with Chui Gong the whole time. After confirming the mission objectives, they decisively charged into the rift. Qin Ding, run. I can see that. Qin Ding ignored the wound on Dahe's back and flipped himself onto it. At that moment, the scarlet chain snake turned into a tether. Its snake head clamped tightly onto Qin Ding's spear shaft, while his tail extended and wrapped firmly around Chui Yen's wrist. Boss, why is this crocodile different from the one I saw last time? Why is it so huge? The fiend Gold Wolf was obviously badly frightened. Even its voice was shaking a little, but its feet didn't slow in the slightest as it ran like mad. Swamp terrain wasn't much of a hindrance to it. The hunter-tempered body let every step land hard and steady. Qin Ding's expression was grim. He didn't reply, only glanced back at Chui Yen being dragged along like she was surfing, then shifted his gaze past her to the pack of crazed crocodiles chasing farther behind. The smallest of those crocodiles was 8 meters long. The biggest was definitely over 10 meters. But what really made 1's scalp Gonum wasn't their size. It was their armor. Even without being submerged in the swamp, black liquid was still slowly seeping out from the gaps in those shells, drip by drip into the muddy water, making sharp sizzling sounds. And there were a full 5 of those monsters chasing behind them. Spirit beast, poison-armored giant crocodile. Aptitude, poor to good. Element, water. Level, 16 to 21, elite. Abilities, poison armor, swamp colossus, feigned death poison gas, sluggish. Bloodline, crocodilian 100. Evolution path, crocodilian. Aptitude increase. Description, a large crocodilian spirit beast that lives in swamp regions. Its body is huge, but its agility is average. It rarely leaves its territory and usually moves in groups. It has fairly good value for positional cultivation. Damn, there are even elite rank ones. After seeing the levels of those poison-armored giant crocodiles, clearly, Qin Ding spat hard. The only thing worth being thankful for right now was that these crocodiles weren't fast and their reactions were rather slow. On top of that, the water level in this swamp wasn't too high, so these big fellows couldn't use the current to accelerate into a charge. Thought spun rapidly through Qin Ding's head as his gaze swept around. He discovered a deadwood forest on the left. After quickly checking the situation there and noticing the constantly bubbling swamp, Qin Ding suddenly had an idea. Dirt dog, run to the deadwood forest on the left. The mire there is deep. Their bodies are bigger, so they sink more easily. Got it, boss. The fiend Gold Wolf answered, and, without the slightest hesitation, abruptly changed direction, splashing through mud and water toward that deadwood forest. The 5 poison-armored giant crocodiles followed closely behind, their heavy bodies crushing through the swamp with dull, booming sounds. The deadwood forest drew nearer and nearer. The trees there were gray-white and twisted, and dark green bubbles floated on the water around their roots. They were clearly dead trees that had been rotting for quite some time. The fiend Gold Wolf leaped up, precisely landing on a fallen dead trunk, used it as a springboard, and jumped across a patch of deep mire. Dragged behind, Shui Yin let out a scream as her whole body swung up like she was on a swing. Slow down, slow down. Staying alive matters more. Can't slow down. Qin Ding snapped back without the slightest mercy. Only the scarlet chain snake said nothing, and couldn't say anything. When the poison-armored giant crocodiles behind reached the edge of the deadwood forest, their speed clearly slowed. 2 of the smaller ones tried to circle around the trees in pursuit. One plunged into a hidden deep bog and only crawled back out after struggling a few times. But the remaining 3 giant crocodiles stopped, lined up side by side, and slowly opened their tusk-filled jaws. A strong, rotten stench surged out from deep in their throats. The poison doesn't just seep from their scales. It can turn into poison fog from their mouths too. Qin Ding's eyes widened as he shouted sharply, "Dirt dog, speed up." The 3 poison-armored giant crocodiles simultaneously spat out thick dark green mist. The mist spread rapidly along the surface of the swamp like a plague of locusts. Everywhere it passed, the deadwood trees sizzled, rotting away and dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fiend Gold Wolf ran desperately for its life. In the end, it was still faster by margin and quickly widened the distance between them, so the poison mist behind the giant crocodiles failed to catch up. At the end of this deadwood forest was an open shoal, with several enormous rocks scattered across the water. The dirt dog rushed all the way to the foot of the largest rock in one breath. Its 4 legs went limp and it collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, Qin Ding flipped over and jumped down. He glanced at the stones on the ground and the mud that was gradually hardening, then let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we got lucky. We found a patch of firm mud in the swamp. After muttering that, Qin Ding seemed to think of something and turned to look at Shui Yin, whose face was deathly pale behind him. "How are you?" Shui Yin's face was pale. She looked at Qin Ding, whose expression was completely normal, rolled her eyes speechlessly, and shook her head. "Still alive." Qin Ding gave a slight nod at that. "It's good that the boss is still alive. Doesn't he look like you've got any serious injuries either? The worst of it is just some cuts." He turned back to look. The poisonous fog was still drifting about, but there was no sign of those venom-armored giant crocodiles. Looks like they'd shaken them off. Being attacked the moment you were seen really didn't feel good. The scarlet chain snake lay on the ground like it was dead. If it weren't a high-tier spirit beast with an extremely flexible and stretchable body, then with the way they had just escaped, it would have been torn into 2 on the spot. Shui Yin, who was sitting on the ground applying ointment to herself, rubbed the exhausted scarlet chain snake when she heard that. I'd only heard before that every spirit realm is different, and that once the spirit beasts inside a spirit realm spot you, they attack indiscriminately. But I didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. It's only because your Shajin wolf is fast enough to shake off that pack of crocodiles. Woo, boss, I'm exhausted. The crocodiles in here are huge. Don't be discouraged. You should be fine against lower-level ones, but there are too many of them. Qin Ding comforted the mutt, then paused. Besides, this was a place we should be coming to at our current stage in the first place. We only ended up here because of an accident. Patting the mud on the head, Qin Ding found a large rock and leaned against it. He took out his phone, his brows drawing together slightly. 9 at night. 9? Shui Yin suddenly raised her head to look at the sky. Overhead was still that same dim, murky light with no change at all. She couldn't help clicking her tongue irritably. So this is what it feels like when day and night stay fixed. You can't sense the passage of time from the outside at all. The surroundings were deathly silent, with only the occasional bubbling sound from the swamp. Her gaze swept across the endless marshland and landed on the only person here who still seemed steady. Qin was leaning against the rock with his eyes closed, resting. Beside him, the Shajin wolf was also lying on the ground, curled up and resting. Seeing that, Shui Yin's heart tightened for no reason. She didn't know why, but looking at the scene in front of her, she kept having a strange feeling. It was like they were waiting to die. Qin, do you think we can really get out of here alive? Qin opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing through them. You didn't prepare for the worst? The worst? Qin's voice was calm, as if he were simply stating someone's ending. We failed to find a spatial rift, and Changcheng's rescue never comes. In the end, we become food in the bellies of the spirit beasts in the spirit realm. Of course, it's also possible your father doesn't have enough face. Normally speaking, the Federation won't intervene in a spirit realm right away. They only make a move when the spirit beasts inside start rushing out on a large scale. After all, the resources inside a spirit realm are very abundant. The moment he finished speaking, the air froze. Shui Yin's usually delicate face had gone stiff. She forced out a smile uglier than crying. Ha. Can you maybe stop talking? Qin glanced at her, then closed his eyes and said nothing more. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the ground. The scarlet chain snake slithered over and coiled itself around Shui Yin's waist. The icy touch made her shiver slightly. The long silence lasted for nearly half an hour. Shui Yin gradually snapped out of her daze and wanted to say something to Qin to pass the time, but when she turned her head, she froze. Qin had already entered a cultivation state. His breathing was long and steady, and even his beast was lying on the ground with its eyes closed, resting. She stared blankly at the scene, her heart churning with emotions she couldn't understand. They could die here at any second. So how could this master and servant act like nothing had happened? The one who should rest was resting. The one who should cultivate was cultivating. Was death not frightening? Suddenly, sniff, sniff. The sleeping Shajin wolf twitched its nose without warning, abruptly lifted its head, and nudged Qin with its hard skull. Oh, whoa, big brother, wake up. Something smells amazing. Super amazing. It's drifting over from the direction we came from earlier. Qin's eyes snapped open, sharp as lightning, and his first glance went to Shui Yin. My beast caught the scent of a spirit item maturing. This is a newly appeared spirit realm. There has been no human involvement, which means spirit items here are far denser than outside. Kui Yan blinked. A few seconds later, a chill shot from her spine straight to the crown of her head. Her eyes widened as she stared at Qin in disbelief. You mean, we're going to snatch food from the spirit beasts in the spirit realm? Qin shook his head, his gaze turning toward the darkness ahead. The rift exit is most likely in that direction too. That spirit item is growing right on the path we have to take. He paused, and it's a metal element spirit item, so my beast can smell it. Tell me, what kind of metal element spirit beast do you think this spirit realm would have? Metal element? In a place full of swamp, where even a patch of hard ground is hard to find. Shui Yin opened her mouth, full of confusion and shock. She glanced at the metal element Shajin wolf, then swallowed her words back down. At this moment, all she felt was disbelief. A metal element spirit item appearing in a swamp? Was that right? Should it be water, wood, earth, things like that? Stop dawdling. Let us go. Qin was already on his feet. Let us go see what kind of spirit item it is, and keep moving in the direction we were headed before while we were at it. What the hell? Something like this can happen too? Xiang Tian and the Shajin wolf had more than half their bodies submerged in the foul-smelling mud, with only their heads sticking out. Silver light flickered at the corner of the Shajin wolf's mouth, and its eyes were locked on the front without blinking. This whole place is swamp, and a hellhole like this can actually grow black gold fruit. Ahead of them, a strange gray-black tree trunk shaped like a sharp spike jutted out of the water. It stood around 1 to 2 meters tall. The trunk had no branches or leaves at all, like an iron nail driven into the swamp. At the very top sat a pitch-black round fruit. The man and wolf were lying in wait over 100 meters from the target, constantly observing it. Wait, these patterns. Xiang Tian narrowed his eyes, suspicion showing in them. Why would black gold fruit have blood-red patterns? Even from a distance, it looks red. He turned to the Shajin wolf beside him and asked in a low voice, is the metal element dense nearby? The Shajin wolf shook its head decisively, its eyes never leaving the black gold fruit ahead for even a moment. There's really something like this? Weird. Xiang Tian's brows furrowed tightly, the confusion in his tone growing even heavier. In a place where the metal element is so thin, the fact that a trunk can grow at all is already rare enough. And it can actually bear fruit too, and grow into something like this, with red patterns on it? He had originally thought this was some great opportunity, but now all he felt was that it was bizarre and creepy. The current situation was basically like finding an absolutely impossible, peerless sweet fruit growing out of a pile of excrement. Even if you brought some top student here, the first thing he'd do would be doubt himself. Right then, the Shajin wolf suddenly let out a low whine and gestured in a certain direction. Xiang Tian followed its line of sight. After seeing who it was, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sneer. There's a road to heaven and you refuse to take it. Now not only can I sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I can also play the fisherman who profits in the end. There was a big eye hidden beside that black gold fruit tree. Otherwise, he would have rushed over and picked the fruit already. Why would he be lying this far away like a toad, secretly watching? Spirit item, dragon blood black gold fruit, high tier, element, metal, effect, because the trunk was tainted by the blood of a dragon-type spirit beast. It can still barely bear fruit, even in a place where the metal element is thin. It can enhance the bloodline of dragon types with thin bloodlines. It can strengthen the elemental power of metal element spirit beasts. Oh, it smells too good. The Shajin wolf caught the scent in the air. Now that it was so close it could almost touch it, its face turned intoxicated. Its front paws were already about to pounce forward. But Qin Ding grabbed its tail and forcibly yanked it back. Wait, black gold fruit? How could a place like this possibly grow black gold fruit? It'd already be a miracle if even a tree trunk could grow here. Cui Yin had also seen the fruit clearly. She only felt that all the spiritual material knowledge she had learned from her father was collapsing. Qin Ding said nothing. He simply slammed both her head and the wolf's head downward at the same time, leaving only the heads of the two people and one wolf exposed above the surface. He stared fixedly at the displayed creature compendium in front of him, repeatedly reading the effects of that dragon blood black gold fruit, contaminated with dragon blood. Qin Ding's face turned slightly pale. He seemed to understand why this black gold fruit tree could bear fruit in a swamp like this. The answer was clear. It had borrowed the vigorous vitality and powerful medicinal effect of dragon blood. Then the beast king of this beginner spiritual realm was very likely an unheard of commander-class dragon. Dirt dog, stop drooling for now. Smell for Xiang Tian and his Shajin wolf. Are they nearby? Warmth came from his palm as Qin Ding lightly stroked the back of the Shajin wolf's neck. The Shajin wolf, which had just been so tempted by the dragon blood black gold fruit that it could barely stand it, quickly calmed down. Cui Yin, watching from the side, clicked her tongue in amazement. Your beast. It's a little too obedient. ISNT it? How do you do that? However, Qin Ding ignored her and only watched the dirt dog's movements. The Shajin wolf pressed its nose close to the muddy water's surface and began frantically catching the scent particles in the airflow. Woo, boss, yes, he is here. The smell is covered up by the muddy water and rotten leaves, so I can't pin down the direction. But he is definitely soaking in this stinking mud like we are. Qin Ding's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping across the deathly still swamp like a hawk. Other than the occasional bubble rising up, he found nothing. Hidden himself, Qin Ding muttered in a low voice, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Why was he hiding instead of picking the spiritual item? Qin Ding, listen. At that moment, Cui Yin suddenly lowered her voice. Do you hear some strange sound? Hearing that, Qin Ding held his breath and focused. Gulu, gulu, ping, pang, gulu. Besides the muffled sounds of the swamp bubbling, there was also a faint yet grating friction sound mixed in, like metal being squeezed and colliding against metal. There's a guardian spirit beast. It's waiting for the black gold fruit to fully ripen. Once he understood, Qin Ding narrowed his eyes and locked onto the gray-black black gold fruit tree. He could not help but sneer. So that is how it is. Xiang Tian got here before us. He saw what was near the black gold fruit tree, and now he wants us to make the first move so he can play the fisherman. No wonder my dirt dog could smell him nearby. Cui Yin clicked her tongue irritably. The scarlet chain snake at her waist wriggled uneasily. Then aren't we completely passive now? He hidden in the dark. Your wolf can't smell him, and for all we know he watching us like a show. Qin Ding did not respond. He only quietly stared at the roots of the tree. To ordinary people, it was just a patch of rotting mud. But in his eyes, a clear creature compendium appeared. Spirit beast, Jin Ming Python. Aptitude good. Element, metal. Level, 20, high rank. Abilities, golden scale hardening, passive, metal devouring digestion, stone body. Bloodline, serpent type, 98. Dragon type, 2. Description, a relatively rare metal element serpent that usually lives underground or in places dense with metal element energy. Its scales are hard, its body is enormous, and it possesses tremendous strength. Its only weakness is the lack of long-range attack ability. It is a spirit beast with considerable nurturing value. As expected, Qin Ding's heart sank. This big fellow was coiled beneath the tree, with most of its body buried under the mud swamp and only a small portion of its scales exposed. No wonder his dirt dog had not discovered this giant snake. We need to strike first, Qin Ding said abruptly. Do you need my help? Cui Yin asked instinctively, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. She was somewhat unwilling to accept being in a situation where she could not help at all. It really made her feel exactly like dead weight. Qin Ding turned his head and looked her up and down. His brows drew even tighter. Help me? Are you sure? This young miss with first-rank spiritual power, whose contracted beast S level was stuck at level 11 because she did not dare raise it further, actually had this much nerve. Originally, he had even been prepared to give up the reward and treat it as hush money so she would not die here. Wait, or had she also developed killing intent towards Xiang Tian? Did the two already have an old grudge? A flicker passed through Qin Ding's eyes. He decided to test her. The guardian spirit beast, I found ISNT something you can get involved with. You just need to help me keep an eye on Xiang Tian and stop him from landing a sneak attack. Also, don't die either. Chui Yen. Her fists clenched until they creaked. This was his version of reassurance before fight. No, be careful. No, watch out. Just a cold sentence of this is not something you can handle and don't die. Chui Yen, who had never been looked down on like this in her life, felt a corner of her mentality crack on the spot. But she had no way to argue back. Qin Ding's second-rank spiritual power was right there. And so was the level of his contracted beast. This was a gap in strength. Seeing that Chui Yen neither refuted nor refused, Qin Ding maintained a calm expression. But inwardly, he was somewhat startled. She really didn't want to kill Xiang Tian? So there really was an old grudge. That actually lined up with his own intentions. With that thought, Qin Ding decisively flipped himself onto the wolf's back. At the same time, he lowered his head and glanced at her. If you really want to help, wait for the right chance. Don't force it. Dirt dog go. The man and wolf no longer hid themselves. The Shajin wolf exerted force through all four limbs and charged out across the muddy water. Watching that dust-kicking figure race away, Chui Yen kept hearing that line, "Don't die," echo in her head. She gritted her teeth in anger. Bastard. Is this guy made of steel bars? Couldn't he be even a little tactful? However, when she looked toward the center of the battlefield again, her pupils suddenly contracted. Boom. The swamp water surged to both sides as a massive triangular snake head burst from the surface. The snake's scales on its body gave off a dark golden sheen. Rather than scales, they looked more like some kind of dark golden metal, reflecting a cold luster under the light. The Jinming Python's dark golden vertical pupils stared fixedly at the Shajin wolf beneath Qin Ding. At the same time, it swept its gaze toward the long spear in Qin Ding's hand. That wolf and that spear both gave it no small sense of threat. A wolf less than 3 meters long, charging straight at a 15-meter metal element giant python, hidden in the dark after discovering the enemy had revealed itself. Chui Yen was so shocked by Qin Ding's still decisive action that her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. He saw it clearly and still dared to charge forward. Was he really confident he could kill it? At that instant, she suddenly understood why Qin Ding spoke in such an emotionless way. Because he himself was the type to risk his life. No matter what. What I need to do right now is watch for Xiang Tian's possible sneak attack. Qin Ding said earlier that Xiang Tian wanted to kill him. In other words, as long as I keep a close watch on Qin Ding, that should be enough, right? Chui Yen forced herself to calm down. The scarlet chain snake slid out from her sleeve, ready to strike at any moment. Hiss roar. The Jinming python let out a piercing screech. Its thick snake tail, as stout as a stone pillar, suddenly rose high, carrying a shrill howl that tore through the air as it lashed decisively toward Qin Ding on the wolf's back. Dirt dog, keep low. At the same time Qin Ding gave a low shout, his whole body shifted and hung to one side of the Shajin wolf, while the wolf also lowered its running body. In the next second, he watched with his own eyes as the snake tail swept over the wolf's back. At that moment, even the muddy water blown off by the force of the tail carried a sense of weight. After the snake tail missed, Qin Ding immediately adjusted his posture and sat back on the wolf's back, shouting, "Jump, a woo." Seizing that brief opening, the Shajin wolf's muscles bulged all over, its sharp claws snapping out as it lunged fiercely at the snake tail that had just missed with the momentum of its charge. Duong, Puchi. The sound of metal clashing rang out for only an instant because in the very next second, the Shajin wolf's Duanjin claws easily pierced through the tail scales of the Jinming python. The flesh beneath the scales tore apart, and bright, sticky snake blood instantly poured out. See, the Jinming python cried out in pain. Its massive body twisted wildly, its snake head darting out like lightning as its body coiled and writhed, trying to wrap around the man and wolf hanging from its tail and crush them to death. Seeing that he had successfully gotten onto the Jinming python's body, Qin Ding swept a glance over its movements and quickly rose to stand on the wolf's back. Just then, the python opened its mouth and bit at him. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped. Two go split up and jump. The man and wolf leaped apart, one to the left and one to the right, with Qin Ding going first and the wolf following a moment later. Plop! The snake head that bit in empty air smashed heavily into the swamp, sending muddy water splashing 7 or 8 meters high. Qin Ding hung in midair, looking down from above. He gripped the spear with both hands, his whole body hanging from the shaft. All gravity and momentum concentrated at a single point on the spear tip. The very instant the Jinming python lifted its head back out of the swamp, an overwhelming chill suddenly descended on it for no reason and rapidly spread through its entire body. Pierce! In an instant, a streak of cold light flashed. The spear tip struck the Jinming python squarely on the crown of its head. A harsh metallic screech echoed through the air as the scales on its head were instantly pierced through and blood sprayed everywhere. But Qingding, still hanging from the spear shaft and no stranger to piercing the skulls of spirit beasts, suddenly had his pupils contract. This didn't feel right. The spear tip had gone all the way through. The feedback from his hands made Qingding's heart sink. Before he could let go, the Jinming python, racked with agony, violently flung its head, and the terrifying force instantly sent Qingding and the spear flying. Like a cannonball, he smashed toward a distant mud pit. With only half his head sticking out, Xiang Tian stared in the direction Qingding had been sent flying, and his eyes instantly widened with excitement. Flying toward my side? Heaven really wants your life. Qingding, you're just someone from a third-tier city, so why the hell did your spiritual power have to improve so fast? Cui Yin had stayed hidden and hadn't shown herself. Qingding had been sent flying. Qingding's beast was tangled up with the Jinming python. To Xiang Tian, the current situation was practically a heaven-sent opportunity. The instant Qingding was flung away, Xiang Tian and his Shajin wolf, along with Cui Yin and her Chilean snake, moved almost at the same time. One side wanted to kill Qingding, the other wanted to catch him. But what Cui Yin never expected was that the moment she rose, she immediately saw Xiang Tian and the Shajin wolf emerging from the swamp mud. Damn it, that trash really wants to kill Qingding. At this moment, Cui Yin was both shocked by the accuracy of Qingding's perception and furious at Xiang Tian for being such useless trash. She had no desire to end up as beast food inside the dead spirit realm. She was counting on Qingding, the one who understood this spirit realm, to lead her out alive. How could she possibly allow Xiang Tian to destroy that hope? Xiang Tian flipped himself onto the Shajin wolf's back. He also heard the splashing sounds behind him, but without even turning his head, he pointed the spear in his hand at Qingding, who was about to hit the ground. Shajin wolf, charge. Fuck. Cui Yin was so furious her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Qingding looking down on her strength was one thing, but what the hell was Xiang Tian? How dared he ignore her too? Qingding had said she was weak and couldn't help much, only that she could keep watch on the surroundings and look out for Xiang Tian. But now Xiang Tian knew she was chasing right behind him and still ignored her, insisting on going after Qingding at this exact moment. Cui Yin completely snapped. Her eyes turned red with rage, and the Chilean snake in her hand was hurled straight at Xiang Tian ahead. Chilean, bite him off his mount for me. She let out a sharp shout. The Chilean snake, originally only 6 meters long, swelled bizarrely to 12 meters the instant it was thrown out. It was no longer a snake, but a steel whip burning with scarlet flames. With a piercing sound as it tore through the air, it instantly wrapped around the end of the spear shaft in Xiang Tian's hand. Cui Yin. Xiang Tian turned pale with shock and tried to wrench the Chilean snake off the spear shaft with brute force. But he was only a first-rank beast tamer. How could his strength compare to that of a high-level beast? With a loud splash, Xiang Tian was forcibly yanked off the wolf's back along with the spear by the Chilean snake and slammed heavily into the mud pit. Sensing its master was in danger, the Shajin wolf immediately gave up chasing Qingding and turned around to pounce toward the spot where Xiang Tian had fallen into the water. Cui Yin reacted quickly. As the Chilean snake recoiled, she snatched the spoils it had brought back in one swift motion and directly stored them in her storage ring. What a waste of this Shajin wolf. Looking at Xiang Tian struggling up in the muddy water in a sorry state, her face was full of disdain. Put one person beside another, and one of them dies of shame. Compare one thing with another, and one has to be thrown away. Though Qingding wasn't as straightforward as a mute, compared to verminous gutter trash like you, he was far better. Another splash sounded. Thanks to the life-and-death contract and the advantage of his scales and armor, Qingding hadn't suffered any serious injuries from that fall. He had already flipped himself back up from the mud pit, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cast a cold glance at Xiang Tian, who had started fighting Cui Yin. At a time like this, the greatest taboo was failing to distinguish what mattered most. Xiang Tian was only an underlying threat, but this level 20 Jinming python was the truly fatal danger. No need. Today, this old lady is definitely going to kill him with my own hands. Qingding, who had just turned around, nearly twisted his ankle when he heard that. At this moment, the Jinming python, its crown badly wounded, was already on the verge of berserk rage. Its huge tail slammed against the swamp's surface, sending spray flying everywhere, and, in the end, its gaze locked on a Qingding, who had just gotten back up. It remembered very clearly. Just now, it was this creature that had stabbed and injured it with a stick. Hiss roar. The Jinming python moved at an astonishing speed. Its enormous body crossed the swamp as if walking on flat ground, charging straight at Qingding with an unmistakably clear target. Oh woo. The instant the Jinming python moved, the hay moved as well. In the swamp, the hay's speed was not inferior to the python's in the slightest. While all of the Jinming python's attention was fixed on Qingding, the wolf, with eyes as sharp as blades, suddenly pounced from the side at the python's head. In that split second, An extreme crisis of death scattered the rage, clouding the Jinming Python's mind and restored its reason. It wanted to turn back and defend, but it was already too late. Poochie. The Duanjing claws tore through the head scales of the Jinming Python without much effort, even leaving glaring claw marks on the ghastly white bone beneath. Though. In an instant, the Jinming Python let out a deafening shriek. This time, pain far beyond that one spear strike from Qinding drove it completely mad. It coiled its enormous body and tightly bound He, who hadn't had time to pull away, trying to crush him into pieces. Wishful thinking. A cold voice came from the side of the Jinming Python. This spear strike was fast, so fast that the furious Jinming Python had no time at all to stop crushing He and dodge. The spear blade, radiating cold light, drove into the wound He had clawed open. This time, there was no resistance. It completely pierced through the Jinming Python's skull, and a huge amount of blood instantly overflowed from its eyeballs. He, who had been strangled so tightly he could barely breathe, was finally freed at that moment. He collapsed on top of the Jinming Python's corpse and panted heavily. Woo, woo. Boss, this thing was so strong. It squeezed me so hard I couldn't breathe. Does it hurt? Do your bones hurt? After catching his breath, the Shajin wolf got back up and shook his head. Oh, woo. It hurt when it was tightening just now, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Boss, if you'd been any slower, I think some of my bones would be snapped. Hearing that, Qinding gave a slight nod. That's good. We still have things left to kill. At those words, the Shajin wolf, which had been exhausted a moment ago, somehow found its vigor again. It twisted its head, its icy wolf eyes locking onto Xiang Tian's figure. Elsewhere, Cui Yin swung out the Chilean snake, relying on its ability to stretch and contract freely while being used, as well as its body's ability to ignite with searing flames. It forced the Shajin wolf protecting Xiang Tian into a corner, making it hesitant and constrained. What are you dodging for? Without a weapon, are you even more of a sissy than me, a woman? You piece of trash. Come at me if you got the guts. Cui Yin's emotions had completely exploded. As she attacked without pause, her mouth was no less merciless. Unsure how to retort, Xiang Tian spared a glance toward the Jinming Python when he discovered that the Jinming Python was dead, and that Qinding's Shajin wolf was staring at him. His pupils suddenly shrank. He completely ignored the Chilean snake lashing in from the side, enduring a flaming whip that split his skin and flesh open and gave off a scorched stench. He flipped over and climbed on the Shajin wolf's back. Run. Almost instantly, Cui Yin, who had just landed a hit and was preparing to whip him again, saw the Shajin wolf carrying Xiang Tian burst forward over a dozen meters, leaving the maximum range of her Chilean snake behind. Cui Yin froze for a moment. Right after that, a black shadow flashed past and gave chase at a speed far beyond Xiang Tian's Shajin wolf. That is Qinding and his Shajin wolf? Cui Yin's eyes widened in shock. Wait, why is the speed difference this ridiculous? How could that Qinding possibly stab that level 20 Jinming Python to death with pure physical strength? That is not right. Even if he has second-tier spiritual power, his strength shouldn't be able to reach that level. At this moment, Xiang Tian's face was deathly pale, and even the hand gripping the Shajin wolf trembled faintly. Forget second-tier spiritual power. Even if Qinding had third-tier spiritual power, he still wouldn't believe the other party had enough strength to pierce through the Jinming Python's skull. Not to mention, someone from a level 3 city, no matter how good his weapon was, it couldn't be that good. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water bursting behind him was like a speedboat in pursuit, nothing like a wolf carrying a man. The furious splashing from a chase snapped Xiang Tian awake, and at that moment, realization dawned on him. I know now. Life and Death Pact. Qinding, what you used was the Life and Death Pact. Second tier, spiritual power. 20% feedback. Right. As if he had already realized he wouldn't survive, Xiang Tian twisted around like a madman and roared at Qinding, desperate for an answer. However, the only response he got was a pair of icy, resolute eyes. No words at all. Qinding simply stared at him fixedly. Watching the distance between them close rapidly at a visible pace, Xiang Tian laughed and cried. Tears slid down his smiling face. Second tier spiritual power, Life and Death Pact? Monster. You really are a complete monster. You have the courage no one else has, and the talent no one else has. Suddenly, Xiang Tian's eyes flew wide open. Extreme shock made his pupils shrink to needlepoints. Like someone who had seen through the mortal world, he shouted wildly. So that's it. Not just that. I know now. On the wolf's back, Xiang Tian was filthy and disheveled, his hair hanging loose, his whole body seeming to have fallen into madness as he screamed. I know. Qinding frowned, and a trace of displeasure appeared in his cold eyes. He knows he is about to die, so he has gone crazy? So what people said online was true? This kind of thing actually happens? It was the first time he had run into a situation like this. He hadn't expected to be this lucky. To go pounce, ignoring Xiang Tian's insane rambling. Qinding raised the long spear in his hand and aimed it at Xiang Tian, who was still babbling madly on the Shajin wolf's back. Oh woo. At the instant their speeds aligned, Go slammed directly into Xiang Tian's Shajin wolf. And faster than Go was the long spear in Qin Ding's hand. The spear shot out like a spirit snake leaving its hole, accurately piercing through Xiang Tian's waist from the side and bursting out through his abdomen. Xiang Tian was lifted straight up, hanging from a spear in Qin Ding's grasp. As for the two Shajin wolves, the winner had already been decided the moment they collided. Xiang Tian's Shajin wolf had its throat slit open in an instant by Go's Duanjin claw and died on the spot. Go gradually came to a stop, panting heavily. He raised his head to look at Xiang Tian, who had been pierced through and was suspended in the air by Qin Ding. At this moment, Xiang Tian was continuously coughing up bloody foam, his eyes rolling white. Ha! Qin Ding, the world in your eyes is still too small. I'll be waiting for you down below, or maybe before his dying curse could finish. Qin Ding flicked his wrist. The spear blade shook, and Xiang Tian was cut in half at the waist. Splash! Lowering his head to look at the corpses of the man and wolf floating on the muddy swamp. Qin Ding recalled the way Xiang Tian had still been smiling before death, and an inexplicable irritation rose in his heart. You were still cursing me at death's door? Were you really crazy, or were you unwilling to accept it? Whoa, boss, this time I really can't run anymore. I'm dead tired. How about we walk back? Qin Ding flipped off the wolf's back and patted Go on the neck. All right, I'll collect this Shajin wolf corpse and Xiang Tian's storage ring. Then we'll hurry back on foot. The process of collecting the spoils was quick. After all, this was the first time he had done this. Let's go back. The smell of blood here will attract a batch of spirit beasts very soon. Caught off guard, Chui Yin was sent flying by a whip of the snake's tail and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The Chilean snake in her hand slipped free the moment Chui Yin was flung away and swiftly wrapped itself around the Wuxi python. Its flame-lit fangs bit down into the Wuxi python's body, and almost instantly, the Wuxi python was burned to death by fire poison. Cough, cough. The spirit beasts in this spirit realm are way too weird, aren't they? There are even ones that move without a sound and can't be sensed. Chui Yin wiped her face, then stood up from the muddy water while rubbing her chest, her face full of anger. Clearly, being ambushed and whipped by the Wuxi python's tail had infuriated her. Good thing this snake wasn't high level. Otherwise, the hit just now could kill me. After saying that, Chui Yin had the Chilean snake wrap around her body again. Only like this could she feel even a little sense of safety in the spirit realm. Feeling the pain in her chest gradually fade, Chui Yin thought of Qin Ding, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. I wonder if Qin Ding caught up to Xiang Tian. Hopefully he didn't run into any other spirit realm spirit beasts during the chase. Hiss! The Chilean snake poked its head out from Chui Yin's collar, flicking its tongue as it stared fixedly in one direction. Seeing her tamed beast react strangely, Chui Yin's heart tightened. It can't be more spirit realm spirit beasts again, right? Does it ever end? In the middle of her fear, a man and a wolf entered Chui Yin's field of vision. Realizing that her Chilean snake had caught Qin Ding's scent rather than detected an enemy, Chui Yin let out a sigh of relief. Well, did you catch him? Hearing that, Qin Ding looked at the curious Chui Yin. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively shook his head and concealed the truth. A crocodile showed up midway and separated me from Xiang Tian. When Chui Yin heard that answer, her expression almost instantly turned disappointed, and she even let out a slightly stunned ah. Qin Ding saw the undisguised look clearly. He knew Chui Yin also wanted Xiang Tian dead, but that was not a reason he could tell her about Xiang Tian's death, because that was leverage. The only person who could know something like this about him was by Mu Shue. I didn't touch your spoils. You need to hurry. I'm guessing spiritual beasts will come over soon. There was already a snake just now that moved without making any sound. Good thing my beast reaction was fast. Oh, right. Give this to your beast to drink. It can quickly restore your beast's stamina and muscle damage. So it'll be easier for it to carry me and run later. As she spoke, Chui Yin took out 2 identical vials from her storage ring. After feeding one to the scarlet practice snake, she handed the other to Qin Ding. Thanks. Only after seeing that nothing abnormal happened after the scarlet practice snake drank it did Qin Ding open the seal and let the dirt dog sniff it. When he saw the dirt dog nod and even look a little greedy for it, he decisively stuffed the vial into its mouth. The stuff was green and oily looking, and it even made the dirt dog crave it. What was it made of? Woo, boss, this stuff is sweet. Sweet little water. After drinking it, I've got strength again and I'm not tired anymore. I need more of this. The effect was that good. Seeing his dirt dog gulp it down and instantly look fully revived, Qin Ding couldn't help turning to look at Chui Yin. How many Federation coins is 1 vial of this? How many Federation coins? Guiyang blinked. I'm not sure. My dad gave it to me. He said it can quickly restore the bodily functions of elite tier spiritual beasts and below. It probably isn't that expensive, right? Qin Ding said nothing more and turned to walk toward the dragon blood black gold fruit tree, a potion that worked downward across an entire major tier. How could it possibly be cheap? He crouched down and carefully picked the fruits. After finishing, he took out a dagger and walked toward the corpse of the golden nether python, preparing to extract its inner core. Boss, you think we can find those 3 people? Don't let it turn into us not finding any living people and only finding 3 sets of half-eaten rotten bones. The captain sitting atop a flying beast looked down at the swamp below and replied to his team member without turning his head. The danger level of a spirit realm is pretty much what you said, but at the end of the day, we're still a Federation exploration team. And among the 3 people who got dragged in, 2 are release students. The remaining one is a local genius from Changchun. In this situation, we still have to do what we're supposed to do. Even if all that's left are a few gnawed bones, we still have to bring them back. At that point, the captain sighed. After all, what their families want is an explanation. Bringing them back alive is obviously best, but a place like a spirit realm. TCH, 3 high school students. The captain fell silent after saying that. Clearly, he didn't think 3 high school students could survive in a low-grade spirit realm. After the scene stayed quiet for a few minutes, the captain turned to look at the teammate at the rear of the group. How is the data collection? Read it to me. At the back of the teammate holding pen and paper and scribbling nonstop raised his head. More or less done. Daytime. Swamp spirit realm. Mostly water element spiritual beasts, followed by wood element and earth element, with a small number of metal element spiritual beasts. These 4 elements should make up the entirety of the swamp spirit realm. As for the spirit realm exit, we already found it while searching for the stranded victims. It's west of our current location. But as for whether the Beast King is a dual Beast King or triple Beast King situation, that remains unknown for now. The instant those words fell, another teammate immediately wailed. Oh, come on, Bookworm, don't say unlucky stuff like that. What dual Beast King, triple Beast King? If we run into either of those situations, we might as well just wait to die too. Next time, if we haven't seen the Beast King, don't record it yet. You can add it after we get out. Saying stuff like that inside a spirit realm is way too unlucky. The moment those words came out, they instantly won nods of agreement from all the team members, including the captain. Seeing that, the recording teammate scratched his head. All right then, I'll pay attention next time. Shriek. At that moment, the white eagle beneath the captain let out a piercing cry. Found them? The captain of Team 3 raised a brow. Looks like these 3 youngsters are pretty lucky. They survived. Buying, let us go. Pick them up, then withdraw. Shriek. An eagle-esque cry. The sprinting fiend Gold Wolf immediately came to a stop. Losing its forward momentum all of a sudden caused Shui Yin, who had been riding behind it like she was surfing, to lose balance and plunge headfirst into the muddy water. As for her surfboard, it was just a rotten chunk of deadwood. But Shui Yin didn't care about any of that. She immediately got up and, just like Qin Ding, raised her head to stare at the white figure diving down from above. It's the rescue team. We held out until rescue arrived. Woo. Boss, are we saved? Looking at the commander tier beast diving rapidly downward, Qin Ding nodded. Looks like it. Beast, sky-pouncing white eagle. Aptitude, excellent. Element, wind. Level, 40, commander tier. Abilities, wind element control, proficient, sky-pouncing claw, sharp eyes, riding the wind. Bloodline, eagle type 100. Evolution direction, eagle type, must reach level 51. Aptitude enhancement. Description, a spiritual beast with extremely fast speed when traveling with the wind. Under such conditions, if its pounce lands, it can easily crush the skull of a spiritual beast of the same tier. It has excellent training value. From a moment he noticed the other party to the moment they came down, the whole process took no more than a little over 10 seconds. At that moment, Qin Ding noticed there were still several flying beasts in the sky that hadn't come down. With a standing guard, the sky-pouncing white eagle, with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, hovered in the air in front of the 2 of them. A young man stood on its back. Judging from his appearance, he didn't seem much older than Qin Ding. Hello, my name is Tu Shan. I'm the captain of Team 3 of the Changchun Spirit Tier Exploration Team, and also the one here to rescue you. HM? 1 man and 1 woman? That is not right. Why is one missing? Whereas the other one? Tu Shan had only known from the air that his beast had found a target. But now that he had come down and saw only 2 people, his mind froze for a moment. No way their luck was this bad, right? The other one didn't land with these 2? That wasn't right. When a spirit realm forcibly sucked in suitable targets, the 3 of them should have landed together. Whereas the other one? Hearing the question, Shui Yin took the initiative to explain. We were separated by a level 21 crocodile. The moment Tu Shan heard that, he slapped his forehead hard. Level 21? Damn it. The thing I least wanted to see still happened. He sighed. Now it's not the time for this. The top priority is getting you 2 out first. Tu Shan's words carried no wasted motion. Almost the very next instant after he finished speaking, a gust of soft wind lifted Qin Ding and Shui Yin up and swiftly placed them onto the back of the sky-pouncing white eagle. As for the dirt dog, it was grabbed by the eagle as if it had been strapped in with a safety belt, one leg tightly clamped in the eagle-esque talons. By the time Dahe came back to his senses, it found itself already in the air with one leg being held. Woo! How did I get grabbed? After taking off, when the other team members discovered there were only 2 people, they merely raised their brows and said nothing, nor did they ask. Having walked through spirit realms so often, they understood the current situation all too well. There were only 2 possibilities. Either one had already died along the way. or one had been scattered by a spiritual beast. There was no extra nonsense or procedure. Once airborne, Tushan led the team into full escort mode and sped at full speed toward the location of the spirit realm rift. Sitting on the eagle's back, Ding stretched out a hand and realized he couldn't feel even the slightest breeze. He pondered silently. They were clearly flying through the air at high speed, yet not a trace of wind touched his body. Was this element control? At that moment, Tushan suddenly spoke. I haven't asked yet. The one who got separated. Was it Xiang Tian or Ding? Ding. Chui Yin's eyes slowly widened. She had never expected that she would run into the same thing a second time. The first time had already been absurd enough when it happened to the person himself. And this second time, it was actually Federation officials. No, don't tell me you don't know the person the Chongqing officials put up in the announcement. As the captain of Chongqing's Spirit Realm Exploration Team, you don't know the Ding posted by the Chongqing authorities? The moment those words came out, the air instantly fell silent. Tushan looked a little awkward. He glanced around at his teammates. Who even reads Federation news? Do you guys? Nope. They all shook their heads in unison. At that moment, Chui Yin looked like someone had her throat seized. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she couldn't force out a single word. Irritated, she clicked her tongue. Fair enough. If the person involved didn't even care about something like this, how could she expect anyone else to care? Still, the whole thing really was kind of bizarre. Right then, the scout at the very rear of the flying formation suddenly let out a sharp cry, instantly tearing through the stifling air. Captain, a large target has been spotted near the spirit realm rift. Body length is close to 20 meters. Suspected giant crocodilian spirit beast. It's circling the rift entrance, and from its movements, it seems to have already locked onto us. Estimated contact in 3 minutes. An encounter battle may break out. This sudden warning hit Ding and Chui Yin like a heavy hammer to the chest. They were just about to escape this damned place, only for a spirit realm beast king to block the way home. Ding's expression turned grave. He was obviously in a bad mood. A spirit realm beast king is restricted by the rules. It can't leave the spirit realm as freely as ordinary spirit beasts. If it's doing this, does that mean it wants to wipe us all out here? His words made Captain Tushan glance at him. Unlike Ding, who was treating the situation like a great enemy was at hand, Tushan looked utterly calm, even somewhat careless. I've explored 5 spirit realms before this one. This is the 6th. I've seen beast kings block the exit twice before. This is the 3rd time. Tushan glanced at Ding and spoke with complete certainty. But kid, relax. My Baiying hasn't issued a warning, which means this beast king can't pose a fatal threat to my Baiying. At that point, his tone paused, then abruptly shifted. A trace of amusement flashed through his eyes. But you know quite a bit, huh? ISNT Spirit Realm Knowledge, a college course? Are high schoolers these days all this fierce? Don't tell me you're some top student? Top student? Ding, who really didn't dare accept that title, raised his head and carefully sized up Tushan. This guy looked to be just a little over 20 at most, maybe only 2 or 3 years older than him. Yet he kept calling him kid. What was up with that? Was he trying to act mature? But did it mean something else? Unable to suppress the strange feeling in his heart, Ding stared straight at Tushan without blinking. You and your team don't look that much older than me either. Why do you keep calling me kid? The moment he said that, the entire squad, including Tushan, suddenly burst into laughter. There was no malice in it, but it sounded like they were watching a child who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Tushan patted Ding on the shoulder. His palm was broad and powerful, and his tone turned meaningful. You've entered a spirit realm before, so let me ask you this. Compared to the wilderness outside the city, what do you think of this damn place? Ding froze. Meeting Tushan's deep gaze, he suddenly understood. Kid wasn't an act of seniority. It was just a statement of fact. He was still too young enough that he hadn't yet gone through truly brutal storms. And that was exactly why spirit realm knowledge was taught in college. For the weak, knowing more was useless because there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either you died inside, or you got lucky, met someone kind-hearted, or like now, ran into a Federation exploration team and got rescued. There was no other answer. Like right now, with a beast king blocking the exit, if no one came to help, he and Chui Yin would definitely die. Wait, Ding suddenly spoke, his eyes turning sharp as he reacted. The beast king is blocking the exit because it sensed your beast. A powerful aura broke in from outside. It doesn't want that aura leaving, so it's waiting here for the prey to come to it. The teasing look on Tushan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a grave, appraising stare. Interesting, he murmured. He looked over the boy in front of him again, his eyes full of scrutiny and thought. This kid's ability to make connections was kind of impressive. You're right. No point hiding it from you. We really aren't much older than you. I'm a second-year student, and these are all first-year juniors. We're all carrying out academy missions. Chui Yin listened silently from the side, looking at Tushan, then at Ding, while turmoil surged in her heart. She understood now. The Beast King could sense the aura of outside beast companions entering the spirit realm. And she also understood that only after walking out of a spirit realm alive could one be considered a true beast tamer. No wonder so many beast tamers died every year in the Federation. No wonder the Federation didn't immediately move to control spirit realms. When spirit realm beast kings couldn't come out, and only some low-level spirit realm spirit beasts could rush out, it was meaningless anyway. But if that was the case, then why did the Federation want to destroy every single spirit realm? Chui and didn't understand that now, and she didn't really want to. Some secrets weren't things just anyone could know, and knowing them didn't mean it was a good thing. All right, I'll hold that beast off. Tushan gathered himself and gave the order decisively. Yazi, take these two rookies out first. Come back for support immediately after passing through the rift. I can't hold back the beast tied the beast king summons on my own. At the back of the group, the team member responsible for records gave a hand signal and guided his beast closer. Qin Ding and Chui Yin suddenly felt their bodies grow light. A gust of wind lifted them up and set them down on the back of a slightly smaller eagle. Sit tight. My buddy S back is narrow, so just make do. We're leaving the realm right away. Qin Ding ignored him. Instead, he lowered his head and stared fixedly at the beast king standing above the mire, raising its head to watch them. Spirit beast, marsh subdragon. Aptitude, excellent. Element, earth. Level, 35 commander tier. Abilities, earth element control, proficient. Subdragon, swamp devour, spirit realm blessing, spirit realm beast king. Bloodline, crocodilian, 90, dragon 10. Evolution path, dragon. Dragon bloodline purity, must reach 30. Evolution path, crocodilian. Must reach level 51. Aptitude enhancement. Codex description. As a low-level spirit realm beast king, it can never break through to overlord tier in this lifetime, nor can it leave the spirit realm. Qin Ding's pupils contracted violently. Wait, why was the codex description different from what he usually saw? Ability, spirit realm blessing. While inside the spirit realm, all attributes, including elemental attributes, are automatically increased by 50%. Ability, spirit realm beast king. Through a roar that spreads across the entire spirit realm, it can gather the spirit realm spirit beasts within the realm to fight, and while moving inside the spirit realm, it emits no aura whatsoever. Ability, subdragon. 10% elemental resistance. Gulp. Qin Ding swallowed with difficulty. Everything he had read online before only said beast kings were extremely strong, that they were hard to match at the same tier, and that team cooperation was needed. But who could tell him why this thing came with cheats inside the spirit realm? Captain Tu Qin Ding's voice was a little dry, and his tone carried a faint unnaturalness, or rather, a lack of confidence in Tushan. Are you really sure you can kill this dragonkin? Tushan's brows knitted tightly as he stared at the giant beast below. The ease from before was gone from his face, replaced by solemn gravity. This looks like a subdragon. If it's a subdragon, then yeah, that's a bit troublesome. But it's not a big issue. I may not be able to kill it, but I can still hold it off and cover your retreat. See? Its attention is all on me right now. You guys can just charge straight through. Everything seemed to go just as Tushan had predicted. When the squad carried Qin Ding and the other person toward the spatial rift, the marsh subdragon below indeed remained unmoved. Those cold yellow-brown vertical pupils only stayed locked on a Tushan and a sky-pouncing white eagle. It's not even sparing them a glance. Even if I stay hovering here, it's still one T let out a beast roar to summon a beast tide. Tushan frowned, unease rising in his heart. Things were only partly matching what he had expected. For example, right now, it clearly looked like it was charging up to focus all its firepower on him alone, yet it still had not released a rallying beast roar. This wasn't right. Unless, the next second, the originally modeled, and even light of the spirit realm above his head suddenly dimmed without warning. An enormous shadow, so vast it was suffocating, instantly swallowed both the sky-pouncing white eagle and Tushan. At that moment, all color drained from Tushan's face. The instant he reacted and understood everything, the blood vanished from his face completely, and he roared out a warning with all his strength. Run! Don't look back! That hoarse, desperate roar rang through the spirit realm. Yet beneath that sky-blotting shadow, it seemed so pale and powerless. The rift was already close at hand, and just as everyone was about to rush into it, Tushan's furious shout exploded beside their ears. Run! Don't look back! Everyone's minds jolted. In disbelief, all of them instinctively turned their heads and looked back up the path they had come from. There, high in the sky, floated a colossal creature over 20 meters long. It looked extremely similar to the Marsh Dragon King, yet at this moment it was suspended directly above the sky-pouncing white eagle. A mountain-like dragon claw, carrying a shriek that tore through the air, smashed down savagely. That was a second beast king. Qin Ding's pupils contracted at pinpoints. In his vision, almost the instant those words formed, the muffled sound of the enormous claw piercing through the sky-pouncing white eagle's flesh made one's teeth ache, and a shrill eagle cry tore across the heavens. The beast could not escape, and Tushan on its back was crushed to death by the heavenly marsh subdragon with almost no resistance at all. The backlash from the contract descended instantly. Having lost its master, the sky-pouncing white eagle could not even sustain its mournful cry. Its body went limp, and it dropped from the towering sky like a kite with its string cut, blood scattering across the air all the way down. Spirit Beast, Heavenly Marsh Subdragon. Aptitude, Rare, Element, Water, Level, 40, Commander Rank. Abilities, Water Element Control, Proficient, Subdragon, Heavenly Marsh Devour, Spirit Realm Blessing, Spirit Realm Beast King. Bloodline, Crocodilian, 80, Dragon, 20. Evolution Path, Dragon. Dragon Bloodline Purity, must reach 30. Evolution Path, Crocodilian, must reach level 51. Aptitude Improvement. Compendium Description. As a Beast King of a low-level Spirit Realm, it can neither break through to the Overlord rank in this lifetime, nor leave the Spirit Realm. Rare Aptitude. Qinding's heart shook violently. The aptitude of this Beast King was actually on the same level as Chui Yin-S and Xiang Tian's parents' main spirit beasts. He just died like that. Chui Yin had seen the same scene as well. She had only just murmured those words and had yet to recover from the shock when the eagle beast beneath her had already carried her into the spatial rift. A familiar dizziness surged over her. When she opened her eyes again, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Girl, wake up, girl." Chui Yin struggled to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was her father Chui Gung's concerned face. "Dad? Where is Qinding?" "Qinding?" Chui Gung could not help but freeze. Seeing no response from him, Chui Yin struggled up from his arms and saw Qinding off to the side, getting up on his own and tending to the wounds of both himself and his spirit beast, especially when she saw that indifferent expression on Qinding's face. For some reason, Chui Yin suddenly felt a strange tightness in her chest. She had just been about to speak when Qinding cut her off first. "Oh right." Qinding did not even raise his head. His voice was cold and carried no mixed emotion at all, only affirmation of the agreement. "Don't forget what you promised me. I want Commander Rank Flood Dragon Bloodgrass." The trace of complicated emotion that had just risen in her was instantly shattered at that moment. Chui Yin ground her silver teeth in anger, her hands clenching until they crackled. "Fine, I remember. I want to forget." Qinding said nothing more and merely nodded, his gaze lifting toward midair. There, a giant flood dragon with scales gleaming with cold light and surrounded by drifting clouds and mist was floating silently, as if it had sensed Qinding's gaze. It lowered its head and looked down at him as well. Spirit Beast, Cloud Mist Flood Dragon. Aptitude, Rare. Level, 60, King Rank. Abilities, Cloud Mist Domain, Flood Dragon. 100 Tempered Body, High Pressure, Internal Burst. Bloodline, Serpentine, 563, Dragon, 437. Evolution Path, Dragon. Dragon Bloodline Purity, must reach 50. Evolution Path, Serpentine, must reach level 71. Aptitude Improvement. Compendium Description. A legendary creature said to live in vast waters. No living being that enters its domain can escape its perception. It is an extremely terrifying spirit beast and one highly recommended for cultivation. Looking at this giant flood dragon, a trace of longing and envy flashed through Qinding's eyes. With a body that big, if he carved off a few chunks of meat and drained a few buckets of blood, it should be enough to push his family's dirt dog's dragon bloodline up to 10%. Right? Wait, where is Xiang Tian? Where is my grandson, Xiang Tian? Only now did Xiang Ding realize something was wrong. Seeing Qinding and Chui Yin return safely, he had originally let out a breath of relief, thinking that with the captain covering the rear, his grandson might have simply fallen behind. Yet after several minutes had passed and no one else emerged, the unease in his heart reached its peak. Suddenly, the barren mountain earth lion beside him let out a low growl and, through the master-servant contract, conveyed a piece of information enough to freeze his blood. That kid named Qinding still carried the scent of his grandson, Xiang Tian. Xiang Ding snapped his head around, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Qinding. Qinding sensed the stare and looked up to meet those blood-filled eyes, sneering inwardly. "Old thing, your reaction is pretty fast." Just as he was considering how to deal with it, Chui Yin's irritable voice rang out beside him. "Officer Xiang, where are you looking? His name is Qinding, not your grandson, Xiang Tian." As for Xiang Tian, "We were attacked by a group of crocodile spirit beasts not long after we landed. Qinding tried to save him at the time, but was too late. And this is how you treat your grandson as benefactor? HM?" Qinding blinked and looked at this woman who was lying through her teeth with some surprise. "So, I was trying to save Xiang Tian back then. I see." The moment Chui Gung saw his daughter stepping up to shield a boy she had just met, he immediately understood what had happened. The three of them had been forcibly dragged in together, so they must have landed in the same place. No matter what had happened between Qinding and Xiang Tian, his daughter had definitely been there. Judging from the situation, she had most likely been involved too. Knowing his daughter had followed his instructions and taken the chance to get rid of Xiang Tian, he stood up, patted his round belly in self-mockery, and walked forward with a forced laugh. "Officer Xiang, don't panic. The spirit realm is still there. Maybe there is still a chance to find him. You want to find him." A voice like that of a disheartened young man interrupted Chui Gung's words. Everyone's eyes turned toward the speaker, especially Xiang Ding, whose eyes were red as blood, looking like a crazed ghost. Each word carried rage, as if squeezed out through clenched teeth. You want to find him? What exactly do you mean by that? Our team captain sacrificed himself at the end to cover our retreat, and your grandson got separated from his original team in there. Crow's mouth let out a sigh. His voice wasn't loud, but every word cut straight to the heart. He said nothing more after that. As for what it meant, everyone present had entered a spirit realm before. Those who knew. This beginner spirit realm wasn't a single Beast King one, but a double Beast King one. And both were draconic subspecies. One of them was level 40. The instant those words fell, the surroundings went so silent you could hear a pin drop. Xiangding's whole face flushed the color of pig liver. His teeth ground loudly, and his entire body shook like a leaf. How could it be a beginner spirit realm with two draconic subspecies Beast Kings? Qingding quietly watched him. The towering rage in Xiangding's eyes didn't last long before it receded like a tide, replaced by utter ashen despair. It was the bottomless hopelessness that came after all hope had been completely severed. Despair toward life. Despair toward the future. Still, this was fine too. Thanks to Cui Yin stirring things up just now, this old man seemed to truly believe Xiang Tian's death had nothing to do with him. That saved him quite a bit of trouble. A double Beast King spirit realm. Cui Gong looked up and let out a long sigh. With an extremely complicated expression, he rubbed his brow as if mentally exhausted. In that case, this was even a stubborn spirit realm. As one of the older generation of Beastmasters, he knew better than anyone what those 4 words meant. He suddenly turned his head and solemnly warned his daughter, "Girl, for the next half year, unless you absolutely have to leave the city, you'd better go with classmates or friends. Especially this area, you must avoid it. If you run into a spirit realm beast tide, even immortals won't be able to save you." Spirit realm beast tide? Guiyan froze. Dad, you mean the spirit beasts inside the spirit realm will charge out on a massive scale? Stubborn spirit realm? Qingding's heart suddenly jumped. He had seen that term online before. Any spirit realm where 2 Beast Kings or even 3 Beast Kings appeared was collectively called a stubborn spirit realm. Because spirit realms had rule restrictions, the highest ranked beast under the entrance control could be at most equal to the Beast King, and they could only bring or summon 1 beast of the same rank as the Beast King. That meant that even the strongest 1-person 1-beast combination would be in grave danger when facing 2 or even 3 Beast Kings of the same rank, especially if they couldn't end the fight quickly. Once the Beast Kings had time to summon all the spirit beasts in the realm, it would become a hopeless war of attrition. No wonder. The abilities of spirit realm Beast Kings were ridiculously overpowered. Inside a spirit realm, not only did they receive terrifying boosts, they also had the ability to rally all spirit beasts in the entire realm and launch a beast tide. A single person with a single beast had to kill the Beast King quickly before the beast tide could gather. That really was something incredibly hard to accomplish. Qingding pondered inwardly. A spirit realm like this could probably only be taken down with confidence by heaven's chosen raised by first-tier major cities or top aristocratic families, right? But what exactly caused spirit realms to form? Why did they have such bizarre and fundamentally biased rules? And what level was the spirit realm that caused Mom, Dad, and Uncle Bai to go missing back then? Just as Qingding fell into deep thought, a glaring ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves and splashed across his face. He subconsciously looked up and found the rising sun slowly climbing into the sky. So he had spent an entire day inside the spirit realm where there was no distinction between day and night. "Oh, whoa, boss, something's wrong. There are eyes everywhere around us." "What did you say?" Qingding instantly snapped back to attention and fiercely swept his gaze around, following the dirt dog's senses. The truth was even more terrifying than he had imagined. With just a rough scan, the spirit creature record had already broken past 100, and without exception, every single one was above level 11. There were even level 20 elites and level 30 commander rank spirit beasts hiding in the forest. But what they were staring at was neither the mountain of corpses piled up from dead spirit realm spirit beasts, nor the living people. It was that spirit realm rift. What burned in those pairs of beast eyes wasn't greed, but a kind of hatred and hostility so deep it was almost carved into the bone, as if that rift were their sworn enemy for generations. What the hell is going on? The moment he realized this, Qingding's expression froze, and his scalp went numb. There were several king-rank beasts here, yet not only were these spirit beasts not fleeing, more high-rank ones were actually gathering here. Huh, if you hadn't said it, I really wouldn't have noticed. Cui Yin had somehow moved over. She followed his gaze, then turned back and asked Cui Gong, "Dad, do you know why this is happening?" Qingding abruptly turned his head and stared fixedly at Cui Gong's expression. Cui Gong clearly hadn't expected his daughter to ask such an out-of-syllabus question. A trace of deeply unnatural awkwardness flashed through his eyes, and then he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Your dad doesn't know either. Maybe Commander Xiang knows something?" But at this moment, Xiangding's mind was filled with the despair of his bloodline ending. How could he hear even half a sentence? Qingding's pupils trembled slightly. Having lived through 2 lives, he was certain of one thing. Cui Gong absolutely had not lied just now. That hint of unnaturalness came purely from the embarrassment and helplessness of a father not being able to answer his daughter in front of her. A secret. How big was this secret? so big that even a 6th-rank powerhouse with a king-rank beast wasn't qualified to know even a single word of it. If that was really the case, then all the information about spirit realms circulating online was probably just the tip of the iceberg, or rather, just the basic information on spirit realms. The Federation had never made the truth about spirit realms public, but why was the Federation hiding it? Was it simply because it was useless for the weak to know, or because if more people learned it, it would cause unnecessary panic? Just as Qin Ding was trying to connect all the key clues together, Cui Yin suddenly leaned closer, curiously looked over the dirt dog, then looked at Qin Ding with a trace of emotion in her tone. Qin Ding, the beast of your Chong City Lord, is a level 60 flood dragon. Looks like Chong City is about to produce a commander-rank city lord and advance to a 2nd-tier city. His train of thought was interrupted, but Qin Ding wasn't annoyed. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at Cui Yin. Commander rank? What does that mean? Aren't Beastmasters ranked by spiritual power? Cui Yin froze. She had just been about to laugh at how ignorant he was, but then she suddenly realized that the man in front of her, who had killed decisively inside the spirit realm, really might know nothing about this. If a guy who didn't even know he had been officially praised on Chong City's official website, a guy who didn't even read local news, was standing here, could you really expect him to read Federation news and policy announcements? This is a title system the Federation only introduced a few years ago. If you don't know it, I think that's pretty normal. Qin Ding blinked. He didn't argue that he actually did go online, and simply waited for her to continue. Looking at Qin Ding, who had been imposing just moments ago, yet now looked like a humble student seeking guidance, Cui Yin suddenly felt a strange sense of superiority rise in her heart. So you aren't all-powerful either. She gave a light cough and cleared her throat. 1st rank and 2nd rank spiritual power are called beginner beastmasters. 3rd rank and 4th rank are elite. 5th rank and 6th rank are general rank. 7th rank and 8th rank are commander rank. As for 9th rank spiritual power, she paused, and reverence and longing showed her eyes. That is a legendary king-sealing beastmaster. Existences like the Federation's 12 counselors stand at the very peak among those who have sealed kings. Qin Ding silently digested the information, then suddenly asked, then what about 10th rank? Those 3 casually spoken words made even Cui Gung at the side turn his head and laugh out loud. 10th rank spiritual power? That's a realm that only exists in legend. Looking across the Federation's several thousand-year history, only one person has ever reached it. If anyone in this age could truly reach the 10th tier, then he would be the unquestioned, invincible existence of the current era, the king of all kings. At this point, Cui Gung's gaze grew profound. Unlike Cui Yin, whose eyes were fixed outward, his held only absolute reverence for an absolute powerhouse. The 10th tier was titled Shi Wang. It was a commemoration, and also an absolute acknowledgement and praise for this ancestor.